Chapter 1. If one were to assert that danger invariably accompanies opportunity, a notion often served as a spoonful of motivational broth for practitioners of success, then Mu Yang has ample reason to believe that he is destined to be overwhelmed by this very broth, for danger manifests itself vividly in his existence. Mu Yang is an electrician, specializing in high-voltage operations. His feelings towards his profession are rather indifferent. The remuneration is decent, placing him within the realm of what others might consider a high income bracket. Yet the arduous nature of his work is something only he truly comprehends in recent days. Heavy snow has blanketed the nation, transforming numerous mountainous power grids into disaster zones. Early this morning, Mu Yang's team received directives mandating immediate emergency repairs on the snow-laden power grids in the mountains. This task was non-negotiable upon issuance of the order. Attendance was compulsory thus. Mu Yang set out to the site at dawn, immersing himself in the urgent repairs. Alongside his colleagues, he ascended the iron tower, treading upon the insulator strings to carry out the final phase of the restoration on the frigid, high-voltage tower. The biting cold wind howled, sweeping through the heavy snowfall. Each gust felt like a knife slicing against his face, and every movement demanded an immense expenditure of energy. Mu Yang waved his aching arms, removing the frost-laden mass to catch a breath. At that moment, a sudden strong wind surged, causing him to lose his footing, and under the influence of gravity, he began to plummet. The sharp iron edges severed the safety rope and harness that secured him. Even with dual safeguards, one could not withstand the call of death. The world around him commenced a dizzying spin in the fleeting moment before consciousness faded. A flash of white light illuminated his mind, followed by a cascade of memories from his childhood to adulthood. Darkness enveloped him. It was a bleak, desolate space. Cold and piercing pain coursed through his nerves, leaving him unwilling to linger in this dismal realm. Suddenly, a web-like brilliance tore through the sky, and Mu Yang awoke with a start. What is this place? He sat up abruptly, pressing his head as he realized he was lying on a spacious wooden bed, covered by a rather coarse, thin blanket that felt uncomfortably akin to burlap. The room was modest, a low-ceilinged dwelling that housed a few simple furnishings, tables, chairs, and a bed cabinet, yet no other decor graced the space. The white walls bore no embellishments, revealing the raw wooden beams that appeared quite primitive. Not a single electrical device could be found. However, it was a calendar-like object that captured his attention, though the dates inscribed upon it rendered him momentarily speechless. An era he had never encountered. Hold on, he had clearly fallen from the tower if he was not in a hospital. How had he ended up here? Drawing upon his extensive experience perusing novels, the likelihood of a fantastical transmigration seemed exceedingly high. Moreover, judging by his surroundings, it was highly probable that he had traversed into a world with significantly underdeveloped technology. Gently, he patted his chest and was taken aback by the diminutive size of his hands. Small arms and legs confirmed that his body had indeed shrunk, appearing no older than 12 or 13. If there had been any lingering doubts, they were now dispelled. He was unequivocally transported to another world. Recollections of countless transmigration tales flooded his mind like a cinematic montage. The anticipated image of a formidable protagonist triumphing over adversaries was conspicuously absent, leaving him in a state of bewilderment surrounded by stark emptiness. The unfolding scenario diverged vastly from his expectations. As Mu Yang was lost in his reverie, a creaking sound signaled the opening of the wooden door, through which a shadow darted in like a nimble squirrel, swiftly approaching him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his hand was grasped by another small hand, cool to the touch and delicate. Brother, you're finally awake. Father and I were so worried." A melodious voice brimmed with joy. Soon, a charming little face was mere inches away from him. It was an exceedingly adorable girl, her dark green hair slightly curled and just long enough to brush her earlobes, tied at the tips with a ribbon. Her fair, delicate face was framed by elegantly arched eyebrows reminiscent of willow leaves. Her sparkling eyes, imbued with vivacity, were a striking shade of emerald green, suggesting she was merely 11 or 12. Baby Mu Yang gazed at the girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a little whirlwind, and the term slipped from his lips instinctively the moment he uttered it. He froze. Who was this girl, and why had he called her baby? Furrowing his brow, he sensed a subconscious familiarity with the girl before him. Was it a remnant of the memories belonging to this body? Hearing her name invoked, Meixia pouted in displeasure. "Brother, I've told you not to call me by my nickname. Why did you do it again?" My apologies." He offered an apology, yet a cloud of confusion lingered in his mind. He needed a moment to gather his thoughts. "Brother, are you feeling all right?" Noticing his prolonged silence, Meixia leaned anxiously over the bed, her small face radiating concern. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." Mu Yang waved his hand dismissively, uncertain of what to say. Fortunately, The young girl seemed to accept his fabricated excuse without further inquiry. Through a series of indirect conversations, Mu Yang gradually pieced together his current identity. It turned out that his name was also Mu Yang, age 13, and he was the foremost disciple of a martial arts sect known as Tang Xinli. The little girl before him was his junior, Mei Xia, 2 years his junior, having just celebrated her 11th birthday. Speaking of the Tianqin school, it can be regarded as a moderate sect within the martial arts realm, reputed to have once flourished several generations ago. However, as time has passed and new generations have emerged, it has now declined, with only a handful of true disciples, including herself, numbering merely a dozen. It is evident that Mei Xia takes great pride in the Tianqin school. Her words tinged with a hint of boasting in her narrative. She portrays the Tianqin school as a grand sect with its mere dozen disciples. The current leader, she claims, is her father. Yet, from a description of just a few disciples, Mu Yang realizes that this is merely a waning sect. The useful information gleaned from Mei Xia is scant given her youth. Her knowledge is understandably limited. Therefore, Mu Yang remains oblivious to the current dynamics of the world, how many formidable individuals exist, the approximate population, and the number of nations. My father has long advised against overexertion during training, yet you refuse to heed his words, Mei Xia said, her expression stern like that of a little adult. However, with a swift change of thought, she added, "By the way, I must relay this news to my father. You have fallen behind in your studies these past few days, and you will bear the consequences." The little girl was as quick to depart as she was to arrive. Mu Yang had intended to inquire further, but she darted out the door like a nimble sprite, her speed so great that the wooden door creaked in her wake. Mu Yang stood dumbfounded, watching Meixia's swift retreat, taking a deep breath. What astonishing speed! It seemed even the athletes of his previous life could not match such swiftness. Could it be that he had misjudged the Tianqin school, which boasted only a few disciples, and that it was in fact a hidden great sect? This world appears to be one imbued with martial arts. Judging by Meixia's agile demeanor, the inhabitants of this realm are likely no weaklings, Mu Yang pondered, sifting through the limited information acquired from Mei Xia, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze before he regained his composure. Descending from the bed, Mu Yang exited the room, only to discover a reasonably sized courtyard outside. The courtyard spanned approximately 50 square meters, with a neatly stacked row of timber occupying one side and an outdoor single-burner stove sheltered under a mat nearby. In the center stood a series of stone pillars of varying sizes, quite substantial, seemingly intended for physical training. The ground was firmly packed, yet featured several scattered depressions, each over 30 centimeters wide, evidently created by the impact of the stone pillars. His previous incarnation had indeed been a diligent practitioner of physical training. Mu Yang contemplated approaching those stone pillars and selected one of moderate size, preparing to test his strength. Having arrived in this new world, he felt it imperative to ensure his ability to defend himself before familiarizing himself with his surroundings. Grasping the protruding handle of the stone pillar, he exerted a slight force, only to reveal a look of surprise on his face. It was not the weight that surprised him, but rather the unexpected lightness. His eyes gleamed with newfound determination, and he applied greater effort. To his astonishment, he effortlessly lifted the stone pedestal with a single hand. Judging by its size, it must weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds, yet he managed to raise it with ease. Could it be that children in this world possess such exceptional physical prowess? Mu Yang pondered, his heart swelling with surprise. Determined to test his strength further, he pressed his palm against the stone pedestal, exerting more force until the veins on the back of his hand stood out. With a powerful upward flick, he sent the hefty stone, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, soaring into the air, ascended to a height of several meters before gravity reclaimed it. With a resounding thud, the stone landed squarely in a nearby pit, kicking up a cloud of dust. Mu Yang stared at the scene, a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. The impact from the stone's descent confirmed its substantial weight. It was indeed heavy, not merely an illusion of heft. My body possesses such incredible strength, Mu Yang marveled, realizing that he had not even exerted himself fully. Even so, he had easily tossed a stone of this weight, a feat he had never dared to imagine previously. His physique was extraordinary. Could this be the result of martial training in this world? Or perhaps, the people here inherently possess superior physical capabilities? The Tianqin school. This might be a formidable martial arts lineage. However, contemplating these matters now seemed superfluous. He needed to gather more information to make an informed judgment. In the subsequent moments, Mu Yang continued to assess his speed and explosive power, and the results filled him with delight. Although he was still unfamiliar with controlling this body, its physical capabilities far surpassed those of his previous life, a result that brought him great satisfaction. In any case, The quality of this body is astonishingly high, Mu Yang thought joyfully suddenly. A sharp pain pierced his brow, causing him to frown as his mind felt as if it had turned to mush. It was as if he were ensnared in a whirlpool, memories from two different worlds intertwining within his consciousness, fragmented images coalescing into distinct scenes. These were the memories of this body Mu Yang. Tianxin School, Daikingshan Tianxin School, is located on the fringes of the Daikingshan mountain range, beyond which lies a majestic expanse of mountains stretching for hundreds of kilometers, home to numerous perilous wild beasts. After taking some time to gather his thoughts, Mu Yang gradually calmed himself. There was no doubt he had indeed traversed realms, but whether it was a soul transfer or reincarnation remained unclear. In any case, he had absorbed most of this Buddhist memories, though they were deeply buried and quite chaotic, necessitating further exploration. Just as he had instinctively referred to Mei Xia as baby, it was a reflex of his subconscious. After wandering around the courtyard for a while, Mu Yang returned indoors and began rummaging through drawers, seeking something that might trigger his memories. Unfortunately, the room was quite sparse, and he found nothing of use. However, while sifting through the drawers, he stumbled upon a mirror. From the craftsmanship of this mirror, he deduced that he was at least not living in ancient times. Not being in antiquity was a relief for someone accustomed to modern conveniences. The inconveniences of the past were intolerable. Making a face at the mirror, Mu Yang grinned widely. The reflection revealed his visage. Black hair and eyes, well-defined features, albeit with a slightly gaunt face that bore the marks of recent illness. Nevertheless, this did not detract from his handsome appearance. With proper care, he could easily be deemed a quintessential heartthrob. Not too shabby. Mu Yang nodded at his reflection, feeling quite pleased with his current situation. With commendable martial skills, striking good looks, and the status of a senior disciple, he felt confident that he was on solid ground. Although he may not enjoy the privileges of a protagonist, as long as he avoided catastrophic events or the pitfalls of villainy, he should be able to live comfortably. Yet, Mu Yang's ambitions extended far beyond mere survival as a transmigrator. He felt compelled to make a mark worthy of his identity. However, he recognized that he must first comprehend the dynamics of this new world before pursuing his grand aspirations. Senior brother. Just as Mu Yang was daydreaming about his promising future, a melodious call echoed from afar. He stepped into the courtyard, and soon enough, the petite figure of Mei Xia appeared before him, accompanied by a robust man. The man bore a scruffy beard and disheveled hair, dressed in exceedingly simple attire, yet exuded a formidable aura. His piercing gaze, akin to that of a hawk, was intimidating to behold. In an instant, Mu Yang recalled the identity of the man before him. He was Isaf, the leader of the Tianxin martial arts sect, Mike Xia's father, and Mu Yang's current mentor. Master. Mu Yang inclined his body slightly, greeting him earnestly. Isaf nodded at Mu Yang, his expression filled with concern as he inquired, "How are you? Now that you have awakened, do you feel any discomfort?" Mu Yang shook his head. Seeing this, Isaf pressed on various parts of Mu Yang's body to ensure there were no serious issues. After confirming that all was well, he cautioned, "Your body is mostly recovered, but you were severely overexerted. Remember to take good care of yourself, and during your training, do not push yourself so hard." Our Tianxin sect emphasizes solidifying and nurturing the vital energy within. Your health is paramount. Your reckless cultivation will only lead you astray from the true purpose. This time, fortune has favored you, resulting merely in physical impairment. Next time, luck may not be on your side. Although Mu Yang could not clearly recall the profound principles of the Tianxin flow, he could not allow such ignorance to show in the presence of Isaf. He nodded earnestly. "From now on, I shall appoint Mei Xia to supervise your training. Our sect is small, and we must rely on you to carry on its legacy as the eldest disciple. It is imperative that you lead by example." "The disciple understands," Mu Yang replied, nodding once more, obediently accepting the guidance, while Mei Xia stood by, smiling dreamily. After ensuring Mu Yang's well-being, Isaf instructed him to rest and subsequently took his leave. The fate of the Tianxin flow rested heavily on Isaf's shoulders, as he had other disciples to mentor and could not afford to linger here. After Asaf departed, Mu Yang finally let out a sigh of relief, although Asaf had merely stood there for a moment. The overwhelming aura he exuded had instilled a sense of unease within him. This must be the essence of a martial artist's presence. Raising an eyebrow, Mu Yang bit his lip and turned to see Mei Xia, who was grinning foolishly with her mouth slightly ajar. "You seem quite pleased, dear," he remarked. "What? I'm not smiling at all. Brother, you must be seeing things," Mei Xia replied, instantly concealing her smile and adopting a serious demeanor. Mu Yang glanced at her a few times without uttering a word, which left Mei Xia feeling somewhat disheartened. "Well, I shall just smile for a while." Mu Yang let out a couple of hums, no longer seeking flaws in Mei Xia. In the following 10 days, under Mei Xia's attentive care, Mu Yang gradually nurtured his health. Once he had restored his physical condition, he resumed his studies of the Tianqin flow cultivation method from Mei Xia, with his mind already harboring scattered memories. The rejuvenated Mu Yang swiftly mastered the principles of the Tianqin flow. Thus far, both Mu Yang and Mei Xia had been practicing fundamental techniques. According to Isafu, the initial stages of the Tianqin flow cultivation are all about laying a solid foundation. Only after the physical body is honed can one delve into more profound aspects, essentially a method that begins with the difficult and transitions to the easier. Thanks to the foundation he had previously established, Mu Yang found the transition seamless, quickly integrating what he had learned before. A month later, having thoroughly familiarized himself with his physical condition, Mu Yang embarked on his regular cultivation. As a martial arts school, the Tianqin Flow's disciples led a semi-reclusive lifestyle. Residing in the heart of the Great Green Mountain, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world. Behind the Great Green Mountain lies an unbroken expanse of primitive mountain ranges stretching for hundreds of miles, harboring countless perilous creatures. The periphery serves as a place for training. Yet in the absence of a mentor, disciples of the Tianqin Flow are strictly forbidden from venturing deep into the primitive mountain range. One day, the sun shone brightly, and the gentle breeze graced the small courtyard. Mu Yang practiced his martial arts with fervent dedication, sweat pouring down as he diligently honed the fundamental movements, striking and retracting his fists, lifting his legs for side kicks, while continuously adjusting the exertion of his muscles. Each session imbued him with a transformative sensation, the visible progress invigorating his spirit and rendering him insatiably passionate. Beads of sweat cascaded from the bridge of his nose, and as his body spun, it conjured a multitude of whirlwinds that clashed with the currents of air, producing a resonant cacophony of bang, bang, bang. Mu Yang moved with remarkable speed, swiftly rotating his body, causing several indistinct afterimages to emerge in the air, reminiscent of the velocity displayed by Mei Xia on that fateful day. However, compared to Mei Xia, Mu Yang's speed seemed to surpass hers by a slight margin. After a brief moment, he calmed the air currents and stood still to regulate his internal energy. The initial training of the Tianqin Flow imbued him with a sensation akin to honing a martial arts manual, a pursuit he found utterly captivating. As a warm stream of energy gradually formed within him, this energy was said to be the vital essence cultivated by the Tianqin martial arts, possessing the ability to nurture the body and unlock hidden potential, though Mu Yang was uncertain of its authenticity. Nevertheless, from his current performance, it was evident that the Tianqin martial arts possessed a unique merit. Were he to traverse into a world of martial heroes, his present strength would rival that of innate realm warriors without a doubt. This was merely the result of over a month of practice, and he was destined to grow even more formidable. Unconsciously, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Mu Yang's eyes, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. He felt as though he was on the verge of soaring. The clouds in the sky were plentiful, and the azure expanse above resembled the clearest ocean, astonishingly bright as if recently washed. Mu Yang's courtyard is perched upon a gentle rise of the majestic Deqing Mountain, surrounded by several similar hills where fellow disciples of the Tianqin sect reside. To prevent interference in their cultivation, each disciple enjoys a relatively independent environment conducive to their personal training. These living quarters occupy but a trifling portion of the vast expanse of Deqing Mountain. On this particular day, Mu Yang donned a simple yet well-fitted garment, laced up his shoes, and, reflecting on the backwardness of the times, hastened down the mountain. Today marked the occasion when Master Isafu and several esteemed elders would impart martial arts knowledge to the disciples, a rare opportunity that arose only once every 7 days, which Mu Yang was determined not to miss. As he traversed the path, it gradually widened, and he encountered several disciples converging from various side trails. Upon seeing Mu Yang, they greeted him with warmth, to which he responded with a gracious smile. The closer he drew to the martial arts edifice of the Tianqin sect, the larger the throng became. Among the gathering, some older youths emerged, appearing almost of age. Yet, these individuals were not true disciples of the Tianqin sect, but rather practitioners from nearby villages, renowned as the most esteemed martial arts school within a 10-mile radius. The Tianqin sect boasts considerable prestige, attracting countless aspiring practitioners. However, the number of true disciples within the sect remains modest, including Master Isafu and several elders. There are only 16 genuine disciples. Below the Deqing Mountain lies a village bustling with inhabitants. Although the Tianqin sect functions as a martial arts school, It cannot remain aloof from the world, as the daily needs of such a large community necessitate procurement from the surrounding villages. Therefore, at the foot of the mountain, the Tianqin sect also operates a martial arts hall accessible to the general public. This hall not only facilitates the acquisition of daily supplies for the disciples but also imparts basic martial arts skills to the villagers, enrolling those with potential. As the sound of the gong reverberated, all arriving disciples stepped into the grand building, which instantly buzzed with lively chatter. However, the atmosphere soon transformed into a hushed anticipation as they awaited the appearance of their esteemed teacher. Mu Yang assertively occupied the foremost position among all his disciples, with the mischievous Mei Xia seated beside him, incessantly scratching his arm with her petite hand. "Be quiet," he admonished in a hushed tone. Mei Xia pouted, casting him an indignant sidelong glance. Mu Yang fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the clumsiness of the girl before him. He realized that his indulgence in the past had undoubtedly fostered her current habits. Observing her lost in thought, he glanced up at the luminous source of light on the ceiling of the building. It was an electric lamp, powered by a form of energy known as electricity. A marvel indeed. It was said to be a technology developed and popularized by the outside world. The presence of electric lights within the martial arts building was thanks to an elder who had brought a generator and wiring from beyond. As the bright, glaring bulb cast a gentle light, unlike the oppressive heat of a burning candle, disciples from nearby villages gasped in wonder at this unfamiliar object. Only Mu Yang remained seated on the ground, maintaining his composure. Having seen electric lights in his past life, he found solace in witnessing them here. It indicated that the world he inhabited was not entirely backward. The other disciples, however, were unaware of the circumstances. Having never ventured to a large city, they were filled with curiosity and admired their senior brother's calm demeanor. After a brief wait, their teacher, Isaf, along with several elders, emerged from the back hall. Mu Yang sat up straight, attentively regarding the elder before him. There were few elders in the Tianqin sect, only 6 in total, with a scant number of inheritors. Even though new disciples had increased in Mu Yang's generation, the entire Tianqin sect comprised merely 16 individuals. It was not for lack of desire to expand their ranks, but rather the daunting resources required to nurture disciples. This was where the Tianqin sect differed from other schools, which merely imparted martial arts knowledge and left students to hone their skills based on their potential. In contrast, the Tianqin sect's teachings were rooted in ancient traditions that emphasized the cultivation of the body, the nurturing of vital energy, and the extension of one's life force. This approach necessitated substantial initial investment in resources, particularly for one-on-one instruction. The limited number of instructors could not support a large number of disciples, forcing them to adopt an elite pathway. After the martial arts teachings concluded, Mei Xia chirped like a yellow oriole, incessantly questioning Mu Yang about the outside world. Is it true, as Uncle Carl said, that everyone lives in a large village called a city? What large village? That is a city. Mu Yang paused to respond. Aren't many people living together? So what's the difference from a village? Mei Xia tilted her head, unable to discern the distinction between a village and a city. Think of it as a large village if you wish. Mu Yang pondered for a moment, uncertain how to elucidate the matter to Mei Xia. It was akin to attempting to explain nuclear energy to an individual from antiquity. Such a concept simply did not exist within their realm of understanding. Mei Xia was still quite young and, unlike Mu Yang, did not possess memories from Earth, making it entirely reasonable for her to struggle with grasping the distinction between an urban environment and a rural one. According to the news brought by Uncle Carl, a disciple of Isaf, the outside world was currently undergoing tremendous transformations, with a force known as technology gradually awakening, and many regions were already experiencing its profound influence. By the way, senior brother, are you going to the primitive mountains for cultivation this afternoon? Yes, Mu Yang nodded. The unwavering commitment to daily practice had become a habit since his arrival in this world. Although the primitive mountains were teeming with beasts, the creatures in the outer regions were generally not formidable, making it an excellent place for trials. Upon receiving confirmation, Mei Xia's eyes immediately curved into crescent shapes as she playfully exclaimed, I want to go too. Of course, you are welcome to join, little one. Don't call me little one. Mei Xia playfully pounced towards him. Then I shall call you she baby instead. Mu Yang sidestepped a few steps to evade Mei Xia's pounce, chuckling playfully. His significantly enhanced prowess rendered him beyond Mei Xia's capacity to defeat. Humph. I am displeased, Mei Xia retorted, stamping her foot and levitating a half-meter above the ground. Turning to say, Senior brother, do not forget to wait for me this afternoon. I discovered a beautiful crystal ball yesterday. If you venture into the mountains without waiting for me, I shall not show it to you." With that, Mei Xia soared directly into the thickets of the forest, her petite figure disappearing among the trees. This fellow has truly taken to the skies again. Watching the direction in which Mei Xia vanished, Mu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that aside from martial arts, Mei Xia possessed such extraordinary abilities. He recalled the first time he witnessed Mei Xia ascend into the air. It had startled him greatly. Martial arts, supernatural powers, and the nascent hints of technological prowess. This world appeared to be vibrantly diverse. In the afternoon, the areas of the primordial mountains untouched by sunlight remained enveloped in a delicate veil of mist. At the entrance on the periphery of the primordial mountains, Mu Yang had been waiting for quite some time, and upon not seeing Mei Xia's arrival, he began practicing basic movements. In an instant, his muscles tightened in response. After a while, Mei Xia finally arrived, gliding from afar, her dark green hair billowing in the wind, her simple long robe rustling in the air. "Senior brother, I'm here. Look. This is the crystal ball I found yesterday. Isn't it beautiful?" Mei Xia alighted on the ground, and upon seeing Mu Yang awaiting her eagerly, she excitedly presented him with an orange-red glass orb. The orb, no larger than a fist, was entirely translucent, radiating a warm orange hue, with 6 gleaming golden stars arranged within, a truly stunning sight. Wow! When Mu Yang caught sight of the perfectly round crystal ball in Mei Xia's hand, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless. "How did this come into your possession?" he promptly inquired. "I found it by the creek yesterday," Mei Xia replied, her face beaming with pride, her eyes sparkling at her senior brother's astonishment. Hearing her innocent response, Mu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that really a Dragon Ball you're showing me?" Upon receiving the glass orb from Mei Xia, Mu Yang scrutinized the design on its surface, his eyes alight with excitement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 stars. It's a 6-star ball. Goodness. He had sensed that this world was extraordinary, but he never fathomed it belonged to the Dragon Ball universe. So, does this mean I might be a mere weakling in this realm? In that moment, Mu Yang contemplated much, feeling as though the entire world was playing a joke on him. As for the dangers in the Dragon Ball universe, it largely depends on the locale. For the cosmos is not devoid of paradisiacal planets. Undoubtedly, as the homeland of the Dragon Ball warriors, Earth is fraught with peril, and ordinary individuals are destined to become mere fodder. Gazing at the 6-star Dragon Ball before him, Mu Yang has confirmed that he is indeed on Earth, for only this planet possesses such exquisitely crafted orbs. At this moment, Mu Yang feels a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, as a cacophony of emotions floods his mind, akin to a bottle of mixed flavors being overturned. If one were to assess his expression, it would surely be quite captivating. Calm down. Yet, how can one remain composed when life hangs in the balance? The world of Dragon Ball is no trifling matter in this realm. Obliterating a planet is as simple as bursting a balloon. Who knows when a deity might take offense and, with a mere breath, erase a planet from existence, taking billions of lives along with it, with no recourse for explanation. Previously, he thought he had arrived in a splendid world, where he could learn powers inaccessible in his past life. However, he now realizes he had envisioned a future too idyllic. While this world indeed offers various opportunities, they may not be within his grasp. In the realm of Dragon Ball, given his diminutive stature, he might only serve as a bystander. Fortunately, from the current circumstances, it appears that the technological advancements on Earth have only just begun to emerge, and there is still a considerable time before the original plot commences. The early stages of Dragon Ball are relatively stable, devoid of cataclysmic events. He wonders if it is too late to pursue a career as a chef, for culinary skills could prove life-saving in critical moments. Or perhaps he should venture out to find Satan and forge a friendship. Bah, what foolish thoughts. First and foremost, Mu Yang reminds himself to ascertain the era in which he finds himself. Mei Xia, observing her senior brother as constantly shifting expressions, blinks and inquires, "Brother, what troubles you? Is there something amiss with this crystal ball?" Taking a deeper look at the 6-star Dragon Ball, Mu Yang regains his composure and returns it to Mei Xia's embrace. Shaking his head, "It's nothing. You keep it safe and don't lose it. Isn't this crystal ball important? Perhaps it would be better to leave it with you, brother," Mei Xia exclaims, flustered, fearing she might make a mistake. Mu Yang shakes his head once more. "It's fine. It's better with you. Although it possesses some mystical qualities, it holds little significance for us at present. Without a dragon radar, A single Dragon Ball is merely a decorative item. Moreover, for the foreseeable future, this so-called 6-star Dragon Ball will serve no purpose. All right, Meisha. Let us venture into the primitive mountains for training. Once inside, you must heed my commands. Though we are only entering the outskirts of the mountains, we must not let our guard down. Let us temporarily set aside our worries, Mu Yang advises her. Meisha nods vigorously, her fair face adorned with a serious expression as she clenches her fist to express her determination. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yang's troubled visage finally broke into a faint smile. He then nodded in acknowledgement to Meisha, and together they ventured towards the domain of the Primal Mountains. These majestic mountains stretched for over 100 kilometers, embraced by towering peaks and lush greenery, teeming with countless ferocious beasts and creatures that have stood the test of time since antiquity. The towering summits and the formidable beasts within them served as a natural barrier, impeding the advance of humankind, relegating their footprints to the periphery, with few daring to penetrate the depths of this untamed wilderness. As Mu Yang and Mei Xia ambled along at a leisurely pace, the scenery around them transformed with each step they took. Soon, the atmosphere grew oppressive. The dark green branches loomed overhead, blocking out the sunlight, casting an eerie gloom reminiscent of delving deep into a cavern. The air was thick with the menacing roars of wild beasts warning intruders away. A deep growl reverberated through the forest, startling a multitude of birds into flight. Caution urged them to be wary, for a ferocious predator was approaching. Mu Yang came to a halt, his expression transforming into one of seriousness, his eyes shimmering with a radiant intensity. Oh, Mei Xiao exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement as she eagerly stood shoulder to shoulder with Mu Yang, cautiously surveying their surroundings. In no time, a colossal beast adorned with an array of spots materialized before them, its sharp fangs bared and its visage ferocious, a predatory feline common at the fringes of the Primal Mountains. As the creature approached, it stomped its front paw, sending a spray of soil into the air, abruptly creating a deep depression in the ground. Then, with a sudden lunge, it charged towards Mu Yang and Mei Xia. You seek death. In Mu Yang's eyes, a glint of cold light flashed as he strode forward, extending his fist to confront the colossal beast. With a resounding thud, his hardened fist collided with the creature's skull. A smirk crept across Mu Yang's lips as he felt a slight numbness in his arm, causing him to involuntarily stagger back a few steps, while the beast itself was not spared, stumbling with a low growl. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Mu Yang nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his attack. If one were to classify the combat prowess of an average adult as ranging between 3 to 4, then Mu Yang's displayed strength would approximate a remarkable 15. Indeed, a combat power of 15. While it may appear modest, it was Mu Yang's honest assessment of his capabilities. The formidable beast before him seemed powerful, yet it was not insurmountable. Mei Xia, you should also practice, Mu Yang called out, not solely focused on himself, but encouraging Mei Xia to join in the training. At that moment, Mei Xia sprang to life, letting out a spirited roar akin to a wild creature. Her eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce glint in her dark green gaze. She lifted her delicate arm, radiating a shimmering green light, and with a swift twist of her wrist, it appeared as though she grasped an invisible object between her fingers. With a forceful twist, she hurled it towards a towering tree in the distance. With a resounding crash, the massive tree swayed, its leaves scattering like confetti, followed by a mournful wail as the beast, standing taller than a person, crashed into the trunk, landing with a thud that nearly cost it its life. Telekinesis. Observing the practical effectiveness of Mei Xia's psychic abilities, Mu Yang's half-closed eyes widened in surprise. Furrowing his brow, he admonished, Mei Xia, during training, you must focus wholeheartedly. If you rely solely on your powers, when will you find the opportunity to train? Mei Xia's telekinesis bore some resemblance to the psychic abilities of Dumpling. However, while her powers were formidable, they did not contribute to the cultivation of Tianxin style, prompting Mu Yang to issue a warning to her. I understand, Mei Xia replied, nodding with a slight wrinkle of her nose, though it was uncertain how much of his words she truly absorbed. In his heart, Mu Yang murmured, aware that the other party had not taken his words to heart. However, he could not constantly monitor her, so he refrained from saying more and led Mei Xia deeper into the Primal Mountain range. The Primal Mountains, a veritable realm of human footsteps over countless ages, soon presented them with a series of attacks from various formidable beasts. Yet, in the face of the brother-sister duo's formidable prowess, each challenge was surmounted in turn. Time hastened on, the celestial bodies shifting in their trajectories. As the sun dipped low in the western sky, it left behind a trail of blood-red remnants. Before long, the day had waned considerably, and twilight cast a deeper gloom within the forest. Having concluded their half-day of training, Mu Yang and Mei Xiao emerged from the primal mountains. Their attire tattered and their stomachs growling with hunger, eager to return home for a sumptuous dinner. After enjoying their meal and bidding farewell to Mei Xiao, Mu Yang retreated to his humble abode. Immersed in the warm waters of the pool, the fatigue that had enveloped him seemed to wash away completely. At this moment, he finally found the mental space to contemplate the current situation. It had become unequivocally clear that he was indeed in the Dragon Ball world. After the initial shock and disbelief, his heart gradually found tranquility. If I were to play the lottery, I would surely win the jackpot, he muttered, resting his hands on the edge of the pool. The notion of traversing into the Dragon Ball realm had never crossed his mind. Here, only the mightiest races were afforded the opportunity to fully showcase their abilities. The average races lacked even the qualification to serve as mere background to the vibrant flowers of strength, making the order of the Dragon Ball world starkly one of power, where the strong reigned supreme. Saiyans, Namekians, the Frieza race, and Majin Buu, each represented a force capable of cataclysmic destruction. Contemplating this, Mu Yang felt a dull ache in his head. The sole silver lining was that the early stages of the Dragon Ball world were relatively stable, at least. Before the Saiyan invasion, the safety of Earth would remain unthreatened by external foes. However, as the narrative progressed, particularly towards the latter stages, a plethora of formidable adversaries would emerge, turning Earth into a powder keg, a place more perilous than any other in the universe. By that time, apart from the powerful Saiyans who would still hold their ground on the battlefield, others, even the elite Earthlings like Krillin and Yamcha, who were once the protagonists, would helplessly descend to the role of mere bystanders. Clearly, Mu Yang was just an ordinary Earthling, devoid of any extraordinary lineage. Was he truly destined to be relegated to mere decoration? To be honest, as a traveler of realms, Mu Yang was resolutely unwilling to accept such a fate. Why dwell on such thoughts? There remained an indeterminate number of years before the story unfolded. By the time it began, he might well be in his twilight years. And whether he would even witness those moments was far from certain. Mu Yang snapped back to reality, shaking his head in a self-deprecating manner. According to the news brought by Uncle Carl from the sect, it seems that the technological innovations in the outer cities have only just begun. Clearly, we are far from the advanced era depicted in the original work, where jet aircraft filled the skies. It is rather premature to dwell on such thoughts. After all, it would be a joke if the plot hadn't even commenced and he had already aged into oblivion. Thus, he resolved to set a goal, to survive until the story begins. Of course, by surviving until the story begins, Mu Yang did not mean merely to exist in a state of languor. Rather, he envisioned himself in the prime of health, embodying peak physical condition. Before that, he needed to strengthen his physique and maintain his optimal state. He aspired to be like Master Roshi, Master Karen, and Tao Pai Pai, who could live healthily for 200 or 300 years. From tomorrow onward, he would devote himself to rigorous training. Since he had entered the Dragon Ball world, and his racial identity had been irrevocably established, he would invest more time in accumulation. He refused to believe that Earthlings were truly incapable of becoming stronger. Mu Yang has embarked on his initial plan. Fortunately, the Tianqin School of Martial Arts, in which he currently finds himself, places great emphasis on nurturing the body. Although the power of this school may not rival that of the Turtle Sage School or the Crane Sage School, the teachings it imparts are precisely what Mu Yang needs at this moment. As the foremost disciple of Tianqin, he is privileged to access the most essential methods of cultivation. He intends to lay a solid foundation step by step, and once he has grown stronger, he will explore other places of cultivation on Earth. There are numerous mystical locations on the planet, such as the Chiron Sacred Land, the Five Elements Mountain, and even the temple suspended in the skies above. These enigmatic sites will be essential for Mu Yang as he aspires to reach the pinnacle of his potential. However, for Mu Yang at present, contemplating such matters feels rather premature. Lost in thought, he noticed the temperature of the pool had grown cooler. He stepped out, his body still damp, and turned to enter his bedroom. The night air was slightly cool, and the twinkling stars shimmered on the other side of the Milky Way. With numerous thoughts swirling in his mind, Mu Yang gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, Mu Yang rose early, while the dawn had yet to break. He set up basic movements in the courtyard to commence his training. As his muscles began to ache, he recognized that pushing further would not only be unhelpful, but could also harm his body. Thus, he sat down to contemplate the challenges of his practice. He reminded himself that haste makes waste and remained acutely aware of the trials this body faced before his awakening. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before he knew it, a year had passed. During this time, Muyang diligently followed the guidance of his mentor, Isafu, and his physical strength steadily increased. Now, at the age of 14, Muyang found himself in the prime of his physical development. Thanks to his rigorous training and adequate nutrition, he appeared more robust and upright compared to his peers. Though he may not yet be considered robust, every muscle within him harbors an astonishing potential for explosive power. His strength has nearly doubled compared to a year ago. Even his mentor, Isaf, has repeatedly expressed admiration, believing that Muyang might ascend to the rare upper echelons of their discipline. Yet, despite this significant enhancement in prowess, Muyang remains remarkably humble. After all, what does his current strength amount to? Roughly 30 combat points, an insignificant figure, as a true warrior could extinguish him with merely a breath. It is worth noting that Sun Wukong possessed a combat power of 120 at the tender age of 12, and even Krillin, from the same era, boasted a power of 113. In light of this, he sincerely feels there is little to take pride in. In the early morning, the dawn's luminescence bathes the earth, while a hazy mist lingers deep within the great green mountain. In the valley formed by the connection of two peaks, verdant branches sway gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling softly in the air. On this broad expanse, any disputes seem trivial. The tranquility is shattered by the crackling sounds reminiscent of frying beans, accompanied by a series of low, resonant sonic booms, fracturing the serene atmosphere of nature. In a clearing within the woods, a tall young man exerts all his strength, his feet firmly planted on the ground. He bends slightly, struggling under what appears to be an immense pressure, the crackling sounds emanating from the hard earth beneath him. Before the young man, hovering more than 3 meters in the air, is a girl with flowing emerald green hair. Her curls frame a youthful face, and at this moment, she radiates a brilliant green light, the source of the pressure weighing down on the young man. Meisha, continue to increase the pressure. Muyang exhales deeply, his expression resolute as he instructs her. Observing his drenched visage, Meisha hesitates for a moment before softly replying, "Senior brother, this should suffice." "Not at all, apply more pressure." His voice remains unwavering. "Okay." Realizing she cannot dissuade her senior brother, Meisha pouts slightly and raises her hand to intensify the pressure. As she emanates a soft green glow, the force exerted upon Muyang intensifies dramatically. With a jolt, the tremendous pressure envelopes him, causing his body to sink abruptly. He grits his teeth, his legs trembling. Yet he manages to endure. Muyang bore the immense weight with steadfast determination. In an era where technology is not particularly advanced, without adopting practical methods, even spending years in pursuit of growth may yield little noticeable progress. Muyang possessed a clear understanding of his own potential, which could be considered commendable among Earthlings. Yet it fell far short of the level of genius. Moreover, the latent capabilities of Earthlings could not possibly compete with those of the formidable cosmic races. If he were to proceed with a methodical and leisurely approach to his cultivation, he would inevitably be swept away by the currents of time. Thus, a year ago, he consciously began to train with added weight. Upon discovering that Meisha's supernatural ability was psychokinesis, he ingeniously requested her to apply her power upon him. Utilizing her extraordinary gift became a means to enhance the pressure on himself, thereby incrementally fortifying his physical form through relentless patience akin to water eroding stone. Although he perceived this method as primitive, it was, in his view, rather reliable, for there are nearly no shortcuts in the arduous process of refining the body. Initially, he harbored concerns regarding whether excessive external pressure during his developmental phase might lead to stunted growth. However, one must embrace some degree of risk. The notion of achieving success without daring to venture any risks is a fallacy in this world. Reflecting on the original narrative where Sun Wukong and Krillin trained with weighted sandbags since childhood, it appeared that no adverse effects arose from such practices. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seemed that Krillin ultimately ended up rather short, perhaps due to genetics or possibly because of the pressures endured during his formative years. Could it be that Earthlings are ill-suited for such an intense form of training? In any case, Son Goku, who possesses Saiyan blood, did not suffer from this issue. Muyang contemplated thoroughly, deciding to invest some time in experimentation. Should any adverse reactions occur, he would promptly cease. He had no desire to diminish his striking physique to a height of less than 1.60 meters. As the months progressed, however, Mu Yang discovered that, aside from an increased appetite, his growth during this prime of adolescence surged remarkably, unimpeded by the burdens he bore, which alleviated his earlier concerns. He then embarked on an even more rigorous regimen. With a long exhale, savoring the sensations of fatigue and strain coursing through his body, Mu Yang cast a glance at Meisha. This would suffice for today. He was well aware of the wisdom in moderation. To presume one's body to be invincible would indeed be an exhibition of arrogance, potentially leading to dire consequences. Thus, he signaled to his companion that they could conclude their session. Upon receiving the cue, Meisha promptly retracted her extraordinary abilities as the ethereal green light dissipated. Her gravity-defying hair tumbled down gracefully. Mu Yang stood still, regulating his breath, and after a moment, the sensation of soreness gradually faded away. Turning back with a smile, he addressed the most distinguished contributor. "You have worked hard today. What reward do you desire?" Meisha beamed with joy, her voice bright and melodious as she replied, "Really? Then I would like my senior brother to prepare a feast of barbecued delicacies, with an abundance of delectable treats." The mere thought of the golden, crispy meats, adorned with an unknown seasoning, made Meisha's little belly protest, and saliva flowed freely. Such an innocent little creature. Mu Yang cast a glance at Meisha and readily agreed. "Very well. Today, senior brother will personally prepare a barbecue for you, so you can indulge to your heart's content." Meisha narrowed her eyes and smiled. Meanwhile, hidden behind a sea of trees, Meisha's father, Isaf, quietly observed the training of Mu Yang and Meisha. He occasionally nodded with a look of satisfaction before vanishing in a flash. A few days later, within the martial arts building of the Tianqin sect, several elders gathered to discuss the training of their disciples. The stock of medicinal herbs was running low, and if arrangements were not made swiftly for someone to venture into the primal mountains for collection, the children's medicinal baths would face interruption starting next month. The speaker, a middle-aged woman with black hair styled in a bun, appeared to be around 40 years old. She was one of the 6 disciples of Isaf's generation, responsible for the internal resource allocation of the sect. "Has it run out so soon?" exclaimed a man beside her in surprise, with a dozen disciples consuming them together. "Can the speed not be rapid?" The middle-aged woman retorted, her eyes widening in exasperation. The rapid depletion of resources was a distinctive trait of their sect compared to others. Yet, the benefits of such an approach were also evident, as it laid a more solid foundation for the disciples. "Yura, how many more days can the remaining resources sustain us?" Isaf, the sect leader, inquired. The woman named Yura perused the warehouse records and replied, "If we conserve a bit, we could last for about 10 more days, but the pressure will intensify. In a month, more than half of our resources will run dry." Upon hearing this, Isaf gently tapped his fingers, his expression growing serious. "We cannot cease the training of the children. How about this? In a couple of days, Shishi and Kair, you both exert yourselves and lead a team into the depths of the primal mountains to replenish our resources." He glanced at Shishi and Kair standing nearby. "Understood." "Agreed." Shishi and Kair exchanged glances and readily consented. These children are our future, and we must not delay their progress due to resource issues. The remaining members voiced no objections. For as administrators of the sect, once the leader spoke, the matter was essentially settled. "Very well, let us now discuss another matter." After concluding the simpler discussions, Isaf's demeanor turned earnest. "Regarding the training of our disciples, I believe we should allow Mu Yang to engage with some internal energy cultivation techniques in advance." "Brother Isaf, are you suggesting that Mu Yang should be exposed to internal energy cultivation early?" The others were taken aback by his proposal, as their gathering today was primarily to consider the sect's legacy. However, it was utterly unexpected that Isaf would consider allowing Mu Yang to engage with Qigong at such an early stage. The lineage of a sect is of paramount importance. Although the Tianqin sect is regarded as a modest faction within the martial arts realm, one must not be cavalier regarding matters of inheritance. The cultivation methods of Qigong constitute the very essence of a sect's transmission. Mastering Qigong is essential for becoming a pillar of the Tianqin sect. Regrettably, for several generations, disciples of the Tianqin sect have made little progress in the practice of Qigong, thus undermining this foundational support. One must ponder whether it is premature for Mu Yang to delve into Qigong cultivation. The man named Zeiss paused. He was merely 14 years old, and the physical demands of Qigong practice are exceedingly rigorous. Would his body be capable of enduring it? The early stages of the Tianqin sect's training focus entirely on building a solid foundation, which is crucial for subsequent Qigong cultivation. Only with a firm groundwork can one hope to achieve efficacy in Qigong training. The individuals present had all commenced their Qigong practices after the age of 30. Without a robust physique, one cannot consolidate the internal energy necessary for Qigong and may even be harmed by its unique energies. Not everyone possesses a constitution as extraordinary as Sun Wukong's. Hence, Isaf harbored some concerns regarding the notion of imparting Qigong teachings to Mu Yang at this juncture. It is not too early. Mu Yang has established a very solid physical foundation, and I believe it poses no issues, Isaf asserted with conviction. He was exceedingly pleased with his disciple, who exhibited resilience, tenacity, and unwavering spirit, paired with commendable talent. Isaf had been keenly observing Mu Yang's recent performances, viewing him as a true successor. Particularly over the past year, Mu Yang's progress had illuminated the emergence of a martial arts prodigy. Since Brother Isaf believes it is appropriate, I have no objections, Carl remarked. Indeed, this child is quite remarkable. I concur, Eula added. Agreed. Absolutely. The remaining attendees echoed their unanimous support for allowing Mu Yang to embark on Qigong cultivation at this time. Observing the consensus, Zai shrugged and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, very well, I shall concur as well. TSK. Engaging with Qigong teachings at the tender age of 14 may very well be the earliest on record. With the unanimous approval of the 6 elders, it was settled. Let us arrange a time tomorrow to formally impart our sex Qigong teachings to Mu Yang. Following this decision, a smile graced Isaf's face. By the way, there is also the matter concerning Meixia. I have just received a response from the Southern Region Superpower Academy. Oh, what is the outcome? Were they accepted? Upon hearing of Isaf's correspondence with the Southern Region Superpower Academy, Carl and the others were filled with curiosity. The Superpower Academy is an exceedingly enigmatic establishment on Earth, having existed for countless years. It is rumored to be the cradle of superpowered individuals, also housing a renowned transformation kindergarten. When Meixia awakened her superpower, Isaf had contemplated reaching out to the Academy on her behalf, and now, a response had finally arrived. It has been approved. As Asafar observed the expressions of those present, he smiled and nodded, announcing that from the second half of the year, Meixia would be a student of the Superpower Academy. Indeed, with the emergence of not one but 2 prodigies within our faction, it is conceivable that as Mu Yang and Meixia mature, our Tianxin sect may once again ascend to its former glory. Who could argue otherwise? At that moment, both Yura and Zeiss, along with the others, were in high spirits, seemingly envisioning the day their faction would rise to prominence. The following day, upon receiving the notification from his teacher, Mu Yang arrived early at his mentor's residence. At that moment, Isaf had just finished his breakfast and was rejuvenating himself in the backyard. Meanwhile, Meixia was still hurriedly washing up under the urging of her mother, Alice. Upon noticing Mu Yang's arrival, Meixia hastily splashed some water on her face, rushing out even before her hair had dried. The dark green tips of her hair glistened with droplets, and a few strands clung to her porcelain-like cheeks. Brother, you're here, Meixia exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Indeed, Mu Yang replied with a smile, gently wiping the water from her hair tips before turning to greet his sister-in-law. Although Alice was an ordinary person without martial arts skills, she often assisted in caring for the meals of the disciples, earning their deep respect. Sister-in-law, where's the teacher? Alice approached with a warm smile. Your teacher is in the backyard. Please wait here while I go fetch him. With that, she set aside her tasks and went to call Isaf. Before long, Isaf made his way over. As Mu Yang prepared to greet him, he suddenly felt a shiver run through him. Today, his teacher seemed distinctly different. Unlike his usual demeanor, there was an intense, chilling aura enveloping him. Mu Yang gazed intently, his eyes filled with bewilderment as he looked towards Isafu. Isafu laughed heartily, nodding in appreciation, and called out, Come, let us proceed to the training grounds of the Great Blue Mountain. Your esteemed elders are already awaiting us there. He cast another glance at his daughter Meixia, saying, Meixia, you should accompany us as well. It will be beneficial for you to broaden your horizons. The training grounds of the Great Blue Mountain? Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain of the teacher's intentions, yet he still nodded in acknowledgement. Meixia leaned in and inquired, Senior brother, do you know what father intends to do? Mu Yang shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. You do not know. How could I? Meixia pondered for a moment, then nodded. Following closely behind Isafu and Mu Yang as the trio ventured towards the rear of the Great Green Mountain, the martial arts training ground mentioned by Isafu was nestled within a remote canyon at the mountain's back. Recalling his childhood visits, Mu Yang remembered that the area was originally a fault line formed by the fracture of the mountain's rock, which had been minimally adjusted by human hands to create a vast expanse suitable for practice. This site had long been a sanctuary for the elders of various sections. As they followed Isifu's lead, the three gradually reached the secluded training ground behind the Great Green Mountain. Their surroundings opened up to reveal a series of uniquely shaped peaks. These towering formations were slender, with dark green summits and a blend of lighter and deeper greens along their slopes, resembling inverted parabolas. Rising sharply from the ground, the towering peaks resembled stalagmites, exhibiting a dramatic vertical drop. Based on the knowledge from his previous life, Mu Yang found it difficult to comprehend how these mountains had formed under natural conditions. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, such bizarre peaks were commonplace. "We have arrived," Isifu announced, his deep voice resonating in the air. "Is this the place?" Mu Yang steadied himself, casting his gaze around. They had indeed reached their destination. Before them lay an expansive level area, its edges flanked by an assortment of peculiar stones, which, when looked down upon, seemed to plunge into an abyss, posing a perilous risk of shattering upon a misstep. "You have come, Mu Yang. And even Mei Xia is here. It's good to see you," Isifu welcomed them. The 6 elders of the Tianqin sect, Isifu, Eula, Shixi, Carl, Clarissa, and Bairos, had all gathered. "Greetings, esteemed uncles," Mu Yang approached to pay his respects. "Haha, no need for formality," Carl and the others responded with hearty laughter, displaying a refreshing lack of pretension typical of elders. As Mu Yang smiled and completed his greetings, he stepped aside, sensing that the events of today were indeed extraordinary with the arrival of several elders. He stood quietly, awaiting the announcement from his teacher. "Aunt Eula, what is the matter?" In contrast to Mu Yang's decorum, Mei Xia approached and clung to Eula's arm, her face nuzzling close in an endearing display of affection. Eula gently stroked Mei Xia's silky hair and admonished, "Do not be foolish. Today's focus is on Mu Yang, and you are merely a spectator." "Oh," Mei Xia replied, promptly retreating with obedient grace. Isifu observed his seemingly perpetually youthful daughter with a silent shake of his head. Yet, upon catching sight of the poised Mu Yang, a smile graced his face. Indeed, without comparison, there would be no pain. His daughter appeared somewhat stunted in her martial pursuits. Fortunately, Mu Yang, as a disciple, was commendable, and Isifu felt satisfied with his progress in all aspects. The considerable responsibility of the Tianqin School's future would likely rest upon his shoulders. One can discern character at 3 years and maturity at 7, he mused, confident that Mu Yang would not disappoint. Clearing his throat, Isifu beckoned to Mu Yang today. "I have something significant to share with you. Please, teacher, go on." Indeed, Isifu began, his admiration for Mu Yang's humility evident in his smile. "This matter is of great importance to you. After discussions with your several senior uncles, we have decided to formally impart to you the ultimate secret of our Tianqin School's martial arts, the method of cultivating Qigong." "Qigong cultivation?" Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback by Isifu's words, but soon regained his composure. Qigong, such a familiar term, renowned and representative of power in the world of Dragon Ball. On Earth, few martial arts schools possess a genuine lineage for Qigong cultivation, the most notable being the Turtle School and the Crane School. Both these schools trace their Qigong origins back to the legendary martial arts master, Wu Taidu. It can be said that only the most elite schools hold the secrets of Qigong cultivation. Mu Yang had not anticipated that within Tianqin sect, a martial arts school of moderate size, there existed a lineage dedicated to the cultivation of Qigong. When he first realized he was in the world of Dragon Ball, he resolved that should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek to master the art of Qigong. However, little did he expect that before he could venture out, Isaf and the others would bestow upon him an extraordinary surprise. His own sect possessed methods for Qigong cultivation, which was undoubtedly the best news he could receive. "Dad, what is Qigong? Is it different from our usual training?" Upon hearing that it was the ultimate secret of their martial arts lineage, Mei Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isaf, with a serious demeanor, looked at his daughter and replied earnestly, "Of course, it is different. The previous training, whether it be the techniques of boxing or the various moves, ultimately serves as a foundation. At best, they are advanced combat skills, merely preparatory for further cultivation. However, Qigong stands apart. It is the sublimation of martial arts, the true path to martial mastery." At this point, Isaf's lips curled into a proud smile as he continued. "Let me tell you, among the entire martial arts community, there are only a handful of sects that possess a legacy of Qigong, and Tianqin sect is one of them. Despite our relatively few members and modest rank, we command techniques that many other sects envy. Under normal circumstances, Mu Yang's age would not warrant an early introduction to Qigong cultivation. However, considering that Mu Yang's physique had been honed to perfection and his dedication to training was commendable, Isaf and the others decided to make an exception for him. How incredible! Mei Xia exclaimed, momentarily speechless, her chest swelling with pride. Although she was yet to grasp the true significance of Qigong, it did not deter her from boasting about her sect's prowess, saying, "Look at us. Our sect is truly remarkable. Other sects do not possess this." She resolved that when her father taught her senior brother the Qigong cultivation techniques, she would pay close attention and ensure she mastered the mysteries of their sect. Ula and several other elders, witnessing her exuberance, could not help but shake their heads and chuckle knowingly. The cultivation of Qigong, devoid of unique methods, could not be comprehended simply by observation. If Qigong were so easily learned, it would not have achieved legendary status within the martial arts realm, nor would it enjoy such high acclaim. Thus, when bringing Mu Yang along, Isaf and the others were more than willing to allow Mei Xia to accompany them to observe. The ability to comprehend is a matter of perspective, especially considering that Mei Xia has yet to reach a level where she can harness the energy of Qi. What Isifer and the others are unaware of is that beyond the confines of Earth, the utilization of pure energy attacks, such as Qi waves, is indeed the predominant method across the cosmos. It is often said that any formidable being of repute can wield energy attacks with ease. However, the affluent may focus on quantity, while the less fortunate may emphasize quality. The methods and applications of the wealthy tend to be rather crude. Each region nurtures its own kind, and it is solely among earthlings, like the turtle sage, that martial artists must endure decades of relentless training to cultivate even a modicum of Qi. This arduous journey allows them to explore the limited realm of Qi waves with remarkable depth, striving to innovate with every subtlety. In comparison to other celestial bodies, Earth's standing remains rather low, and the potential of its inhabitants is not particularly exceptional. It is akin to nurturing a dragon in shallow waters. While one may cultivate efficient loaches, the grander creatures remain out of reach. As the ultimate secret of the Tianqin school, the cultivation method of Tianqin Qi is held as our most sacred knowledge. Therefore, it is imperative that you do not disclose it. Your fellow disciples have yet to meet the requirements for training. Imparting this knowledge recklessly would only harm them, and this is a truth you must firmly remember. Isifer cautioned with a serious demeanor. The practice of Qi cultivation is intangible and elusive, and haphazard training is to be avoided at all costs. It is important to note that even Isifer himself would hesitate to claim mastery over Qi. I understand. Mu Yang responded loudly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Isifer gazed upon his disciple's reaction with satisfaction and nodded at several of his fellow brothers. Words alone cannot convey the experience. Witnessing it firsthand is far more impactful. You must truly grasp the power of Qi. Our school's Qi is known as Tianqin Qi, so observe closely. With that, Isifer stepped back several paces, creating a distance of over 10 meters from Mu Yang, then closed his eyes to center his energy. It begins now. Prepare to gather your Qi, senior brother, he announced. Ha! Look at the stance of our senior brother. He appears even stronger than before, remarked his peers, including Zeiss and Carl, who observed intently. This is a rare opportunity. Mu Yang, pay close attention, and Mei Xia, you should observe carefully as well, said Clarissa, one of the elders, apart from Yura. Indeed, this point need not be reminded, as Mu Yang would be fully focused. Finally, he was about to engage with Qigong, confronting the most renowned technique in the Dragon Ball universe. Mu Yang was mentally invigorated, his emotions stirred. Not far away, Isaf had completed a period of adjustment, and the energy he had been cultivating gradually came to fruition. With each moment of concentration, Isaf's formidable physique became evident. Every muscle on his robust frame began to quiver, the solid muscle straining against his martial arts attire. Each tremor seemingly a manifestation of burgeoning power. Compared to earlier, Isaf now resembled a wild beast on the verge of eruption, enveloped in a fierce aura. Due to the proximity, Mu Yang could acutely perceive the transformation in his teacher. The intense sense of oppression felt as though a powerful aura enveloped him, creating an atmosphere of considerable weight. The sheer intimidation of Qigong was truly awe-inspiring. The palpable thrill coursing through him evoked both reverence and a deep yearning. Simultaneously, as Isaf gradually brewed the energy wave, Mu Yang's mind involuntarily conjured the image from the original work, depicting Master Rashi's first demonstration of the Kamehameha, obliterating an entire mountain. In comparison to the Master Rashi of that time, Isaf's current aura was not as overwhelmingly potent, yet it did not detract from Mu Yang's captivation. Sweat trickled down his cheek as Isaf let out a low growl, his aura intensifying, veins protruding against his skin, coiling like serpents. At this moment, Isaf had elevated the activity level of all his internal energy to its zenith, prompting nods of approval from his fellow disciples. Indeed, Isaf was truly commendable, becoming increasingly adept at wielding the heavenly heart Qigong. Seeing Isaf's stance, Shishi could not help but express admiration. The power he was about to unleash would surely be formidable. Carl observed intently, recognizing the prowess of his senior brother. Even if they practiced for years, they might not catch up. Yura glanced at the others, noting their relative shortcomings compared to Isaf. Look, Isaf's Qigong attack is about to manifest, she urged. Muyang, Meixia, pay close attention. As Isaf let out a fierce roar, all his energy converged into his right arm. He pressed his left hand against his right shoulder, raising his right arm. Fingers poised like a sword. A swirling energy, almost intangible, began to oscillate between his fingers. The preliminary preparations were complete, and the energy between his fingertips gathered in increasing abundance, ultimately radiating a dazzling, brilliant indigo light. It's about to emerge. As the resplendent light burst forth, the emotions of everyone present were stirred, their expressions turning excited. The Kamehameha wave. With a sudden jolt, Mu Yang stood in astonishment, gazing in disbelief as a luminous glow emanated. Meixia opened her mouth, her adorable eyes widening in surprise. At that moment, Zai's and Mu Yang's elders reacted with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the long-cherished heavenly heart Qigong of our sect, truly befitting of Brother Isafu. Such energy is rare in the world. Just the brilliance alone stirs a surge of exhilaration within me. Indeed, this momentum may only be rivaled by the legendary Master Wu Tian's Turtle School Qigong," they mused, their faces radiating pride at the formidable heritage their sect possesses. At this juncture, Isafu, having prepared for this moment, unleashed a thunderous roar, "Heavenly Heart, Qigong." Accompanied by this exclamation, his bent arm suddenly straightened, directing his fingers towards the target, a smooth rock cliff that had withstood the ravages of time for countless years. Today, it was destined for destruction. A brilliant beam of azure energy surged forth from his fingertips, akin to a laser slicing through the air, striking the distant rock face with tremendous force. The impact unleashed a power akin to that of a cannonball, reverberating with a thunderous boom. The winds howled, dust swirled, and the earth trembled violently, the deafening sound piercing through the air. The dense clouds of debris propelled sharp stones like bullets into the surroundings. As the smoke gradually cleared, a scene of devastation was revealed. A gaping, dark crater, roughly the size of a wash basin, had been blasted into the cliff, its depth about a foot. Excellent. Such might was indeed a rarity in the world, igniting a fervor within me, though I lament my inability to wield such power. Cheers erupted around, resonating like the shattering of stone, filling the air with an exhilarating sense of awe. Mu Yang gazed at the gaping chasm created by teacher Isaf with a complex expression, his lips twitching slightly. To be frank, the magnitude of such power did not align with Mu Yang's expectations. Without even comparing it to the Kamehameha or the spirit bomb wielded by Sun Wukong and others, it paled in comparison to the might of Master Rashi, who could obliterate a mountain with ease. Yet, the elders surrounding him seemed to be applauding the display. It was understandable, as Master Rashi was revered as the god of martial arts on earth, and masters of his caliber were few and far between. One could scarcely count them on one hand. Thus, it was unreasonable for him to measure his own teacher against such a legendary figure. In an era where technological advancements had yet to awaken, the ability to shatter mountains and stones with sheer personal strength, showcasing cannon-like power, was indeed awe-inspiring and deeply moving. At this moment, Isaf, who had unleashed a wave of energy, was clearly exhausted, his body swaying precariously. Had it not been for Carl, who swiftly stepped forward to support him, Isaf would likely have collapsed to the ground. "Brother, you should rest for a while," Carl advised. The energy expenditure from releasing that technique is immense," Isaf gasped, his pale countenance regaining some color. "If it were up to me, I doubt I could have managed it." Carl shook his head. "Now do you see? This is the secret technique of our school, the heavenly heart energy. If you were to dedicate a few decades to its practice, you too could attain such power," Isaf remarked, turning to Mu Yang. "A few decades of practice. Mu Yang's eyelids flickered, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Awkwardly nodding without losing his courtesy. Observing Mu Yang's momentary distraction, Icifer smiled faintly, reminiscing about his own initial encounter with the Tianqin Qigong. It is through the lens of memory that one realizes how deeply moving the past can be. Time dances gracefully, portraying the myriad facets of life. And before one knows it, there exists an abundance of cherished recollections. Back then, he was youthful, much like Mu Yang now. Awestruck by the formidable power of the Qigong wave. Who would have believed that such a potent means of attack existed in the world? Truly astonishing. Haha, Mu Yang. Your aptitude is commendable. Perhaps you won't need decades. Just a few years will suffice. Uncle Carl declared heartily. Icifer nodded gently, in complete agreement. What more can I say? At this moment, Mu Yang genuinely did not know how to convey his feelings. He had previously understood that for Earthlings, releasing the Qigong wave was a considerable challenge. However, if what teacher Icifer suggested was true, that it would take decades or even years to master, then by the time he could wield the Qigong wave, it would be too late. Haha, decades later, the plot will likely have already commenced. By then, even if he mastered the Qigong wave, what would it matter? To be frank, he would merely be a slightly larger grasshopper, easily slaughtered. For someone like Mu Yang, who was well-versed in the future narrative, this was simply unacceptable. Since in the original story, Krillin was able to swiftly master the Qigong wave within a few years, Mu Yang had reason to believe there were crucial insights unknown to Icifer and the others. This was akin to understanding and summarizing a particular physical phenomenon. Different schools have varying interpretations of Qi, leading to distinct methods of releasing the Qigong wave. In this regard, the Turtle School and Crane School undoubtedly led the way among all factions. Of course, theory serves merely as a foundation. Whether one can successfully release the Qigong wave hinges not on the accumulation of theoretical knowledge, but on the demonstration of strength. A full vessel overflows. Strength is the definitive prerequisite for all. The inhabitants of the universe do not indulge in complexities. Their comprehension of Qi may be rudimentary. Yet this does not hinder them from executing Qigong waves with flair and flourish. Such formidable racial talent is something one cannot afford to provoke. It seems that once he grasps the principles behind the release of the Qigong wave, he must venture forth to explore the world. The more he travels and the broader his horizons, the stronger he shall become. The adage "the stone from another mountain can serve to polish jade" resonated deeply within Mu Yang, who silently resolved to explore the vicinity of the Chiron's sacred land upon mastering his skills, hoping to expedite his breakthrough. After a brief respite, Isaf's demeanor had notably improved. Observing Mu Yang's momentary astonishment fade, he inwardly nodded in approval. He cast a glance towards Yura, signaling for her to discreetly dismiss Meixia, and then began to impart the principles of the Tianqin Qigong to Mu Yang. After years of cultivation, your body has been refined to a remarkable state. The next step is to learn how to harness the energy within you, which we refer to as Qi. The precise origin of Qi is elusive. It may stem from the organs within the human body or from every single cell. In our Tianqin school, we believe that Qi is the amalgamation of essence, energy, and spirit, an elixir derived from the fusion of mental and physical strength. Chakra. Mu Yang thought of the source of power that enabled the protagonists in the world of Naruto to form spheres, given that both concepts originate from the minds of Island Nation manga artists. It is hardly surprising that they share similar attributes. Nevertheless, in the realm of Dragon Ball, Qi represents a profound manifestation of energy. Seeing Mu Yang attentively engaged, Isaf continued. As Qi is the synthesis of spirit and strength, the initial phase of its cultivation involves meditation, wherein you will use your mental faculties to perceive the Qi within. Once you can sense it, you will have completed this first phase, leading you to endeavor to allow it to circulate within your body. This initial process may prove to be exceedingly challenging and may even be accompanied by intense mental discomfort, which is entirely normal, indicating that Qi has begun to thrive within you. After overcoming this stage, the subsequent phase will unfold naturally. At this point, the Qi will condense into clusters, permeating every part of your being, nurturing and accumulating. When its totality reaches a certain threshold, and with the right techniques, you will be able to unleash a Qi wave akin to that of your teacher. Of course, each school possesses its unique interpretation of Qi, resulting in varied cultivation methods. Yet fundamentally, they should share common ground. Isaf earnestly elucidated the Tianqin school's understanding of Qi. Mu Yang listened attentively, comparing his understanding of the concept of Qi with that of the Heavenly Heart School. It is evident that the original text does not mention the necessity of incorporating mental strength in the cultivation of qi, suggesting that neither the Turtle Hermit School nor the Crane Hermit School imposes such a requirement. In a broader sense, within the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe, qi is merely synonymous with power. One simply needs to grasp the art of its release. Straightforward and unadorned. Mu Yang remained uncertain whether the Tianqin school's excessive interpretation of qi had led it down a misguided path of relentless refinement, ultimately trapping it in a narrow alley of nitpicking, or if this was indeed the distinctive quality that set it apart from other schools, a point of brilliance. He lacked the ability to discern which was superior or inferior. Thus, he committed every word to memory, preparing for a more profound exploration in the future. After outlining the key aspects of qi cultivation within the Tianqin school, Isaf paused, allowing Mu Yang ample time to contemplate. Observing his disciple's pensive demeanor, Isaf nodded in satisfaction before resuming his explanation. Approximately an hour later, Isaf completed his description of the methods for cultivating qi. Well, you have captured the essentials. Return home and reflect deeply. Strive to extract the first breath of qi from within you. The beginning is always the hardest. Once you surmount this initial phase, the subsequent progress will flow effortlessly. Isaf smiled at Mu Yang, estimating that his foremost disciple would require at least a month to refine his first trace of qi. Pausing for a moment, he reassured, however, do not rush. Compared to other schools, our bodies have been nourished by countless herbs, making it relatively easier for us to manifest our first breath of qi. Master, I have taken note and will dedicate myself to rigorous training upon my return. Mu Yang replied earnestly and solemnly. Isaf chuckled, patting Mu Yang on the shoulder with evident pride. Moderation is key. Everything has its limits. You are still quite young, and there's no need to exert undue pressure on yourself. Indeed, Mu Yang nodded in compliance, though his mind was already devising plans for his upcoming training. Having been introduced to a higher realm of cultivation, Mu Yang realized that his forthcoming days would be filled with diligence. The Tianqin school's understanding and practice of qi had opened a new door for him, ushering him into a fresh phase of cultivation. Meanwhile, as Isaf imparted the qi cultivation legacy to Mu Yang, Mei Xia was receiving insights from her elders, including Eula, regarding the Southern Region's Superpower Academy. Upon learning that she would soon attend a place known as the Superpower Academy, Mei Xia's mouth hung open, filled with anticipation for the future, yet at a loss for words. Before long, the sun had risen above the mountains, casting warmth upon the people below. Once the methods of qi cultivation were imparted, the group quickly dispersed. Due to a shortage of inventory materials, Sith and Carl will team up to venture deep into the primal mountains in search of resources. This endeavor is fraught with peril, and Isaf and his companions must prepare accordingly. On their return journey, Mu Yang and Mei Xia walked side by side, perhaps overwhelmed by the day's events. The usually exuberant Mei Xia appeared somewhat subdued. As they reached a fork in the road, Mei Xia suddenly halted, her emerald eyes, as vibrant as the lake, fixed upon Mu Yang. Brother, Aunt Yura said that I must go to the Southern Region's Super Ability Academy for my studies, and I will be away for a very long time. The Super Ability Academy, what kind of place is that? Mu Yang paused for a moment, halting his steps. He was uncertain. He had heard it was a place specifically designed for the cultivation of superpowers. Mu Yang nodded gently, confirming that he had indeed never heard of that name. He inquired, how long will it take? I don't know, Mei Xia replied, shaking her head, her expression somewhat downcast. For Mei Xia, who had never ventured beyond the confines of her nearby village, the prospect of suddenly traveling to an unfamiliar southern region was evidently daunting. Mu Yang was at a loss for words, although he was not entirely familiar with the nature of this superpower academy. The idea of it as a training ground for extraordinary abilities stirred fragments of his memory. In the original narrative, it seemed that Yulong and the others had also attended a superpower academy during their youth. But for reasons unknown, perhaps due to insufficient qualifications, they ultimately did not gain entry to the main institution. Instead, they graduated directly from the affiliated transformation kindergarten and departed. The decision for Mei Xia to attend the Superpower Academy was made by their teacher, Isaf, and Mu Yang felt he had no authority to interject. Perhaps for Mei Xia, who possessed superpowers, studying there would better enhance her capabilities. However, this meant that Mei Xia would be away for an extended period, disrupting Mu Yang's established training plans. Suddenly, a crisp sound of clapping broke the silence, bringing Mei Xia out of her reverie. Mu Yang had clapped his hands together and then placed one on her dark green hair, gently patting her head. This is a rare opportunity. I have just acquired a method for cultivating chi, and you're heading to the Superpower Academy for your studies. How about we have a little competition to see who becomes stronger in the future? Just remember not to cry if you can't defeat me. I want tea. Mei Xia shot him a glance, brushing his hand off her head. I'm definitely going to be stronger than you, senior brother. Not necessarily. Mu Yang confidently shook his head, observing the charming expression on the young girl's face. I'm certain I will win, just like now, if I were to use my superpowers. You wouldn't stand a chance against me. With that, Mei Xiao proudly swung her fist. Mu Yang found himself momentarily speechless. Her words were so reasonable that they rendered him unable to refute them. Indeed, during their usual sparring sessions, Mei Xiao was no match for him. Yet, once she unleashed her superpowers, Mu Yang found himself utterly helpless. Mei Xiao's abilities resembled the telekinetic force of dumplings, an insurmountable challenge at this stage. This topic was somewhat humiliating, so Mu Yang decided to refrain from further discussion. In the following days, Mu Yang maintained a low profile. Apart from keeping an eye on the news regarding his elders, Zeiss and Carl, who had ventured deep into the primordial mountains, he remained oblivious to the world outside, wholly devoted to cultivating the energy within his body atop his small hill. Finally, after 7 days of diligent practice, fortune smiled upon the diligent. Mu Yang faintly sensed a warm current of energy forming in his chest. This was a remarkable achievement, occurring more than 20 days ahead of ISAF's initial estimate of a month. Clearly, he was not lacking. The first step had been preliminarily accomplished. The next task was to nurture this energy according to the principles of cultivation, allowing it to gradually expand. With a content heart, Mu Yang closed his eyes to attune to this newfound energy. Suddenly, a hollow tremor echoed within him, causing the recently formed energy to surge uncontrollably. His complexion paled as he struggled to catch his breath, ultimately managing to suppress the tumultuous force. Controlling this energy proved exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, no harm had come of it. It seemed that mastering it would require more time. Perhaps this was the very crux of the difficulties encountered in the practice of Qigong. Mu Yang sat cross-legged, gradually acclimating to the sudden surge of warmth within him. After a moment, he rose to his feet and leaped down the mountain with great haste. Today marked the day when Mei Xiao would depart from the Great Qing Mountain to attend the Academy of Supernatural Abilities in the southern region, accompanied by Aunt Clarissa, one of the 6 elders who would personally escort her to the academy. Mu Yang felt a sense of fondness for Mei Xia and believed it was fitting for him to bid her farewell. On this day, at the mountainside of Great Qing Mountain, all disciples of the Tianqin sect had gathered. As Mei Xia glanced back every few steps at those gathered to see her off, she appeared as if she were a forsaken child, reluctantly waving goodbye. Eventually, under Aunt Clarissa's gentle urging, she departed from the Great Qing Mountain. Watching her figure grow increasingly indistinct, Mu Yang let out a sigh of melancholy. Mei Xiao's departure meant the loss of a companion during his training. The absence of her incessant chatter left him feeling a touch disoriented, primarily due to the lack of a sparring partner. In the past, Mei Xiao's supernatural abilities had the effect of increasing pressure, allowing Mu Yang to train without the need for added weight. Now that she was gone, he found himself seeking alternative methods. However, he soon realized that even when he bound his limbs with sandbags, he could not replicate the all-encompassing effect he had previously experienced. After several unsatisfactory training sessions, he removed the burdensome weights, and with a series of dull thuds, the sandbags fell to the ground, leaving Mu Yang in a state of frustration. These cumbersome sandbags were ineffective in aiding his training. It seemed he would need to descend the mountain to have someone craft a set of specialized bracers designed to enhance weight. Mu Yang gazed at the several sandbags strewn across the ground, his mind conjuring images of Sun Wukong training with immense weights on Planet King. Lacking such sophisticated equipment, he opted for a more primitive approach, utilizing iron instead. Although the technology in this world is still in its infancy, with many regions lacking even basic electrical power, it is reasonable to assume that the technique of wrought iron has been established. Days later, a complete set of dark, metallic equipment, glimmering with a cold sheen, materialized in Mu Yang's possession. The collective weight of these metallic adornments exceeded 100 kilograms, providing ample resistance for his current training regimen. Adorned with this gear, Mu Yang swiftly immersed himself in rigorous practice. He punched, crouched, and extended his legs, drenched in perspiration within the confines of his courtyard. Training is often a monotonous endeavor. Without the ability to derive joy from hardship and discover pleasure within the toil, it can become an arduous journey. Yet, Mu Yang found delight in the process. cognizant that true strength is forged through relentless effort. In this world of Dragon Ball, where power reigns supreme, without extraordinary tenacity, he would never seize the opportunity to rise above mediocrity. As his training progressed, he felt the transformations within himself daily. His physical resilience was steadily escalating. His strength was continuously amplifying, and the minuscule thread of energy within him had gradually thickened from a mere filament to a size comparable to chopsticks. Although still modest, it marked a promising beginning. Today, as training persisted, and unbeknownst to him, that tiny strand of energy, resembling a worm, began to circulate throughout Mu Yang's body. This energy emanated from his heart, traversing his internal organs, and subsequently followed an indistinct pathway leading toward his brain. Everything appeared normal until an unexpected occurrence disrupted the tranquility. As the energy neared the location of his brain, it seemed to respond to an unseen force, abruptly exiting the meridians, penetrating the cerebral cortex, and establishing residence within his consciousness. A sense of dread washed over him. Something was amiss. A sharp, burning sensation surged from the depths of his awareness, jolting Mu Yang from his meditative state. At that moment, the energy was no longer under his command, pulsating like a heartbeat. Yet the sound did not originate from his heart, but rather from the very core of his consciousness. Mu Yang's face was a portrait of terror, transitioning from crimson to pallor, ultimately becoming a ghastly shade of ashen blue, as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. He exerted every ounce of control over the energy within him, yet it proved futile. A slender strand of energy clung to his consciousness, rooting itself like a sapling, its delicate tendrils meandering through the ocean of awareness, gradually breaking free. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion resonated, akin to the very creation of the universe. It felt as though something had been shattered, yet simultaneously, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. A violent tremor assailed Mu Yang, causing him to see stars, nearly fracturing his sea of consciousness. Upon regaining his senses, Mu Yang jolted awake, only to discover that his consciousness had inexplicably manifested in a realm of grayish-white. This peculiar space exhibited a remarkably low visibility, rendering anything beyond 10 meters invisible. What manner of place is this? Mu Yang stared in astonishment at the scene before him, bewildered by his sudden presence in this place. How could he have possibly shattered the void while practicing? It seemed implausible. He pinched his arm, feeling the sting of pain. Wait, something felt amiss. An epiphany struck him. Could it be that it was not merely his consciousness that had entered this realm, but his true self? And was this indeed a tangible space? He hastily conducted a thorough examination of his own body, ultimately concluding that he had truly arrived. He could distinctly differentiate between his consciousness and his physical form. What on earth was happening? As a seasoned fan of Dragon Ball, he was acutely aware that such a phenomenon was entirely absent from the established lore of the Dragon Ball universe. Mu Yang resolved to uncover the truth. He surveyed his surroundings within the confines of this diminutive space. The area was so limited that after only a few steps, he reached an impasse, where an invisible barrier lay a mere 5 or 6 meters ahead. No matter how hard Mu Yang exerted himself, he could not advance an inch. It appeared that this space measured no more than 10 meters in diameter. Pressing his palm against the edge of the spatial wall, Mu Yang pondered silently. He needed to discover a means of escape promptly, otherwise he would be trapped here. But how could he possibly break free? In frustration, Mu Yang sank to the ground. This minuscule realm was saturated with shades of gray and white. Aside from this, it was utterly devoid of any substance, resembling an empty grayish box, reminiscent of the spiritual time house. Yet, it was not entirely akin to the spiritual time house. This place was far more desolate and, evidently, devoid of any provisions. This 10-meter expanse was unmistakably a prison, and he found himself confined within it. How absurd. Typically, protagonists in other novels encountering such predicaments would herald the arrival of a golden finger or some miraculous aid. Yet here, the situation was drastically different. Was there a flaw in his life? As time ticked away, this gray-white space remained unchanging, akin to an eternal starry sky. Soon, 6 or 7 hours passed, and Mu Yang still had not discovered a way to escape. Strangely, despite the passage of such time, he felt no pangs of hunger, as if his body's consumption had come to a complete halt. More accurately, it was not that his bodily functions had ceased. Mu Yang could sense that all his faculties were operating normally. The cause lay within this space, which was permeated by an ethereal gas that continually replenished his bodily energy. A flicker of realization brightened his mind. If he could enter and exit freely, this would indeed be an exceptional training ground. Alas, Mu Yang sighed deeply. What was the use of overthinking? After such an extended period, he had concluded that this space would not spontaneously transport him elsewhere. There was no guiding elder or system to rely upon. Fortunately, he would not experience hunger here, at least not to the point of starvation. With the absence of concerns for his life and the realization that escape was not imminent, Mu Yang decided to engage in training, perhaps with the augmentation of his strength. He could shatter the confines of this place and return to his original world. With this thought, Mu Yang's demeanor transformed, reflecting a newfound determination. He began to calm his mind and assumed a stance, practicing the techniques of the Tianqin style with precision. Remarkably, the effects of training in this place were exceptional. As ethereal energies enveloped his body, he engaged in his practice with minimal exertion. After dedicating half a day to the martial arts of the Tianqin style, Mu Yang felt his limbs become agile and invigorated. He then proceeded to cultivate his internal energy, finding that the benefits of training here were magnified. If the efficacy of training in the outside world were rated at a 5, then here it soared to at least 15, an astounding tripling of results. What a splendid location this was. The only drawback was his uncertainty about how to depart. With a wistful sigh, Mu Yang continued to refine the energy within him. At that moment, a warm current surged through his body, circulating through his organs before traveling along his meridians to every bone. The crisp sounds of popping echoed as each muscle quivered gently. Subsequently, this energy departed from his muscles and bones, returning to his internal organs, where it settled like a returning swallow, nourishing every cell within him with a vibrant essence. Mu Yang reveled in this exquisite sensation as the energy within him gradually intensified. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Mu Yang suddenly recalled that his entry into this mysterious realm was triggered by the energy within him stimulating the depths of his consciousness, thereby unveiling this space. As for whether this realm truly represented his own consciousness, he felt it unnecessary to ponder. Following this line of thought, if he were to once again use his energy to stimulate the depths of his consciousness within this space, it was unlikely to manifest another realm. With this realization, a sudden spark illuminated Mu Yang's mind, and his eyes gleamed with intense brilliance. Though such an endeavor bore a hint of recklessness, it was certainly preferable to being trapped here indefinitely. Perhaps it was time to embrace a bit of risk. Mu Yang acted decisively, immediately settling into a cross-legged position. He then adjusted his mindset, carefully channeling a stream of energy to replicate the earlier process, directing it towards his brain. With a resounding thud, as the energy he controlled surged into his consciousness, it felt as if a solid projectile had abruptly shattered a thick wall. The mysterious realm where his physical form resided abruptly contorted in an eerie manner, and then, out of nowhere, a pitch-black rift materialized, exuding a powerful force of absorption that ensnared Mu Yang's body within. Upon regaining his senses, Mu Yang found himself back in his abode at the Great Green Mountain. He had truly returned. He could now traverse that enigmatic space at will. Mu Yang clenched his fists, overwhelmed by an exhilarating surge of emotion that made him want to shout aloud. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, draining the color from his face and nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. What could be the reason for this? His body felt strong, yet he was engulfed by such profound weariness. In a moment of realization, Mu Yang comprehended that although his physical strength was not depleted in this space, it was indeed his mental energy that was being consumed. Given his current condition, he feared he could not linger here for too long. Otherwise, he would experience the sensation of being utterly drained, as he did now. At that moment, he cast his gaze toward the horizon, where the colors unfolded. In the velvety darkness of the night, countless stars shimmered, their brilliant light adorning the sky like exquisite pearls. Was it truly night here? Mu Yang recalled entering that mysterious realm in the early morning. He found himself ensnared in that space for approximately 20 hours, by the reckoning of time. He could not possibly emerge during the evening. Could it be that the flow of time differed between the two realms, akin to the concept of a temporal sanctuary? This speculation suddenly ignited in his mind, stirring a sense of restlessness that made him momentarily forget his fatigue. If the passage of time within that enigmatic space truly diverged from the outside world, then he would possess considerable latitude for action. Mu Yang felt compelled to conduct an experiment, although not at that moment. First, he needed to rejuvenate his energy with a restorative slumber. He soon fell asleep, entering a dreamless night. The following morning, or rather, the third morning, to be precise, he realized that upon lying down, he had slept for an astonishing 2 consecutive days. Fortunately, Mei Xiao was absent. Otherwise, given her daily visits, she would undoubtedly have caused a commotion upon discovering Mu Yang lost in a deep slumber. That early morning, as the sun rose, Mu Yang procured 2 incense sticks of equal length from his room and kindled them. One stick was placed within the crevice of the ground, while the other remained in his hand. He then entered a state of quiet contemplation, allowing his thoughts to coalesce before reopening the passage to the mysterious realm. With a breath, Mu Yang's form abruptly vanished, and after what felt like the duration of half an incense stick, he reappeared. However, the incense he held had already burned away completely. Holding 2 incense sticks for comparison, Mu Yang glanced at the high incense stick in his hand, which had only the base remaining, then turned his gaze to the half-burnt stick on the ground. His eyes sparkled with an undeniable joy. The flow of time in both realms was indeed disparate. The mysterious space on the other side of consciousness flowed at double the rate of the outside world. This acceleration not only sped up time, but also allowed one to practice without feeling fatigued, making it a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. If Mu Yang had harbored even a modicum of doubt about establishing himself in the Dragon Ball universe upon his arrival, the existence of this accelerated space now filled him with unwavering confidence to carve out his own destiny here. With a chuckle, he decided to bestow a name upon this extraordinary realm. Henceforth, it shall be known as the accelerated space. With a smile, Mu Yang bestowed a name upon that expanse. Succinct and clear, the acceleration space. Deep within his heart, he sensed that the utility of this realm was likely far more profound. Akin to the function of a mental time chamber, possibly just a trivial aspect of its capabilities. In the days that followed, Mu Yang would diligently hone his martial skills in the majestic Daqing mountain by day, while at night, he would immerse himself in the acceleration space, utilizing its effects to wash away the fatigue of his corporeal form and earnestly continue his cultivation. Through experimentation, Mu Yang discovered that, in his current mental state, he could sustain the activation of the acceleration space for approximately 3 hours, which translated to 6 hours within its confines. Exceeding this duration would lead to a decline in his mental acuity, leaving him with a sensation akin to treading upon cotton, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Generally, martial artists in this world dedicate only a few hours of daylight to their training, with the more diligent among them perhaps extending their efforts into the evening hours. Yet adequate rest remains indispensable. However, Mu Yang was different. Leveraging the benefits of the acceleration space allowed him not only to train during the day but also to engage in additional practice at night. It could be said that, within the limits of his mental capacity, the judicious use of the acceleration space for cultivation effectively amounted to a form of rest. Through this back and forth, Mu Yang's genuine training time far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. In July, beneath a cerulean sky unmarred by clouds, the sprawling expanse of Daqing Mountain thrived in verdant splendor, with distant hills cloaked in misty hues. Within the Tianxin Flow Martial Arts Building, Isaf and several elders of the Tianxin Flow leisurely sipped tea. Zeiss and Carl were also present, having returned from the primitive mountain range after a 10-day expedition. After traversing numerous peaks, they returned with ample medicinal materials, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding supplies. Once the raw materials were carefully stored, the group gathered together, listening to Zeiss and Carl recount their experiences in the mountains, punctuated by bursts of laughter. A complete tea set was placed at the center, and with Alice's adept brewing skills, a small spoonful of freshly roasted green tea was steeped in pristine spring water. Before long, the tea blossoms unfurled, releasing a delicate fragrance with the rising steam. Calculating the time, Isaf surmised that Mei Xia should be nearing the Superpower Academy. As he accepted a cup of tea from his wife, he began to miss his dear daughter. Alice glanced at the calendar on the wall. It was indeed about time, and she wondered how Mei Xia was faring, whether she had gained entrance to the advanced class. Mei Xia is so intelligent. She will surely succeed, declared Bayaluosi, a handsome blonde man. With a smile. Let us hope so, Alice replied with a gentle smile. The Superpower Academy is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced classes, each tailored to the varying potential of superpowered individuals, with distinct training protocols. Gaining entry to the advanced class would elevate one's starting point above others, not to mention the differences in certificates upon graduation. For the individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, it represents an opportunity, particularly advantageous for the development of their powers. As a mother, Alice naturally desires for her daughter to be admitted into the advanced class. However, she does not impose this expectation, for her daughter is supported by the Tianxin school. Even if her daughter remains an ordinary woman like herself, she would not be subjected to bullying in the future. You two need not worry. Clarissa should soon send back a reply, said Sis with a smile, taking a sip of tea, observing the concerned expressions of Isaf and Alice. He understood their sentiments, for what parent is not deeply invested in their offspring's well-being when they are away? With Clarissa accompanying them, there is truly little cause for concern. The conversation gradually shifted from Misha to several disciples of the sect, wherein they discussed their strengths and weaknesses in detail. In theory, all disciples belong to the sect leader in Tianxin school. However, in practice, each elder typically mentors 1 or 2 disciples. Although these disciples do not bear the formal title of apprentice, they engage in a genuine master-apprentice relationship, thus the elders possess a profound understanding of them. Regular exchanges regarding the disciples' progress have been a long-standing principle, enabling the formulation of more precise training plans through these discussions. When the topic turned to Mu Yang, the group expressed their admiration. Just a short while ago, Mu Yang had visited and raised several questions regarding his training. His progress has been remarkable. I had anticipated that it would take him years to pose such inquiries. Yet here he is asking them now, remarked Carl, glancing at the others with a hint of nostalgia. Yura nodded in agreement, stating, judging by his demeanor, he has likely grasped the essence of Tianxin's Qigong. It is possible that soon, we will witness the emergence of the youngest disciple to master Tianxin Qigong in our history. Turning to Isaf, Yura smiled. Congratulations to you, brother Isaf. Isaf felt a surge of pride. The success of his disciple reflected well upon him. Frankly speaking, it seemed as though Mu Yang had transformed in recent days, progressing daily and unknowingly distancing himself from the other disciples. As the eldest disciple, this indeed serves as a commendable example. For the sect, it is also exceptionally beneficial. Isaf nodded with a gentle smile, generously praising. Given Mu Yang's current trajectory, he may have a chance to participate in the 11th World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years. If he manages to secure a place among the top 8, it will be a point of pride for our Tianxin school. Biaros eagerly chimed in, excitement evident on his face. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a grand competition jointly organized by various martial arts schools, held every 5 years. At this time, the tournament was not yet organized by the Earth government's official capacity as depicted in the original work, but rather hosted in turn by renowned martial arts schools. Historically, Tianxin School has not participated frequently in the World Martial Arts Tournament, primarily due to its limited number of disciples, which makes it challenging to find suitable candidates for competition. Although the Grand Martial Arts Tournament does not impose an age limit, in practice, it is predominantly the promising newcomers from each sect who participate. The future of these sects relies on the younger generation, and the seasoned martial artists often feel reluctant to compete alongside their juniors. Moreover, it ultimately boils down to the issue of strength. Even if a suitable disciple were to emerge, the performance of the Tianxin school has not been particularly commendable, having failed to reach the top 8 in several recent editions. As Biaros aptly noted, qualifying for the top 8 is, to some extent, a means of bringing recognition to one's sect. Isaf holds great esteem for his disciple, Mu Yang, which is why he imparted the cultivation methods of Qi Gong to him at an early stage. However, Isaf is also acutely aware of the reality that there are always those more formidable than oneself. It is essential to recognize that this is the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, which draws the most exceptional martial artists from around the globe. Even Isaf himself might not achieve the best results if he were to compete. For Mu Yang, given his age, attaining a position among the top 8 would be exceedingly challenging. Of course, Mu Yang remains oblivious to Isaf's thoughts, as he currently trains alone in the secluded practice grounds of the Rear Mountain. Time passes swiftly, and it has been a month since Mu Yang discovered the acceleration space. During this month, aided by the acceleration space, the qi within him has been steadily growing, now coalescing into a mass as thick as his thumb. This progress is remarkable. Under normal circumstances, reaching such a level would require at least 3 to 4 months of arduous training. Although this energy remains feeble compared to that of his mentor, Isaf, it has significantly bolstered Mu Yang's confidence for the future, inspiring him to train with even greater diligence. On this particular day, with the increase in his internal energy, Mu Yang has begun to sense the flow of warmth coursing through his body. He attempts to imitate Isaf's movements to release the Qi Gong of Tianxin. With a solemn expression, he holds his breath and focuses intently, positioning himself with dual fingers poised like a sword, channeling all his strength to concentrate the internal warmth between his right index and middle fingers. Tianxin Qi Gong. As this energy gathers, it gradually generates heat, and he watches as a glimmer of light bursts forth from his fingertips. the chi wave poised to be unleashed. With a soft whoosh, a faint current of energy escapes from his fingertips, but merely travels half a meter before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. A dud? Mu Yang looks awkwardly at the thin mist before him, relieved that no one witnessed the incident. Otherwise, his debut would have been exceedingly embarrassing. To release a chi wave effectively, one must harness a momentum akin to an overwhelming tide, directing it towards an outlet to unleash a force as unstoppable as a battering ram. The energy wave recently unleashed by Mu Yang was insubstantial and lacking in quality. Neither its explosive force nor its penetrating power met the requisite standards, a shortcoming attributed to the insufficient strength of the energy within him. Despite this unsuccessful attempt to manifest the energy wave, Mu Yang remained undeterred, silently committing the experience to memory and resolving to dedicate himself even more earnestly to his training. In the heart of the primal mountain range, which stretches for hundreds of kilometers, its vastness remains largely unexplored. Even the ancestors of the Tianxin stream, who have resided near these mountains for many years, have not fully traversed the entirety of the inner circle. At this moment, Mu Yang found himself aimlessly wandering at the junction of the inner circle and the periphery of the mountains. In the distance, the forest stood lush and verdant, with towering trees blocking the view. As the terrain undulated, these colossal trees rose and fell in a rhythmic manner. Suddenly, a dark figure darted swiftly past, vanishing into the depths of the forest like a fleeting shadow. Mu Yang had been traversing this vast forest for several days, and with the recent advancements in his training, he ventured alone into the inner circle of the primitive mountain range. As long as he remained vigilant, there was no need for excessive concern regarding safety. Here, Mu Yang maintained an unwavering focus, for the threats within the inner circle were markedly different from those of the periphery. While he could navigate the outer regions with ease, the same could not be said for this place. After all, he lacked the formidable prowess of Asafar and his companions. Thus, as he walked, his eyes and ears remained attuned to the surrounding sounds. Any subtle disturbance would necessitate an immediate response from his body. This vigilance persisted for several days, during which Mu Yang limited his movements to the border between the inner and outer circles. As the terrain shifted, he gradually stumbled upon an expansive valley. This valley exhibited a crescent-shaped undulation, with towering peaks on either side extending outward, as if the entire moon-shaped expanse had been forcefully carved from the earth. Continuing along the length of the elongated canyon, Mu Yang suddenly encountered an open expanse of rocky terrain. The ground was strewn with jagged stones, and nearby, some glinting objects captured his attention. These were scattered metallic fragments, sizable in nature, covered in a layer of green moss, with faint rust marks suggesting they had endured the passage of time. These metallic pieces do not resemble anything from Earth, Mu Yang mused, a hint of astonishment creeping into his thoughts. He hastened forward, quickly reaching the vicinity of the sizable components. Bending down for a closer inspection, he concluded that these were remnants of a large mechanical apparatus. Judging by the rust, they had likely lain here for several centuries, certainly not of terrestrial origin. With this deduction in mind, Mu Yang commenced a search of the area. The valley was not extensive, and he soon discovered a partially buried spacecraft near a trickling stream. Astonishingly, it was a spaceship. Approaching the craft, he observed it closely, only to find that years of exposure had severely corroded its overall structure, rendering any restoration impossible. The spacecraft measured approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, with half of it ensconced in soil. The impact from its initial crash must have been tremendous, as the hull had disintegrated, coupled with the relentless erosion of time, leaving it in a state akin to scrap metal, devoid of any hope for repair. Moreover, even if restoration were feasible, it was unlikely that Earth's technology could achieve it. Curiosity sparked within him as he pondered the potential utility of the items within. Despite the slim prospects for a fruitful haul, the sight of the spacecraft stirred a sense of reluctance to leave without extracting at least something of value. While the vessel itself was irreparable, a thorough search might yield some useful artifacts. With this resolve, Mu Yang scanned the surroundings, procuring a long metal lever, and began to excavate. It was not until he had dug down 2 or 3 meters that he unearthed an object encased in a metallic box from the wreckage of the spacecraft. Upon opening the metal box, he discovered 3 lens-shaped items inside. Oh! Mu Yang was somewhat astonished, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upwards. The moment he laid eyes on the lens-like object, he deduced that it was likely akin to an energy detector. However, he was not entirely certain if it truly served that purpose. Grasping one of the lenses in his hand, he waited, pondering its potential functionality. He could not guarantee the longevity of such technologically advanced shapes, as he was unaware of how many years had elapsed and whether it still retained its utility. Soon enough, Mu Yang realized that his apprehensions were unfounded, and that what he should genuinely be concerned about was not this. As he scrutinized the lens-like object in his hand, suddenly, with a beep, the moment it made contact with his skin, it appeared to autonomously complete its charging process. To his astonishment, a series of inscrutable symbols began to illuminate on the pale green surface of the lens. Mu Yang was taken aback as he gazed at the activated detector, his heart racing with unease. It is well known that many alien detectors possess communication capabilities. The activation of this lens-shaped device raised concerns about the potential exposure of Earth's location. Although the position of Earth in the cosmos is hardly a secret, many interstellar factions regard this primitive planet with disdain. The reckless transmission of signals could lead to unforeseen consequences. The prospect of attracting the attention of extraterrestrial beings is indeed alarming. Given Earth's current military capabilities, it would be ill-prepared to withstand an alien incursion. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that not all detectors are equipped with communication functions, and it is remarkable that this advanced piece of alien technology has remained operational over the years. Mu Yang felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at the lens once more, only to discover that the readings displayed remained unchanged since the device had powered on. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the characters comprised merely a brief line, with a meager 4 digits. Moreover, aside from the lens and the frame he wore, he found no sign of an antenna. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Yang chose to disregard the indecipherable symbols on the lens, retracting it into the metallic case. He then resumed his search within the spacecraft, but after a thorough exploration, he concluded that no additional useful items could be found. With the case in hand, he swiftly departed from the crescent-shaped canyon. His pace was hurried, skillfully avoiding the predatory gazes of countless beasts that lurked nearby. As he made his way back with fleeting speed, the moon hung in the sky like a silver disk, surrounded by a tapestry of twinkling stars. Mu Yang returned to his abode. Beneath the dim flicker of candlelight, he once again opened the metallic box and picked up one of the lenses. Beep, beep, beep. As it detected the warmth emanating from his skin, the lens activated automatically, swiftly revealing a series of data. Much like the readings displayed before, the information was scanned, consisting solely of a sequence of characters. Though indecipherable, Mu Yang surmised that this device resembled an energy detector, with the data exhibiting a coherent pattern. Whether in decimal or binary form, there was a fundamental order to it. Observing the data on the lens closely, he aligned it with himself and began to amplify the energy within. Indeed, the symbols at the end of the data shifted. Moreover, as the data fluctuated, a discernible alternating pattern emerged. Mu Yang meticulously transcribed these symbols onto paper, subsequently engaging in a diligent examination. He swiftly discerned that these characters were indeed divided into 4 segments, each segment presumably representing a position of increment. To date, the initial 2 figures had remained unchanged. Fortunately, Mu Yang had previously trained as an electrician and had acquired knowledge of digital circuitry principles, which provided him with a glimmer of insight into unraveling the enigma. Regardless of the numeral system, it could be deduced from the fluctuations in the data. After numerous trials, Mu Yang confirmed that the final digit on the lens exhibited a total of 16 variations, suggesting that the characters displayed were most likely indicative of hexadecimal data. By cross-referencing the characters shown on the lens with his understanding of hexadecimal notation, Mu Yang aligned the readings with himself, deriving a maximum energy reading. Beep. The lens revealed a sequence of data, which, when substituted with Earth's hexadecimal equivalent, translated to 002F. When converted into decimal, this equated to 47. Thus, Mu Yang's current energy level, or combat power, stood at 47 points. This figure was commendable, at least not considered low among Earthlings. Mu Yang gazed at the data, smacking his lips in contemplation. It is worth noting that a year ago, upon his arrival in this world, his combat power was estimated to be barely 15. In the span of a year, it has nearly tripled, which is quite an impressive feat now, with concrete numerical comparisons at hand. The path of cultivation has become significantly clearer, though one wonders if these figures align with the universal standards of combat power assessment. Likely, they are fairly consistent. Compared to the energy detectors used by Frieza's forces in the original narrative, the device in Mu Yang's possession lacks geographical positioning capabilities. Furthermore, from its monotonous character display, it appears devoid of any communication functions. It is evidently a mere energy detector. However, correspondingly, its detection range seems to be broader, with 4-digit hexadecimal values fully utilized, allowing it to detect combat powers of approximately 65,000. Regrettably, Muyang can only induce minor fluctuations in the last 2 digits of the detector's readout. Nevertheless, he smiled serenely, his spirits soaring within. This quantifiable comparison is a revelation. While he has been aware of his growth daily, the exact extent had remained somewhat nebulous. With this energy detector, it is akin to a video game. Witnessing his level continuously ascend, this tangible representation has greatly invigorated Muyang's motivation. In the martial arts building, Isaf sat across from Muyang. After a week of guidance, Muyang was retained for a private discussion. Teacher, Muyang nodded respectfully toward Isaf. Previously, he had utilized the detector to assess Isaf and other elders. In their usual states, Isaf and the others registered combat powers in the range of 60 to 70, with Isaf himself boasting the highest reading of 74. However, knowing the characteristics of Earth's martial artists, Muyang did not believe this was their utmost potential. If they truly unleashed their full strength, Isaf's combat power might very well exceed 80. Have you encountered any difficulties during your training? Isaf inquired with a smile. I feel quite well thus far, and have not faced any bottlenecks, Muyang replied. Isaf nodded thoughtfully, then, with a serious expression, continued, in approximately 3 years, there will be a grand martial arts tournament on Maple Leaf Island in the southern region. Masters from around the world will converge there. This presents a rare opportunity for training, and I hope you will represent the Tianxin School at this event. A gathering of the world's martial arts masters? Muyang's heart raced at the thought. Could it be the legendary World Martial Arts Championship? Teacher, please share the details of the tournament with me, he urged eagerly. Isaf chuckled lightly and replied, even if you hadn't asked, I would have elaborated. Let me clear my throat and recount the particulars of this tournament. Officially known as the world's greatest martial arts tournament. In truth, numerous editions have already been held. Initially, they were merely private gatherings for the foremost schools to exchange insights. However, as the years have passed and the scope of these exchanges has broadened, the martial arts tournaments have evolved into increasingly grand events, predominantly organized by renowned schools. The participants have now expanded to encompass the entire martial arts community. 3 years hence, the 11th World Martial Arts Championship will take place. In previous years, our Tianxin School refrained from sending disciples to compete due to a lack of formidable strength. You, however, are the most outstanding representative of our new generation. Thus, the teacher hopes you will embody the spirit of the Tianxin School and participate in the competition. Achieving an excellent result is not paramount. Rather, it should be regarded as a valuable opportunity for growth. Isafu patiently elucidated, estimating that if Muyang diligently practices over the next 3 years, attaining a commendable performance in the World Martial Arts Championship should not be overly challenging. However, claiming the championship title would present a significant hurdle. Isafu's expectations were modest. Securing a place among the top 8 would be a commendable achievement. Little did he know that his assessment of Muyang's potential was, in fact, an underestimation. 3 years hence, the 11th World Martial Arts Championship. Muyang's eyes sparkled with realization. This was the first time he comprehended the exact year of the Dragon Ball world in which he resided. Previously, due to the backward state of Earth's technology and the lack of information, he had no accurate reference point, leaving him in uncertainty about how many years remained until the onset of the narrative. However, the news brought by Isaf regarding the World Martial Arts Tournament provided him with a crucial benchmark. In the original story, Sun Wukong participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, and Muyang found himself a full 10 tournaments earlier than Wukong. Considering the tournaments are held every 3 years, that amounts to 30 years. No, Muyang shook his head. The intervals between the tournaments prior to the 21st were actually 5 years, not 3. Therefore, 10 tournaments would equate to 50 years, plus the subsequent 3 years. This implies that there are at least 53 years remaining until the narrative begins. By this calculation, he had traveled to the Dragon Ball world a full 54 years before the plot commenced. Muyang couldn't help but be astonished. Indeed, it was quite a long time, 54 years. By the time the story commenced, he would be in his 60s or 70s, a frail old man. After learning about the world's foremost martial arts tournament from his teacher, Isaf, Muyang took his leave and returned to his humble abode. Yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the tournament. Once he established the time frame he occupied, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. His gaze fell upon the energy detector nestled within a metallic box, and a faint smile graced his lips. For now, he would set aside thoughts of events over 50 years hence, focusing instead on perfecting his martial arts. The upcoming tournament would serve as the first step for him to shine in this world. In the original narrative, the Turtle Sage, having lived for over 300 years, remained vigorous until the onset of the plot, revered as the god of martial arts on the historical stage. This illustrates that when one's power reaches a certain magnitude, employing certain means can undoubtedly extend one's lifespan. Legends suggest that the Turtle Sage's longevity was attributed to consuming the elixir of immortality, while another tale posits that it was due to his consumption of the immortal grass from the forest of immortality. Muyang found himself uncertain as to which account held credence. However, to have one or two individuals like the Turtle Sage, Crane Sage, Tao Bai Bai, or the fortune-telling granny live for centuries could be deemed miraculous. Yet, the simultaneous existence of four such beings surely indicated a deeper reason. As long as this reason resided on Earth, Muyang believed that, based on his knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe, he too possessed a chance to obtain it. With this thought, the small goal of surviving until the story's beginning seemed increasingly attainable. Naturally, Muyang's aspirations extended far beyond merely existing like the Turtle Sage or Crane Sage, who had grown feeble by the time the narrative unfolded. He aimed not only to survive but to maintain a robust physical condition. In the early morning, the scenery was tranquil. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing whisper, while frogs croaked softly at the edges of the fields. Dew-drenched grass in the distance shimmered, and the serene forest occasionally echoed with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. On a hillside, a young man was concentrating the energy within his body. Suddenly, he tensed as if facing a formidable adversary, and searing energy coalesced into a brilliant blue point at his fingertips. With a commanding shout, he extended his arm, unleashing a surge of energy that erupted between his fingers. Heavenly Heart Qigong. Like a laser, it swiftly swept through the air, the slender beam accompanied by a fierce whirlwind, striking a stone weighing over 70 pounds in the distance with a resounding impact. A resounding roar echoed as the stone shattered with a thunderous crack, scattering into fine particles that flew through the air, while a thick cloud of dust rose, obscuring the view. As the smoke cleared, Muyang took a gentle breath, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. His energy wave had finally reached the level of his master, Isaf. It had been 3 years since Muyang acquired the energy detector. Day after day, for a full 3 years, Muyang had matured from a young boy into a graceful young man at the age of 17. During this time, his strength had steadily increased. After so much training, his physique had been significantly enhanced, far surpassing that of an average earthling. Thus, he could not engage in reckless extreme challenges like Sun Wukong. However, thanks to the effects of the acceleration space, Muyang's combat power had now reached 85. While this figure was modest and could not compare to contemporaries like Sun Wukong, it was still regarded as formidable among current earthlings. Throughout these years, Muyang had not deliberately sought to enhance his combat prowess. Instead, he dedicated his time in the acceleration space to comprehending the fundamentals of martial arts, striving to evolve each technique into boundless variations before integrating and optimizing them. Muyang understood that Earth was merely a low-level planet, implying a low ceiling. A lower tier meant that when he eventually reached the pinnacle, he would receive no guidance. Everything would depend on his self-exploration. Thus, for his future development, Muyang consciously honed his insight within this limited growth period. In fact, even his master Isaf was unaware that, unbeknownst to him, his disciple had already developed the capacity to spar with him. 3 years later, with just a month remaining until the World Martial Arts Tournament, Muyang prepared for his journey to Maple Leaf Island, located in the southern region. From the Great Qing Mountain in the northern hemisphere, due to the underdeveloped transportation, this journey would consume a considerable amount of time. On this day, Muyang packed his belongings and, accompanied by Uncle Zeiss, set off for Maple Leaf Island. Muyang, perform well. Achieving good results would be ideal, but even if not, gaining experience is valuable, Isaf encouraged, placing his rough hand on Muyang's shoulder as they parted ways. Rest assured, Master, Muyang replied, his gaze resolute and his tone confident. That spirit is what matters. Isaf smiled and nodded gently in response, with a serene smile gracing his face. Muyang exuded confidence in his martial prowess. The younger disciples around him craned their necks, gazing at him with palpable envy. Truly, as the senior brother, he had the opportunity to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. How splendid it would be if I possessed such remarkable abilities. The illustrious tournament, how I long to witness it firsthand. Surely, in the next edition, we will undoubtedly be able to join. Thus, under the watchful eyes of both elders and peers, Muyang elegantly raised his hand in a wave, shouldered his pack, and, alongside Shishi, made his way down the mountain. The journey to Maple Leaf Island necessitated the use of a steam locomotive, and the nearest train station was nearly 100 kilometers from the base of Daqing Mountain. The sky was adorned with the vibrant hues of the setting sun, casting a warm glow over the horizon. By the time Muyang and Shishi quickened their pace to approach the only town with a train station, a full day had elapsed. This town, known as Chongshan Town, derived its name from the overlapping peaks of the primordial mountains surrounding it, serving as the sole conduit for nearby villages to the outside world. Compared to the villages at the foot of Daqing Mountain, it was decidedly more prosperous. The presence of the train station played a pivotal role in the town's development. Walking along the street, they encountered various shops, where merchants stood at their doors, calling out to sell their wares, evoking a sense of modernity reminiscent of the early 20th century. Seizing the opportunity before the sun dipped below the horizon, Muyang and Shishi, laden with their packs, headed toward the train station. After standing in line to purchase tickets, it wasn't long before Shishi secured their tickets and handed one to Muyang. The long-distance train heading south only departed every 2 days, while the train passing through their destination ran once every fortnight. The next available train would leave tomorrow evening. Hence, Muyang and his companion would need to remain in this town for a day. With ample time before the train's departure, they sought a place to rest. Shishi, accustomed to traveling, guided Muyang to a nearby inn next to the train station. He then methodically instructed, "This journey will require us to endure a half-month on the train. Since we have some free time tomorrow, you should procure some daily necessities." "Understood," Muyang replied. Following behind his eyes, Muyang found that the quaint town before him evoked a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of a past life, subtle yet profoundly distant. It was not unfamiliar, yet it held a refreshing allure. That night, Muyang once again entered the acceleration space for his training, a habit he had cultivated. The night passed in silence. The following day, as he strolled alone through the streets of the town, Muyang contemplated the necessity of spending half a month aboard a train, prompting him to purchase some essential supplies. This marked his first venture away from the lofty Qingshan to such a distant town in the Dragon Ball realm. Although the scene before him diverged from the images of floating spaceships he had envisioned, the power of technology had undeniably transformed the town, leaving him intrigued. Having acquired all his necessities, Muyang traversed the streets of the heavily mountainous town, laden with packages of various sizes. He could not help but marvel at the genius of Briefs, the inventor of the universal capsule technology. It was no wonder that the Universal Capsule Corporation had risen to become the largest company in the world. The convenience it afforded travelers was revolutionary, propelling an entire era forward. Nevertheless, the Universal Capsule was a distant thought for now, as it was likely that Dr. Briefs himself had only just been born. Dressed in a pristine martial arts uniform that flowed with the breeze, Muyang walked through the streets, drawing curious glances from passers-by. In this era, martial artists were held in high esteem, yet due to the town's remoteness, few had ever witnessed one in person. Even apprentices attracted considerable attention. So when Muyang donned his martial attire, he turned many heads. Upon returning to his inn and tidying up his belongings, Muyang and Zais made their way to the train station ahead of schedule. Around them, travelers hurriedly carried their various bags, each appearing anxious to catch their departing train. Beside the platform, a steam locomotive belched scalding steam, enveloping the area in a haze. After their tickets were checked, they boarded the train and located their compartment. Placing their luggage on the overhead rack, Muyang settled beside the window, gazing out at the passing scenery. The carriage occupied by Muyang and his companions is a spacious compartment designed to accommodate 6 individuals. Alongside Muyang and Shishi, there are 2 passengers who bear the demeanor of merchants. After exchanging polite greetings, Muyang settled into a state of quietude. As the steam locomotive emitted a resounding whistle, the heavy train began its thunderous journey. The clattering of wheels against the iron tracks reverberated in his ears, while the scenery outside continuously retreated into the distance. To be candid, the speed of the steam engine was not particularly swift, averaging around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. If Muyang exerted himself fully, he could surpass it, though not with the relentless endurance of the train. Maple Leaf Island lies within a maritime expanse in the southern region. Therefore, upon the train's arrival at the station, a further journey by ferry was required to reach the destination. The steam train clattered over hills and valleys, traversing from plains to woodlands and then into mountainous terrain. As dusk descended, the brilliance of stars began to pierce through the clouds. After several stops along the way, the train continued its journey, and soon, 10 days had elapsed. At this point, the bunk opposite Mu Yang had been occupied by new passengers. The two merchant-like travelers had disembarked, replaced by a well-dressed young couple accompanied by their 2 daughters, approximately 5 years old, charmingly delicate and adorably innocent. Indicative of their affluent background. One day, while Mu Yang was immersed in his meditative practice, he suddenly felt a chill against his cheek. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the gaze of a brown-haired little girl, her large, watery eyes fluttering at him. April, do not disturb this older brother while he is practicing, admonished the girl's mother, a young lady of considerable politeness, casting an apologetic glance towards Mu Yang as she gathered her daughter close. Apologize to the older brother, commanded the young mother, turning back to Mu Yang. I am sorry, this child has interrupted you. It is quite all right, Mu Yang replied with a gentle smile. Shaking his head, I'm sorry, older brother, the little girl, April, said, glancing at her mother. Pouting, she took out a jar of candies from her pocket and presented a few to him. Here, these candies are for you. They are very sweet. Observing the reluctance in the little girl's expression, Mu Yang chuckled softly, shaking his head and declining the offer. No need. Keep the candies for yourself. Yes. April loves candies the most. The little girl's face lit up with joy, her azure eyes sparkling as she carefully unwrapped a piece and popped it into her mouth. I want some too, piped up April's younger sister, a golden-haired girl, her voice sweet and innocent. Here you go. Amidst the gentle laughter echoing in the air, the considerate little girl April, with her brown locks, presented a candy she had meticulously peeled to her younger sister. Mu Yang chuckled softly at the charming scene. April's melodious giggle resonated, as if the innocent child found joy in the simplest of things. Watching her playful demeanor, a fleeting image of Mei Xiao crossed Mu Yang's mind. It had been ages since she had departed for the Superpower Academy, conveniently located in the southern region. Now that he was attending the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, perhaps he could pay her a visit. Well, he resolved to consider it after the tournament, planning to surprise her. In the course of their conversation, Mu Yang learned that the youthful couple before him, named Clarin and Fimia, were researchers at a comprehensive research institute. They were on a journey to visit family during the holiday, accompanied by their 2 children, April and Sapril. Apart from their sapphire blue eyes, their hair colors reflected that of their parents, one brown and the other golden. It is often said that innocent children are the most endearing, a notion Mu Yang had previously doubted. However, upon encountering April and Sapril, he was convinced their adorable and gentle presence was indeed captivating. As the train sped along the tracks for several days, the evident shift in the surrounding climate signaled their entry into the southern region. While the northern hemisphere basked in summer, the southern hemisphere was gripped by the chill of winter. Thus, the breath released upon exiting the train carried a visible vapor. Mu Yang, my best wishes for your success at the tournament, Clarin, tipping his hat, prepared to disembark with his suitcase. Thank you for your kind words. Mu Yang replied with a smile. Mr. Mu Yang, Mr. Zeiss, should fate allow, we shall meet again. This journey has been delightful, if not for our prearranged itinerary. We would have loved to fully experience the martial artist's prowess. April waved her arms vigorously, tugging at her mother's clothing as they made their way toward the bustling platform. Farewell, Mu Yang smiled back. This ordinary journey had been enriched by the presence of that innocent little girl, adding a touch of joy. He hoped for another opportunity to reunite, although he understood the likelihood was quite slim. At that moment, Zeiss, having gathered his luggage, silently observed. Once Clarin and his family departed, he turned to Mu Yang and said, let us proceed. We must make haste. A strait separates us from Maple Leaf Island, and upon leaving the train station, we shall need to transfer to a ferry. Understood, Uncle Zeiss. Let us set forth. Mu Yang smiled and nodded, increasingly reflecting upon the inconvenience of transportation in this era. No wonder the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was held once every 5 years. As the journey unfolds, it is destined to be a lengthy one. Naturally, if one possessed the prowess of Sun Wukong, one could effortlessly swim halfway around the globe. However, Mu Yang currently lacks such capabilities. Maple Leaf Island, separated from the vast southern expanse by merely a narrow strait of several dozen kilometers, is bustling with excitement as it hosts the biennial Grand Martial Arts Tournament. With the event's commencement drawing near, formidable practitioners from diverse martial arts sects across the world converge upon the island, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Unlike the Grand Martial Arts Tournament depicted in the original narrative, this iteration serves merely as an exchange forum among various schools, lacking the endorsement of the Earth government. The 11th iteration of the tournament is organized by the esteemed Maple Leaf sect, which, while not as illustrious as the Turtle Hermit School or the Crane School, is nonetheless a prominent martial arts faction in contemporary circles. Let us first find a place to settle, West said, guiding Mu Yang through the quaint town at the foot of Maple Leaf Island's mountains. The tournament will commence in 3 days, spanning 2 days of competition, followed by a 3-day exchange forum. Is everyone required to reside in this town? Mu Yang inquired, observing the throngs of pedestrians and doubting the town's capacity to accommodate such a multitude of visitors. West nodded, explaining, according to tradition, the organizers provide accommodation for those who ranked in the top 50 in the previous tournament, while the disciples of the top 8 contenders receive special arrangements. The Maple Leaf sect is substantial enough to ensure ample lodging for its participants at their headquarters. However, as for our Tianxin sect, having neither secured a place among the top 8 nor the top 50 in the last tournament, we must arrange our own accommodations. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang nodded in understanding. Indeed, privileges were bestowed upon sects, competitors, and the strong alike, regardless of their location. He calculated in his mind that this arrangement had likely reduced the number of participants by half, making it feasible for the inns in the town to accommodate everyone. As he spoke, Zeiss led Mu Yang to a local inn, where they were warmly received by the staff upon entering their guest room. After a modest meal, Mu Yang began his preparations for the Grand Martial Arts tournament set to commence in 3 days. He diligently continued his routine of meditation and training. Though considering his recent arrival, he refrained from entering the acceleration space. Just as he was engrossed in his practice, Zeiss entered the room. Mu Yang, would you like to take a stroll outside to familiarize yourself with the surroundings? Sure, Mu Yang replied. Much like preparing for an important examination, he decided to conclude his training for the day and ventured out with Zeiss to explore the quaint town. So these are the martial artists of Earth. Their numbers are quite substantial. Mu Yang followed closely behind Shishi, casting his gaze around. As the participants continued to gather, there were already approximately 100 individuals before him, predominantly young disciples from various factions, clad in an array of uniform martial arts attire. Among them were also some instructors, akin to Shishi, leading their respective teams. Given Mu Yang's current capabilities, he was unable to discern the strength of his opponents through the use of qi, but he possessed a certain sensitivity to potential threats. He expanded his mental energy outward. However, he sensed no formidable presence that could pose a danger to him, indicating that the individuals before him were, in fact, not his adversaries. Come along, let us proceed to the martial arts hall to register, Shishi remarked, oblivious to Mu Yang's discreet assessment of the martial artists, as he guided Mu Yang toward the registration area for the martial arts competition. As they walked, he continued, the participants we saw earlier were merely from mid-tier or even minor factions, hence their strength is not particularly formidable. The truly remarkable factions have consistently achieved commendable results in previous years, and thus, their disciples from the Maple Leaf faction will personally greet them. Upon their arrival at the docks, they are escorted directly to the martial arts hall for rest. Mu Yang nodded, for these were matters previously discussed with Shishi. Like attracts like, even within the martial arts realm, there exists a hierarchy of strength and weakness. This is a pragmatic reality. Individuals and schools may band together due to shared martial philosophies, yet may also be subconsciously divided by disparities in power. The notion of absolute equality is a fallacy. The more formidable the school, the more it places emphasis on the display of etiquette. However, this etiquette is fundamentally rooted in the foundation of strength. When disparities in power exist, the gestures of respect may be merely symbolic or courteous. Only when strength is comparable can genuine respect manifest between parties. For instance, the attitude towards seed candidates and disciples from prominent schools during martial arts tournaments is invariably one of deference, with organizers arranging for disciples to extend a welcome. This is the language of power. It is only the lesser-known schools that must make their own way up the mountain. Among the most renowned schools in the contemporary martial arts world are the Turtle Sage School, Crane Sage School, Doran Temple, Maple Leaf School, Thousand Crane School, Crossfist, Monster Clan, and the legendary guardian lineage of the Sacred Land. Shishi spoke of these schools with familiarity, yet shook his head at Mu Yang, noting that in recent years, the Turtle Sage and Crane Sage schools have largely remained in obscurity, while the guardian lineage is said to adhere to clan rules, rarely venturing from the Kylan's Sacred Land. Thus, in recent decades, schools like Doran Temple, Maple Leaf School, and Thousand Crane School have emerged as the most prominent. In discussing the current landscape of the martial arts world, Mu Yang discerned a sense of melancholy in Shishi's tone. This does not imply that the masters of these prestigious schools are inherently superior to those of smaller schools. Indeed, smaller schools can harbor remarkable talents, such as Mu Yang's mentor, Isaf, who is undoubtedly a formidable force. However, due to the relatively modest size of the Tianqin school, it is classified as a mid-tier institution. The larger schools boast a greater number of disciples, whose overall prowess appears more formidable in comparison to their smaller counterparts. Beyond these esteemed masters, there exists a unique group of exceptional beings on Earth, intelligent monsters capable of human speech, typically bearing the guise of beasts. Yet, to categorize them merely as animals seems inappropriate given their intellect. Maple Leaf Island is characterized by its central elevation, surrounded by descending terrain. Like many islands, its climate is remarkably pleasant. Even during the frigid winter months in the southern regions, gentle breezes caress its shores. At the heart of the island rises Maple Leaf Peak, where, halfway up its slopes, stands an imposing martial arts hall, the dojo of the Maple Leaf School, which is the venue for the current World Martial Arts Championship. The winding path leading to the foothills is adorned with lush greenery and melodious birdsong, while dense foliage lines the azure stone pathway. Through the mountain pass, one can gaze into the distance, where the crystalline waters shimmer beautifully, reflecting the sunlight. A gentle breeze carries the scent of the sea. Upon entering the martial arts hall, Mu Yang noticed an increasing number of martial artists gathering around him. Mu Yang cast a cursory glance and observed numerous individuals clad in the attire of the Maple Leaf School, leading a group on a tour. He surmised that these must be disciples from prominent sections. Mu Yang, come over here. Zeiss called out from the side. Hastily, Mu Yang approached and inscribed his name at the registration desk. Tianqin School, Mu Yang. The staff read aloud, confirming its accuracy before handing him a numbered tag. This is your number. You will draw lots based on it to participate in the competition. Thank you. Mu Yang politely expressed his gratitude and glanced at the number 241 on the card, carefully tucking it away. At this moment, the martial arts competition was not yet an entertainment event for the audience. Hence, the rules of the competition differed from those of later generations. In this arena, there were no preliminary selections designed to enhance spectator enjoyment. Each match unfolded directly before the eminent masters of various schools. Firstly, the caliber of the participants was significantly distinct from later eras, rendering any selection unnecessary. Secondly, the discerning eyes of the professional observers were notably sharper, allowing them to discern greater strengths and weaknesses during the contests, which served as a rigorous trial for each competitor. Naturally, such a competitive format intensified the pressure, making it imperative for every contestant to exert their utmost effort in order to uphold the honor of their respective schools. After registering, Mu Yang, under the guidance of a disciple from the Maple Leaf School, toured the martial arts arena. Subsequently, he settled beneath the shade of a tree near the registration point, quietly observing the competitors arriving to sign up. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue across the sky, distant seagulls cried out. Noticing the time, the staff responsible for registration began to pack up, prompting Mu Yang and Shixi to return to their lodging without delay. 3 days swiftly passed, and upon the conclusion of the registration period, Mu Yang learned from the event organizers that a total of 315 contestants had signed up for this grand tournament. This figure was considerably greater than that of the 21st World Martial Arts Championship in the original narrative, indicating that martial arts cultivation remained quite vibrant at present. However, as time progressed and technology surged, leading to the entertainment-driven nature of martial arts competitions, many schools chose to retreat from the limelight, resulting in a gradual decline in professional participants. This was an inevitable historical trend. On this day, the long-awaited World Martial Arts Championship finally commenced. The Maple Leaf Martial Arts Arena was abuzz with excitement. Look over there. That is Master Shaolin of the Dueling Temple. The one beside him must be his disciple. A chorus of astonished voices erupted around, instantly igniting a fervor throughout the entire arena. Mu Yang turned around and, from a distance, spotted an elderly monk clad in a yellow robe, accompanied by disciples of the Maple Leaf Flow, alongside a young monk with delicate features. Wasn't the Dueling Temple the very place where Klin had once trained under the Turtle Hermit? Squinting slightly, Mu Yang sensed a formidable aura emanating from the elder monk. He discreetly took out his energy detector, and to his astonishment, the reading registered at an impressive 105. A combat power of 105 is extraordinarily robust among Earthlings. It is noteworthy that during the Dragon Ball Z era, the Turtle Hermit's power level only reached 139. Although Master Shaolin does not rival the god of martial arts, He stands as one of the titans in the martial arts realm. Truly, the legacy of such an ancient school is profound and deeply rooted. Zai's gaze towards the Dueling Temple's competitors, uncertain whether to feel envious or in awe. Uncle Zai's, I will not be outdone by them, Mu Yang remarked, his gaze landing on the young monks beside Master Xiaolin. Then you must strive hard, Zai's replied with a smile, encouragingly patting Mu Yang's shoulder. For him, as long as Mu Yang could achieve a position among the top 8 in the martial arts tournament, he would be exceedingly satisfied. As for competing with the illustrious Dueling Temple, that seemed a stretch. Noticing that Zai's did not take his words seriously, Mu Yang merely smiled and refrained from further conversation. It was evident that Uncle Zai's lacked the confidence that I safe had in him. Yet this was understandable. The Tianqing flow had languished for a long time. Compared to other renowned schools, being underestimated was only to be expected. He wondered what expression Zai's would wear when he finally demonstrated his true capabilities. In the current martial arts tournament, the elder generation of martial artists mostly observed, while the younger generation played a pivotal role. As for Master Xiaolin, Mu Yang humbly acknowledged that he was not his adversary. However, he felt a surge of determination when considering the other competitors. Alas, once again, there are no disciples from the Turtle Hermit Flow participating. As he passed the podium, Mu Yang overheard such a lament. There is nothing to be done. It is said that Master Wu Tian has not taken on disciples for many years, another voice chimed in. Mu Yang sidled past, his ears perked up, and he mused to himself. There remained 50 years until the unfolding of the narrative. At this juncture, Master Roshi must have already taken Gohan as his disciple. And the decision to withhold Gohan from participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament likely stems from a perceived lack of necessity. Gohan stands as Master Roshi's most illustrious pupil, with achievements that ultimately surpass even his Master S. Presently, we are 50 years prior to the onset of the storyline, in his youth. Gohan is undeniably in a period of rapid growth, and it seems that he is not far from reaching his pinnacle. For him, participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament holds little significance. Mu Yang, the competition is about to commence. Give your utmost effort and do not underestimate any adversary, Zai's advised. Previously, Mu Yang had only engaged in battles against beasts in the primitive mountains, lacking experience in combat against humans. Concerned that Mu Yang might struggle to adapt, Zai's offered his words of encouragement with patience. Rest assured, Uncle Zai's. Mu Yang nodded earnestly and solemnly, then adjusted the belt at his waist, embodying a spirit of unwavering determination. On the podium, the leader of Maple Leaf Flow commenced the explanation of the competition rules, and an enthusiastic round of applause erupted from the audience. As the applause subsided, it was punctuated by the resounding clang of a gong, marking the official commencement of the contest. Mu Yang stood below, diligently scanning the esteemed figures above with his energy detector. 105, 110, 98, 103, 118. These were all formidable individuals. In contrast, the younger generation paled considerably, and Mu Yang refrained from measuring them. Yet, the exceptional ones likely possessed a combat power of merely 60 or 70, leaving a discernible gap between them and him. Soon, the competition commenced. According to the drawn lots, disciples from various sects were divided into 8 major districts for the tournament, with each district determining one of the most formidable contestants to advance to the quarterfinals. There were no prior assessments of strength, nor was there any so-called revival mechanism. The entire event was a rigorous contest of raw power. Aside from the previous year's top 8, who were designated as seed contestants distributed across the 8 districts, everything unfolded in a remarkably straightforward and unrefined manner. Mu Yang was ablaze with fervor. This was the contest he had longed for. Standing in the candidate area, he could already sense the tumult within his heart. This emotion was reminiscent of the excitement he felt during his college entrance examinations. On the arena, the first bout between different divisions had commenced, with disciples from various schools competing fiercely. Some unfortunate competitors had already been eliminated, having confronted opponents of vastly superior skill, leaving them to lament their misfortune. Such outcomes elicited a chorus of sighs from the audience. However, luck is indeed a facet of prowess. Present were formidable martial artists, and after a moment of sympathy for those with commendable abilities, their attentions swiftly shifted to the next match. At this juncture, Mu Yang too was engrossed in the ongoing contest. Although the movements of the martial practitioners on stage were swift and vigorous, to his eyes, it appeared as though the action had slowed, each gesture not only languid but rife with vulnerabilities. Was this caliber truly worthy of participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Mu Yang believed that if it were him, a mere casual swing of his fist would suffice to bring them down, highlighting a stark contrast in ability. In that moment, Mu Yang was resolute. He was certain that he would achieve remarkable results in this competition. Contestant 241, please proceed to ring number 13. The staff announced with a raised voice. It was now my turn to take the stage. Mu Yang nodded gently, a flicker of calmness passing through his eyes. He then approached the designated arena, leaping lightly to land gracefully upon the platform. At that moment, Zai's called out from the sidelines. Mu Yang, maintain your composure. Do not succumb to excessive pressure. I am aware, Mu Yang replied, casting a confident smile towards Zai's before turning his gaze upon his opponent. Before him stood a young man of modest stature, clad in a blue martial arts uniform. Upon seeing him, Mu Yang smiled. What a coincidence to face a disciple of the Maple Leaf School in my very first match. Oh, let me witness the prowess of a student from such a prestigious lineage. Mu Yang became serious. He did not rely on the energy detector to probe, but instead trusted his instincts. He did this to hone his ability to perceive energy. Maple Leaf Flow, Kane. The disciple from the Maple Leaf Flow on the opposite side clasped his hands together and bowed slightly with great politeness. Mu Yang returned the greeting. Tianxin Lu, Mu Yang. The two then assumed their stances, taking a moment to gauge each other's strength. Ultimately, it was the disciple of Maple Leaf Lu, named Kane, who initiated the attack first. As Mu Yang's eyes subtly shifted, an undeniable change enveloped his aura, his gaze following his opponent's every movement. Being his inaugural participation in a formal competition, Mu Yang had no intention of holding back from the outset. As his opponent's strikes drew near, Mu Yang silently acknowledged the moment, feigning a stumble. And with an unexpected sway of his body, he seamlessly maneuvered behind Kane. It became evident that Kane, the competitor in question, was significantly outmatched by Mu Yang. With agile footwork, Mu Yang seized the opportunity. Remarkably swift, how did he arrive behind me? Faced with Mu Yang's sudden appearance, Kane was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, as a disciple of a prominent school, Kane displayed commendable skill. He lowered his body and crossed his arms, narrowly evading disaster. After several rounds of back-and-forth exchanges, Mu Yang had discerned his opponent's capabilities. It was time to hasten the pace and conclude this match. A grin spread across Mu Yang's face, and with a mere thought, the speed of his strikes intensified. Caught off guard by Mu Yang's rapid movements, Kane faltered, and his simplistic attacks left him at a disadvantage, forcing him to retreat to the sidelines. With a resounding thud, Mu Yang's fist struck the ground, producing a deep reverberation that caused the stone slabs of the martial arts platform to tremble and crack. Witnessing the sudden display of power from Mu Yang, Kane felt an overwhelming pressure and instinctively began to retreat. Suddenly, a blurred shadow darted across Kane's field of vision. At that moment, evasion was futile, and he could only brace himself with crossed arms. The immense force crashed upon him, causing Kane to stagger backwards several meters. His arms tingled with numbness, and a wry smile crossed his face as he made a resolute decision. Wait, I concede this match, Kane exclaimed hurriedly as Mu Yang prepared for yet another strike. With that, Kane descended from the platform, a look of regret etched upon his features. The announcer promptly raised a flag and declared, Contestant 241, Mu Yang is the victor. As Kane voluntarily exited the arena, astonishment spread among the audience observing the 13th platform. The renowned Kane had succumbed to defeat, prompting a realization that the contestant named Mu Yang warranted closer attention. The duration of this match was brief, yet this very brevity accentuated the disparity between the two competitors. Throughout the contest, Mu Yang consistently dominated Kane, and even in the limited opportunities available, Kane could not capitalize on any advantages from Mu Yang. The gap in their abilities appeared substantial. Mu Yang's splendid performance left a lasting impression on the audience and fellow competitors, ensuring that his name would be remembered. His prowess is not to be underestimated. Those acquainted with Kane were astonished upon learning of his swift elimination. They had expected him to endure at least a few rounds. Yet he succumbed almost immediately. Witnesses to the match cast solemn glances towards Mu Yang, adding his name to their list of competitors to watch. The loss of senior brother Kane was indeed regrettable. A junior approached Kane, noticing his pale complexion, and expressed concern. Are you all right, senior brother? Kane waved his hand dismissively, replying, It's nothing, just need a moment to recuperate. That last punch was quite formidable. The junior, both astonished and sympathetic for Kane, pondered how someone could possess such skill. After all, Kane's strength was notable among the many disciples of the Maple Leaf School. And if he could not withstand a single blow, could it be that this individual surpassed even their own disciples? Let us not underestimate him. His true strength may well exceed our expectations. Cain remarked earnestly, stating that only through direct confrontation could one truly gauge Mu Yang's capabilities. He believed that Mu Yang had yet to unveil his most potent techniques, and speculated that this year's martial arts tournament might unearth a dark horse. He mused on the previously unheard-of Tianqin school, while feeling a mix of frustration and indignation at his own misfortune. Nonetheless, in light of the undeniable disparity in strength, he accepted his defeat with grace. Meanwhile, after completing his match, Mu Yang returned to the rest area and continued to compete in several more bouts, the outcomes of which were predictably favorable for him. This string of victories heightened the sense of threat felt by other contestants in his bracket, prompting them to regard him with increased seriousness. With a crack like lightning, he launched an attack, sending his opponent flying out of the ring. In another match, Mu Yang triumphed over an elite disciple from a martial arts school, returning to the arena with remarkable poise. Uncle Zeiss, I have a clearer understanding of the tournament's hierarchy now. Zeiss's face flushed slightly, astonished at Mu Yang's accomplishments. Well done. To have consecutively defeated elite disciples from major sects is truly commendable. Maintain this momentum and strive for even greater achievements. Previously, Zeiss had high hopes for Mu Yang, believing he could reach the top 8. However, entering the top 8 was merely an aspiration, a goal that was uncertain in its attainability. Yet now, given Mu Yang's current performance, a spot in the top 8 seems practically assured. With this success, Zeiss found himself hoping for even more remarkable accomplishments from Mu Yang. If one could seize the championship, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire martial arts community. I am thinking too far ahead about something that seems so distant. Yet I cannot help but entertain such thoughts. If Brother Isaf were to learn of Mu Yang's performance at the martial arts competition, he would surely be immensely delighted. Mu Yang smiled at Shi, firmly believing that in the absence of the older generation of martial artists, there were few among the new generation who could rival him. The competition was in full swing, and in the upper stands of the martial arts arena, a female elder from the Qianhe sect remarked, "The number of participants in this martial arts conference is on par with previous years, yet many exceptional talents have emerged. Haha, Elder Naley. I have heard that your younger generation at Qianhe has produced a remarkable talent," chuckled the master of the Maple Leaf sect, gesturing towards the arena. "It must be that young girl on platform 2. Elder Naley smiled and responded joyfully, "Indeed, Lizzie is a promising candidate, but I must say, your Aluo from the Maple Leaf sect is also quite impressive," exchanging pleasantries in a manner akin to a mutual compliment. The words pleased the master of the Maple Leaf sect immensely as he nodded appreciatively. He then turned to Master Xiaolin of Doran Temple, only to find him seated with half-closed eyes, meditating in tranquility. Master Xiaolin certainly has a broad perspective. The master of the Maple Leaf sect chuckled lightly. "That is because the master is confident in his victory," Elder Naley remarked. At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted from the other side of the arena. Several elders turned their gazes toward the commotion, witnessing a young man in a white martial arts uniform relentlessly attacking a monk, who was none other than an elite disciple of Doran Temple. Master Xiaolin opened his eyes, his previously calm demeanor replaced with concern. Who is that young man in white? Who can so overpower Wu Ting? A staff member, in a state of panic, hastily consulted the roster and reported, "His name is Mu Yang, from a sect called Tianqin." Tianqin. I feel like I've heard that name before, Master Xiaolin mused, furrowing his brow, his white beard quivering as he struggled to recall. Elder Naley interjected. Tianqin appears to be a rather ancient sect, though it has remained relatively obscure. It originates from an ancient lineage, indeed. This world is full of exceptional talents. And it seems Wu Ting has encountered a worthy opponent, Master Xiaolin commented, his gaze lowered in contemplation before he suddenly smiled. Despite its lack of prominence, an ancient sect that has endured for such a long time must possess remarkable qualities. It seems Wu Ting did not come in vain. Master Xiaolin, in truth, regarded the outcome of the competition with a liberating perspective. Victory or defeat held little significance. The present-day Doran Temple no longer required the embellishments of hollow accolades, but he merely hoped that this competition would offer his disciples an opportunity for growth. Engaging in combat is easy, yet finding a worthy opponent is rare. Others, sensing Master Xiaolin's thoughts, nodded in agreement. My disciple Cain has also met defeat at the hands of that individual. The master of the Maple Leaf sect perused the current tournament chart, astonished to discover that Mu Yang had indeed triumphed over Cain. Although Cain was not the top seed of the Maple Leaf sect, he was nonetheless a disciple held in high regard by the master. It was presumed that his adversary would be Wu Ting from the same competition area, yet unexpectedly, he had already been eliminated. It seems we must keep a close watch on that young man named Mu Yang. Several senior practitioners began to take notice, exchanging playful banter amongst themselves. The emergence of young martial artists heralds a promising future for the martial arts community, and these seasoned individuals naturally welcomed such developments. On the second-floor stands of the martial arts hall, the master of the Maple Leaf sect and others continued their discourse. Meanwhile, the arena was a whirlwind of activity. At this moment, both Mu Yang and the disciple from Duolin Temple, known as Wu Ting, unleashed formidable power, engaging in relentless clashes that filled the arena. Gradually, indistinct afterimages began to materialize on the stage as their movements surpassed the limits of ordinary human perception. Mu Yang and Wu Ting launched a fierce counterattack, their palms clashing with a resounding bang. Impressive. Mu Yang gasped lightly, retreating several steps as he struggled to maintain his footing. This was the first opponent he had encountered in the competition whose strength was truly on par with his own. Indeed, the disciples of Duolin Temple should not be underestimated. It seemed that he would have to unleash his ultimate technique. Mu Yang slightly curled his lips, and in an instant, he stomped his foot upon the ground, halting his retreat. The stone slab beneath him shattered, giving way to a serpentine fissure. Subsequently, his body sprang forth with sudden vigor, a powerful force surging from the soles of his feet, causing the splintered stones to violently rebound and scatter in all directions. Mu Yang's body surged forth with remarkable speed, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards its target. Heavenly Heart Qigong. Mu Yang squinted slightly, raising his right hand with two fingers poised like a sword, a formidable aura emanating from his entire being. As his words fell, a chilling light flickered in his bright eyes, and a dazzling blue beam materialized between his fingers. With a whoosh, a straight wave of energy surged forth like a laser, accompanied by swirling gusts of wind, resembling a ferocious beast from the ancient wilderness, exuding a bloodthirsty aura as it charged aggressively towards Wu Ting. Sensing the sudden eruption of Mu Yang's vigorous energy and the unstoppable wave of energy, Elder Feng Yilu and the others abruptly stood up, their faces etched with disbelief. This was indeed an energy wave, comparable to that of the older generation of martial artists. Remarkable! Who would have thought that at such a tender age, he would attain such a level of mastery? The seniors of the martial arts world gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, unable to contain their gasps of amazement. What? Mu Yang's energy has become this formidable? Zeiss, incredulous, rubbed his eyes. The Tianqin energy wave, even he could not unleash at will, yet Mu Yang had executed it effortlessly during the competition, eliciting a tinge of envy within him. At that moment, Zeiss realized that his nephew's prowess might have already surpassed his own. Simultaneously, the audience erupted in fervor. No way. He unleashed the energy wave. The odds of victory were truly unpredictable, given that his opponent was Wu Ting. Both spectators and competitors widened their eyes in anticipation. Be cautious. Mu Yang shouted across to Wu Ting, as his aura surged ever higher, an overwhelming presence that rendered resistance futile. Swish. Faced with Mu Yang's immensely powerful assault, even the elite disciples of the Duolin Temple turned pale. However, Mu Yang's attack was already upon them, in the realm of masters. Even the slightest margin could determine the outcome, and at this moment, Wu Ting had lost the initiative. With a hurried response, defeat was the only path ahead. Boom. The tremendous force of the energy wave struck Wu Ting, causing his complexion to drain of color as his body soared like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily outside the arena. Tianqin's Mu Yang emerged victorious, advancing to the top 8. As the whistle sounded, dust settled, and Mu Yang, in a display of strength, defeated the seed contestant of the Duolin Temple to secure his place in the top 8. Thank you for the match, Mu Yang said calmly, bowing respectfully. Wu Ting, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, joined his hands in a gesture of gratitude in return. Wu Ting had actually lost. Elder Qian Hilu, Nayli, clicked her tongue softly, remarking to herself, "It's only natural. Given the formidable spirit he displayed, he might reach our level within a few years. Is that even possible? He is still so young." The younger generation is indeed rising, and this defeat may ultimately serve as a blessing for Wu Ting. Master Xiaolin silently recited the scriptures. Both Cain and Wadding had been bested by that young man. It was uncertain how much chance Arlo and Liz had. As the leader of Maple Leaf School inquired with keen interest, "Not much hope," Elder Nayli replied, shaking her head, for Lis was no match for that individual. Among the rising stars of various sects, Wading from Doran Temple could be regarded as one of the finest, and if he had fallen to his opponent, the prospects for others appeared grim. The leader of Maple Leaf nodded in agreement. Indeed, at such a tender age, the ability to unleash formidable waves of energy is quite rare in the contemporary martial arts realm. At this moment, he had already formed a rough judgment regarding the champion of this martial arts tournament. It would undoubtedly be Mu Yang. Ha ha ha, remarkable Mu Yang. If Brother Isaf were to learn of your victory over the elite disciple of Doran Temple, he would surely rush over in excitement. Alas, the journey from Dakingshan to Maple Leaf Island is a long one. Brother Isaf will not have the opportunity to witness your sweeping triumphs. As soon as Mu Yang stepped down from the stage, Shi approached him with palpable excitement, showering him with effusive praise. Mu Yang smiled modestly, Uncle's eyes. I have merely reached the top 8. The competition is far from over. Zai shook his head repeatedly. No, it is not the same at all. Securing a place in the top 8 and defeating Wu Ting are two entirely different matters. In Zai's mind, Mu Yang merely achieving a spot in the top 8 of the prestigious martial arts tournament was already a commendable accomplishment. It is essential to recognize that among so many schools, how many could claim a place in the top 8? It is indeed a source of great satisfaction. However, judging by his current performance, it seems he has no intention of stopping there. Although both achievements involve reaching the top 8, their significance is profoundly different. One must consider that Wu Ting is not only an elite disciple of the Doran Temple but also a strong contender for the champion of this esteemed martial arts tournament. If Mu Yang is capable of defeating him, does that not suggest he also has a chance to seize the champion's title? Should Mu Yang emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly elevate the prominence of the Tianxin school. Even at this moment, were Mu Yang to concede and withdraw from the subsequent matches, the formidable power of his energy wave has already ensured that his name resonates throughout the martial arts community. There are but a few martial artists capable of unleashing such energy waves, and Mu Yang is among this elite cadre, a matter of great honor. The upcoming matches should not be approached with undue pressure. Rather, one should remain relaxed, for the top 8 positions have already been secured. And each victory henceforth represents a step forward. With excitement, Shi patted Mu Yang on the shoulder, only to notice a pallor on his face, prompting him to inquire with concern, having just unleashed your energy wave, are you feeling well? Mu Yang shook his head, indicating that he was untroubled. My body is fine. A brief rest will suffice. Then please take good care of yourself, Shi nodded, choosing not to say more, and stood by to ensure his quiet recuperation. While Mu Yang sat in serene recovery, fierce battles continued to unfold on other arenas. A total of 315 competitors from around the globe were fully engaged, diligently vying for the chance to advance. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing forces and the flickering shadows of indistinct forms. Occasionally, the shouts of the participants echoed as the ground suddenly erupted with numerous craters of varying sizes, with shattered stones flying in all directions, igniting sparks as they grazed the surface. Qian He-Lu Li Si emerged victorious, securing a place in the top 8. Feng Yi-Lu A Air Luo triumphed, also advancing to the top 8. Cross-Punch Ba Ni succeeded, entering the top 8 as well. Shibu Pulai Village Ji Luo claimed victory, joining the ranks of the top 8. As the competition progressed, the slots for the top 8 were gradually filled, and alongside Mu Yang, the strongest 8 contenders of this tournament were ultimately determined. Mu Yang cast a glance at the roster and noted the competitors who had advanced to the top 8. Aside from himself and a contestant named Play, the remaining 6 were predominantly disciples of prominent sections. One could not deny that these major sects excelled in nurturing their disciples. It was no wonder that, following the seclusion of these grand sects, the martial arts level on Earth had plummeted significantly. After a brief respite and the validation of all results, the resonant clang of the gong signaled the conclusion of the day's events. The quarterfinals were scheduled for the following day, granting them a night of rest. Upon returning to the inn with Zeiss, Mu Yang discovered that he had unwittingly become a celebrity. Numerous disciples from medium and minor sects approached him, accompanied by their instructors, greeting him with an enthusiasm that made Mu Yang acutely aware of the warmth of this world. Haha, you youngsters carry on. I shall not intrude, Zeiss laughed heartily, content to join his fellow instructors in revelry. Left behind, Mu Yang felt somewhat helpless, yet he recognized this as an opportunity to forge new friendships. Just like the legendary Sun Wukong in the original tale, who gathered a multitude of companions at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, relationships often evolve from unfamiliarity to familiarity. In a classroom, It may be challenging for underperforming students to initiate conversations with their high-achieving peers. However, when the top students lower themselves to engage with those struggling, the outcome is vastly different. This dynamic is akin to a goddess pursuing a mortal man. To Mu Yang's astonishment, just as he was enjoying a lively conversation with a group of underperformers, an unexpected guest, Wu Ting, joined their gathering. Wu Ting's physique was relatively robust, reminiscent of one of the 10 holy mages from fairy tale, though he appeared younger and more handsome. The two quickly found common ground, discovering that their values and understanding of martial arts resonated remarkably well. Had he been certain about the monks of Duolin Temple's stance on alcohol, Mu Yang would have been tempted to indulge in revelry with him until inebriation set in. Time was fleeting, and the night felt as cool as water. Ultimately, Mu Yang refrained from drinking, engaging in conversation with Wu Ting until the early hours, before returning to his room and collapsing into slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced its quarterfinals. If the previous competitions across the 8 major divisions were merely an appetizer, the quarterfinals represented the essence of the tournament itself. Acknowledging the significance of each match in the quarterfinals, all participants relocated to the Grand Arena, and no matches were held concurrently. Through a live drawing, opponents and match order were determined, mirroring practices of subsequent eras. After drawing lots, Mu Yang made his way to the spectator area designated for the competitors of the top 8, which offered a more expansive view. The first match featured Lizzie from the China school facing off against Barney from the CrossFit school. This contest was a remarkable display of skill, showcasing a perfect balance of power and finesse. Barney, a robust figure standing at 6 feet tall, excelled in the art of the crossfist, executing each move with explosive force and a commanding presence. In contrast, Lizzie from the China school was a petite beauty, standing under 5 feet 6. With a lithe and agile form, her long hair flowing gracefully as she specialized in evasion and precise strikes. The stark contrast between their imposing strength and delicate agility unfolded like a scene from a modern-day Beauty and the Beast, captivating the audience and eliciting enthusiastic cheers from all present. Mu Yang and Shi attentively observed from the sidelines, engaging in thoughtful commentary while also contemplating how they would respond if they were in the same situation. Mu Yang observed with utmost seriousness, not merely because the contestant Lise was strikingly beautiful, though indeed she was, but rather because he sought to glean insights from the battles of others. A martial artist must perpetually strive forward. Any hint of complacency or laxity may result in stagnation or even regression. In comparison to other inhabitants of Earth, Mu Yang possessed a clearer understanding of the world's inherent dangers. In the vast cosmos, there exist formidable beings capable of devastating entire planets, treating them as mere marbles. The latent potential of Earthlings is not particularly remarkable. Without diligent effort and relentless pursuit, they may find themselves at the mercy of others in the future. This realization can only be truly grasped by immersing oneself in the world of Dragon Ball. It is far from the whimsical portrayals seen on television or in films. In truth, if one lives on a planet that could be obliterated at any moment and is acutely aware of this fact, then amusement is a luxury one cannot afford. Instead, one is burdened by a heavy sense of pressure, which in turn fuels an even greater commitment to training. Nothing serves as a stronger impetus than the threat of life and death crises. The match between Lise and Barney lasted over 20 minutes, a captivating debut that set a thrilling tone for the quarterfinals, eliciting cheers from the audience. Ultimately, Lise emerged victorious by a narrow margin. Yet Barney also earned the crowd's applause. One contest followed another, and soon it was Mu Yang's turn to take the stage. His opponent was Jiro, a dark-skinned youth from a humble village, possibly younger than Mu Yang himself. It was said that he had not received formal martial arts training. However, reaching the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament indicated that his skills were formidable. Upon stepping onto the arena, Mu Yang's expression turned serious as he surveyed his opponent. The fact that Jiro had advanced to the top 8 without formal guidance suggested considerable talent. Perhaps he resembled a character akin to Yachirobe. After the draw revealed Jiro as his opponent, others remarked on Mu Yang's good fortune. For Jiro was deemed the least promising among the top 8, and the match seemed virtually assured for Mu Yang. Let the match begin. With the sound of the starting whistle, both Mu Yang and Jiro adopted serious stances, readying themselves for combat. This was a contest with little suspense, as Mu Yang's combat prowess far exceeded that of Jiro. It was not long before Jiro found himself on the defensive under Mu Yang's relentless assault, ultimately succumbing to defeat. "Thank you. This match has taught me a great deal," Jiro's sincere voice reached Mu Yang's ears after the contest concluded. Mu Yang gazed at Jilo in surprise, and instantly his admiration for him grew significantly. No need for thanks. If you're open to formal training, you could become even stronger. Are you interested in joining a prominent martial arts school? Jilo shook his head and replied, not at the moment. I prefer to rely on my own efforts and determination. I do not wish to be constrained by the frameworks established by those who came before me. Upon hearing those words, Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Regarding Jilo with newfound respect, it appeared that Jilo was akin to himself, possessing a profound sense of ambition. However, without the guidance of predecessors, the likelihood of straying into misconceptions increased significantly. While it was possible to eventually extricate oneself from such missteps, it would undoubtedly result in the squandering of precious time. A competent mentor can help one avoid numerous detours, and the wisdom of those who came before is indeed worthy of consideration. Yet, it must be acknowledged that experience is subjective. Should one encounter an instructor of limited capability, such experience may lead one deeper into error. Observing the steadfast conviction in Jilo's eyes, Mu Yang nodded and descended from the arena, choosing to refrain from further discourse. At the edge of the stage, Zeiss regarded him with admiration, recognizing that Jilo was a promising talent in martial arts. Though he did not entirely concur with Jilo's perspective, such determination was deserving of respect. Indeed, this path was destined to be fraught with challenges, Mu Yang mused, internalizing this sentiment for himself. Drawing from the memories of his previous life, Mu Yang was confident that he could navigate the early stages of his cultivation without excessive deviation. However, once he reached the later stages, the limitations of Earth would likely hinder his progress. At that juncture, he might find himself, like Jilo, compelled to forge a path based on his own insights. That too would be a journey marked by hardship. Jilo's choice evoked a sense of reflection in Mu Yang. Yet he swiftly shook off the melancholic sentiment and directed his focus toward the next match. The upcoming contest featured Maple Leaf's Alro against the Four Body Styles Booker. Mu Yang was deeply intrigued by the match, as the name Four Body struck a familiar chord within him. It was not until the competitor named Booker publicly executed the technique, transforming it into four forms, that he was jolted into realization. It was indeed the Four Bodies Fist. No wonder the name resonated so profoundly. It was the very skill employed by Tian Xinhan during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament in the original work. Remarkably, he had instantaneously multiplied into four, significantly amplifying the pressure on his opponent, Arlo. Witnessing such an unexpected maneuver, Sis's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Perhaps, the Four Bodies Fist could serve as a trump card against ordinary martial artists. However, when pitted against a master, its efficacy might wane, as this technique harbored a critical flaw. Observing the fierce exchange between the two combatants, Mu Yang remarked with a calm demeanor. Sis, momentarily taken aback, inquired with curiosity. What weakness do you perceive? Mu Yang chuckled lightly, remarking, if everyone possesses a relatively low level of skill, then it is indeed easier for four individuals to overpower one. Although there may be discrepancies in speed, they are not so vast as to be unacceptable. Conversely, when one faces multiple opponents, it becomes simpler to overlook certain threats and fall victim to an adversary's strategy. However, employing the same tactics against martial artists of superior caliber may yield less favorable results. Are you suggesting that dividing one person's strength into four parts presents not only a decrease in intensity, but also renders even the most refined skills futile if they cannot strike the opponent? After listening, Zeiss fell into a contemplative silence. Mu Yang nodded, acknowledging that speed and strength hold varying significance at different stages. In a contest between masters, the outcome hinges on the finest details. Uncle CC, observed closely that Aluo is about to launch a counterattack. After Mu Yang spoke, his gaze returned to the arena. Indeed, there, Alro had regained his composure amidst the onslaught of the four bookers and had discerned his opponent's weakness. The speed of one of the bookers had noticeably diminished. Remarkable, Zeiss exclaimed. Indeed, Mu Yang shrugged. You noticed it so quickly. Zeiss's eyes widened in astonishment. With a slight nod. Mu Yang refrained from mentioning that he had foreseen the weakness of the four-body fist due to his familiarity with the original text. Hiss, Zeiss inhaled sharply. When did Mu Yang's perception and judgment become so astute? It was not merely about identifying the flaws in techniques. The crux lay in the transformative concepts of combat across different levels. As young talents like Mu Yang, Jiro, and Alro continued to emerge, Zeiss suddenly felt a pang of doubt about his own age. In the arena, the match proceeded, and indeed, Alro had seized control of the combat rhythm, leaving little doubt about his impending victory. Soon, as his opponent, Booker, exhausted his strength, Alro seized the opportunity and triumphed in the match. At that moment, the top 4 contenders were determined: Lizzie, Mu Yang, Alro, and a disciple from a prominent sect, poised to compete in the semi-finals after a brief respite. Throughout the subsequent matches, Mu Yang remained composed. While it became evident to the leaders of the Maple Leaf sect and Elder Ollie of the Thousand Cranes sect who the likely champion would be, as anticipated, Mu Yang gracefully overcame Lizzie in the semi-finals, and Alro also advanced to the finals in the following match. The final match was upon them, and the champion would soon be revealed. The leader of the Maple Leaf sect smiled gently as he remarked, "The outcome seems to have taken shape. I have my faith in the contestant named Mu Yang." Elder Naley laughed in agreement, not merely opposing the leader of the Maple Leaf sect, but genuinely believing that Mu Yang had a slightly greater chance of victory. At that moment, Master Shuling, adjusting his prayer beads, softly stated, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the champion will indeed be Mu Yang. I share that conviction. The disciple of the Tianqin sect will triumph." Others echoed similar sentiments, as Mu Yang's performance in the earlier rounds had been nothing short of spectacular. Among the younger generation, those capable of unleashing energy waves were few. Without the participation of Zeiss and his contemporaries, it would be challenging for anyone to defeat him. "You all," the leader of the Maple Leaf sect stammered, frustration evident on his lips as he realized that no one believed in his disciple. What happened to the home advantage? Had no one considered that aspect? However, recalling the previous matches, he could not help but shake his head. Since everyone shares this perspective, let us watch closely. With such a prodigy emerging from the Tianqin sect, it seems that, aside from the legendary Turtle Sage sect and Crane Sage sect, there may be no one among his peers capable of defeating him. We shall await the outcome. Haha. Maintain a calm demeanor. After all, if the opponent excels beyond measure, losing is no disgrace. There are always others to support you. Glancing at other factions, the leader of the Maple Leaf sect wore a faint smile. Not far from the stands, Zeiss felt a surge of tension as the whispers of those around him filled him with exhilaration. His face flushed, he shouted excitedly, "Go, Mu Yang. Give it your all. Let the finalists, Mu Yang and Arlo, take the stage." As the staff's announcement echoed, both Mu Yang and Arlo straightened their expressions, with one gracefully leaping onto the arena, locking eyes in mutual regard amidst the gaze of the crowd. This was the most electrifying moment of the martial arts competition, as an air of palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. At that instant, whether competitors or coaches, everyone wore a serious countenance, intently focused. The match begins. At the referee's command, both competitors tensed, every muscle in their bodies quivering. In a flash, Mu Yang seized the initiative, vanishing like a fleeting shadow from sight. When he reappeared, the sounds of a fierce skirmish erupted, echoing throughout the arena. 3 days later, aboard the ferry at the dock, Zeiss was bent over his desk, fervently penning a letter detailing the results of the World Martial Arts Championship to be sent back to the Deqing Mountain sect. As the pen touched the paper to record the final results, Zeiss could hardly contain his excitement. The surprising champion of the 11th World Martial Arts Championship was not an elite disciple from a renowned sect, but rather an underdog, Mu Yang from the Tianqin sect, previously unknown to all. Although this victory came in the absence of veteran martial artists, casting a shadow of doubt over its legitimacy, Mu Yang's emergence as a leading figure among the younger generation was indisputable, marking his debut in the martial arts realm. After folding the letter and sealing it with glue, Zeiss carefully placed it into the mailbox. The post office had a direct line, and in approximately 7 to 8 days, this letter would reach ISAF. Having completed this task, Zeiss stepped out of his room just as the ferry was nearing the dock. Passing by the restaurant, he spotted Mu Yang dining inside. Casting a glance at the increasingly dim sky, which hinted at impending rain, "Mu Yang, after the ferry docks, will you return to Deqing Mountain with me? Or do you intend to journey alone for a while?" Zeiss seated himself beside Mu Yang and casually ordered some snacks. "I think I'll travel for a bit first. I wish to take this opportunity to explore the outside world before returning. This competition has imparted profound insights. There is much room for improvement." Mu Yang set down his chopsticks and spoke candidly, while Shixi's expression reflected a knowing acknowledgement. He nodded and said, "Indeed, it is beneficial to broaden your horizons. Frankly, your skills are already commendable. Compared to us, the only thing lacking is experience. Gaining exposure to the outside world will undoubtedly be advantageous for you." Pausing for a moment, Shixi smiled and added, "You have matured, You can navigate this on your own. There is little more we can teach you regarding your training. From the outcome of the recent World Martial Arts Championship, Shi was pleasantly surprised by Mu Yang's performance. The only area needing improvement was his combat techniques. Perhaps due to a lack of combat experience, Mu Yang's responses in battle appeared somewhat chaotic. He could have secured victories more effortlessly, but expended considerable effort instead. Had it not been for his superior strength, the final outcome would have been uncertain. In lower-level contests, the significance of technique is undeniable, even in later stages of battle. Where strength elevates, combat skills play a crucial role. These are lessons that neither Shi nor Ai Sa Fu could impart. Mu Yang would need to grasp them through his own experiences. Indeed, Mu Yang acknowledged, munching on his food. He was already aware of this truth. Especially evident in the final match. If not for his greater strength compared to Arlo, the result might have been rewritten. With Arlo of the Maple Leaf School emerging as the champion, history is written by the victors, even if not penned by the victors themselves. The recorded history invariably affirms their triumph. As the champion of this tournament, Mu Yang found himself lauded by various sects during the post-competition gathering, elevated to the status of a role model. Yet, under the spotlight, Mu Yang understood he still had significant shortcomings. At best, he ranked well among his peers. Should he allow such praise to inflate his ego, what achievements could he hope to attain? Critique. Flattering remarks are but sugar-coated projectiles. The correct approach is to savor the sweetness while spitting out the bullets. Thus, after the post-competition gathering, Mu Yang was not in haste to return to Deqing Mountain with Shi. Instead, he planned to venture out for some training. Moreover, having arrived in the southern region, he felt compelled to visit the Super Ability Academy to check on Mei Xia's situation. After all, if she learned he had come without paying her a visit, who could predict the extent of her displeasure? After casually nibbling on some snacks, a torrential downpour commenced outside. The rain fell onto the azure sea, creating a veil of mist, while the wind and rain intensified the waves, causing the ferry to reduce its speed. An hour later, the rain began to taper off, and the ferry, delayed by the downpour, finally docked in the afternoon. Mu Yang, I shall take my leave now. Be cautious during your travels, and return when the time is right, Shi reminded him earnestly before departing. I understand, Mu Yang nodded. Take care. Zeiss is a magnanimous individual. After some contemplation, he realized that there was little more to be said between two grown men, and thus he chose to cease the conversation. He was aware that, given Mu Yang's current prowess, he would face no peril even when alone. After offering a few words of advice, he waved goodbye and, with his belongings in hand, proceeded towards the train station. As he watched Zeiss vanish into the throng, Mu Yang steeled himself and promptly altered his course, soon disappearing into the crowd as well. The Superpower Academy is nestled within a secluded, ancient forest in the southern region. The precise date of its establishment is shrouded in mystery, having existed long before recorded time. Its enigma is akin to that of the Chiron Tower in the Chiron Sanctuary, surrounded by an array of fantastical legends among the local populace. It is said that admissions occur every few years, with recruitment points set up in nearby cities. However, the exact location of the academy remains undisclosed to outsiders. Within the tranquil, old forest, the cheerful chirping of birds reverberated. Suddenly, a brilliant blue beam of light pierced through the trees, toppling the mighty oaks in its path. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky, the earth trembled, and the startled birds took flight, as the colossal trees, engulfed in smoke, crashed down, carving a path through the primordial woods. Mu Yang had been wandering through the forest for several days, his provisions long since depleted. Consequently, when hunger struck, he would hunt wild beasts to satiate his appetite. And when fatigue overcame him, he would simply seek out a sturdy tree, leap onto its trunk, and succumb to slumber. After several days, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the Superpower Academy. It should be nearby. As Mu Yang meandered through the woods, his feet pressed against the verdant ground, forging a path through the wilderness. Surrounding him were lush mountains and exquisite forests, enveloped in an extraordinary silence, devoid of any traces of civilization. Mu Yang furrowed his brow slightly, extending his mental energy outward in search of any anomalies, yet he found nothing unusual. It was quite challenging, he mused inwardly, though he was not particularly surprised. If this academy for supernatural abilities truly served as a training ground for such talents, then, given the opponent's capabilities, locating it would naturally prove to be no simple task. Should he fail to find it, this would mean he would miss the opportunity to meet Mei Xia. With a soft sigh, a hint of regret washed over him. Nonetheless, having arrived at this location, Mu Yang had no intention of leaving empty-handed. Even if he could not locate the academy, he was prepared to spend some time honing his skills here. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Yang discovered a nearby pool and subsequently found a relatively open area. He divided his energy wave into several segments, unleashing them with a thunderous roar that sent dust swirling, clearing a space for himself. He then gathered wood to construct a simple hut. His craftsmanship was exceptional. The environment here was quite pleasant, serving as a temporary sanctuary for his recuperation. Satisfied with the serene surroundings, Mu Yang nodded approvingly, intending to settle here for the time being. He then cleared the obstacles between the pool and the hut, gathered stones to build a cooking platform, and set up a wooden rack for grilling, completing his basic living arrangements. All set, he remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow and clapping his hands together before embarking on a quest for sustenance. With a swift motion, Mu Yang transformed into a shadow, darting into the dense forest, and soon returned with a rabbit in tow. He skinned it, removed the entrails, and placed it on the rack to roast slowly over a gentle fire. As the blood-red meat gradually turned golden under the flames, the translucent fat dripped down, filling the forest with a rich aroma of roasted meat. Having savored the grilled delicacy, Mu Yang felt rejuvenated and prepared to enter the acceleration space for training. After a moment of focused meditation, he summoned the energy within him and, with a swift motion, entered a realm dominated by gray and white tones known as the acceleration space. Here, time flowed at double the speed of the outside world. With his current state, he could maintain this space for 3 hours, equivalent to 6 hours within, but exceeding this limit would lead to mental fatigue. Training in the acceleration space not only offered the advantages of time dilation and replenishing physical strength, but also fostered tranquility, allowing for undistracted focus and deeper insights during practice. Following his experiences at the World Martial Arts Championship, Mu Yang had developed a more nuanced understanding of the levels within the Earth's martial arts community. In summary, the realm of martial arts on Earth boasts a considerable number of formidable masters. Notable figures such as the leader of the Maple Leaf School, Master Xiao Lin of Duolin Temple, and Elder Naley of the Thousand Crane School stand as paragons of excellence. In comparison to them, Mu Yang still has much to learn. This disparity arises from the accumulation of age and experience, which cannot be bridged in a short span of time. However, when it comes to sheer combat prowess, Mu Yang is confident that he will soon catch up to them. In the vast expanse of the acceleration space, an agile and robust figure engages in fundamental exercises. With fervor, he leaps, each bound nearly reaching the ceiling above. 99.97, 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. Mu Yang continuously executed kicking and leaping exercises over 10,000 times. He ceased only when his legs began to ache, wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. He then resumed his training with punches. Thud, thud. The rarefied air trembled upon the impact of his fists, creating a series of resonant, muffled sounds as the violently undulating air compressed against itself. Regrettably, Mu Yang was devoid of any weighted equipment. Otherwise, his training could have yielded even greater results. He retrieved an energy detector and conducted a personal assessment. The data displayed on the lens invigorating him. 97. Indeed, in just a few short days, Mu Yang's combat power had surged to 97. This, of course, represented the pinnacle of his explosive potential. In terms of combat prowess, this figure was not insignificant, positioning him among the elite in Earth's martial arts community. A formidable presence within any school of thought. However, at that moment, Mu Yang discerned a troubling issue. As his combat power approached the 100 mark, the limitations imposed on Earthlings began to manifest. Subsequent increments in combat strength exhibited a marked deceleration. After several consecutive days of testing, Mu Yang became increasingly convinced of this reality. A combat power of 100 was a formidable barrier for Earthlings, one that could not be surmounted merely through physical exertion. Those who successfully transcended this hurdle were few and far between, each a remarkable martial artist in their own right. For Mu Yang, this threshold was imperative to cross. A mere 100 in combat power was far from sufficient. He aspired to grow stronger. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind, signaling that the duration of his training within the acceleration space had reached its limit. He quieted his thoughts to regulate his internal energy, and with a swift motion, his body vanished from the white acceleration realm. Upon returning to the external world, he was met with a profound sense of mental fatigue, which was far more excruciating than the soreness of his muscles after prolonged exertion. With a thud, he collapsed into slumber. Approximately 6 or 7 hours later, Mu Yang awoke. the mental weariness having dissipated entirely. Now, he intended to commence training in Qi. His understanding of Qi was still rather rudimentary, as he had yet to encounter more advanced practitioners of Qi cultivation. Perhaps he should venture to the Kirin Tower, Mu Yang pondered. However, prior to that, there were several matters he needed to attend to. The Kirin Tower lay thousands of miles away in the northern hemisphere. Relying solely on his physical prowess would require an indeterminate duration, and at this juncture, pure physical training was becoming less essential. Thus, Mu Yang aspired to delve into the art of aerial dance. Should he master the ability to soar through the skies, his velocity would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. This technique, known as Wukong arts, is a secret skill of the Crane Immortal School. However, it is, in essence, not an exceptionally sophisticated art. Its underlying principle is rather simple, primarily revolving around the manipulation of internal energy. Yet, mastering it proves to be quite arduous. By condensing the energy within one's body into a tangible form and projecting it through the palms or fingertips, one creates a ki wave. Conversely, by adopting a different perspective, one can gradually release energy through the soles of the feet, enveloping the body in a manner that counteracts gravitational forces, thus enabling one to transcend the pull of Earth and achieve levitation. The high-speed flight of the Wukong arts bears resemblance to the wave-riding technology of Earth in a previous existence, where the exquisite control of shockwave surfaces allows for the acquisition of greater propulsion. In Mu Yang's mind, he reminisced about the scene in the original work where Sun Wukong instructed Bidalai in the art of flight. Compared to Bidalai, Mu Yang's foundation was evidently much more solid. Unfortunately, the original text offered no details, necessitating his own exploration. After several unsuccessful attempts, it wasn't long before he managed to control a subtle flow of energy coursing down his thigh to the soles of his feet, releasing it evenly through the pads. During this process, Mu Yang truly began to float gradually, as he hovered approximately 4 to 5 meters above the ground, gazing down at the verdant earth. An extraordinary calm enveloped his heart. He then carefully adjusted his posture, steadily ascending to greater heights. At this moment, the azure sky appeared as flawless as a mirror. Beneath him lay a lush, dense primeval forest, with clear waters and majestic ancient trees, evoking a sense of ethereal vastness. Floating was merely the most fundamental aspect of the art of flight. The next step involved true flying, which required the energy to permeate every part of the body. Compared to simple levitation, this posed a heightened challenge. Moreover, high-speed flight demanded precise control over the shape of the shockwave surface, transforming resistance into a latent force. Mu Yang gradually emulated the cultivation methods of Bidalai from the original work. After 2 days, he truly found himself able to soar freely through the skies. The sky dance technique was deemed complete, and next, he set his sights on the holy land of Kylin. Mu Yang speculated that if he could ascend the Kylin Tower and receive guidance from the celestial sage, his abilities would experience a remarkable transformation, enabling him to surmount the formidable chasm before him. Of course, his journey to the sacred land of Kylin was not solely for the purpose of acquiring advanced cultivation techniques from the sage. He also sought the miraculous healing herb known as the senzu bean. In the early days of the Dragon Ball universe, Earth was home to an array of peculiar wonders, with the senzu bean being one of them. Initially, the senzu bean appeared to hold little value, merely alleviating hunger, yet it later emerged as an invaluable lifesaver, capable of swiftly restoring vitality and instantaneously healing any injury. Regrettably, as the Dragon Ball saga progressed, the production of senzu beans dwindled drastically, rendering each bean a precious commodity, reserved for critical moments. Fortunately, at present, the senzu beans had not been squandered by Yachirobe, and the sage still possessed a considerable stock. "Let us depart," Mu Yang exclaimed as he soared into the sky, his voice echoing in the air. However, as his vision expanded, a tranquil, paradise-like region in the distance suddenly captured his attention. It was an area enveloped in a shimmering light, and Mu Yang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The place he had sought for so long was, astonishingly, right before his eyes. The sky was vast and clear, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. Warm sunlight cascaded down, casting dappled spots of light through the leaves in the forest. Not far from Mu Yang, the forest rustled with the sound of small, slender creatures startled into retreat, fleeing deeper into the woods. "Shaitan, why are you lying here idly when the mentor assigned you to patrol the academy grounds?" came an irate voice. A boy clad in a blue uniform flew beside Shaitan, his face etched with evident displeasure. Startled, Shaitan sat up and, upon recognizing the newcomer, offered a sheepish grin, nonchalantly responding, "Sammy, Why are you so uptight? I was merely taking a short break. Is it really worth getting so upset over? Yet. Noticing Sammy's face darkening like ink, Shaitan's voice trailed off. Sammy glared at Shaitan in disapproval. You still dare to speak? The mentor specifically instructed you to patrol. And look at you. Yes, you're absolutely right. However, this is the Academy of Superpowers, not just any ordinary place. Who could possibly come here? Besides, the headmistress is around. Surely she knows what is happening. So do we really need to patrol? Shaitan replied casually, though he did rise from the ground in earnest. Fool, do you not understand that this is a form of training? Sammy admonished, exasperation evident in his gaze. Fine, I shall not argue with you. Let us continue our patrol. Shaitan, disinterested in further debate, used his powers to levitate, effortlessly gliding through the expansive forest surrounding the academy. Ah, that guy, he sighed. Sammy shook his head and followed closely behind, patrolling together. The School of Superpowers is a venerable institution dedicated to the cultivation of individuals with extraordinary abilities, existing for an indeterminate span of years, akin to the ethereal realm of the Kylan Sanctuary. The students here primarily hail from two sources. One is the influx of superpowered individuals from the outside world, such as Majin. The other consists of children nurtured by several affiliated superpower kindergartens. Sammy and Shaitan graduated from one such kindergarten before advancing to this esteemed academy. In the original narrative, both Wulong and Pool had attended a southern transformation kindergarten, though Wulong was expelled for pilfering a female teacher's undergarments. While the reasons for Pool's absence remain a mystery, he never entered the School of Superpowers. Earth is a wondrous realm, wherein some obscure and remote locales, portals leading to the demon realm, the underworld, and other astonishing places still exist. In ancient times, these passages often unleashed creatures that disrupted human existence, prompting superpowered individuals and martial artists, endowed with remarkable strength, to become the principal defenders against such external threats. However, as modern technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, superpowered beings and martial artists have gradually receded from the limelight. Suddenly, as Sammy and Shaitan were clumsily patrolling an expanse of territory, a dark speck descended from the sky. As it approached, the speck grew larger, taking on a distinctly human form. Sammy and Shaitan noticed the figure, and Shaitan nudged Sammy with his arm, inquiring, Sammy, do you have any idea who that might be? I don't know, but we should remain vigilant, Sammy replied, his demeanor turning serious as he levitated to intercept the figure. Halt! You are within the territory of the School of Superpowers. If you have no business here, please leave immediately. The boy soaring through the sky was none other than Mu Xiang, who was en route to the Kylan Sanctuary. Upon reaching a certain altitude, he discovered a breathtaking locale resembling a paradise not far from him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the School of Superpowers he had been searching for. My friend, if this is indeed the School of Superpowers, then I have found the right place. My name is Mu Xiang, from the martial arts sect Tianxin. I have come to visit my junior sister Meixia. Would you be so kind as to notify her to come out? Mu Yang opened the door and spoke directly, revealing his identity to avoid any unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, Sammy's demeanor relaxed from its previous wariness, realizing that Mu Yang had come to visit Meixia. Please wait a moment. I shall inform her at once, Sammy said with a smile as he gestured for Shaitan to return to the academy and confirm the news. The number of students at the Superpower Academy was relatively small, and even if they were not well acquainted, they generally recognized one another. Shaitan paused for a moment before soaring back toward the academy. Mu Yang observed the silent exchange of glances between the two individuals, naturally aware of the lingering wariness in their hearts. However, he remained unfazed. After all, they were on the territory of the Super Ability Academy. And Meixia was also studying here. Patience was a virtue, and he saw no reason to provoke trouble. With a light chuckle, he descended to the ground to await the unfolding events. What should I call you? Mu Yang inquired. You may call me Sammy, came the amiable response from Sammy, who leaned against a sturdy tree. Sammy, I presume you have been at the academy for quite some time? Indeed, it has been many years. I ascended from the Super Ability Kindergarten. Super Ability Kindergarten? I have heard of the Transformation Kindergarten, where they teach transformation techniques. Have you ever learned there? Mu Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the mention of such an enticing topic. Sammy regarded Mu Yang with a mix of surprise and curiosity before nodding. The Transformation Kindergarten is indeed one of the affiliated institutions of the Super Ability Academy. I have dabbled in transformation techniques, though my proficiency is lacking. I can only maintain a transformation for 10 minutes. Mu Yang nodded, feeling quite satisfied. It is worth noting that in the original work, the transformation duration for Wulong and Pull was limited to merely 5 minutes, with a necessary 1-minute rest in between to continue transforming. Sammy, who could sustain his transformation for 10 minutes, still claimed he was incapable. Either he was being modest, or Wulong and Pull were indeed lacking. Returning to the main topic, the Southern Transformation curriculum primarily encompasses basic superpower skills, such as transformation techniques, which do not genuinely enhance the learner's inherent strength, though they serve well to bewilder others. At this juncture, Mu Yang and Sammy engaged in light conversation, acquiring a superficial understanding of the Superpower Academy. After approximately 10 minutes, Shaitan returned from the direction of the academy, accompanied by a slender and delicate figure, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. She possessed a cascade of deep green hair that gracefully framed her face. It was Mei Xia, whom he had not seen for many years. Now 15, Mei Xia had blossomed into a young lady, her slender frame exuding the charm of a budding adolescent. Upon catching sight of Mu Yang from a distance, a flicker of joy danced in her azure eyes. With a jubilant cheer, she shimmered with a faint green glow, propelled by a swirling emerald vortex towards Mu Yang. Brother, what brings you to visit me? Mei Xiao's melodious voice resonated in the air. Mu Yang caught Mei Xiao in his arms. The soft touch and delicate fragrance momentarily stunned him, causing him to question whether the enchanting young girl before him was indeed the same Mei Xia who used to trail behind him. Clad in a flowing black academic robe with a high collar, the hem billowed like a trench coat. With a pair of sunglasses, she would undoubtedly exude an air of sophistication. However, what a remarkable strength she possessed. He mused silently as he gazed at the girl before him. It's been years since we last met, so I thought I'd come to see you. Mei Xia chuckled lightly, casting a playful glance at Mu Yang. Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it matters not. Mu Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Over the years, Mei Xia had not returned home, as it was rumored that such was the internal regulation of the Superpower Academy. One could only graduate and leave upon reaching a certain age limit or meeting specific standards of ability. This policy was purportedly designed to protect novices and conceal the academy's location. Gently stroking the girl's fluffy emerald hair, Mu Yang turned to Sammy and Shay, saying, "It has been a long time since I last saw Mei Xia. I wish to take her out for a stroll." "Feel free," Sammy replied with a faint smile. Departing alongside Shay, "My mentor knows you're here, and she has granted me a day off," Mei Xia said eagerly, her small, pale hand cool to the touch, as warm as jade. "Brother, it's been so long since I've seen you. Tell me about things in the sect." "Of course." Mu Yang smiled and nodded in agreement, taking Mei Xiao's hand as they walked toward the makeshift dwelling he had constructed. The surface of the pond shimmered with rippling azure waves, the gentle flow of water accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms surrounding them, creating a tranquil scene reminiscent of a dream. Mu Yang and Mei Xia sat on the ground, sharing tales of the intriguing events that had transpired over the years. When he recounted his journey to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament and his triumph in securing the championship, Mu Yang cast a proud glance at Mei Xia. To his delight, he saw her face light up with astonishment, which only heightened his sense of pride. "Brother, in just over 3 years, you've become this formidable," Mei Xia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, the corners of Mu Yang's mouth lifted slightly. In the presence of the innocent girl, Mei Xia, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The burdens that had weighed heavily on his heart dissipated like mist, and his spirits soared. At that moment, all thoughts of Science and Frieza vanished into thin air. "I shall participate in the next martial arts tournament, and I will defeat you then," Mei Xia declared earnestly. "That is no small feat," Mu Yang replied with a chuckle, playfully pressing his palm against her head. Suddenly, he remembered something and pulled out a lens-shaped device from his pocket, offering it to Mei Xia. "Mei Xia, this is for you." It was indeed an energy detector. While he had refrained from mentioning the accelerated space, he had not concealed the discovery of the alien spaceship. Upon receiving the detector, Mei Xia examined the lens-shaped device with curiosity. "Is this the energy detector you mentioned? Alien technology?" "Yes, there are only 3 of these on Earth, so take good care of it," Mu Yang said with a smile. "Oh, I understand," Mei Xia exclaimed joyfully, leaning in as if to give Mu Yang a gentle peck on the cheek. Mu Yang was waiting expectantly, but to his surprise, Mei Xia hesitated. Instead of leaning in, she chuckled softly and extended her hand, her index finger and thumb forming a subtle arc before she playfully flicked her finger against Mu Yang's face. "Ahem, how whimsical." This was not how the script was meant to unfold. On such a beautiful day, with the innocence of youth, wasn't a gentle peck supposed to precede such antics? Rubbing the spot where Mei Xia had flicked him, Mu Yang cleared his throat. He certainly wasn't a fan of lowly characters. The girl before him was no longer a child. She was merely petite. However, being small was inconsequential. She would grow in a few years. Then he would instruct Mei Xia on how to operate the energy detector. This device utilized hexadecimal, and Mu Yang needed to teach her how to convert it into decimal. Fortunately, Mei Xia's mind was remarkably agile, and she quickly grasped the concept. Once she had mastered it, she eagerly tested the device, and the reading displayed converted to 41. A combat power of 41? Is that considered high or low? Mei Xia inquired, her clear eyes gazing up at Mu Yang. Mu Yang chuckled. That's quite commendable. A combat power of 41 points reflects the energy residing within Mei Xia's body. And this outcome is certainly not disappointing. The source of superpowers is also energy, albeit a more restrained form, not solely an explosive force. When manifested, the effects vary depending on the type of superpower. However, one thing remains constant. The greater the energy value, the more effective the combat outcome. If Mei Xia were to utilize her superpower at this moment, even I, Mu Yang, would find it challenging to extricate myself. What is your combat power, senior brother? 97. Oh, that's quite a disparity. Mei Xia's face fell. She had assumed that her combat power would not differ so drastically from her senior brother's. Yet she found herself lacking even half of his strength. Pouting, she playfully tackled Mu Yang, bringing him down onto the grass. Stop it. Your combat power is indeed impressive. The other disciples at Dakingshan only possess combat powers in the range of 20 or 30 at most. Really? I'm not deceiving you. After a brief bout of playful banter, their stomachs began to protest. I'm hungry, Mei Xiao admitted as she rubbed her belly. Today, I shall let you savor my culinary skills once more. That sounds wonderful. Mei Xiao exclaimed joyfully, and Mu Yang felt a surge of happiness as well. The two of them seemed to revert to their carefree childhood selves. Surrounded by a gentle warmth that enveloped their hearts, Mu Yang gathered firewood, igniting a plume of smoke, while Mei Xiao returned with her prey. Subsequently, it fell upon Mu Yang to clean the catch, and with the addition of a grill, soon a feast of tantalizing, golden-brown delicacies, dripping with savory juices, was prepared. Sprinkled with essential seasonings, the two siblings indulged in their meal with unrestrained delight. Yet, as is often the case, moments of joy are fleeting. Time slipped away unnoticed. And soon it was time to part ways. As they were about to leave, Mei Xia's reluctance was palpable, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother, I must return now. You must come visit me often, she implored. I shall certainly come, he replied. If not, I will be quite upset, she pouted, her delicate nose scrunching adorably. Understood. Mu Yang smiled at her pitiful expression. Only after receiving his promise did Mei Xia reluctantly take flight towards the academy, watching her gradually diminish into the distance. Mu Yang lingered for a moment, adjusting his emotions. He lifted his gaze to the pristine sky, his eyes hardening with resolve. Then, he soared into the air, swiftly darting towards the horizon, soon vanishing into the vast expanse above. The sacred land of martial arts, Kailan, is said to be the birthplace of martial disciplines on Earth. Nestled in the northern hemisphere upon a vast plain, it is flanked by a majestic mountain range perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, towering skyward from south to north. This geographical feature shields the region from the moisture-laden winds of the Western Ocean, preventing the coastal Kailan from becoming an overly rainy rainforest. Overall, the sacred land of Kailan forms a vast, sunken basin, stretching over 100 kilometers, blanketed in dense forests that appear like a rolling green ocean, swaying gently in the breeze. At the heart of Kailan stands the Kailan Tower, a conduit to the celestial realms. Legend holds that only those who ascend the Kailan Tower unassisted may encounter the immortal beings residing atop it and receive their guidance. Over 2 centuries ago, during a time when martial arts flourished on Earth, countless warriors flocked to challenge the Kailan Tower. However, following a cataclysmic disaster that struck the world 250 years ago, martial traditions suffered devastating losses, and to this day, they have yet to fully recover, resulting in a significant decline in challengers to the tower. Yet today, a figure approached the location of the Kailan Tower at an astonishing speed. A flash of light swept through the towering snow-capped mountains, revealing a smooth skyline within view. Mu Yang soared above the sacred forest of Kailan, his gaze fixated on a towering spire that reached towards the heavens. This slender tower, firmly anchored on the horizon, pierced through the clouds, shrouded by pristine white billows. At last, he had arrived at the sacred land of Kalen. The delicate outline before him must indeed be the Kalen Tower, astonishingly slender in its form. Mu Yang gazed in astonishment at the distant Kalen Tower. Witnessing it in person was far more breathtaking than he had ever imagined. As he descended in altitude, he gradually approached the tower. The base of Kalen Tower measured over 2 meters in width, deeply rooted in the earth, while its ivory-colored shaft was barely over a meter in diameter. The material from which it was constructed remained a mystery, adorned with intricate totemic patterns featuring flowers, birds, human faces, and animal forms. These totems likely represented ancient humanity's reverence for nature. As Mu Yang's feet touched the ground, he raised his head, gazing up at the seemingly infinite height of the tower. He then moved his body to prepare himself for the imminent challenge he was about to undertake. It was indeed true that in the world of Dragon Ball, as long as one adhered to the appropriate training methods, even an Earthling could wield formidable power. This phenomenon could be attributed to the prevailing cosmic rules. Mu Yang was acutely aware that in his former world, he would never have been able to cultivate the strength he now possessed. Perhaps it was due to a pervasive force known as Qi that enveloped the universe. Now, he was ready to challenge Kalen Tower. Suddenly, an arrow shot towards him, the cold tip glinting menacingly. Without hesitation, Mu Yang extended his hand, catching the arrow effortlessly. This was hardly a hospitable greeting. He thrust the arrow into the ground and spoke in a cold tone. "Halt. What brings you here?" A voice emerged from behind him. And soon, 6 or 7 individuals adorned with tribal markings emerged from the forest, carrying quivers of arrows. These Native American figures bore a striking resemblance to the characters depicted in the original work, wielding long spears and sharp arrows. Their necks adorned with necklaces made of animal teeth, all regarding Mu Yang with guarded expressions. Were they the guardians of the Kalen sacred land? Mu Yang raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing the identities of these individuals. Strictly speaking, not everyone possesses the qualifications to challenge the towering Kylenta. The perilous nature of such a challenge is underscored by the fact that these guardians have long resided in the sacred forest dedicated to its protection, serving as the initial barrier before one can confront Kylenta. "Stranger, your skills are commendable. Reveal your identity," declared the foremost Indian, brandishing a spear as he stepped forward. "I am Mu Yang, hailing from the Tianqin sect, and I have come today to challenge Kylenta," Mu Yang replied with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the Indian's face registered astonishment as he exclaimed, "You are Mu Yang, the champion of this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" Mu Yang was taken aback, surprised that the guardian residing in the Kylan Sanctuary was aware of the information regarding the world's foremost martial arts competition. He then remembered that this era was far removed from the secluded existence of future martial artists, and that exchanges between various sects were still quite frequent. Nodding, he affirmed, "Indeed, I am Mu Yang." Upon hearing Mu Yang confirm his identity, the demeanor of the Native Americans noticeably transformed, becoming more cordial. The leader, named OS, extended an apology for the earlier offense, gesturing for his kin to lower their weapons. He then expressed with a hint of nostalgia, "You mentioned that you have come to challenge the Kylan Tower? After all these years, someone has finally arrived to take on the challenge. To be candid, this is no simple endeavor. One misstep could cost you your life. My tribesmen have attempted it, yet all have failed. Are you truly resolute in your decision to challenge the Kylan Tower?" The Guardian clan was not numerous, and only the most exceptional warriors were deemed worthy to reside near the Kylan Tower. Given that even they had failed, one could only imagine the formidable nature of the challenge that lay ahead. Mu Yang said, "Thank you for your concern. I have long been mentally prepared." Noticing the firm resolve in his demeanor, AUS nodded slightly and suggested, "Given the long journey you have undertaken, it would be wise to recuperate before challenging tomorrow." "No need. I am in excellent condition and intend to challenge now." "I appreciate your kindness," Mu Yang replied, shaking his head in refusal. AUS stared in astonishment at Mu Yang for a moment, then stepped aside, saying, "If that is your decision, I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you," Mu Yang responded, turning towards the Kylan Tower. With a sudden surge of power in his leg muscles, a whirlwind erupted from the ground, propelling him skyward with astonishing speed. He lightly tapped the protruding nodes of the Kylan Tower, transforming into a mere black dot that swiftly vanished from the onlooker's sight. Below, the indigenous guardian stood dumbfounded, gazing at the sky where Mu Yang had just been, taken aback by the unexpected display of such formidable strength. After a long while, AUS closed his mouth and turned to his fellow tribesmen, incredulously exclaiming, "That young man is remarkably powerful. He may indeed meet the sage of Kylan." "Indeed. He is worthy of being the champion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Others chimed in, expressing their admiration. No, he surpasses previous champions by a significant margin. AUS replied, shaking his head as his gaze returned to the towering Kylan structure piercing the clouds. The white clouds unfurled in the high sky, while the ivory tower spanned the chasm between heaven and earth. As the altitude increased, the horizon began to curve elegantly. Here, the air grew thin, and the temperature began to drop. Mu Yang ascended with unwavering determination for over 10 kilometers, eventually resting on a protrusion of the Kylan Tower's surface. These outward bulges appeared every 7 or 8 meters, seemingly designed for challengers to recuperate. However, not every challenger possessed the requisite strength to utilize these ledges. The method of constructing the Kylan Tower remained a mystery, as it seemed to stretch infinitely upward. Gazing above, the tower vanished into the vast expanse of the sky, with the surroundings already entering the troposphere. Logically, the oxygen levels here should be exceedingly thin, yet Mu Yang discovered that while the concentration of oxygen had indeed diminished, it remained sufficient to meet the barest requirements for life. Onward. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Mu Yang invigorated himself and continued his ascent. Throughout his challenge of the Kylan Tower, he refrained from employing the technique of aerial movement, as the essence of climbing the tower lay in fortifying one's physical endurance. Legend has it that a miraculous spring known as the super sacred water resides at the summit of the Kylan Tower, and a single sip could significantly enhance one's strength. However, in truth, it was merely ordinary spring water. The genuine augmentation of power stemmed from the entire ordeal of conquering the tower. Even if the super sacred water possessed the potential to unlock latent abilities, it came at the peril of one's life, as it was a highly toxic substance, and a moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. Naturally, when discussing the super sacred water, Mu Yang felt a twinge of skepticism. In the original tale, Sun Wukong experienced a considerable increase in power after consuming the super sacred water. Whether this was due to the water's effects or the activation of his scion bloodline in a near-death state remained uncertain. However, Mu Yang understood that without the blessing of a bloodline, there were no shortcuts in cultivation. Every step must be taken with resolute determination. Thus, Mu Yang traversed the Kylan Tower, alternating between walking and resting for 3 days. As his provisions began to dwindle, he still could not glimpse the tower's pinnacle, a process that proved exceedingly taxing. For those lacking mental fortitude, surrender would have likely come far earlier. At the story's outset, Sun Wukong took an entire day and night to ascend the Kylan Tower. Given that Mu Yang's strength was inferior to that of Sun Wukong at that time, it was only natural that he would require a longer duration. Though he felt he was approaching the summit, Mu Yang grasped a protruding edge, contemplating silently to himself. He then fashioned a makeshift sheath with the belt he carried, employing it as a precautionary measure while he paused to rest. This was not deemed a transgression. He hastily consumed a bun before stowing away the sheath and continuing his ascent. After enduring another night, just as Mu Yang was on the brink of exhaustion, having nearly plummeted from the Kylan Tower several times, a vague silhouette finally emerged in his blurred vision, a flattened, spherical shadow. It was the pinnacle of the Kylan Tower. After 4 arduous days, he had finally reached the summit. At that moment, the sun was just rising, casting a divine hue over the surrounding clouds and the tower itself. Mu Yang felt revitalized, quickening his pace as he slipped through one of the 4 entrances located beneath the tower's apex. At last, he had ascended. Breathless and fatigued, Mu Yang collapsed onto the ground after reaching the top of the Kylan Tower. After resting for a while, the lactic fatigue in his thighs gradually subsided, allowing him the strength to survey his surroundings. The area was relatively spacious, adorned with oval skylights along its perimeter. Aside from the 4 entrance passages connecting to the tower's core, several water basins were systematically arranged, accompanied by a bathtub and a small bed for resting. This was the dwelling place of the immortal. With no sign of the immortal present, Mu Yang deduced that it must be located above. Not spotting any traces of the immortal, he conjectured it was on the 2nd level, and thus ascended the staircase toward it. The 2nd level of the Kylan Tower was considerably more expansive than the first, covering over 100 square meters. Aside from a stone platform in the center holding a water jug, there was not a single extraneous item in sight. This space boasted an unobstructed view, devoid of walls, with only 12 intricately carved stone columns supporting the upper and lower levels. Mu Yang noticed that above the stone platform where the water jug was placed, there floated a magnificent crystal ball. This orb, measuring over 80 centimeters in diameter, was perfectly round and resplendent, its surface gleaming with an ethereal clarity, seemingly upheld by a mysterious force that allowed it to hover in midair. Previously, Mu Yang had been unaware of this crystal ball and had not paid attention to whether such an object existed in the original work. At present, the crystal ball remained motionless, appearing to play a stabilizing role for the entire Kylan Tower. In essence, the structure at the pinnacle of Kylan Tower resembled a flattened sphere. The base was the smallest, measuring just over 30 square meters, while the middle layer was the most spacious, encompassing an area of over 100 square meters designated for the training of martial artists by the Immortal. From a structural perspective, the training area occupied only the central part of the tower's summit, with what seemed to be additional structures concealed above it. Remarkably, you have managed to climb here. You are quite impressive, young one. An immortal with white hair stood before Mu Yang, leaning on a staff, having silently evaded his perception. When did it appear? Mu Yang was entirely unaware of when the immortal had appeared. While secretly astonished, he studied the figure before him. Truly, a being who had lived for over 8 centuries. The immortal's strength was utterly inscrutable at first glance. Are you the immortal Chiron? Mu Yang feigned ignorance of the immortal's identity. The immortal, with a claw, washed its face and replied, "Indeed, young man. It has been many years since anyone has ascended here. Are you seeking the super sacred water?" Upon Mu Yang's nod, the immortal squinted. That will not be an easy task. The super sacred water is not freely bestowed. The immortal turned its rotund body, propping the super sacred water atop the central stone platform with its staff. To partake of it, you must seize it from my grasp. Indeed, this was a test of skill, and Mu Yang had anticipated such a challenge, recognizing it as the immortal's method of training martial artists. Thus, he solemnly performed a martial salute, hoping to leave a favorable impression, and promptly began his attempt to seize the water. Chiron Immortal, I am about to begin. Very well. The immortal acknowledged with a nod, appreciating Mu Yang's courteous demeanor. As Mu Yang lunged towards him, the immortal subtly adjusted its posture, deftly evading the attack. Young man, mere brute force will not suffice. You are a disciple of the Tianxin school. Surely you have not forgotten the fundamentals of your own lineage. The immortal shook its head, for it knew that most martial arts on Earth had originated from Kyran Tower. Having lived for over 800 years, every technique appeared rudimentary in its eyes. You are Mu Yang, correct? I can see you have put considerable effort into your physical foundation. Few martial artists from the lower realms have managed to cultivate their basics as firmly as you. The immortal spoke in a calm tone while dodging. With years of experience, it could easily discern Mu Yang's solid foundation, yet also recognized his deficiencies. Shaking its head, it remarked, though your fundamentals are polished, you have yet to master the application of your own qi. Because you do not know how to restrain it, your qi resembles fireflies in the night, betraying your actions and intentions from afar. Perhaps this is a reflection of the overall decline in the martial artists of the lower realms. Thus, it is not entirely your fault. The immortal strolled leisurely, delivering its incisive critique. Mu Yang came to a halt, his gaze fixed intently upon the immortal, expressing his admiration for its insights. Just as the immortal had remarked, the world below was indeed lacking in sects that comprehended the intricacies of qi cultivation. Thus, how could one expect to master the art of breath control? However, this dilemma was not insurmountable, for the amiable immortal before him was undoubtedly a wise mentor in this regard. Consequently, he spoke candidly. I beseech you, esteemed immortal Kylan, to impart to me the techniques of breath regulation. Ah, there is no rush, the immortal chuckled. Once you grasp the application of the qi within your body, mastering breath control will naturally follow. With a yawn, the immortal circled leisurely around Mu Yang, nodding in acknowledgement. To speak frankly, your Tianxin sect's qi practices possess a unique essence. After all, they are ancient secrets passed down through generations, differing somewhat from contemporary methods. Yet you have yet to fully refine your skills. You must be weary from your arduous ascent up Kylan Tower. Take some time to rest and reflect. Beginning tomorrow, I shall officially guide you in your cultivation. With that, the immortal waved his hand and, leaning on his staff, descended the stairs. Mu Yang stared blankly, watching the immortal descend the stairs. It was evident that through a simple test earlier, the immortal had gauged his pulse, and the formal training was set to commence tomorrow. This filled him with excitement, yet once the thrill subsided, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. He simply lay down on the ground and quickly drifted into a deep slumber, soon snoring gently. To be candid, he was indeed quite exhausted. The following day dawned clear and bright. The immortal retrieved a bag of dry flour from his supplies and instructed Mu Yang to consume a bit with the spring water, after which they would officially begin the training. Chewing on the dense, tasteless dough, Mu Yang's face contorted into a grimace, although the flour could satiate his hunger. It was exceedingly unpalatable. He found himself pondering how the turtle immortal had managed to endure 3 years under such arduous conditions. In this regard, he had to admire the turtle immortal. After reluctantly filling his stomach, once his strength was replenished, Mu Yang approached the immortal. The immortal regarded him and said, "Ah, you have finished eating, then let us commence your training. Please instruct me." Mu Yang replied earnestly. No need for formality," the immortal replied, narrowing his eyes as if amused. "Last night, I studied your experiences, and I have decided to divide your training into 3 stages." With that, he raised 3 fingers. "Firstly, we shall address the errors in your movements during your techniques. Previously, without a skilled teacher to guide you, you have developed numerous unnecessary flaws and excessive actions. Fortunately, it is still relatively easy to rectify these at this stage. Once they become deeply ingrained, altering them will prove to be quite challenging." The immortal spoke with a measured tone. Mu Yang listened attentively, expressing his agreement. At the very least, he had perused the original work and understood that superfluous movements would undoubtedly become focal points for correction by the immortal beings. From the very beginning, Mu Yang had prepared for this aspect. In truth, the cultivation of martial arts is an inevitable progression from complexity to simplicity, aimed at minimizing unnecessary expenditures during combat, a realization that Mu Yang had always held. However, prior to this moment, he had yet to encounter a mentor capable of providing effective guidance. Although Isafu could be considered a commendable martial artist, and indeed a notable practitioner of the martial arts, his instruction paled in comparison to that of a true master immortal. It is fair to assert that few individuals on Earth possess insights surpassing those of the immortals. Next, regarding the cultivation of qi, the Tianqin style possesses commendable and intricate techniques. However, you have yet to fully harness its essence, thus necessitating the rectification of this shortcoming. Once your qi cultivation reaches completion, your strength will naturally experience a significant enhancement. Finally, there is the matter of breath control. This is a rather vague concept. What constitutes the effective suppression of one's breath varies from person to person. Different individuals exhibit varying sensitivities to qi. Perhaps you believe you have successfully constrained your aura. Yet to the discerning eyes of others, it may still be glaringly apparent. I shall not impose rigid expectations in this regard. No, please, esteemed immortal Kylan. Train me with the utmost rigor, Mu Yang earnestly implored. If I cannot even meet the highest standards set by an immortal, how can I aspire to stand atop the pinnacle of strength? The persistent inability to surpass the threshold of 100 in combat prowess must stem from some deficiency in my training. This deficiency is not related to my movements but pertains to some specific requirement. With the physical development momentarily reaching its limit, could it be that mastery over breath control allows a practitioner to enter an entirely different realm? The cultivation methods of the Tianqin style diverged fundamentally from those of the turtle immortal style from the outset. Mu Yang understood that he could not merely transpose insights gleaned from the original work. He hoped to gain elevation through the immortal's tutelage. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the immortal's eyes as he stroked his beard and nodded. "Very well, I shall train you under the most stringent standards. However, I must forewarn you that my training is exceedingly challenging. I am fully prepared. Please rest assured, immortal Kylan." "Excellent," the immortal acknowledged, nodding as he regarded the resolute youth before him. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a small bell and affixed it to himself. After completing this action, the immortal, much like the previous day, lifted the water kettle from the stone platform with his staff. "Your task now is to seize the kettle that hangs from my staff. You may do so while I am asleep or distracted. Any means are permissible, as long as you manage to take the kettle from me. Since this is the first phase, I shall keep the bell attached to me and will not remove it. When you are capable of snatching the kettle from my grasp, you may proceed to the second phase of training. At that point, you will remove the bell and reclaim the kettle from me once again, after which you will advance to the third phase. As for the practice in the third phase, we shall address it after the completion of the second phase. Perhaps merely traversing the first 2 phases will consume a considerable amount of time." Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback, for this was unlike the training of Sun Wukong by the immortal. In the original tale, when Sun Wukong seized the water flask, the immortal was devoid of any jingling bells. Perhaps it was due to his own prowess not yet reaching the level of Sun Wukong in the original narrative. that the immortal had chosen to reduce the difficulty of the training. The first phase had not been depicted in the original, while the second phase reflected the training methods of Sun Wukong. Kylan Immortal, let us commence. Acknowledging the immortal's intentions, Mu Yang nodded and readied himself to snatch the water flask. Ding! Ding! As Mu Yang lunged towards him, the immortal squinted and deftly evaded, not making a conscious effort to conceal his aura. Thus, as he swayed about, the little bell emitted a series of delightful chimes. Mu Yang altered the trajectory of his leap in pursuit of the sound, nearly grasping the water jug on several occasions. However, the immortal, with a subtle contraction of his palm, deftly lifted the jug with his staff, sending it gliding to another location. The air at the heights of Calinta was thin, and it wasn't long before Mu Yang found himself gasping for breath. The immortal, resting on his cane, paused. The atmosphere atop Calinta differed significantly from that below. The air here was but half as abundant. Without regulating his movements, one's body would swiftly succumb to exhaustion. I understand, Mu Yang panted, calling out loudly as he seized the moment to leap into the air. The immortal chuckled heartily, and just as Mu Yang was about to make contact with the jug, the immortal's body swayed, causing the jug to slip away once more. Listen closely to the sound of the bell. Do not let my movements distract you. The immortal's voice suddenly resonated in Mu Yang's ear, startling him. Upon closer inspection, a magnified visage appeared before him. The immortal flashed a grin at Mu Yang, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. As Mu Yang extended his hand, the visage before him abruptly transformed into a mere afterimage, torn asunder. One must minimize personal losses, seeking the optimal trajectory for a leap, while simultaneously honing one's perceptive acuity. In combat with others, it is unnecessary to focus on every single movement. Instead, one should learn to seize the essence of the encounter. Sometimes, a singular, straightforward strike can wield decisive influence, akin to this moment. Just as the immortal concluded his statement, his eyes narrowed into a fine slit. The evasive maneuvers that had persisted suddenly shifted. The immortal left several afterimages in his wake, directly extending his wooden staff forward. The staff collided with Mu Yang's chest, causing his body to convulse. In an instant, it felt as though an immense force had detonated within his chest, rendering him incapacitated and unable to resist. That previous strike was a test of your perception and decisiveness. Merely seeing with one's eyes is insufficient. One must also act with prompt resolution. Impressive. Mu Yang grinned as he rose, rubbing his chest, yet his eyes brimmed with an intense desire for strength. Haha. It's a piece of cake. You may rest for a while. When you have gathered your thoughts, resume your cultivation. The celestial being chuckled heartily, then stifled a yawn before reclining on the nearby bench to drift into slumber. Mu Yang silently observed, etching the immortal's words into his heart. On the path of cultivation, receiving guidance from wise individuals can significantly reduce the number of detours one must take. Although he had previously grasped the principles conveyed by the immortal, he understood that practice is the finest teacher. Merely listening without engaging is futile, however. The unparalleled effectiveness of simultaneously listening and practicing became apparent. Before he knew it, 8 or 9 days had swiftly passed. During this time, Mu Yang resembled a sponge, absorbing the martial principles imparted by the immortal with unrelenting vigor. His comprehension and control over power exhibited marked improvement, although his energy levels remained stagnant. Not surpassing the threshold of 100, he felt an immense sense of achievement that far surpassed mere enhancements in combat prowess. By the 10th day, Mu Yang had significantly reduced his ineffective movements, minimizing his vulnerabilities. When he resumed the game of snatching the water jug from the immortal, he began to showcase his own style. The immortal observed all of this with quiet approval. Finally, on the 18th day, Mu Yang successfully seized the water jug from the immortal's grasp. At that moment, the immortal seized the opportunity to reveal the truth about the so-called super holy water. In reality, it did not exist. The jug merely contained ordinary spring water. The true essence of cultivation lay in the process of seizing the jug itself. You may try. Your strength has improved considerably, he stated. The immortal's notion of strength encompassed more than mere combat power. It referred to overall capability. For martial artists on Earth, who generally possess lower energy levels, comprehensive strength is paramount. Relying solely on instrumentally measured combat power does not determine the ultimate victor. Combat power signifies striking capability, while overall strength assesses all facets, including combat techniques and strategies. In simpler terms, it is about how effectively one can strike their opponent. Naturally, the two are closely related. High combat power typically correlates with substantial overall strength, as combat power forms the foundation of comprehensive capability. Master Kylan, I have come to understand. That is good to hear. The immortal nodded approvingly, removing the small bell from his attire. Now, I shall no longer go easy on you. Please, Mu Yang exclaimed with fervor, his expression earnest and solemn as he began to adjust his breathing and posture. Mu Yang was the first to launch an assault, his movements swift as a tempest, striking with the force of lightning. A white silhouette flickered through the air, vanishing and reappearing before the immortal in an instant, then swiftly altering its trajectory to strike at the water jug perched upon the immortal's staff. However, the immortal, now devoid of the bell, exhibited an even more enigmatic demeanor than before. With a sly grin, the immortal casually assumed a stance that deftly misled Mu Yang. Thud, thud, the sound echoed. Though the figure remained unseen, Mu Yang's speed had reached its zenith, yet the immortal's movements appeared even swifter. Only two indistinct shadows could be discerned flashing within the expansive training ground, as a fierce gale swept outward towards the Kalen Tower. Mu Yang's eyes continuously followed the celestial being's movements, though the actions were shrouded in an enigmatic allure, oscillating between reality and illusion, rendering his vision seemingly insufficient. While superfluous gestures may lack necessity, those designed to confound an opponent are anything but trivial. With a crackling sound, the celestial being gracefully leaped, the wooden staff tracing a beautiful arc through the air before deftly directing the water flask to rest securely upon the stone pedestal at the center. Well, today's training concludes here. Reflect upon this session tonight. The celestial being waved his hand and retreated to rest. Watching the celestial figure descend the staircase, Mu Yang panted, wiping the sweat from his brow before plopping down onto the ground. Once he had sufficiently recuperated, he began to regulate his inner energy, and with a swift motion, he entered the acceleration space. At present, the realm of acceleration maintained a radius of 10 meters. However, compared to before, it exhibited significant transformation. As Mu Yang's strength approached the critical threshold of 100, a dense layer of clouds gathered ominously in the pale sky, swirling restlessly like a tangible barrier obscuring the heavens. Particularly after ascending the Kylan Tower, the accumulation of these clouds hastened, drawing the ceiling ever lower. If this trend persisted, it would not be long before the ceiling of this space pressed down upon him. Gazing at the thick clouds, Mu Yang felt an overwhelming urge to shatter them, as if breaching that barrier would unveil a clear path ahead. Patience is key, given the current progress. It may not be long before this acceleration space undergoes a profound transformation. Mu Yang has yet to comprehend the origins of this acceleration space, and thus has no choice but to attribute it to the remnants of his own traversal. Consequently, he handles this space with utmost caution. As time passes, by the second month of Mu Yang's ascent to the Kylan Tower, the ceiling of the acceleration space has descended alarmingly close to the ground. If this continues, it will severely impair the functionality of the acceleration space. At this juncture, Mu Yang has resolved to gamble everything, preparing to unleash his full strength to shatter it. 2 months of diligent practice have imbued him with confidence in this endeavor. One starry night, beneath the luminous moon that resembled a plate, while the celestial being retreated downstairs to rest, Mu Yang stealthily entered the acceleration space. He gazed upward at the almost tangible cloud layer, which loomed merely 3 meters above his head. It had indeed become the ceiling. Mu Yang steadied his breath, making final preparations. A surge of formidable energy erupted alongside a commanding shout. With a resolute expression, he fixed his gaze upon the heavens, channeling energy into his hands. In an instant, a brilliant azure light flickered to life, radiating like a star within the confines of this narrow, dim space. The moment of truth had arrived. Heavenly Heart Qigong. With a mighty roar directed towards the sky, Mu Yang thrust his fingers forward with force, sending forth a dazzling beam of energy that shot straight out. The azure energy crackled as it sliced through the air, producing a sharp, thunderous sound, before piercing through layers of clouds, hurtling towards the densest area of the cloud layer at its center. Boom! The radiant azure beam collided with the core of the ceiling, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the realm. At this moment, Mu Yang's energy wave had become far more solid than it was a few months prior, with its penetrating and destructive power exponentially enhanced. The energy wave he unleashed was truly terrifying. The collision of the two forces produced a cataclysmic spectacle, reminiscent of the very dawn of creation, fierce and resounding. A swirling vortex spun violently, with the airflow dispersing, the center rising high like an inverted trumpet flower. A loud crack echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. In this instant, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse. The endless clouds, as if stripped of their cover, erupted in an explosive release. And the entire expanse of space trembled violently, on the verge of shattering. The force of the explosion, relentless and unyielding, began to expand this realm uncontrollably. After releasing the energy wave, Mu Yang found himself utterly exhausted. Strangely, however, the terrifying energy had not inflicted any harm upon him. Instead, a cascade of crystalline fragments descended from the sky, landing upon him and being absorbed entirely. As time passed and tranquility once again enveloped the earth, Mu Yang's hazy vision gradually sharpened. The scene before him evoked a sense of astonishment. The heavens appeared higher and the ground wider, transforming from a 10-meter radius to an astonishing 1,000 meters, ample enough to accommodate a small mountain. Simultaneously, as the expanse of the accelerated space continued to enlarge, Mu Yang sensed the faint dissolution of shackles that had once constrained him. The path ahead seemed to unfurl into a smooth trajectory, markedly different from before. It was akin to a prisoner breaking free from confinement, an exhilarating experience that compelled him to let out a triumphant roar, his spirit soaring with elation. Employing an energy detector to gauge his own power, he heard a series of beeps. Beep, beep. The display revealed a string of data, 121 combat power. In an instant, his combat prowess had surged by over 20 points, reaching the level attained by Sun Wukong after the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. This was indeed a monumental breakthrough. The accelerated space was undeniably intertwined with his strength. The ceiling that had obscured the sky was perhaps merely a manifestation of the limits within his own body. The encroaching ceiling signified that the distance to his limitations was drawing near, and breaking through it would mean shattering those constraints. Such transformations prompted Mu Yang to reflect deeply. Ordinarily, the maximum combat power for an average Earthling is capped at 100, with few ever successfully transcending this threshold. Yet, this accelerated space, through his mental communication, appeared capable of materializing his limits, to manifest the invisible constraints and subsequently launch a tangible assault to overcome them. How wondrous a phenomenon! For ordinary individuals, surpassing their limits typically entails a gradual accumulation of strength. In simple terms, it progresses from 100 to 101, then to 102. In contrast, Mu Yang had not only transcended but had also absorbed the energy from that breakthrough, catapulting him to 121 in one fell swoop. Realizing this, Mu Yang felt a surge of invigorating excitement. If the reality aligned with his conjecture, he was indeed at a significant advantage. This implied that he need not worry any longer about the inherent disparity between Earthlings and extraterrestrials. Scions and other beings from the cosmos possess their formidable strength due to their inherently vast potential. While Earthlings may be deemed weak, with sufficient effort, transcending multiple limits could be within reach. In comparison, the time-accelerating function of the accelerated space paled in significance. This was the true golden finger. Of course, this remained merely Mu Yang's speculation. The precise nature of the situation was unknown to anyone. Moreover, even if his assumptions held true, whether he could successfully break through his limits again in the same manner remained uncertain. After all, for the inhabitants of Earth, transcending the limit of a combat power of 100 is not an impossibility. The true challenge lies in surmounting the thresholds of 1,000 and 10,000. Ultimately, whether one can continuously surpass these limits is fundamentally tied to the innate gifts of one's race. Nevertheless, for the time being, this notion has afforded Mu Yang some inspiration. Emerging from the acceleration space, Mu Yang found his heart still tumultuous, unable to find tranquility. Through his testing, he discovered that as he shattered the first layer of limits, the ratio of time flow between the acceleration space and the external world transformed from 2 to 1 to 4 to 1. In other words, the passage of time within the acceleration space is now 4 times that of the outside world. Moreover, the acceleration space has also acquired a storage function, allowing him to effortlessly place items within it. It is simple and convenient. Even in the absence of a universal capsule, he need not worry about the capacity. Furthermore, due to the nourishing energy that permeates the space, he is unconcerned about the degradation of the stored items, making it an indispensable asset for both home and travel. This has proven to be my most significant gain in recent times. Mu Yang was so elated that he even laughed in his sleep. The following day, when the immortal encountered Mu Yang once more, He could distinctly sense the transformation within him. After just one night apart, Mu Yang seemed to radiate a different spirit and demeanor. It was quite remarkable. Such a profound change in merely one evening left the immortal perplexed. Mu Yang, like a gentle spring breeze, wore a warm smile last night. He came to understand certain matters, feeling as though he had transformed entirely. Ah, it seems you have attained a realization, breaking free from the shackles of martial arts. The immortal nodded, noting that the experience of enlightenment is indeed profound. Yet, in the span of 8 centuries, the immortal has witnessed such moments before. The essence of enlightenment lies in opportunity, and the immortal felt genuine joy for Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded. His approach to transcending limitations within the acceleration space bore a striking resemblance to the epiphanies described by the immortal. The immortal remarked, "Now that your strength has significantly advanced, it is essential to make slight adjustments in your subsequent cultivation. Today, dedicate your time to familiarizing yourself with the newfound power. Once you can wield it with ease, I shall offer you further guidance." Mu Yang nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Master Kylan." Just as Mu Yang commenced his cultivation atop Kylan Tower, on an island to the east of Earth, a cacophony of gunfire shattered the island's tranquility. Numerous speedboats patrolled the waters surrounding the isle, their decks brimming with armed personnel clad in drab gray uniforms, resembling both soldiers and brigands. Boss Lu Sha received a report from the dispatch squad. Yet they had not uncovered the whereabouts of Clarion. A soldier, resembling a military man, removed the earpiece from his ear and reported to his superior. The officer inhaled a puff of smoke, exhaling a cloud of acrid white fumes, and cast a menacing glare towards the soldier, berating him. "Can't you send more men if you can't find him? The commander has issued a strict order. We must locate Clarion. Even if he is dead, we are to retrieve everything he possesses." The soldier trembled in response, hastily acknowledging, "Yes, I will immediately dispatch more personnel to the island." "Not yet." Officer Lu Sha waved his hand impatiently, then resumed his smoking. Commander Huai En was truly perplexing. After all, he was merely a minor researcher. What could he possibly possess that warranted such a grand search? "Never mind, I am merely responsible for the task at hand. I need not concern myself with the matters of those higher up." Lu Sha extinguished his cigar and reported the situation back to headquarters, only to receive an order that they were to spare no effort in the search. These bureaucrats only issue commands. It is we, the subordinates, who must carry them out. He spat disdainfully after hanging up the phone. It was vexing for someone of his stature as a frontline commander of the Serpent Legion to be personally accountable for such a trivial task. Meanwhile, on the island, a golden-haired man bent low, cradling a child in his arms, hiding within a thicket. Had Mu Yang been present, he would have recognized this golden-haired man as one of the young couple encountered months ago on the train to Maple Leaf Island. The child he held was a little girl named April. At that moment, a gaping wound marred Clarion's chest, crimson blood soaking through his shirt. Cough, cough, Clarion hunched over, each slight movement exacerbating the injury to his lungs, inflicting considerable agony. "Daddy, are you all right?" April whimpered, yearning for her mother and sister. Tears welled in her eyes, her little lips quivering as she stifled her sobs. "Do not cry, April. Your mother and Sapril will be fine," Clarion reassured her, wiping away her tears, though a hint of sorrow flickered in his gaze. "But our cruise ship has sunk, and mother and sister have not resurfaced. They want to come back," April cried, her voice trembling. Clarion's expression hardened momentarily. He struggled to articulate a response, but the words lodged in his throat, unutterable. Just then, sounds of a sweep emerged from the thicket, prompting Clarion to swiftly cover April's mouth. After the sweepers had moved away, Clarion made a resolute decision. He tucked a thick stack of blueprints and 3 obsidian-like stones into April's small backpack. "April, take good care of these. They are your father's research materials." A flicker of sorrow and indignation crossed Clarion's eyes. Had it not been for these items, perhaps their family would not have met such a tragic fate. "Daddy." April sensed something amiss and called out anxiously. Clarion, a researcher at a comprehensive research institute, was engaged in robotic studies. As for the 3 dark stones, he was uncertain of their nature. They were extracted from a meteorite. Clarion never anticipated that his research findings would attract the covetous eyes of high-ranking officials from the Serpent Master's Legion. Their cruise ship had been ambushed during its voyage. His wife and young daughter had fallen into the sea and had not resurfaced, their fates likely dire. He placed his hand gently on April's head. "Listen carefully. There is a small cave over there. You must hide inside and do not come out unless you hear my call." April whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Here, Take this. It's your favorite candy. If you feel sad, eat one, but save it. Claren watched his daughter, painfully unwrapping a piece of candy and placing it in her mouth before stuffing the jar of her snacks into her backpack. After completing these tasks, Claren weakly began to move away. Remember, do not leave that cave for the next few days. April replied, her voice choked with emotion. Claren cast one last deep gaze at his daughter before turning towards the edge of the grove. He knew that only by drawing the enemy away could April have a chance of survival. Once Claren departed, the sound of gunfire echoed through the woods. The sky gradually darkened, and a thin mist rose among the trees. April hid in the small cave, waiting for her father to return. However, after 2 or 3 days of waiting in vain, hunger became unbearable for April. Heartbroken, she consumed a piece of candy, carefully secured the jar, and placed it back in her backpack. With a frail frame, April stepped out of the cave. The cold wind howled, imbued with a melancholic chill, gradually receding into the distance. She curled up her body and staggered towards the nearby homes on the island. On Kalinta, after breaking through the first barrier, Mu Yang seemed like a different person. The shackles that had once bound him were gone, and his cultivation speed soared as if he were flying, experiencing remarkable transformations daily. By the 3rd month, Mu Yang had seized a water bottle from the immortal's grasp. Ah, when did you become so formidable? The immortal looked at him in astonishment after losing the water bottle, taken aback by the boy's growth. It was astonishing that he had managed to snatch it away in just 3 short months. It is worth noting that the previous contender who secured the water bottle, Master Turtle, took a full 3 years to accomplish this feat, which could indeed be considered swift. However, Master Kylan, you flatter me. It is a testament to your excellent guidance. Ah, do not adorn me with such accolades. The sage cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yang, swaying his rotund form. I have imparted to you all the foundational knowledge I possess. As for the forthcoming 3rd stage, which encompasses the convergence and perception of energy, it delves into far more profound realms. At your current level, you are only capable of mastering the convergence of energy. As for perception, that transcends the realm of martial artists. Mu Yang listened attentively. The mastery of one's breath was far more easily attained than the perception of it. Achieving a state of inner tranquility was all that was required, yet the understanding of breath involved deeper secrets, necessitating a meticulous control over its fluctuations. That was the realm of the temple practitioners. Here, the immortal could only impart the art of breath mastery to learn how to perceive an opponent through breath. One must either rely on personal enlightenment or obtain the immortal's endorsement to acquire a token leading to the temple, where celestial training awaited. Thus, Mu Yang diligently followed the immortal's teachings on breath control. Time flowed like fine sand, slipping by unnoticed. Before long, another half-month had passed. Under the immortal's guidance, Mu Yang experienced rapid growth, continually absorbing the essence of the immortal's martial arts. Gradually, he began to comprehend the essence of breath. At this moment, his breath had become subdued, no longer radiating the sharpness it once did. Alas, I have little left to teach you. The immortal regarded Mu Yang as if he were a peculiar creature. This lad was nothing short of a marvel. In just over 3 months, he had rendered his mentor's teachings nearly obsolete. Such talent was undoubtedly among the finest on earth. However, the immortal remained unaware that this extraordinary progress was largely due to Mu Yang's advantage of an acceleration space. Graciously accepting the immortal's praise, Mu Yang smiled and said, I appreciate your guidance during this time. Indeed, the immortal nodded, stroking his beard. It has been no trouble at all. The purpose of Kylan Tower is to cultivate exceptional martial artists. Unfortunately, each passing year seems to yield fewer who can ascend. By the way, Immortal Kylan, I've noticed you've been consuming a type of dried bean these past few days. Does that truly suffice to satiate your hunger? The immortal cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yang. Ah, those are celestial beans. Consuming one allows one to forego meals for 10 days. Mu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was well aware that those were the coveted celestial beans, exceedingly precious in the later stages of Dragon Ball. However, for now, they merely serve the purpose of satiating hunger without showcasing their true value. Oh, Master Karen, with such extraordinary items at your disposal, why must you have me consume mere flour daily? This is rather excessive. Cough. This is a form of discipline for you. A martial artist must endure hardship. Eating flour is a tradition passed down from ancient times. He was met with a disdainful gaze, and even the sage felt a twinge of embarrassment. Alas, the yield of celestial beans is meager. Only about 60 are produced each year, and I tend to use around 40 of them annually. The quantity is truly limited. Well, Master Karen, let us strike a bargain. How about I venture down to procure a batch of aquatic products for you? With your abilities, I am certain you can preserve them. I would like to exchange these aquatic delicacies for some celestial beings. What do you think? With narrowed eyes, Mu Yang pondered to himself, contemplating the practicality of storing flour in the Kylan Tower, which surely could accommodate other provisions as well. Since the primary function of the immortal beans was merely to stave off hunger, what harm could there be in substituting them with aquatic products? Moreover, the immortal beans lacked flavor, whereas aquatic delicacies offered a richness that was simply irresistible. If a small stove were to be set up, the aroma wafting from it would be utterly delightful. Aquatic products. Upon hearing Mu Yang's intention to exchange aquatic products for immortal beings, the immortal's eyes widened in astonishment, gleaming with excitement. However, to maintain an air of composure, the immortal feigned tranquility and remarked, "This idea is indeed intriguing. I am often unable to leave the Kylan Tower. If you are willing to assist me, it is certainly worth considering." Victory surged within Mu Yang as he envisioned an abundance of immortal beings beckoning to him. "How many immortal beings do you intend to exchange?" he inquired cautiously. "Naturally, the more, the better. I shall reserve a small portion for myself, and the remainder can be traded." The immortal paused. "Wait a moment. I shall check how many immortal beings I have left." With that, the immortal descended to the lower levels of the Kylan Tower, rummaging through various containers until, at last, he unearthed a large brown ceramic jar labeled with the words immortal beans in red. Upon opening the jar, he found it filled with vibrant green dried beans. After a rough estimation, it appeared there were approximately 15 to 16,000 beans. Such a bountiful quantity. Mu Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment, pondering how much the rotunda Kairold must have squandered for later generations, including son Wukong, to struggle to share even a single bean. "This is all I have. It took me over 800 years to accumulate this stash. Given the declining yield of immortal beans, I must retain a few thousand as a reserve, while the rest can be exchanged for aquatic products." The immortal paused, his ears twitching. "Of course, immortal beans are quite filling. Your aquatic products will be more than sufficient." Mu Yang interjected without hesitation. "Very well, then. This arrangement poses no issues." The immortal nodded in satisfaction, explaining, "One immortal bean can sustain a person for 10 days. If the aquatic products do not last that long, this transaction would hardly be equitable." As the immortal retrieved an empty ceramic jar, filling it with the immortal beans, he continued, "In truth, these immortal beans surpass terrestrial food in quality, making them exceptionally suitable for martial practitioners after training. Moreover, they can also be advantageous in combat situations. Do you know why? Because they yield swift results. They can rapidly restore vitality." Mu Yang replied sincerely, "The mere satiating function of the celestial beings is indeed a remarkable asset. Moreover, it possesses healing properties. Though perhaps the immortals, having never been wounded, are unaware of this fact." Indeed, the immortal glanced back at him, noticing Mu Yang's adeptness at pinpointing the crux of the matter, and could not help but nod in silent approval. Sighing, "It must be said that aquatic products do not offer such splendid functionalities." Startled, Mu Yang felt a surge of urgency within. He composed himself and replied, "You speak wisely, immortal. Upon reflection, it seems you are correct. However, I can procure a greater variety of aquatic products that will surely satisfy you. Furthermore, we possess a stove on the surface that can roast an array of delectable dishes. I shall bring one for you when I descend." "Ha! It is rare to see such thoughtfulness. Then do bring one for me," the immortal said with a squint and a smile. Watching Joie commence filling another earthen pot with celestial beans, Mu Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering to himself that the immortal was indeed not to be trifled with, as he understood the art of negotiation. Fortunately, the essence of worldly transactions lies in the adequacy of currency. Once the payment is made, the deal is sealed. Over 10,000 celestial beings. As he observed the immortal filling yet another pot with thousands of celestial beings, Mu Yang felt his lips parch and his eyes glimmer with fervor. Akin to a destitute wretch suddenly beholding a room filled with gold, his gaze brimming with ardent desire. Mu Yang swallowed hard, trembling slightly as he accepted the clay jar filled with divine beans from the celestial being's hand. Initially, in the early stages of Dragon Ball, these divine beans held little value, merely serving as sustenance to quell hunger. However, as the narrative progressed, they transformed into genuine life-saving treasures. Not only could they swiftly restore energy, but they also possessed the remarkable ability to instantly heal various injuries. At this moment, the divine beans had yet to be squandered by Yaki Luobe, and the majority had been collected by Mu Yang. He decided to consume one to sample its effects. Mu Yang contemplated retrieving a dried, shriveled bean from the earthen jar, placing it into his mouth to crush it. With a crisp crack, the desiccated morsel revealed its lack of flavor. Yet, in the next moment, a rich surge of vitality unexpectedly flooded his mouth, swiftly coursing throughout his entire being. Under the warm embrace of this flow, Mu Yang's mental state instantly ascended to its zenith. What a precious treasure! These are indeed life-saving gems. Mu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully arranged the ceramic pot, sealing it with utmost reverence, as if it were a sacred relic bestowed upon him by divine beings. Each of the over 10,000 celestial beings within demanded meticulous consideration to be utilized with precision. Alas, the thousands of beings in the possession of the immortal were surely squandered, destined to be mishandled by Aki Luobe. Ambitiously, Mu Yang yearned to acquire even the few thousand beings reserved by the immortal, yet ultimately relinquished that desire, acknowledging the value in having secured the majority. Perfection in such matters was an unattainable dream. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over him. At that moment, his gaze fell upon 3 large water tanks positioned in isolation, distinct from the others nestled against the wall. Why were these tanks so widely separated, he pondered. He vaguely surmised their purpose. It was said that each tank could reveal glimpses of the past, present, and future. "Oh, those are instruments I employ to observe the mortal realm," the immortal remarked, his rotund form swaying as he lifted the lid from one of the tanks, unveiling a tranquil pool of crystalline water. "Ooh," Mu Yang exclaimed, intrigued, as he leaned closer to the serene waters. Unbeknownst to him, the liquid within these tanks bore a familiar name, ultra-divine water. This potent substance could unleash latent potential within the human body, yet it was also highly toxic. Should one lack sufficient intrinsic power, the ultra-divine water would deplete their life force, leading to certain demise. Legend spoke of 14 formidable individuals from Earth who had partaken of it, none of whom survived. Thus, Mu Yang regarded the ultra-divine water with trepidation, deeming it unworthy of his touch. As he scrutinized the tank, ripples suddenly danced across the surface, revealing a series of peculiar images before his eyes. It was a fair and sunny day, showcasing a little girl with dark green hair and a boy with black hair, both immersed in earnest practice, beads of sweat glistening on their brows. Mu Yang recognized the scene as a memory from his childhood with Meishia, indicating that this tank indeed reflected the past. Curious, he lifted the lid from the middle tank, unveiling another tableau. Within it, he beheld his mentor and Alice, busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. While in the living room, Isafu was engrossed in reading a newspaper, a representation of the present. Lastly, he opened the final tank, revealing yet another distinct scene. It depicted a bustling assembly hall, alive with energy, likely hosting a competition. On the stage stood a man and a woman, the man, unmistakably Mu Yang. Exuded an air of gallantry, his appearance matured yet reminiscent of his current self, though only a few years appeared to separate the two. Opposite him stood a woman with waist-length black hair, her figure balanced and her features somewhat obscured. From the exquisite and graceful curves, she appeared to be in her 20s, exuding an aura that was distinctly unique. Particularly captivating to Mu Yang were the girl's ebony locks and her pair of eyes, as clear as spring water. At that moment, they were engaged in a competition, with the dark-haired woman displaying an impressive demeanor as she relentlessly attacked the future Mu Yang. This scene seemed to be a glimpse into the future, where Mu Yang was indeed contending with someone. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The previous fragment vanished, replaced by a profound starry sky. In this new combat scenario, however, stood an 11 or 12-year-old girl, also with dark hair, facing none other than Mu Yang. The girl wore an innocent expression, her gaze filled with a haughty disdain for all. With a sudden exclamation, her golden eyes sparkled with an enchanting brilliance. Yet, her opponent was formidable, as he consistently maintained his ground without yielding an advantage. Mu Yang furrowed his brow as he gazed at the disjointed vision of the future before him. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to discern how either party had made their moves. From this vision, he felt a sense of confidence in his own potential. He inquired, "Master Kylan, what does this vision of the future truly signify?" The sage licked his palm and replied, "It holds no particular significance. For the future remains uncertain, and this vessel merely reveals one of many possibilities. Each individual who gazes upon it will perceive a different scene. So do not dwell on it." Mu Yang thought it best not to ponder what eluded him, choosing instead to avoid unnecessary worry. Overall, he recognized the favorable aspects he had glimpsed. Hey, Mu Yang, you have already taken the divine beans. When will you fulfill your promise regarding the aquatic products you mentioned? The sage, ever mindful of their transaction, urged him to act as Mu Yang seemed to no longer be preoccupied with the visions within the 3 water jars. Mu Yang smiled gently, observing that the immortal had likely resided atop the Kylan Tower for quite some time, becoming quite fond of those aquatic products. Rest assured, esteemed immortal, he assured, I shall fulfill my promise and promptly bring you the aquatic delicacies. Yes, yes, as soon as possible, the immortal replied, stroking his beard. Feeling a sense of calm wash over him. After lingering atop the Kylan Tower for a while longer, Mu Yang waved farewell to the immortal. I shall take my leave now, await my good news. With that, he stepped forward and leapt directly from the Kylan Tower. As a forceful wind rushed toward him, Mu Yang felt akin to a soaring swallow, slicing through the tempest as he descended. Leaving the Kylan Tower proved far easier than ascending it. The fierce wind caressed his face, prompting him to squint as his speed increased. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through layers of clouds, the horizon gradually transforming from a curve to a flat expanse. With a swift motion, a dark figure broke through the atmosphere, trailing a long wake behind. Mu Yang approached the ground, and in less than 10 minutes, the lush forest below came into sharp focus. Gazing at the splendid scenery in the distance, a surge of lofty ambition swelled within him, reminiscent of the days when he had spent 4 arduous days climbing the Kylan Tower, yet now descended in mere minutes. As he neared the ground, he activated his braking technique, halting his descent with the art of aerial maneuvering, then executed a sharp 90-degree turn, zipping horizontally away from the sacred grounds of Kylan. Like all sacred sites, the existence of Kylan was enigmatic, seemingly imbued with a mysterious force that compelled those who wished to scale the Kylan Tower to commence their ascent from the base. Otherwise, even with advanced technology, reaching the summit remained an impossibility. The same applied to descending. Hey, did something just fly by? Did it resemble a person? At the edge of the sacred site, an indigenous guardian of the Kylan Tower caught sight of Mu Yang's departing figure, prompting one to ask in bewilderment, Are your eyes deceiving you? How could a person move so swiftly? Scoffed a nearby companion. Perhaps I misjudged, the man replied, momentarily taken aback before chuckling. Hey, you two over there. Focus on honing your hunting skills. If you aspire to become guardians of the sacred site, you must double your efforts. Admonished an elder-looking indigenous guardian upon witnessing the 2 hunters whispering among themselves. Guardians like them were typically distributed throughout the Kylan sacred site, living in tribal formations. And only the strongest among their ranks, after a rigorous selection process, were deemed worthy to approach the Kylan Tower as guardians. Mu Yang was unaware that his actions, traversing the sacred land of Kylan, had attracted the attention of the indigenous tribe. At this moment, he had already flown beyond the boundaries of the sacred realm. Yet his mind was preoccupied with devising a means to procure aquatic delicacies for the immortal. This dilemma was not insurmountable. Mu Yang could venture to the harbor to make a purchase, where a plethora of marine fish awaited, ensuring satisfaction for the immortal. However, the pressing issue was his lack of funds, as the fishmongers would undoubtedly refuse to sell to him. Resorting to theft was out of the question. Mu Yang recalled the existence of an underwater treasure trove mentioned in the original tale, filled with various riches. He remembered that during a confrontation with the Crimson Ribbon Army, Sun Wukong had inadvertently stumbled upon this treasure while being pursued by General Blue. Unfortunately, Mu Yang was unaware of the exact location of this hidden bounty. Moreover, several decades had passed since that narrative unfolded, and the treasure may no longer exist. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He remembered Lan Qi and Lu Ping from the original story, who had made their fortune through thievery in their youth. Perhaps I could embark on a similar venture. Although order prevails on Earth, in many remote corners, there exist gangs engaged in illicit activities. Robbing them would not cause Mu Yang the slightest unease. He could justify it as a Robin Hood-like endeavor to alleviate his pressing needs. Naturally, such bandits would be found either in isolated mountainous regions or in areas pivotal for trade, specifically in desolate, lawless locales. Clearly, the latter would be more fruitful in ensnaring significant targets. With this in mind, Mu Yang set out to seek places notorious for bandit activity. After flying for over an hour, he arrived at a desolate stretch connecting 2 cities, a crucial thoroughfare for merchants, surrounded by barren land, an ideal site for robbery. He soared above the terrain for a while, searching for traces of bandits, and soon spotted an old motorcycle speeding through the wilderness. The rider, adorned with a red scarf and a dark neck wrap, donned a patterned cloak, and bore a long blade at his waist, seemingly eager to announce his nefarious profession to the world. Following closely behind, Muyang soon discovered a cave nestled beneath a mound of yellow earth, where a band of robbers had gathered. "You are precisely the ones I seek," he exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he revealed himself boldly before the bandits. "Hand over all your valuables." The sudden proclamation startled the group, who were merrily drinking within. Yet, upon realizing that the intruder was merely a youthful lad, their shock quickly morphed into mockery. "Haha, a rare sight indeed. Who is this Na'vi youth, daring to rob us without even inquiring where he is?" The bandit leader, his countenance fierce, smashed his ceramic bowl to the ground and brandished a gleaming machete. With one foot resting upon a half-buried skull in the sand, he sneered, "Boys, why not show this little brat what we're capable of? When it comes to killing and plundering, we are the true professionals." Indeed, the boss speaks wisely. A fool who knows not his place. Upon witnessing this, the other henchmen revealed cruel smiles and simultaneously unsheathed their machetes. The entire band of robbers, numbering over 20, lived a life steeped in bloodshed. In their eyes, there existed no notion of compassion. Murder and plunder were merely routine endeavors, the most lucrative of trades. Over the years, countless innocents had fallen victim to their blades, and even with the addition of the youth before them, it scarcely registered as a significant loss. Muyang surveyed his surroundings and noticed numerous skeletal remains scattered throughout the cave. As he observed the bandits advancing toward him, swords drawn, a hint of coldness crept into the corners of his mouth. They were nothing but desperate outlaws. It was no wonder they possessed such audacity. Yet, it appeared they were oblivious to the true nature of the day's events. Who was robbing whom? Since they chose not to cooperate, they would have no one to blame but themselves. Let them remember not to commit such heinous acts in their next life. "Huh, this fellow is jesting." The bandits exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. However, their mirth was short-lived. With a low grunt, Muyang unleashed a modicum of his strength, and suddenly, a tremendous force surged from beneath his feet. Countless afterimages flickered within the cave, transforming Muyang into a veritable harbinger of death, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. The bandits, caught off guard by Muyang's ferocity, barely had time to react. In mere moments, he returned to his original position, as if the preceding chaos had never transpired. The sound of metal clattering to the ground echoed through the cavern as the bandits, their eyes wide and bloodshot, registered the shocking scene. Yet, in the next instant, they all collapsed, their faces etched with disbelief. "Your deaths are inconsequential." Muyang's voice was chillingly indifferent as he gazed coolly ahead. "Please, spare me," they cried. "I shall never defy you again." Seeing his comrades slaughtered by the demon before him, the bandit leader's psychological defenses finally crumbled, and he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in desperation. Muyang cast a cold glance at him and inquired flatly, "If I do not slay you, shall I allow you to continue your nefarious deeds? Individuals of your ilk, even in the underworld, are destined for perdition. No, I shall offer you all my treasures, everything I possess. Please spare my life." The leader of the bandits, trembling in terror, staggered backward. Yet, Muyang showed no inclination to relent. In an instant, a fleeting shadow darted past, and the bandit leader let out a wretched cry as his life was extinguished. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of these brigands, Muyang's expression remained icy. "Eliminating you serves the public good," he mused. "As for the treasures, this place is not vast. Surely, I can procure them myself." With a cursory glance at the corpses, Muyang shifted his attention and began to rummage through the cave. Ultimately, in the innermost corner, he discovered a grand treasure chest. He pried open its chains, revealing a dazzling array of gold, gems, and jewelry within. The wealth amassed by these brigands, who had plundered and taken lives, filled the chest to the brim. Just observing these riches made it evident how many lives they had taken. With a quiet sigh, Muyang stored the entire chest in his accelerated space. Ever since he had surpassed the first threshold, this space had become a means of storage, though it required time to activate. Thus, in essence, the accelerated space served merely as an auxiliary tool, offering no advantage in combat. After surveying the now barren treasury, Muyang nodded. The toil and sacrifice of these bandits over the years had ultimately resulted in their own demise. Exiting the cave, Muyang raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy towards it. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the cave collapsed in on itself. Having completed these tasks, he turned away without a backward glance and swiftly made his way towards a nearby city. Before procuring aquatic goods, He needed to convert a portion of the gold into currency. Meanwhile, in a mountain range located in the eastern part of the earth, the headquarters of the Serpent-Bearer Legion stood majestically. The imposing structures resembled a fortress, with independent towers that exuded opulence, their azure tiles gleaming magnificently under the sunlight. Security was tight, with guards stationed every few steps, each soldier clad in a uniform, patrolling the corners of the towers. A propeller plane hovered and gradually descended onto the helipad. Commander Lusha and his entourage disembarked and, guided by an attendant, proceeded into the castle. In a lavishly decorated hall, Commander Lusha encountered their leader. He was a burly orc with green fur, sharp fangs, and an undeniably ferocious demeanor. The supreme commander of the Serpent-Bearer Legion, Commander Huayan. At that moment, Commander Huayan was gnawing on a piece of meat, swallowing it whole before downing a bottle of wine. Commander Huayan. Commander Lusha stood respectfully, offering a salute. Huayan cast a cursory glance at him and inquired, "How have you fared with the tasks I assigned? What are the blueprints?" Beads of sweat trickled down Commander Lusha's face. "Commander, the blueprints could not be found." "Could not be found? What brings you back? Hurry and search." Commander Huayan regarded Lu Sha with a chilling gaze, his eyes as frigid as those of a demon, instilling a palpable sense of dread that left Lu Sha feeling as if he were staring death in the face. With a grim countenance, Commander Huayan inquired, "Where's that Clarent now?" "He is already dead," Lu Sha replied bitterly. With a crash, Commander Huayan violently smashed the wine bottle in his hand, crimson liquid splattering across the floor. "How could this be? I commanded you to spare no effort, and this is the result you deliver? Do you have any notion of the significance of the blueprints he possessed? Those are the designs for the robots, with those blueprints in our grasp. Our Serpent Legion could produce robots endlessly, forming an indomitable fighting force. At that point, not only the United Kingdom, but the entire world would have to heed our command." Clarent was exceedingly cunning. While his subordinates were in pursuit, he was accidentally shot by a soldier, Lu Sha cautiously explained. "Dispose of that soldier. What a fool." A glint of malice flickered in Commander Huayan's beast-like eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Sha's expression darkened, cold sweat trickling down his back as he urgently added, "When Clarent fled, he was accompanied by a girl. Perhaps the blueprints are with her. What are we waiting for? Go find her immediately. Lu Sha, I grant you one more chance to retrieve those blueprints, or you know the consequences that await you." "Yes." Lu Sha shuddered and quickly affirmed, then respectfully exited the hall. Once outside, he felt a chill run down his spine, his clothes already drenched in sweat. "What shall we do now, boss?" inquired a pale-faced subordinate, who always felt as though he were facing life and death during their encounters with Commander Huayan. "What else can we do? We must mobilize all our resources and retrieve those blueprints." Lu Sha spat, his tone dark and vengeful. "And that incompetent soldier, who ordered him to fire? Are we really going to kill him?" The subordinate gulped nervously. "If we don't, both of us might end up facing a firing squad." Lu Sha retorted harshly. This was his final opportunity. Within the Serpent Legion, there was no room for sentiment. He knew that if he failed to recover the blueprints, Commander Huayan would not hesitate to make him pay. The sea breeze swirled around, and the picturesque ocean view unfolded before him, as seagulls soared gracefully above the water's surface. A distant island welcomed a new day. In the early morning, mist rolled in thickly. The island's farmers arose at dawn, hoisting their hoes and herding cattle and horses, bustling about their fields. Despite the Earth having begun its journey into the technological era, numerous regions remain untouched by its advancements, still ensconced in a primitive agrarian existence, relying predominantly on physical labor. By the babbling brook, a frail figure crouches with a backpack, cautiously rinsing her small candy jar in the water. April has wandered on this island for over a month. Her once pristine attire has become tattered and stained from prolonged wear, with some areas even bearing rips. The growl of her stomach signals her profound hunger, and she pouts, a look of distress etched upon her face. Due to her tender age and frail constitution, she is unable to procure food and must subsist on the charity of the island's inhabitants. Clutching her empty candy jar tightly, having consumed the last sweet days prior, she calls out helplessly for her parents, tears welling in her eyes. She gingerly places the jar into her backpack and, noticing the wisps of smoke rising in the distance, she pouts and scurries towards the village. Knock, knock, knock. A farmer's wife hears the knocking, and upon opening the door, she is greeted by the sight of a timid little girl standing before her. "Grandma, I'm so hungry. Could you spare me something to eat?" April's cheeks flush crimson as she nervously fidgets with the hem of her clothes. The elderly woman, upon seeing the disheveled state of the porcelain-skinned child, is immediately filled with compassion. She ushers April inside and presents her with a modest meal. The food in the countryside is rather coarse, lacking the refined flavors of the city, yet April, starved, devours it ravenously, pounding her chest when she chokes. What a poor child. Why are you alone? Where are your parents? The old woman inquires, observing April's pitiful condition. There are many bad people chasing them. They have all disappeared, April replies between bites, unable to contain her sorrow as tears begin to flow. Sigh, the old woman exhales, discerning from the girl's words that her parents may no longer be present. Such is the state of the world. Though the United Kingdom has been established for over a century, many areas still harbor rebellious factions. Grandma, do you have any candy? I would like some candy, April mumbles, her head lowered, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Yet, the thought of the sweet flavor evokes memories of warmth spent with her family. She recalls the days when, after indulging in candy, she dreamed of her mother and father. The elderly woman pauses for a moment, then responds, "We live in the countryside. Unlike the city where candy is sold. However, we do have honey. Would you like to try some?" "Thank you," April replies politely. The old woman smiles and, understanding, brings forth a jar of wild honey, rich in nutrients. "Here, give it a taste." "Oh my, how sweet." A drop of honey touched her lips, and April's eyes sparkled with delight. "If you truly like it, I shall give these to you," she said. "Really?" April exclaimed, her joy uncontainable. She carefully retrieved a small jar of candies from her backpack and gently poured the honey into it before sealing it tightly. "Thank you, Grandma." She expressed her gratitude with utmost politeness. The elderly woman observed the girl's endearing demeanor and felt a surge of maternal affection, contemplating the idea of adopting her. However, April shook her head. She had no desire to remain on this small island. "Oh, what a charming little creature," the woman mused as she watched April bow and depart. Meanwhile, having satisfied her hunger, the naive April made her way toward the harbor, her steps tentative as she listened to the shouts echoing from the nearby docks. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she lowered her head and slipped aboard a merchant vessel. On the other side, Mu Yang, having seized the entirety of the bandit's treasure, soared to a nearby city. There, he casually located an exchange office and converted a portion of the gold and jewels into universal currency. "Sir, you have brought in 2 tons of gold and 120 pieces of jewelry. The total currency value amounts to 110 million Earth coins. Would you prefer cash or a savings card?" The exchange office owner, wiping sweat from his brow, trembled as he announced the sum. Mu Yang smiled faintly. Yet he was astonished that the modest amount of gold and silver he casually presented could be exchanged for such a considerable sum of currency. It was evident just how many individuals had fallen victim to that band of robbers. "Please convert 2 million Earth coins for me and deposit the remainder into my card." "Of course, certainly. I shall attend to it immediately," the manager replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he instructed the staff to assist in retrieving 2 million in cash from the vault. Such a significant client required the utmost care. With a smile, Mu Yang took the savings card and a tin box brimming with cash, then waved his hand. "This Earth currency, issued by the United Kingdom, is universally accepted and possesses a purchasing power comparable to that of the former Chinese yuan. With this sum of money, he could certainly free himself from financial concerns. Indeed, the most lucrative ventures often reside within the confines of criminal law." After departing from the exchange, Mu Yang pondered for a moment before heading to the seafood market, intending to procure several hundred tons of sea fish to appease the immortal. After all, he had received over 10,000 immortal beings from the deity and felt it necessary to show his gratitude, generously tossing a stack of bills. The fishmongers immediately rallied to procure for him a staggering 180 tons of seafood, effectively sweeping the market of its fresh catch. They meticulously packed it into large baskets and assisted in transporting it to a secluded alley. There, Mu Yang activated his acceleration space, stowing all the fish within. Surely, this time the immortal would be satisfied. Exchanging these sea fish for over 10,000 immortal beings was an incredible windfall. This is the advantage of information asymmetry. Had it been in the era after the story began, Sun Wukong and his companions would have been acutely aware of the significance of immortal beings. Even with vast sums of money, acquiring a single being would have been impossible. In high spirits, Mu Yang hummed a cheerful tune and proceeded to purchase a stove and some fuel from the market before soaring into the air, swiftly heading towards the direction of Kylin Tower. Compared to the outdated modes of transportation, the skill of aerial maneuvering undoubtedly offers both environmental benefits and swiftness. From a practical standpoint, it deserves to be ranked alongside the Kamehameha and the Spirit Bomb as equally vital skills. As the scenery rushed past him, Mu Yang maintained a rapid flight, and soon the slender silhouette of Kylan Tower came into view. Approaching the tower, he began to slow his descent, landing at its base. He needed to retrieve the sea fish, otherwise it would be difficult to explain his empty hands to the immortal. With this thought in mind, Mu Yang swiftly opened the acceleration space. Instantly, 180 baskets of sea fish materialized on the ground, releasing a distinctive fishy aroma into the air. At that moment, he noticed a gathering of individuals nearby, turning to discover it was the indigenous people guarding Kylan Tower, led by OS. "Oh, you are the young man who previously challenged Kylan Tower," Mu Yang of the Tianqing Flow, OS remarked, his expression one of bewilderment, particularly upon seeing the abundance of fish beside him. "What is the meaning of this? Shouldn't you be engaged in the challenge of Kylan Tower?" Mu Yang nodded to AOC, saying, "Long time no see. These fish." Mu Yang chuckled and said, "This is a gift prepared for the immortal Kylan. Since you are here, could you assist me in watching over it? I shall return shortly." Upon hearing about the gift for the immortal Kylan, OS felt a momentary surprise. And after a brief pause, he stammered, "Have you truly met the immortal Kylan?" "Indeed. I ascended to the pinnacle of the tower and had the fortune of receiving guidance from the immortal Kylan," Mu Yang replied with a smile, openly acknowledging his words. "Congratulations. You have managed to climb the Kylan Tower. It is said that no one has succeeded in a century," OS said with a sense of reverence, now viewing Mu Yang as a legendary martial artist. As OS conversed with Mu Yang, the guardians behind him widened their eyes, whispering to one another in astonishment. "Is it true? He actually succeeded. This young man is truly extraordinary. We have no idea what the immortal Kylan looks like. Alas, we lack the privilege to meet her." These indigenous guardians, having grown up listening to tales of the immortal Kylan, were constrained by their own limitations and had never had the opportunity to behold her. Upon hearing that this young man had scaled the Kylan Tower and met the immortal, their faces were filled with expressions of wonder and admiration. Mu Yang chuckled softly, certainly unwilling to reveal that the celestial being, Kylan, was merely a large white creature, as that would be too disheartening. Each individual harbors dreams, placing their most cherished hopes in the tender recesses of their hearts, whether it pertains to people, objects, or certain memories. It is only through the passage of time that they acquire an exquisite beauty. While these elements may no longer be entirely real or objective, they embody profound emotions, rendering them immensely precious. To carelessly unveil the truth and shatter another's illusions is undeniably unethical. Mu Yang pondered for a moment and remarked, "The sage Kylan is an exceptionally astute immortal. Under his guidance, my strength has advanced remarkably." OS nodded in agreement, then pointed towards the sea fish, inquiring, "How do you intend to transport these?" "Climbing the Kylan Tower is already quite arduous. Carrying these several baskets of fish would only exacerbate the challenge. This, too, is a form of cultivation, is it not?" Mu Yang chuckled, then approached the baskets, effortlessly lifting one amidst the gazes of onlookers. As approximately a ton of weight pressed against his arm, Mu Yang frowned, not due to the heaviness, but rather because of the overwhelming fishy odor emanating from the basket. Then, with a swift motion, he propelled himself upward with a forceful thrust from his foot, launching into the air alongside the edge of the Kylan Tower, swiftly vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. Below, OS and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing up at the sky, now cleaved open by a whirlwind. After a considerable pause, they regained their senses and remarked dryly, "No wonder he successfully challenged the Kylan Tower. He is truly formidable." One individual pondered aloud, "Do you not feel that his power has surpassed what it was last time?" Others began to agree. Indeed, just a few months ago, he was not nearly this impressive. In a mere 3 months, he had transformed beyond recognition. Could this be the influence of the sage Kylan? With this thought, the guardians were filled with profound admiration. Their hearts ignited with a fervent desire to ascend the Kylan Tower. Yet, the daunting difficulty of the ascent inevitably dampened their spirits. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Kylan Tower, the sage reclined on a small chair, feigning sleep. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, he rolled off the chair, propping himself up with his staff as he made his way to the entrance of the tower's summit. Moments later, he beheld Mu Yang emerging, bearing a large basket of sea fish. The sheer quantity of fish was astonishing. The sage's keen nose quickly discerned that these were indeed oceanic fish. He grasped one with his claws, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, and immediately displayed an expression of rapture. What others found to be an unpleasant odor transformed into a delicacy for the sage. Muyang chuckled and remarked, Kylan Immortal, this is merely a small portion. Beneath the Kylan Tower lie 179 more fish of this kind. Upon hearing this, the Immortal's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, Excellent, excellent. Muyang, you truly uphold your promises. However, Kylan Immortal, how do you intend to store these fish? Ah, that is a trivial matter. Follow me, replied the Immortal. He seized a fish and placed it into a water tank, then proceeded with the remaining fish to the training arena on the second floor. Halting before the central crystal ball, pointing at the crystal ball, he explained, Behold that crystal ball. It is a treasure passed down from ancient times, and the stability of the Kylan Tower relies upon it. As he spoke, the Immortal leaped and caressed the surface of the crystal ball, which immediately radiated a brilliant light. Simultaneously, the marine fish on the ground vanished without a trace. The Immortal squinted and remarked, This crystal ball possesses the function of storage. Items placed within will not deteriorate. Truly a magnificent treasure. Muyang gazed in astonishment, reflecting on the abundance of treasures on Earth. Nearly atop the Kylan Tower, there exist divine beings, super divine water, crystal balls, somersault clouds, and the Rui staff, although the latter has already been gifted to the Turtle Immortal. Heath, Muyang, why not hasten and bring the fish from beneath the Kylan Tower as well? This too constitutes a form of cultivation. While cultivation is indeed important, I can't help but feel that your concern lies more with those fish. Muyang couldn't help but roll his eyes at this, though he concealed his reaction and nodded as he leapt down from the Kylan Tower. After making countless trips back and forth, he had finally transported all the sea fish by midday the following day. However, one thing the Immortal had not misrepresented was that this arduous process indeed served as a form of cultivation. He sensed that after these numerous rounds, his strength had increased slightly, with his combat power rising from 128 to 132. Though it was merely a negligible increment, it is often said that even the tiniest morsel, like a mosquito's leg, is still meat, a rough saying, yet it holds true. Well done. You have proven to be quite reliable, and I am thoroughly satisfied. After storing all the aquatic products within the crystal ball, the Immortal gave Muyang a mysterious wink. Considering your considerable potential, I can offer you a promise. What promise? Muyang inquired with curiosity. Haha, this promise is not to be taken lightly. The Immortal squinted his eyes and spoke leisurely. If you can persist in your cultivation, at such time as I deem it appropriate, I shall take you to a place of far greater elevation. I assure you, this realm is one that even the Turtle Sage is unqualified to enter. Are you intrigued? Oh, by the way, when I refer to the Turtle Sage, I mean Master Wutian, whom you all know as the god of martial arts. The Immortal elaborated, ensuring Muyang understood who the Turtle Sage was. Master Wutian. Muyang remained silent, fully aware that the mysterious place spoken of by the Immortal was indeed the temple. Yes, that very place, a privilege beyond his reach. For warriors, it represented the true sacred ground. Do you wish to go? With my endorsement, you may enter. The Immortal patted Muyang's shoulder, clearly optimistic about his potential. If such a place truly exists, I would certainly desire to visit. With the Immortal having broached the subject of the temple, Muyang wasted no time, flashing a bright smile and candidly expressing his eagerness. When it comes to places on Earth that can enhance one's strength, the temple unquestionably ranks at the top. The Immortal, having grasped Muyang's enthusiasm, chuckled softly. From Muyang's perspective, he hoped that one day the Immortal would recommend him for entry into the temple. While the Immortal, too, had considerations for identifying worthy candidates. Centuries ago, he believed that the Turtle Hermit possessed such qualifications, yet, regrettably, that opportunity never materialized. It is indeed a pity that no one has ascended to the temple for a considerable time. Master Kylan, when do you think I might reach a level worthy of your recognition? Muyang inquired. The Immortal replied, That is uncertain. It depends on your future efforts. Hee. I believe that day is not far off, Muyang responded with a smile. You seem quite confident, the Immortal observed. Isn't it the way of a practitioner to possess unwavering self-belief? He added, exuding an air of self-assurance, as if to say, Why should I explain myself to you? The Immortal paused, nodding in agreement. Indeed, a relentless pursuit of progress is commendable. I hope it does not take too long for you to prove yourself. Having witnessed Muyang's astonishing training speed, the Immortal knew that should anyone on Earth earn his endorsement, it would undoubtedly be Muyang. Turning back to the base of the Kylan Tower, the Immortal kindled a fire in a corner, skewering several ocean fish, intent on treating himself to a sumptuous meal. Soon, The fish's raw scent dissipated as it transformed into an irresistible aroma. Inhaling the delightful fragrance, the immortal closed his eyes in bliss, seizing one of the fish and devouring it in just a few bites. "Delicious," he exclaimed, savoring the taste and licking his palm before grabbing another. "By the way, Master Kylan, I've heard that Master Wu Tian is referred to as the god of martial arts not only for his exceptional skills but also because he is rumored to have lived for over 200 years. Is it truly possible for a human to live that long?" Mu Yang asked curiously while enjoying a piece of grilled fish. In truth, he had been contemplating ways to extend his own lifespan as well. The immortal, with a mouthful of fish, replied somewhat indistinctly. "The turtle hermit has indeed lived a long life, but ordinary humans do not reach such ages." "Then why has the turtle hermit lived so long?" Mu Yang pressed, aware that not only the 200 years, but also the fact that the turtle hermit could continue living for an even longer duration. Even after the entire Dragon Ball saga concludes, when Bulma in the original story has wrinkles, the turtle hermit still appears frail and aged. Observing his appearance, one might assume he was on the verge of passing into the earth, yet his vitality was remarkable. Mu Yang suspected that even if all the Dragon Ball warriors perished, he would thrive. His extraordinary longevity undoubtedly had its reasons. The immortal set aside the fish he was holding and remarked, "That is because the turtle hermit consumed an elixir of immortality." "Is there truly such a thing as an elixir of immortality in this world?" Mu Yang inquired, astonished, having believed the notion to be mere folly, only to discover that the turtle hermit had genuinely partaken of it. "Once upon a time, it existed. And I too have consumed it. This particular potion was crafted for the immortals stationed at the Karen Tower. A single pill could extend one's life by 400 years. At that time, the turtle hermit relentlessly implored me for 4 doses, and I, unable to resist, ultimately granted him his wish, leaving me devoid of stock." As he recounted this, the immortal felt a tinge of regret. He mused that he should not have been so generous with the turtle hermit. The creation of the elixir was immensely challenging, requiring a rare and peculiar herb. However, that herb was exceedingly scarce, and the immortal could not readily produce a new batch of the elixir. Upon hearing the immortal's explanation, Mu Yang could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. How extravagant this immortal must be. With the magical beans, the elixir of immortality, the Rui staff, and the flying nimbus, he seemed to possess a penchant for distributing treasures indiscriminately. Nonetheless, many things began to fall into place. After obtaining the elixir, the turtle hermit must have shared it with the crane hermit. At that time, the two had not yet quarreled. They each received 2 pills, with the turtle hermit retaining one for himself and offering another to his sister, the fortune teller. The crane hermit similarly bestowed one upon Tao Bai Bai. Thus, each of them, turtle hermit, crane hermit, fortune teller, and Tao Bai Bai, had one, which accounted for their longevity. "Karen, how is such an elixir of immortality made?" Mu Yang asked. Seemingly perceiving Mu Yang's keen interest, the immortal continued, "Although this elixir can indeed prolong one's life and appears alluring, it bears a significant drawback. Consuming the elixir exhausts one's latent potential, rendering it exceedingly difficult to enhance one's strength thereafter. Mu Yang, you are still young, with considerable potential. There is no need to contemplate such matters. Furthermore, even if you desired it, I have none left. The elixir was intended for immortals and is not particularly high in tier. I would prefer that you focus on martial arts. Who knows? You may yet achieve a greater level in the future." Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully, gaining some insight into the effects of the elixir of immortality. Similar to the potent capabilities extracted from the super divine water, the elixir exchanges the depletion of one's latent strength for prolonged life. Consuming the elixir does not imply that one's power cannot grow indefinitely. Rather, it becomes increasingly arduous compared to before. It stands to reason that the likes of Master Roshi did not consume the elixir immediately upon acquisition, but rather waited until their bodies began to age. Understanding the sage's advice, Mu Yang smiled and remarked, "You are right, Master Kylan. These matters are not my primary concern." Before activating the accelerated space, he might have coveted the elixir's effects, but now, with grander prospects before him, it would be foolish to forfeit a watermelon for a mere sesame seed. Noticing Mu Yang's lack of further inquiries regarding the elixir, the sage nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. It was impossible to claim that there was no temptation in revealing the nature of the elixir, for immortality is a pursuit coveted by many. To reach the divine realm, one must first earn the sage's approval, who values a candidate's unwavering willpower and ability to withstand various temptations. Otherwise, Recommending someone unable to resist such a lure would only lead to misfortune. Master Roshi himself lost the opportunity to enter the divine realm due to his inability to resist the temptation of the elixir, keeping Mu Yang's demeanor in mind. The sage awaited the moment his strength met the required standards to recommend him to the heavens. Oh, by the way, the sage continued. Though I have promised to recommend you to higher realms, there is one point I believe you should heed. Please, go on, Mu Yang urged. The sage cleared his throat and said, recently, your strength has been increasing at an alarming rate. While this may not necessarily be a bad thing, it is not entirely beneficial either. I advise you to take a moment to consolidate your existing power before rushing into further breakthroughs. In the sage's view, the enhancement of power is indeed a positive development. However, excessive growth can lead to superficiality. For one so dedicated to mastering every nuance of their energy, it was imperative to bring this to light. Mu Yang fell into a contemplative silence, for he had faith in the discernment of the immortal. Indeed, the sage's words were more influenced by the philosophy of martial arts than anything else. After some reflection, he ultimately embraced the sage's counsel. I understand. In the coming period, I shall diligently consolidate my foundational skills. Those familiar with their own circumstances know best, ever since he shattered the initial barrier of 100 combat power. Mu Yang felt as though his body had been unshackled, allowing him to progress in his cultivation without encountering significant obstacles. The martial philosophies of Earth may not hold great distinction within the vast universe, as such hierarchies dictate. For the martial artists of Earth are undoubtedly inferior to the celestial beings, and the celestial beings, in turn, lack the depth of understanding possessed by the realm kings. This disparity arises from their respective positions. Indeed, those who stand at greater heights often possess a broader vision. Nonetheless, through prolonged exploration, Earth's martial arts have cultivated unique strengths, such as the meticulous mastery of power at lower tiers, which is commendable. This mastery enables practitioners to unleash formidable combat prowess in times of crisis. Given that he would not soon encounter a bottleneck and that there were currently no pressing adversaries on Earth to contend with, Mu Yang resolved to adhere to the esteemed traditions of Earth's martial arts, opting to take his time in mastering his abilities. Once he had achieved complete command over his strength, he could then expand his knowledge, perhaps yielding unforeseen benefits. Yes, this is indeed the right approach. A solid foundation is paramount. The sage was in high spirits. Nothing brings greater joy than encountering someone receptive to one's counsel. Kylan, the hour grows late, and I must take my leave. I hope that when we next meet, I shall meet your expectations. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently. I have great faith in you. The immortal rose to his feet, suddenly recalling something, and said, I have a golden cloud here that you could use for transportation. Would you like me to gift you one? The sage intended to offer Mu Yang the Nimbus Cloud, which could only be ridden by those with pure hearts and no malevolent thoughts. Ironically, the turtle sage had once taken one for himself, despite being unable to ride it. Mu Yang was well aware of the characteristics of the Nimbus Cloud. He quickly waved his hand in refusal, stating, no need. I believe that the art of aerial dance is far more significant than reliance on external objects. Achieving mastery without the assistance of outside forces is a form of cultivation in itself. More importantly, he felt that even if he were to acquire it, he might not be able to ride it. If the celestial beings were to discover this, his carefully crafted persona would surely collapse. Fairy Kylan, I shall take my leave. With that, Mu Yang leaped from the pinnacle of Kylan Tower, his figure gradually vanishing amidst the misty white clouds as he departed. What a dedicated young man devoted to his cultivation. Gazing at the azure sky, with only the white clouds drifting below, one could hardly discern the disparity. In comparison to Mu Yang, the former turtle sage appeared as nothing more than a stubborn rock, shameless and ignoble. The celestial being pondered silently, how could I have ever bestowed the Rui Bang and the elixir of immortality upon him? Shaking his head and recalling the vast bounty of seafood that Mu Yang had provided, the immortal turned leisurely away, several thousand kilometers away from Kylan Tower. On the vast ocean, the deep blue waters surged magnificently, churning with waves under the caress of the wind. At this moment, a merchant ship was navigating through this expansive sea. The cramped cabin swayed incessantly with the undulating waves. In the dim light, April curled up in a corner, clutching her beloved candy jar. Her attire was wrinkled and had lost its luster. Beside her lay her somewhat worn little backpack. So sweet, so delicious. April pecked at her fingers, her face radiant with an endearing smile as she dreamed of savoring delightful treats. Meanwhile, Commander Lusha, having departed from the headquarters of the Serpent Constellation Legion, summoned all his forces overnight. He initiated a thorough search centered around the island from before, vowing to uncover the whereabouts of Clarion's daughter and the blueprints. In the command hall, Lusha clenched a cigarette between his teeth, intently scrutinizing a maritime map on the wall while marking various locations. Several nearby islands bore red crosses, indicating the extent of their search. Boss, we've already scoured over a dozen islands without a trace of the girl. Do you think she might not even be on the island? One subordinate timidly inquired, clearing his throat. Have all the island's residents been interrogated? Lusha steadied his hand holding the pen and turned to glare menacingly. Yes, we've questioned everyone. But there have been no discoveries, the subordinate replied. With a sharp snap, Lusha tossed the cigarette to the ground, stopping on it in frustration as he roared. Didn't someone see Clarion fleeing with his daughter? How can we not find her? What are you waiting for? Continue to bolster our numbers, expand the search radius, and investigate every household. I refuse to believe we cannot locate her. Yes, yes. Upon hearing the furious outburst from his superior, the subordinate's face turned pale, fear coursing through him as he stumbled out in haste. Where on earth has that little girl hidden herself? Lusha's mood was exceedingly grim. If he did not swiftly locate the design blueprints, Commander Wayne at headquarters would undoubtedly exact his wrath upon him. The mere thought of Commander Wayne's bloodthirsty gaze sent a shiver down Lusha's spine. It was imperative to employ more severe measures. Otherwise, his fate would be sealed. A potent instinct for survival compelled Lusha to hasten his change in tactics. Time slipped by imperceptibly, and in the blink of an eye. It had been over 2 months since Mu Yang departed from Kylenta. During this interval, Mu Yang traversed various locales on Earth, engaging in cultivation as per his understanding, while simultaneously integrating the principles of Tianqin flow and the wisdom imparted by immortal beings to continually refine his martial arts. This endeavor was not merely a physical exercise, but rather an intellectual exploration, as he consistently validated the philosophies of both martial arts. Mu Yang was astonished to discover that a significant portion of Tianqin flow and Kylenta's techniques overlapped profoundly. Although there were distinctions, they could be harmoniously integrated in principle, as their foundational ideologies were remarkably congruent. Tianqin flow emphasized nurturing the body with vital energy, utilizing the physical form as a basis for combat prowess, ultimately achieving control over every breath of qi, thereby solidifying one's foundation. Conversely, Kylenta martial arts focused on the agile manipulation of breath to alter bodily movements, emphasizing control and minimizing superfluous actions. At first glance, the two seemed entirely unrelated, even contradictory in certain aspects. For instance, Tianqin flow accentuated the body's role during the circulation of energy, while Kylenta martial arts advocated for the withdrawal of the flesh. However, upon meticulous examination, it became evident that their intersecting principles were entirely aligned, both striving to maximize the efficiency of qi, while the remaining aspects complemented each other perfectly. This presented an intriguing conundrum. Despite the persistent rumors proclaiming Kylenta as the cradle of all martial arts on Earth, it was clear that Tianqin flow did not merely stem from the former, they must have coexisted in parallel. Mu Yang discerned a connection between the two systems, yet remained perplexed as to why this was so. These were distinctly separate frameworks, each meant to evolve according to its own cultivation tree. Nonetheless, he sensed that the Tianqin flow resembled internal martial arts, while the Kylin Tower mirrored external techniques. Both possessed their unique strengths, and it was the fusion of the two that constituted a genuinely formidable martial philosophy. At that moment, he profoundly grasped the disadvantages of his limited knowledge. Had his perspective been broader, the challenges before him might not have posed a problem at all. The answers to this enigma eluded him for now, perhaps only to be unraveled after he entered the temple for training. He shook his head, reminding himself that a lack of foresight leads to immediate concerns. A little more contemplation could yield a multitude of opportunities. Indeed, above the Kylin Tower loomed the temple, a sanctuary of even more profound martial arts. Yet, this was a realm beyond Mu Yang's current reach, necessitating self-reflection. Throughout his journey, he was preoccupied with this dilemma, and when he regained his focus, he found himself unknowingly amidst a vast expanse of ocean. With a splash, several large fish leaped from the surface, only to plunge back into the depths, sending ripples cascading outward. Gazing at the boundless sea, Mu Yang felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. This ocean appeared to be a serene haven for living. With a gentle smile, he scanned the horizon, where he could faintly discern fishing vessels casting their nets. In this era, navigating a fishing boat into the open sea was already a significant advancement. Situated merely a few hundred kilometers from the Great Green Mountain, Mu Yang had only once traversed a stretch of ocean during the World Martial Arts Conference. He had yet to truly appreciate the vastness of the ocean until now. Thus, he resolved to embrace the experience fully. Without further delay, Mu Yang set his course toward a seemingly promising island. Confronted by the colossal waves of the sea, the immense energy stirred within him a sense of humility. On the island's shore, the environment was picturesque, the air refreshing, and the modest island was dotted with numerous small hills. Originally, this place resembled a hidden paradise. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a violent occurrence. A group of men in uniforms arrived on a yacht and disembarked onto the island, entering the residential area. Instantly, chaos erupted among the island's inhabitants, reminiscent of a storm of panic. Each visit from this group was a disaster for the residents. Bang! Someone forcefully kicked open the door of a household, surveying the corners before bellowing at a farming couple within. "Hey, it's time to pay this month's tribute. Sir, could you grant us a few more days? We truly cannot provide anything at the moment," pleaded the farmer, wearing a straw hat. "Bah, if you don't pay, how can I report to my superiors? Be reasonable and hand over your valuables," spat the officer, who then noticed that the couple genuinely lacked any means to comply. Thus, they could only break their bowls and chopsticks in despair, taking away some items that appeared to hold value. This scene unfolded in every household, and the elderly on the island, unable to bear witness, stepped forward to argue, only to be violently struck to the ground. Ouch! The old man would do well to remain compliant. "We are not bandits. If you adhere to our rules, I assure you, we will not bring you harm. The laws of the kingdom will not spare you." The elder was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed with rage at the hypocritical demeanor of these ruffians. Though they were not bandits, their actions bore no distinction from such. Unfortunately, their adversaries wielded firearms, leaving the villagers utterly powerless to resist. In the territory of our Serpent Legion, the laws of the United Kingdom hold no weight, sneered the officer of the Serpent Legion, dripping with disdain. The United Kingdom possesses its own law enforcement, yet the earth is vast, and many regions are under the control of local tyrants, rendering the kingdom's influence impotent. The Serpent Legion stands as the most formidable force of rebellion, and in the territories it occupies, the laws of the kingdom are mere scraps of paper, devoid of any authority. Scoundrels! The island's residents seethed at the audacity of the Serpent Legion, filled with uncontainable fury. "I will fight you." As they witnessed their provisions being seized, the elder cried out in anguish, clenching his frail fist in a futile attempt to strike back. "Humph! You dare to defy us?" The officer of the Serpent Legion, taken aback by the old man's defiance, darkened his expression, as if the elder had a death wish, signaling to his soldiers. One immediately stepped forward, forcefully shoving the elder aside and aiming his firearm at the old man, preparing to fire. "Stop, please!" the villagers cried out in desperation. "Do not shoot." With a deafening bang, a fireball erupted from the barrel, prompting everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. However, an agonizing scream never followed. When they cautiously opened their eyes, they found a tall figure standing protectively before the elder. The man, with jet black hair and piercing eyes that cut like a knife into the hearts of all, placed one hand on the elder's shoulder while extending the other forward, clutching something tightly. Clink! The sound of metal striking the ground rang out, revealing a searing bullet, still emitting wisps of smoke. A bullet, caught barehanded. All present widened their eyes in disbelief, incredulous that a mere human could seize a bullet shot from a gun with bare hands. "Elder, are you unharmed?" A gentle voice inquired as Mu Yang calmly regarded the elderly man beside him. I am fine, thank you." The elder, still in shock, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. "This is impossible." The member of the Serpent Bearer Legion, who had fired the shots, shouted in disbelief, his panic evident as he continued to unleash a barrage of bullets towards Mu Yang. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed, fiery projectiles erupting forth, and he believed, with certainty, that his onslaught would surely claim his target's life. However, his moment of triumph was short-lived, as his expression rapidly transformed into one of heightened terror. For after unleashing a torrent of bullets, he discovered that the figure across from him remained remarkably composed, seemingly dismissing his attempts at intimidation. The individual extended a hand, and with a mere flourish in mid-air, all the bullets were effortlessly thwarted. The crisp sound of a dozen bullets clattering to the ground struck the hearts of every member of the Serpent Bearer Legion. "Monster!" A cry erupted from an unknown source, and an atmosphere of dread swiftly enveloped the soldiers of the Serpent Bearer Legion, prompting them to retaliate in a frantic fusillade. In their panic, the soldiers shouted threats, clumsily raising their firearms and firing indiscriminately at Mu Yang. Seeking death, The relentless provocations darkened Mu Yang's countenance. Given their murderous intent, he felt no obligation to show mercy. Suddenly, Mu Yang's body moved. With a swift whoosh, countless phantoms appeared, weaving through the ranks of the serpent-bearer soldiers. Accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, within mere seconds, every member of the serpent-bearer legion lay lifeless upon the ground. All dead? The island's inhabitants gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. Indeed, they had perished. Those ruffians had met their just deserts. Others among the crowd shouted in vindication. At that moment, an elderly man, recalling a long-forgotten legend, trembled as he approached Mu Yang. Could it be that you are the fabled martial artist of lore? Mu Yang nodded, acknowledging, indeed, I am a practitioner of martial arts. The elderly man, visibly moved, exclaimed, Ah, the rumors of martial artists possessing strength beyond the reach of ordinary individuals are indeed true. Furrowing his brow, Mu Yang inquired, Elder, who are these people, and why do they reign over the island with such tyranny? To his knowledge, the earth had long entered an era of governance under the United Kingdom, and such disorder seemed inconceivable. With a heavy sigh, the elder replied, Alas, they belong to the Serpent Legion, a notoriously domineering armed organization. They govern a vast area nearby, asserting their dominance. And even the military forces of the United Kingdom are incapable of curbing their power. From the elder's account, Mu Yang gleaned the true nature of the Serpent Legion. It resembled the Red Ribbon Army from the original narrative, a remnant of armed factions existing under the United Kingdom's rule. The earth is vast. Although it is ostensibly under the governance of the United Kingdom, many regions remain beyond its jurisdiction. However, in contrast to the future Red Ribbon Army, the current Serpent Legion appears far more audacious. If the Red Ribbon Army could be deemed a clandestine armed faction operating under the United Kingdom's oversight, the Serpent Legion resembles a regional military force, claiming its own territory. Damn, it seems there are significant issues with the governance of the United Kingdom. Mu Yang remarked, Elder, what are your plans moving forward? As he surveyed the scene littered with corpses, a sudden headache overcame him. The island's inhabitants had previously endured life under the Serpent Legion's rule, but now that these individuals had been slain at his hands, it left no room for reconciliation. Sighing deeply, the elder shook his head and lamented, Indeed, we have contemplated leaving this place, yet we find it difficult to part. However, with today's events, even our reluctance has become moot. Mu Yang nodded, though he felt a twinge of sympathy for the elderly and the island's inhabitants. He did not harbor any guilt for having slain the members of the Serpent Tamer Legion. In this matter, he maintained a clear conscience. The notion that he bore responsibility for the death of Bo-Rin, while he himself had merely acted in what he deemed a timely and just manner, seemed rather absurd to him. Fortunately, the islanders were not ungrateful. They did not attribute their displacement to Mu Yang's actions against the Serpent Tamer Legion, perhaps having already contemplated their departure long before. In the ensuing days, the residents of the island began to pack their belongings in preparation for leaving their home. Meanwhile, after acquiring a wealth of information about the Serpent Tamer Legion from the elder, Mu Yang bid them farewell and took his leave. Clank, clank. April struggled under the weight of her backpack as her frail form traversed the stony path. As she ventured deeper, the surrounding vegetation gradually thinned. A sense of bewilderment washed over her as she gazed down at the path beneath her feet. In that moment, she realized she had seemingly lost her way. Looking around, she noticed that the colors had shifted to a muted ochre, indicating she had entered a vast, flat expanse. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. April shrank back slightly, her brown hair sticking to her face, disheveled due to a lack of washing. 2 months prior, she had stealthily boarded a merchant ship bound for the mainland, and after disembarking, she attempted to navigate her way home using only the hazy memories retained in her mind. However, the recollections of a 5-year-old girl were hardly reliable. Consequently, she strayed further off course, now utterly uncertain of her whereabouts. A distant roar of a wild beast echoed, followed by a billowing cloud of yellow dust racing across the plain. Moments later, a pale blue dinosaur came into view, chasing after an antelope. The creature stood over 2 meters tall, with dark eyes resembling glowing bulbs. As it approached, the blue dinosaur spotted April and inexplicably abandoned its prey, sprinting toward her instead. Thud, thud, thud. The dinosaur drew nearer, causing the ground to tremble beneath its powerful strides. Terrified, April clutched her head and fell to the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. Oh, how frightening. Please don't eat me. The blue dinosaur was now mere inches away, and April could feel the warm breath exhaled from its nostrils. After a tense interval, she felt no pain and opened her eyes to meet the creature's bulbous, dark gaze. This dinosaur appeared to be quite young, its large head leaning close to April, adorned with black horns atop its head and on either side of its jaw. Glinting in the sunlight, its rotund belly was covered in white scales, and a pair of small wings flapped vigorously behind it, stirring up a cloud of choking dust. Squeak. Crack. The blue hatchling tilted its head and approached April, calling out softly, its eyes fixed on the jar of sweets in her embrace. Would you like some honey? April, realizing, hesitantly opened the lid of the jar and offered it to the creature. The blue hatchling extended its tongue and licked a taste, emitting a joyful sound. In that moment, the innocent-hearted April seemed to forget her fears. She joyfully lifted the honey jar and continued to offer the sweet nectar, exclaiming, "You like it too? This delightful honey is the best. Do have another taste." For children, sharing joy is paramount, and with mutual interests, friendships blossom rapidly. The little blue dragon licked April's fingertips before turning to her cheek. Hee, please don't lick anymore. Could you perhaps help me leave? I can't find my way back. The little blue dragon called out, appearing to comprehend only partially. At the edge of the chaise plain, a soldier, resembling a guard, was scanning the surroundings with a telescope. At that moment, the silhouettes of April and the little blue dragon entered his line of sight. The soldier paused, hurriedly comparing what he saw with the maps in his hands. After confirming thrice, he immediately sounded the alarm. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm echoed through the air. Quick. Report to Boss Lusha. The person he is looking for has been found. Yes, right here on the chaise plain, and she is accompanied by a dinosaur. What? The boss is coming personally? All right, I'll keep a close watch on them. After hanging up, the soldier resumed his observation through the telescope, motivated by the prospect of achieving a significant accomplishment. In the command room of the Lusha troops, upon receiving reports from his subordinates that the little girl had been located, Lusha let out a sigh of relief. He eagerly anticipated capturing her. It would be ideal if the plans for Claren's robot were in her possession. If not, he would need to arrange an escape route in advance. Bring someone in, he called out, contemplating this. Boss, what are your orders? Prepare the aircraft swiftly. We must reach the chaise plane as quickly as possible. Upon hearing the command, the subordinate shivered with excitement, asking, Boss, have we found the person we were searching for? At that moment, a rare smile appeared on Lusha's fierce face. Indeed, we have found her. It seems expanding the search radius was effective. Damn, that little one can run. She has managed to escape 1,000 kilometers away, but she won to elude my grasp. Excellent, boss. We'll arrange for the expedition immediately. The subordinate, displaying a hint of ruthlessness, promptly set about organizing the flight. Dismissed. Lusha waved his hand, and the tension in his heart finally eased a little. He reclined on the sofa, half closing his eyes. The incessant urgings from headquarters had stretched Lusha's nerves to their limits. Minutes later, a propeller plane ascended from the tarmac, heading towards the vast chaise plane, over 1,000 kilometers away. 6 hours later, the aircraft reached the skies above the chaise plane, a parched expanse devoid of moisture, where everything lay in a state of dryness. The winds that swept through were equally arid. Upon landing, Lusha and his companions disembarked from the plane, weary from their journey. Where is that little girl? A soldier from the outpost promptly reported, Sir, the girl is heading west along the nearest river. However, for some unknown reason, a young draconic creature is accompanying her. Our men feared startling them, so they dared not approach too closely. Well done. Lusha patted the soldier on the shoulder, his eyes glinting with a fierce light as he turned to command, have everyone arm themselves. I care not for the fate of that dragon, but I want that girl alive. This time, we cannot afford to fail. Otherwise, I shall have your heads. Lusha issued a stern warning. Understood, boss. The members of the serpent cult led a life steeped in peril, akin to that of bandits. Upon receiving their leader's orders, excitement lit up their faces. Let us move. With a wave of his hand, the group piled into their jeep, hastily making their way towards April. Meanwhile, April and her new companion remained blissfully unaware of the danger that was rapidly approaching them. On another front, after assisting the island's inhabitants in dismantling several nearby fortifications of the serpent cult and ensuring that their armed forces would no longer impede the residents' withdrawal, Muyang took flight towards the towering Qing Mountain. On this bright afternoon, a cool breeze carried a refreshing chill, as Qing Mountain stood at the back of the primordial range. This ancient mountain, having stood for countless years, shielded the region from the cold winds blowing from the north. Creating a climate that resembled spring year-round, its seasonal changes were hardly perceptible. Having come within a short distance of Qing Mountain, Muyang flew leisurely, unhurried. Suddenly, A shimmering light flashed across the expansive plain, and he soared over the most inhospitable sandy edges of the terrain. At that moment, a convoy raising a cloud of dust below caught his attention. The fleet consisted of over 20 open-top vehicles filled with individuals clad in drab gray uniforms, with an array of standard firearms displayed upon them. The presence of the serpent cult was indeed a surprise in this locale. Mu Yang furrowed his brow, his keen eyesight allowing him to discern the features of the individuals before him, recognizing them as members of the Serpent Tamer Legion. The proximity of these individuals, mere planes away from the Great Qing Mountain, boded ill, while Mu Yang himself was unperturbed by their presence. The ordinary residents nearby lacked the means to withstand the Legion's firepower. Consequently, he reduced his speed and drew closer to the convoy, intent on discerning their intentions. A mournful cry echoed from a distance, drawing Mu Yang's attention. He soon spotted a group ahead, also members of the Serpent Tamer Legion, currently locked in a standoff with a dinosaur-like creature. Chirp, chirp. The small blue dragon's fiery gaze bore down upon the adversaries, fiercely guarding a young girl behind it. The creature bore several bullet wounds, crimson blood cascading from its body. Wah, little Ka, are you all right? April cried, clinging to the blue dragon, tears streaming down her face. Damn it, if we can't take down a young dragon, keep firing. Remember to aim solely at that dragon. Do not harm the girl behind it, commanded the cold-eyed officer, Lu Sha, his expression twisted with fury. Yes, the soldiers responded, raising their weapons. You villains, you wicked people, April shouted, her face flushed with anger and sorrow. These bad people had taken her parents and sister, and now they threatened her new friend. Hey, little one, if you hand over your father's design blueprints, I will spare you, Lu Sha taunted. You're the bad ones. I will never give it to you, April retorted, her eyes blazing with indignation, unaware that her response confirmed the blueprints were indeed in her possession. Upon hearing April's reply, a smile spread across Lu Sha's face, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Open fire, he commanded coldly. Roar. The small blue dragon, eyes blazing with fury, prepared to fight back. At that moment, a light, ethereal voice floated through the air. Is this how the Serpent Tamer Legion operates, showing no mercy even to a little girl? Look at that young dragon. It possesses more compassion than all of you combined. Who spoke? The members of the Serpent Tamer Legion became alert, scanning their surroundings for the source of the voice, only to discover a figure floating in midair. Mu Yang had observed from the sky for quite some time, gathering a semblance of understanding regarding the unfolding events. It seemed that the Serpent Cult's minions were in pursuit of something, which was inexplicably linked to a young girl. He could hardly bear to witness such a callous disregard, even towards a child. Who are you? The Serpent Cult is at work here. Best mind your own business. As the task neared completion, an unexpected disruptor emerged. Lu Sha furrowed his brow, a surge of anger welling within him. Yet he felt a twinge of caution upon noticing the individual hovering in the air. It would be preferable if he retreated upon hearing the name of the Serpent Cult, Lu Sha thought. However, that notion was evidently unrealistic. TSK, TSK. With a gentle shake of his head, Mu Yang slowly descended beside the young girl and the azure dragon. He cast a glance at the girl, her brown hair slightly disheveled, her face marred with grime obscuring her features. Yet, her sapphire blue eyes sparkled with an innate brilliance. She appeared somewhat familiar, prompting Mu Yang to gaze longer, though he still could not place her. Addressing the minions of the Serpent Cult with a cold tone, he stated, To be candid, I harbor no fondness for your kind. My encounters with you have consistently involved arson, pillage, or the bullying of the vulnerable. Your very existence sullies this world. Kid, you're courting death. Lu Sha's expression darkened at the insolent words, a palpable tension rising as he realized the other's intention to intervene. His countenance, as dark as ink, grew even more somber, brimming with murderous intent. Mu Yang shook his head dismissively, stating, It is not that I seek death, but rather, I have never regarded you as worthy of my attention. As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing cold light erupted from his eyes, and his entire form became a blur. Before the members of the Serpent Husbandry Corps could comprehend the situation, Mu Yang had already darted around them in a whirlwind of motion. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Mu Yang was the pinnacle of martial artists on Earth, while the leader of the gang and his men, armed only with firearms, were essentially a band of brutes. They could handle ordinary civilians, but when faced with a martial artist, they were merely lambs to the slaughter. In but a fleeting moment, the sounds of combat erupted, and bodies were sent flying in every direction, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Damn it, open fire, the gang leader exclaimed. a flicker of panic in his eyes as he stubbornly issued commands. However, to his horror, he soon realized that there was no one left to command. This demon had slaughtered all of his subordinates in the blink of an eye. It was worth noting that he had brought a large contingent with him, all for the sake of ensuring absolute safety, yet they had all perished. The leader gulped, his face contorted by fear, as he drew his handgun and fired at Mu Yang. Bang! The bullet sped toward Mu Yang, who adeptly sidestepped, evading the shot, and then pointed a finger at the leader. With a cold hiss, a small energy beam shot forth from his fingertip, its brilliance flaring as it struck the leader's head. With a sickening thud, the blue beam erupted from the other side of his skull, and blood splattered everywhere, painting the ground crimson. The handgun clattered to the ground as the gang leader slumped against the car seat, his pupils dilating in shock, his face frozen in a mask of terror from his final moments. The boss has been killed. The newly arrived vehicles witnessed the scene before them and hastily turned to flee. Yet, now that they had arrived, how could Mu Yang allow them to escape? To leave even a trace would be unwise, as unresolved matters could resurface in the future. Thus, it was imperative to eradicate them entirely. With a swift flash, Mu Yang unleashed a massacre upon the fleeing group, ensuring not a single one remained. With the Serpent Husbandry Corps eliminated, Mu Yang's earlier cold demeanor shifted as he swiftly appeared beside the little girl. At that moment, April was weeping uncontrollably beside the small blue dragon. "Please, little Ka, don't die," she cried, her voice filled with despair. The blue dragon weakly extended its tongue, gasping for breath. Mu Yang shook his head. At times, animals display a greater understanding of humanity than humans themselves. He crouched down and retrieved a fairy bean, extending it towards her. "Here, let it consume this. Once eaten, it shall recover." "Is that true? Is there hope for Shao Kahn?" April, stifling her sobs, accepted the fairy bean, her skepticism evident. "If you doubt its efficacy, I shan't offer it," he replied. No, I trust you." Quickly, April wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and placed the fairy bean into the mouth of the little blue dragon. With a crunch, the bean burst, unleashing its miraculous properties. The dragon's eyes widened in astonishment, and the muscles around its wound twitched, expelling several projectiles. All injuries were suddenly healed. Ow! Ow! The little blue dragon flapped its wings, its once dull eyes sparkling anew. "Wow, this is splendid. Shao Kahn is all right," April exclaimed joyfully. "Big brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, Shao Kahn would have perished." She bowed gratefully to Mu Yang, then stealthily unfastened her small backpack. Retrieving a jar of candy, raising it high, she declared, "Big brother, this is my favorite honey candy. There's just a little left, but I wish to gift it to you." "April?" Upon hearing the name, Mu Yang hesitated momentarily, feeling a sense of familiarity. As he scrutinized the little girl before him, her brown hair, beautiful eyes, and the oddly reminiscent gestures, it dawned on him that she was indeed the same girl he had encountered on the train half a year prior. "You are April. Do you have a sister?" Mu Yang inquired. April's eyes widened, and her mouth fell agape. "Big brother, how do you know?" "April has a sister, but Sapril is gone, along with mom and dad." As she recounted her misfortunes, the little girl began to weep sorrowfully. At that moment, Mu Yang grasped the full extent of her plight. Witnessing her grief, a cold, fierce light flickered in his eyes. Those vile members of the serpent constellation truly deserved their fate. His gaze towards April softened with compassion. This little soul was now an orphan. With a gentle sigh, he said to April, "We are not far from my sect. Why not accompany me? Can I bring Shao Kahn with me?" April whispered. Mu Yang gazed at the little blue dragon, its round and plump head exuding an endearing charm. "That works. Wonderful," April exclaimed with delight. Mu Yang offered a gentle smile as he bent down to lift April into his arms, soaring into the sky towards the direction of the great green mountain, while the little blue dragon followed closely behind, flapping its wings energetically. The Shaja plain lay in proximity to the great green mountain, and not long after, a towering mountain range emerged before them, the unnamed Primordial Mountains. The mountains stretched across the horizon, and after traversing a few hills, the great green mountain finally came into view. At this moment, they had already entered the territory of Qinshan Town. Mu Yang continued to fly for a while before descending from the sky, walking along the rural path with April. Occasionally, local farmers bustling about would pass by, greeting Mu Yang warmly. However, upon seeing the little blue dragon trailing behind him, a flicker of fear crossed their faces. April found it quite astonishing. It seemed that everyone here recognized her elder brother, and their friendly demeanor mirrored that of the kind souls who had once assisted her, instilling no fear whatsoever. Yet, it appeared they held a certain apprehension towards little Ka, despite its undeniable cuteness. Thump, thump, thump. Little Ka, disliking crowded places, especially the scrutiny of numerous unfamiliar gazes, hurriedly scampered over to Mu Yang and April, peeking curiously, which drew forth delighted giggles from April. "Ah, Mu Yang, you're back. Oh, who is this little girl?" Upon their return to the Tianxin Lu's residence, Isaf and his wife, Alice, who had already received word from the villagers, came out to greet them. Their faces were filled with confusion upon noticing the young girl and the juvenile blue dragon accompanying Mu Yang. Teacher's wife. Mu Yang called out with a smile, and together they entered the house. The little blue dragon, being too large, could not enter and was thus directed to remain in the courtyard. Inside, Alice had already prepared tea, with fruit laid out on the table. Mu Yang handed an apple to April, and then recounted everything he knew about her and the Serpent Man Legion to Isaf. After listening, Isaf slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "Those Serpent Man Legion scoundrels are utterly despicable." Teacher's wife Alice, gazing at the little girl of barely 5 years, felt a surge of compassion and held April in her arms, saying with heartfelt concern, "Poor child, you have truly suffered, wandering alone for over half a year." April, bewildered in Alice's embrace with the apple in her hand, called out to Mu Yang, "Brother." With a smile, Mu Yang said to her, "This is my esteemed teacher's wife. Consider her as your own mother." "Indeed, just think of me as your mother," Alice replied. She was a kind-hearted woman, and upon seeing April's adorable appearance, she couldn't help but reminisce about her daughter, Meisha, who lived far away in the southern region and whom she hadn't seen in ages. "Oh, look at you now, come. Let us have a bath. I still have some of Meisha's old clothes. I shall buy you some new garments at the next market." A warm sensation flowed through April, and she nodded gently like a whisper of a breeze. Thus, after Alice took the bewildered April to bathe, only Mu Yang and his teacher, Isaf, remained in the room. A brief silence ensued. Observing his newly returned disciple, Isaf broke the quietude, expressing his joy. "Mu Yang, your performance at the martial arts competition was remarkable. You have brought great renown to our Tianxin school." Mu Yang smiled faintly, observing Isaf's joyful demeanor without uttering a word. "Little did you know, when Zeiss wrote to inform me of your triumph at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I could hardly believe it. How could I possibly be unaware of my disciple's capabilities? It was only when Zeiss returned to recount the events of the tournament that I came to accept the truth of it all. What a clever lad you are, concealing your true prowess even from your teacher. Quiet and unassuming, yet you managed to bring home a championship." Reflecting on the commotion caused by Zeiss's return to Tianxin Flow, Isaf felt a surge of exhilaration. "Teacher, it wasn't that I intended to conceal anything. Rather, I genuinely did not anticipate the extent of my own strength." Mu Yang replied with a gentle smile, acknowledging that his victory was largely due to the absence of the older generation of martial artists in the competition. Isaf waved his hand in understanding. "I see now, I underestimated your growth rate. I heard from Zeiss that you have fully mastered the release of Tianxin Qigong." "Indeed," Mu Yang affirmed with a nod. Following this, he opened his palm, forming a blade with his fingers, and a brilliant blue light surged forth from his fingertips, manifesting as an energy sphere the size of a marble. Upon witnessing this, Isaf gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. "Your mastery of Qigong has reached such a remarkable level. This is the result of my training during the past 6 months, Mu Yang replied with a serene smile, waving his hand to disperse the energy wave. "Haha, splendid. It appears you have surpassed me by great margins. Perhaps no one in the entire Tianxin flow could rival you now," Isaf exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, as he eagerly shouted, "Do tell me how you have spent these past 6 months and how your strength has increased so significantly." Mu Yang nodded and began to recount his experiences over the past 6 months to Izar. When he spoke of his journey to the Superpower Academy to visit Meisha after a period of cultivation, Izar's face reflected a tinge of nostalgia. As Mu Yang continued to share how he had met Meisha and subsequently ventured to the Chiron Sacred Land to challenge the Chiron Tower, Izar's expression shifted to one of realization. "Ah, so that's it. When I first encountered you, there was something about your demeanor that eluded my comprehension. Each of your movements appeared so casual, yet they seemed to carry profound significance. It turns out you have received guidance from the Chiron Sage," Izar mused, a look of amazement crossing his face. The fact that his disciple had successfully ascended the Chiron Tower and garnered the attention of the Chiron Sage would surely incite envy among many. This achievement eclipsed even the glory of winning the championship at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. After all, the last person to scale the Kirin Tower was none other than the legendary Master Wu Tian, known as the God of Martial Arts. The guidance of the Kirin Sage has been immensely beneficial to me. Furthermore, he promised that once I reach a level he deems worthy, he would recommend me for cultivation in an even more sacred realm. Mu Yang conveyed earnestly regarding his mentor. At that moment, Izar's demeanor grew serious as he murmured, "An even more sacred realm? Could it be the divine temple of the celestial realm? Teacher, you are aware of the temple?" Mu Yang inquired, astonished. Izar nodded thoughtfully, expressing, "Indeed, I possess some knowledge. It is said to be a closely guarded secret passed down through our Tianqin lineage since ancient times, beyond our sect. I doubt anyone else is aware that a legendary temple exists above the Kirin Tower." Taken aback by this revelation, Mu Yang listened intently as Izar continued. "The inheritance of our Tianqin lineage is far from simple. Long ago, it is rumored that an elder once resided in that fabled temple. Sadly, a cataclysm over 250 years ago nearly obliterated the entire martial arts world, inflicting severe losses upon our Tianqin lineage, which has yet to regain its former glory. However, I now see a glimmer of hope in you." Izar gazed at Mu Yang with a mix of gratitude and pride. Increasingly impressed by his disciple's progress, Mu Yang was taken aback upon hearing this from the teacher's words. It seemed that a predecessor from the Tianqin sect had indeed resided within the divine temple. Could it be that this individual was a former celestial deity, or perhaps a disciple of one? In any case, their significance was indisputable. As for the calamity that transpired over 250 years ago, he speculated it must have been the disaster wrought by the malevolent King Piccolo upon the mortal realm. No wonder the immortal regarded him with such esteem, even contemplating the possibility of recommending him for cultivation within the divine temple. If it were true that a predecessor from his sect had once dwelled in the temple or held a position as a celestial deity, it would not be unreasonable for the immortal to feel a sense of kinship and regard him with greater favor. Could it be that he was merely basking in the glory of the illustrious Tianqin predecessors? As Mu Yang pondered further, he realized the striking similarities between the martial arts of the Tianqin school and those of the Kirinta. Suddenly, it dawned on him that these disciplines were likely passed down from the divine temple. He was astonished to discover that the rather obscure martial arts lineage he belonged to had such a remarkable origin. Perhaps, in comparison to the past, the Tianqin school had indeed fallen into decline. Icifer burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, do not be misled by our small numbers. Our heritage is undeniably robust. Today is particularly joyous, and I shall request your master's wife to prepare a sumptuous feast this evening, inviting a few of your masters to join us for a delightful meal." "What are you discussing?" a gentle voice inquired as Alice, the master's wife, emerged, holding the hand of April, who had now donned a fresh outfit. Her hair was neatly arranged by Alice, tied back with a ribbon. "Brother," April chimed sweetly, her face aglow with joy. Icifer turned to his wife and the little girl beside her, smiling. "We were just talking about preparing a splendid dinner this evening and inviting everyone to join us for some merriment." "Oh, if that is the case, we must begin preparations right away." Alice covered her mouth, acknowledging that, without the aid of electric devices, even a diligent woman like herself would require a considerable amount of time to create a delightful meal. Observing his wife preparing to start, Icifer reassured her, "No need to rush. I will assist you shortly." He then turned to April, adding, "Today is a celebratory occasion as little April has come to our home, and we shall treat her well. Brother, do you like my dress?" April is very fond of it. For a girl just over 5 years old, her memories were hazy, and her mood shifted quickly, bringing back her innocent and cheerful demeanor reminiscent of their first encounter on the train. "I am glad you like it," Mu Yang replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, seeing April in clothes reminiscent of Meixia's childhood, he felt a sense of delight in having such a sister. Leading April into the courtyard, they spotted the little blue dragon curled up on the ground, dozing peacefully, its tongue occasionally flicking out. The tranquil ambience of the vast mountains made it exceedingly comfortable. Upon noticing Mu Yang and the others, the little blue dragon lifted its large head, chirping excitedly before rolling over to expose its snowy white belly. Mu Yang, filled with curiosity, strolled through the grand Qing mountain with April, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings. As night fell, several elders, including Eula, Zeiss, Carl, Clarissa, and Yaris, gathered at Isaf's quaint abode. Upon seeing Mu Yang, they expressed their concern and exchanged pleasantries. Soon, everyone took their seats at the dining table, where glasses clinked and heartfelt sentiments were shared. Mu Yang recounted his experiences once more, leaving the attendees in awe. Naturally, the newcomer April became the center of attention, and after a round of introductions, she was welcomed as a member of the Tianqin sect. The evening banquet continued late into the night, dispersing only when everyone had thoroughly enjoyed themselves, their eyes glazed with merriment. The following morning, April scampered over in her slippers, clutching her small backpack and offering it to Mu Yang. "What is inside?" he inquired. Upon receiving the petite bag, he noticed several scuffs on its surface, and it was filled with various items, some weighing heavily. April shook her head and, retrieving her cherished jar of candies, said, "I don't know. This was given to me by my father when he left, and he instructed me to take good care of it." Upon hearing this, Mu Yang opened his backpack and retrieved its contents, a substantial stack of thick blueprints and 3 obsidian-like stones. Mu Yang glanced at them, astonished, and inquired, "The Serpent-Bearer Legion seeks to capture you solely for these items?" "Indeed," April nodded. Mu Yang vaguely remembered that the reason the Serpent Legion sought to capture April was to obtain the blueprints drawn by her father. Upon unfolding the stack of blueprints, he found them filled with intricate circuits, resembling both mechanical and electrical diagrams. In his previous life, Mu Yang had worked in high-voltage live operations, enabling him to decipher a small portion of the drawings. This was a design blueprint for a robot. After a while, he set the blueprints down, beginning to understand why the Serpent Legion coveted them. If the robots depicted in the blueprints were manufactured and deployed in battle, given the current technological limitations, the Serpent Legion might have a chance to contend with the United Kingdom, and even more, to dominate the world was not an impossibility. "What do you plan to do with these blueprints?" Mu Yang inquired of April. After a moment's thought, April replied, "Brother, I wish to go to school and become a scientist to study my father's blueprints." Ruffling the little girl's brown hair, Mu Yang nodded. "Very well. April shall become a female scientist in the future." April narrowed her eyes, emitting a soft hum. "However, martial arts must not be neglected. You will also be a disciple of the Tianqin school. One cannot focus solely on studies. In this world, without strength, there is no assurance of safety." Although most people can live their lives peacefully, Mu Yang did not wish for April to squander her life in mediocrity. "I understand. What are these?" Mu Yang picked up 3 oddly shaped stones, dark and unidentifiable in material. He squeezed one with force, only to find it surprisingly unyielding. It was evident that these stones were extraordinary. April bit her lip and softly replied, "I don't know. My father never told me. But I will certainly figure it out in the future." The little girl stubbornly raised her head, her azure eyes filled with determination. Mu Yang paused, stroking her fluffy hair, as if witnessing a star of science rising. "By the way, April, do you wish to avenge your parents?" "I do, but my strength is insufficient." At this, a shadow of gloom passed over April's face. "What if I help you destroy them?" "The Serpent Legion is too vile. Allowing them to exist in this world will only breed more tragedies." Mu Yang harbored no fondness for the Serpent Legion in the original storyline. There was no mention of such an organization, leading to the conclusion that it would eventually be dismantled, making way for the Red Ribbon Legion. Now, having crossed paths with the Serpent Legion, their relationship was far from amicable. Mu Yang adhered to the principle of not letting enemies escape easily. Even the slightest threat warranted complete annihilation. But they are very powerful, with many members. April hesitated, yet from her gaze, Mu Yang discerned her genuine disdain for the Serpent Legion, tempered only by her concern over their numbers. With a proud smile, Mu Yang disdainfully remarked, "Those fellows, no matter how many, are no match for my brother. On this planet, few possess strength surpassing mine." It was not arrogance but an undeniable truth. Even the legendary Turtle Sage, despite his vast experience, could not compare to Mu Yang's prowess. April's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she recalled Mu Yang's impressive display of power from the previous day. Clenching her fists, she resolutely declared, "Then brother shall defeat all those evildoers." "Indeed," he affirmed. In the following days, April formally became a disciple of the Tianqin school, embarking on her journey to master the fundamentals of martial arts. Upon learning that her aspiration was to become a scientist, Isaf and Mu Yang began deliberating on the ideal school for her, ensuring her enrollment. Simultaneously, to accommodate her martial training, they arranged for her to reside at the Tianqin Martial Arts Academy, nestled at the foot of the Great Qing Mountain. This academy served the local populace, overseen by several disciples of Tianqin who imparted basic self-defense techniques to the community, effectively establishing a foothold for the school among the common folk. Meanwhile, in the eastern mountains of Earth, at the headquarters of the Serpent Commander Legion, Commander Huayan scrutinized the intelligence reports from his subordinates with a darkened expression, his brow furrowing slightly. The report indicated that the southeastern region's leader, Lu Sha, had seemingly uncovered something significant before leading a contingent into the Shays Plain, from which they had never returned. Subsequent messages revealed that Lu Sha and his men were found dead, all struck down with lethal precision, their firearms untouched, indicating they had no chance to resist. Lu Sha's skull bore a gaping hole, a testament to a high-energy beam that had pierced through. With a sharp clap, he slammed the report onto the table. His mood soured as he lifted his glass and consumed its contents in one gulp. Who could have slain Lu Sha? Was it a passing master or another force with similar intentions, perhaps individuals from the United Kingdom? Huayan's expression fluctuated. If it were the former, it posed no targeted threat. However, if it were the latter, it implied that others were also vying for that blueprint. Regardless of the scenario, the likelihood of retrieving the coveted blueprint was exceedingly slim. A worthless endeavor. He had not only lost a life, but also the crucial document. Cursing Lu Sha's incompetence in his mind, Commander Huayan pondered the implications ahead. Should the blueprint fall into the hands of the United Kingdom or other factions, it would spell significant misfortune for the Serpent Commander Legion. Duolong, do you know of any formidable martial arts sects near the Shays Plain? Huayan inquired of his trusted aide. Duolong quickly sifted through his recollections before shaking his head. The Shays Plain is an exceedingly desolate region. There are scarcely any inhabitants within a 100-kilometer radius. To the west lies a magnificent mountain range, a realm where monstrous creatures roam freely, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Beyond this range, however, exists a martial arts sect, whose prowess is formidable and should not be trifled with. Doran, a trusted confidant, emphasized the strength of these martial practitioners. Commander Huayan waved his hand, signaling for a moment of contemplation. A leader of an armed organization undoubtedly possesses a measure of intellect. Huayan was acutely aware of the terror wielded by martial artists, some of whom harbor no fear of firearms. Confronting such individuals renders armed forces ineffective. Moreover, as a warrior of the Orc lineage himself, Huayan was intimately familiar with the capabilities of these martial artists. Nevertheless, the current era is markedly different. With the advancement of technology, powerful weaponry is constantly being produced, diminishing the deterrent effect of martial artists on various organizations. Yet even the slightest doubt would not be brushed aside easily, and he, of course, would not take matters into his own hands. Come forth, Commander Huayan commanded. The doors of the hall swung open, and a soldier clad in a dull gray uniform hurried in. Commander, how may I serve you? Immediately contact the assassin, Mr. Tao Bai, and inform him that I have a task to assign. Ask him to procure a certain blueprint for me. Here is the specific address. Huayan wrote down the address and handed it to his subordinate. If Mu Yang were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the address on the note was none other than the location of the Tianxin sect situated in the Great Green Mountain. Huayan's intention was straightforward. If the blueprint happened to be there, it would be splendid. Even if it were not, it would simply entail a monetary expenditure. Matters solvable by currency are trivial. Huayan indeed hoped the blueprint would be there. At the mere mention of contacting the ruthless assassin Tao Bai, the soldier's complexion turned pale. Is there a problem? Huayan's cold gaze pierced through him. The soldier, as if ensnared by a demon, trembled and stammered. No, sir. I will attend to it immediately. With that, he scurried out, clutching the note. Huayan scoffed disdainfully and reclined on his soft sofa, indulging in a moment of faux slumber. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, booming like the sound of artillery fire. The entire castle trembled, with the chandelier swaying perilously as if it might plummet at any moment. Was it an earthquake? No, it was an assault directed at them. Huayan's expression darkened instantly, his face alight with murderous intent as he stepped outside, only to witness the guards urgently mobilizing and organizing defenses. What is happening? Huayan demanded, his voice laced with menace. Commander, we are under invasion at headquarters. Our forces are struggling to hold the line. A guard, gun in hand, replied, his face ashen. Commander Huayan was momentarily taken aback, startled by the audacious claim of being unable to resist. Subsequently, his fearsome visage transformed into one of even greater ferocity. How dare anyone invade the headquarters of the Serpent Tamer Legion? And it was merely a boy. Thousands of kilometers away, in a quaint inn, the phone rang urgently. Ring. Ring. It It was a call from the assassin organization's dedicated line. "Hello, it's my vacation time. Please refrain from disturbing me," replied a man with braids. Just emerging from a shower, his hair still damp. His voice was icily dismissive. "Apologies, Mr. Taobai, but it's a mission from the Serpent Tamer Legion. They implore you to take it on, and the remuneration is yours to decide." The operator spoke cautiously, aware that he was conversing with the world's foremost assassin, Taobai. Intrigued, but maintaining his frosty demeanor, Taobai replied, "I have no time. Sir, everything is negotiable. For million, everything is negotiable. Who is the target?" A martial arts faction known as Taiyang Xinliu, a minor sect, came the information from the other end. Taobai stroked his beard, twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, and ominously remarked, "A martial arts faction. Heh, I typically do not take action against martial arts sections." The operator grew anxious, for it was said that Taobai also hailed from a martial arts background. His assignments had always been personal, with no precedent for targeting an entire faction. "I need more money," Taobai stated plainly. Understood." The operator wiped the sweat from his brow repeatedly. 30 million. Not a penny less. After concluding the conversation, Taobai abruptly hung up the phone and sat on the edge of the bed, lighting a cigarette, quickly filling the room with swirling smoke. Taiyang Xinliu, the faction of the reigning champion of the martial arts tournament? After a brief pause, Taobai extinguished his cigarette and donned his distinctive attire, tailored black trousers paired with a pink jacket, emblazoned with a large crimson character for kill on the left breast, as if stained with blood. He typically reserved this outfit for work purposes. After adjusting his appearance, Taobai strode directly out of his room and approached the inn's counter. "Boss," his cold voice sent a chill down the spine. The bespectacled owner turned to investigate the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the figure before him, cold sweat streamed down his face. The legendary assassin, Taobai, was in his establishment. The owner's complexion turned ashen. "What can I do for you, esteemed guest?" he stammered, wiping the sweat from his forehead incessantly. Taobai regarded him coolly, inquiring, "What is the distance from here to the eastern primordial mountains?" "Approximately 2,600 kilometers." Bowing slightly, "It is indeed quite a distance." Taobai stroked his chin, beginning to pace around the hall, observing intently while extending his fingers to tap lightly against the stone pillars in the corners, as if seeking a suitable support beam. After a brief moment, he nodded. Having selected one of the pillars, with 2 sharp taps, Taobai leapt up and struck the chosen pillar at both ends. A subtle but powerful force suddenly permeating its interior, compromising its structure and creating 2 fractures. Then, with a resounding crack, the entire pillar collapsed under Taobai's strength. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, his spirit utterly shattered. "Yes, this is the right direction." Taobai pinpointed his aim and forcefully hurled the stone pillar, which swiftly transformed into a shadow and vanished into the clouds. "Out of consideration for the holiday, I shall spare you this time. Cherish this stroke of fortune," he remarked to the innkeeper. With a light push of his toes, he activated his aerial technique, his figure becoming a fleeting shadow as he pursued the rapidly soaring pillar. Given Taobai's throwing prowess, it would take approximately 4 or 5 relays to reach the Great Qing Mountain. With a thud, once Taobai's figure disappeared from sight, the innkeeper could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to the ground in a faint. His face turned ashen. Heavens, that individual was none other than the world's foremost assassin, the bloodless killer, Taobai. How did I survive his grasp? Suddenly, the innkeeper reconsidered, still feeling uneasy. He hurriedly shut the inn's door, fearful of attracting trouble. Having survived this encounter with Taobai was merely a stroke of luck. Next time, fortune may not be so kind. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to take refuge elsewhere. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Serpent Tamer Corps was engulfed in thick smoke, flames soaring high, the sounds of explosions and gunfire intertwining. Boom. Another building was struck by a shell, debris raining down amidst the billowing black smoke as the castle continued to crumble. With numerous shell craters dotting the ground, today was undeniably a catastrophic day for the Serpent Tamer Corps. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than a young man, Mu Yang. After concluding his conversation with April, Mu Yang engaged with Icifer and others regarding the Serpent Tamer Corps, and upon receiving unanimous consent, he first approached the division closest to the original mountain range, executing a sweeping assault with unparalleled ferocity. During the obliteration of that division, Mu Yang acquired intelligence about the headquarters of the Serpent Tamer Corps. It dawned on him that it was better to eradicate the root than merely cut the grass. Thus, akin to the tale of Sun Wukong dismantling the Red Ribbon Army, Mu Yang pressed on relentlessly towards the Serpent Tamer Corps headquarters, leading to the current scene. Mu Yang is a man of remarkable decisiveness. In his eyes, once an adversary is identified, the only prudent course of action is to eradicate them entirely. The sound of gunfire echoes as fiery serpents dance, vibrant sparks scattering in every direction. A line of soldiers, wielding their rifles, charges forward, their bullets intertwining to form a fiery net encircling Mu Yang. Yet, all their efforts prove futile, for they are pitted against a martial artist whose prowess transcends that of ordinary earthlings. In a flurry of chaos, the enemy's movements are elusive, and one by one, soldiers are sent flying, bewildered by the onslaught. Retreat. Fall back quickly. Faced with the specter-like attacks of their foe, the soldiers of the Serpent Bearer Legion are gripped by terror. No one daring to advance. No retreat. Charge forward. The commander roars in fury, his machine gun unleashing a relentless barrage. Someone save me. Who will come to my aid? The soldiers wail in despair, their minds consumed with the desperate desire to flee, too frightened to offer any resistance. Mu Yang gazed coldly, unleashing waves of energy with relentless force. With a resounding crash, yet another building succumbed to his might. At that moment, Mu Yang's attention was drawn to the heavily armored Commander Huayan, who was being shielded by numerous vehicles nearby. A hint of a cold smile graced his lips as he redirected his assault towards the commander. Damn it, my legion. Commander Huayan's expression darkened, shadowed by an ominous aura of murderous intent. The losses of his legion gnawed at his heart like a relentless wound. Instead of fretting over these losses, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own life. A chilling voice suddenly resonated in his ear. What? Commander Huayan's pupils constricted, his azure hair bristling instinctively as the primal instincts of his orc nature sensed an encroaching threat. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming force surged towards his chest, akin to a freight truck barreling down upon him. Bang! Commander Huayan was rendered utterly defenseless, his body propelled like a cannonball against the wall. The rubble exploded around him, and Huayan's previously darkened visage grew even more foreboding as crimson blood dripped from his lips, his eyes glinting with malevolence. Damn you, martial artist, he snarled, his sharp fangs grinding together in fury. Before him stood a young man, clad in a white martial arts uniform that rustled in the wind, emanating an imposing presence. Particularly striking were his eyes, which bore the piercing gaze of a hawk, instilling an instinctive fear in those who dared to meet his stare. Mu Yang gazed at Commander Huayan, astonished that he had managed to survive. An orc? By your attire, you must be the leader of the Serpent Legion. You possess commendable strength. No wonder you could command the entire legion. However, from this day forth, the Serpent Legion shall cease to exist. Mu Yang's voice was frigid, delivering an unequivocal pronouncement of death to his adversary. How dare you? Commander Huayan seethed with rage, poised to retort, yet Mu Yang denied him any opportunity. In a swift motion, a whirlwind erupted from the ground. With a single step forward, Mu Yang's form blurred, and he reappeared beside Huayan. How did you? Huayan's pupils constricted, cold sweat cascading down his brow. You cannot resist. From the moment you attacked April's family, your fate was sealed, destined to repay this debt in blood. Prepare to meet your end. Without granting Huayan a moment to defend himself, Mu Yang unleashed a ki wave, a brilliant burst of light blossoming in midair. The floral explosion detonated, and a terrifying energy engulfed Commander Huayan's body, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Huayan was mercilessly consumed by the chaotic currents of the ki wave, vanishing into the void. Having accomplished this, Mu Yang cast a stoic glance at the remaining Legion members before ascending into the sky, using his aerial technique. Your commander is dead. This world has no sanctuary left for the Serpent Legion. Allow me to conclude your lives in the most magnificent manner as you vanish alongside this stronghold. Mu Yang surveyed the castle below, his dark eyes shimmering with lethal intent, before directing a ki wave at the fortress. Tianqing Ki Wave. A terrifying beam of energy cascaded from above, splitting midway and resembling a colossal lid descending upon the land. This ki wave concentrated all of Mu Yang's energy. Although it did not rival the destructive force of Master Roshi's obliteration of Frying Pan Mountain, it was more than sufficient to annihilate a castle. With a resounding crash, the energy beam pierced the ground. The surrounding mountains began to tremble violently, and the area enveloped by the ki wave erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance, rendering the sun itself seemingly dim. Scorching winds seared the earth, and as the thick smoke dissipated, the location of the former Serpent Legion headquarters lay utterly leveled. The once opulent site was now obscured by sweltering azure smoke. Indeed, the Serpent Legion was finished. Mu Yang hovered in midair, gasping for breath. Having expended nearly all of his energy with that last energy wave, after descending to the ground and resting for a brief moment, he felt his strength gradually returning. Though he refrained from using the precious, reserving them for moments of life-threatening peril. In this situation, where recovery was possible, he opted to conserve them. While contemplating, Mu Yang flickered and entered the acceleration space to recuperate. Half a day later, he emerged from the acceleration realm at the former headquarters of the Serpent Warrior Corps. His body restored to peak condition and even appeared to have gained additional energy. With the headquarters in ruins, the external branches posed little threat. He could deal with them later. With this thought, Mu Yang soared into the air, redirecting his course towards the majestic Dacheng Mountain. After half an hour, the towering peaks came into view. Crossing this mountain range would lead him to Dacheng Mountain. At that moment, a swift shadow shot past him from behind, quickly aligning itself parallel to him. It was a rapidly flying stone pillar, atop which stood a figure with a gaunt, cold visage. Adorned in flamboyant attire of a striking pink hue, particularly accentuated by the conspicuous character "For Kill" emblazoned on their chest. Upon recognizing the individual's distinctive appearance, Mu Yang's heart sank, and his expression grew profoundly serious. The world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai. This uniquely characteristic outfit could only belong to him. In the original tale, Tao Bai Bai undertook a mission from the Red Ribbon Army to seize the Dragon Balls, only to be ultimately defeated by Sun Wukong atop the Korin Tower, employing a stone pillar as his mode of transport, much like the current scenario. Unexpectedly, this premier assassin had maintained his decades-long habit of traversing the world upon a stone pillar. However, Tao Bai Bai was heading towards Dacheng Mountain. Crossing the primitive mountain range would lead directly to it, and in an instant, Mu Yang's expression darkened. He hoped it was merely a chance encounter. Tao Bai Bai's strength was undeniably formidable. He was hardly weaker than Master Rashi, ranking among the Earth's elite. If his intentions were directed at Dacheng Mountain, it would spell disaster for all. "Hey, kid, are you a disciple of the Crane School? I don't recall seeing you before," Tao Bai Bai remarked. His tone laced with a hint of arrogance upon witnessing the unique sky dance technique employed by the individual before him. Mu Yang did not respond. Instead, he leaped atop his stone pillar, standing face to face with Tao Bai Bai. "Tao Bai Bai, where are you headed?" Mu Yang inquired earnestly. Tao Bai Bai's expression darkened. "Junior, has Crane Immortal not instructed you on how to show respect to your elders? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" His voice was cold and unyielding, yet the recognition of Mu Yang's status as a disciple of the Crane sect tempered his usual murderous intent. It appeared that he regarded himself as a disciple of the Crane sect. Mu Yang mused silently, taking the opportunity to scrutinize Tao Bai Bai. Overall, Tao Bai Bai's appearance was far from impressive. One might even describe it as appalling: a gaunt face, a frail physique, and an incongruous outfit and hairstyle that made him seem weak and emaciated. Yet the seemingly feeble individual was, in truth, one of the world's foremost experts. Thus, even Mu Yang felt compelled to treat him with the utmost seriousness. Tao Bai Bai's combat prowess hovered around 135, nearly on par with the Turtle Hermit. However, his extensive experience in taking lives made him a formidable opponent. A myriad of thoughts raced through Mu Yang's mind. The Turtle Hermit might adhere to the dignified restraint typical of martial artists, rarely resorting to lethal force, but Tao Bai Bai was different. For him, killing was a mundane affair, a part of his profession. His daily practice likely revolved around perfecting the art of taking life. Well versed in the original narrative, Mu Yang recognized the depths of Tao Bai Bai's treachery. When he encountered Sun Wukong after the latter had ascended the Kylin Tower, Tao Bai Bai, upon being defeated, was quick to abandon his pride as a martial artist, kneeling to beg for mercy to save his own skin. Yet, when he sensed an opportunity, he would swiftly attempt a sneak attack, only to find himself ultimately vanquished by Sun Wukong. All signs indicated that Tao Bai Bai was a quintessential egoist, cunning, despicable, and ruthless, lacking any semblance of a martial artist's integrity. Ironically, this absence of principle allowed him to evade many unnecessary entanglements and seize more opportunities in combat, aligning well with the fundamental qualities of a killer. Upon hearing Tao Bai Bai's frosty inquiry, Mu Yang seemed to regain his composure. He slapped his forehead, a contrite smile spreading across his face as he apologized. "Uncle Tao Bai Bai, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement." Master often speaks of you, saying you are the world's greatest assassin, your strength rivaling that of the so-called god of martial arts, the Turtle Hermit. Now that I have the honor of meeting you in person, I couldn't help but be overzealous. Please forgive my indiscretion. Noticing that Tao Bai Bai's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing Turtle Hermit, Muyang felt reassured and continued with a grin. Uncle, are you on a mission during this outing? Tao Bai Bai arched an eyebrow, his expression turning frigid once more. Is that a question you were entitled to ask? Ah, I see I have overstepped, Muyang replied. Muyang hurriedly apologized, while also assessing Tao Bai Bai, noticing that he did not appear overly upset. Master Uncle, just ahead lies the primordial mountain range. And beyond that is the Grand Qing Mountain. I have been cultivating in this vicinity recently and am quite familiar with it. If you have a task at hand, I would be more than willing to lend you my assistance. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Tao Bai Bai's face as he nodded and replied, It is rare to see such filial piety from you. Your master has indeed taught you well. Not at all. It is an honor for me to catch a glimpse of your prowess, Master Uncle. Tao Bai Bai smiled and nodded, saying, This task involves a martial arts sect, and there are formidable disciples among them. Come over here, so I may first assess your strength. Otherwise, should they injure you, I would find it difficult to explain to your master. With that, he beckoned to Muyang. Upon hearing the words, Muyang humbly smiled and requested his master uncle for guidance, before walking towards Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai maintained an air of mastery, as if he were genuinely prepared to instruct his junior. However, as Muyang approached within a mere step and a half, a sudden surge of murderous intent emerged, and he struck with a commanding shout, Dong Dong Wave. Almost simultaneously, Muyang reacted, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the Dong Dong Wave, causing the crimson energy to veer off course. A shockwave erupted, forcing both Muyang and Tao Bai Bai to retreat half a step, their eyes wide with mutual astonishment. Life is but a play, reliant on one's ability to perform. Perhaps neither had anticipated that they shared the same intention. Tao Bai Bai erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming how amusing it was to encounter such a talented youth among the younger generation. Realizing his ambush had failed, Muyang inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. From Tao Bai Bai's actions, it seemed he had long since discerned that Muyang was not a disciple of the Crane Immortal sect. The charade continued, driven by the instinct of a killer sensing impending danger. Ah, it appears I have misjudged you. You are not a disciple of the Crane Immortal sect, Tao Bai Bai remarked, stroking his mustache with a hand behind his back, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned master. Yet, his gaunt visage radiated a chilling aura, and his eyes glinted with ruthless coldness. I never claimed to be one, and you surely have not been mistaken from the outset, Muyang replied, shaking his head and acknowledging that the pretense could no longer continue as he gazed steadily at Tao Bai Bai. I have always insisted that the Crane Immortal sect harbors no one of your caliber, said Tao Bai Bai, falling into silence thereafter. The two stood atop a rapidly soaring stone pillar, traversing the mountains at an astonishing speed, heading towards the Great Qing Mountain. Suddenly, Muyang sprang into action, channeling energy within him to levitate slightly. He then forcefully stomped down on the speeding stone pillar, generating a thunderous roar as the pillar was violently redirected, plummeting at a right angle towards the primordial mountain range. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the pillar fractured during its descent. One segment disintegrated midair, while the other crashed to the ground, creating a 2-meter deep, 3-meter wide impact crater, accompanied by a thunderous din that reverberated across the land, sending debris flying and dense smoke billowing into the air. Coughing, two figures emerged from the haze, landing gracefully at a distance from the crater. They covered their noses, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Young one, your skills are commendable. I wonder where you acquired that impressive levitation technique. You wield it quite well, and at such a young age, you possess remarkable strength. If you continue to grow, you may achieve great things, and even I have developed an appreciation for your talent. However, it is unfortunate that you have crossed me, Tao Bai Bai. Encountering me is your greatest misfortune, Tao Bai Bai remarked with a nonchalant shake of his head, as though everything lay firmly within his control. Muyang let out a cold laugh. How ludicrous. Techniques are conceived. Who decrees that the void dance technique can only be the exclusive skill of the Crane Immortal School? TSK, such brazen arrogance from a mere junior. The void dance is profoundly intricate. Do you think it can simply be fabricated at will? I have yet to encounter anyone in this world capable of devising techniques that rival the void dance. Tao Bai Bai scoffed disdainfully, stating that compared to the era of the martial sage 2 centuries ago, the current martial arts realm has significantly declined. The transmission of Qigong is scant, let alone the creation of techniques utilizing it. If crafting such techniques were so effortless, the Turtle School's Qigong and the Kamehameha would not have become legendary. In his eyes, Mu Yang resembled a petty thief who had surreptitiously learned the techniques of the Crane Immortal School yet adamantly refused to acknowledge it. Such a person deserves to be eradicated 1,000 times over. That merely indicates your ignorance, Mu Yang replied coldly. This era may indeed pale in comparison to the age of the martial sage centuries ago, yet it is not devoid of genius. Humph. At his words, Tao Bai Bai snorted derisively, a fierce glint flashing across his brow, and the chill emanating from him intensified. He coldly declared, "You reckless and arrogant fool. You have successfully provoked my ire. Just as I have had no opportunity to spill blood these past few days, a warm-up before my mission shall suffice. I shall make you acquainted with the true meaning of suffering. That sentiment shall be returned." Observing the arrogant and maniacal laughter of Tao Bai Bai, a cold, murderous intent flickered across Mu Yang's face. Regardless of whether Tao Bai Bai's current target was Tianxin School, given his earlier bravado, Mu Yang was determined to erase him from this world entirely. With this thought, Mu Yang resolved to strike first. In an instant, he lunged forward, his body transforming into a streak of blinding light, arriving before Tao Bai Bai without warning. Before Tao could react, a fist imbued with formidable momentum descended upon him. Bang! Mu Yang's fist paused momentarily, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Before he could react, a powerful counterattack surged forth from his fist, instantly stirring up a tremendous whirlwind around him. His speed of response was indeed commendable. However, one wonders how long he can endure. A chilling voice echoed as Tao Bai Bai's figure materialized like a specter at Mu Yang's original position. Closely following, a relentless barrage of vicious strikes ensued. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as a rip emerged from Mu Yang's sleeve, a piece of white cloth being savagely torn away by Tao Bai Bai. Truly, he was a seasoned assassin. A moment's inattention could lead one to fall prey to his cunning. Mu Yang swiftly evaded the assault and made his escape. To be candid, Mu Yang's strength was already on par with Tao Bai Bai's. However, in terms of experience, Mu Yang fell short compared to Tao Bai Bai, while in technique, Mu Yang, having undergone training from an immortal, surpassed Tao Bai Bai significantly. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures darted rapidly through the forest, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Each emergence was accompanied by intense combat and repeated violent tremors. Crack! Tao Bai Bai grinned as his attack landed on Mu Yang, causing him to pause momentarily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his counterattack was equally fierce. At the moment he was struck by Tao Bai Bai, Mu Yang's strike also found its mark on Tao Bai Bai. Cough, cough, cough. Tao Bai Bai's face darkened, retreating swiftly, his complexion resembling charred coal. After several exchanges, he realized he had underestimated his opponent. The young man before him had managed to engage in numerous exchanges without succumbing, even causing him to suffer unexpected setbacks. Tao Bai Bai could not help but feel a surge of anger, his icy gaze sweeping over Mu Yang, as if a dreadful killing intent was coalescing in the air. Mu Yang gazed solemnly at Tao Bai Bai, cautiously gathering the energy within him, poised to launch an attack at any moment. I had underestimated him, however. I am curious to see how he will evade my forthcoming assault, Tao Bai Bai exclaimed, channeling all his strength into swiftness, and in a few strides, he closed the distance to Mu Yang. As the sudden onslaught approached, Mu Yang's eyes gleamed with intensity. He swiftly pivoted, using his hands to grasp the ground as a fulcrum, leveraging the torque from his waist to deliver a kick toward his opponent. Tao Bai Bai stumbled back awkwardly, and in that moment, he resorted to his most formidable techniques. Ding wave. With a thunderous shout, he pointed his finger toward Mu Yang, unleashing a crimson energy beam. In that instant, Tao Bai Bai's aura surged dramatically. Die. The terrifying energy coalesced into a beam aimed at Mu Yang, and the sudden escalation of power caused Mu Yang's expression to shift drastically. The ding wave of the Crane Immortal School, compared to the previous instance. This time he unleashed the complete ding wave without the need to conceal his murderous intent. No matter how potent your ding wave energy is, if the quality falters, it is futile. With no time to ponder, Mu Yang extended his arms, palms pressed together in a grasping posture. With a hum, a blue-white radiance enveloped his hands. He intended to absorb Tao Bai Bai's ding wave, much like Sun Wukong would. Boom! The powerful strike generated a colossal whirlwind, and the searing heat coursed through his palms. The immense pressure caused Mu Yang's arms to tingle, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. as the energy wave surged toward him. His body was forced back several meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet. Yet, the Ding wave did not vanquish Mu Yang. How could this be? My Ding wave was actually withstood. Tao Bai's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. For years he had roamed the world, and the Ding wave had always been his most prized weapon. No matter the strength of his adversaries, this terrifying energy strike had consistently pierced through them, leaving no exceptions in its wake. However, he never anticipated that today, someone would endure it so resolutely. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, he will become a formidable threat. Tao Bai felt a surge of anxiety, his murderous intent intensifying. He had not been this powerful in his youth. Who are you? He demanded. Aren't you supposed to be heading toward Dakingshan? Surely, you must have investigated your target. I am a disciple of the Tianxin school, Mu Yang replied, hastily adjusting his internal energy to recuperate. Tao Bai was taken aback. A disciple of the Tianxin school? Such a minor sect can produce someone like you? Damn the intelligence department. This is no mere minor sect. Any school capable of nurturing such a disciple stands on par with the Crane Immortal School and the Turtle Immortal School. Tao Bai appeared to be in a dire state, feeling burdened by the unreliable intelligence department of the assassin organization. Although he had previously learned of a disciple from the Tianxin sect who aimed to seize the title of champion in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had not taken it seriously until now, when he vaguely sensed that accepting this mission was a grave mistake. However, it was too late for regrets. He had already offended the individual beyond reconciliation, and now he could only eradicate the threat. Moreover, fueled by his own arrogance, he could not permit the emergence of another figure like Master Roshi in the world, especially not this cunning adversary, who matched his own treachery. Such a character could not be allowed to exist. With this thought, Tao Bai disregarded the fatigue from his previous use of the Dong wave and charged once more at Mu Yang. Now it is my turn to strike, he declared. In response to Tao Bai's renewed assault, Mu Yang, having recovered some stamina, refused to be passive. With a fierce roar, he unleashed another attack, disregarding the toll on his body. Through a series of deceptive feints, Mu Yang executed an astonishing maneuver, finding himself behind Tao Bai. With a swift motion, he summoned a crystalline energy that enveloped his palm, and with a look of shock on Tao Bai's face, he struck down with a hand glowing faintly. Tao Bai perish. Mu Yang bellowed. The impact echoed with a dull thud as his palm connected with Tao Bai, sending him hurtling several meters away until he crashed into a massive tree, which shook violently before snapping in two. Clearly, Mu Yang had gained the upper hand in their exchange. Tao Bai struggled to his feet, letting out an enraged roar, his clothing now tattered and torn, fluttering in the breeze. How dare you injure me? He seethed, consumed by fury. Apart from Master Roshi and Master Crane, this was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent, and the prospect of defeat was intolerable. He was the world's #1 assassin. Since attaining fame, no one had ever matched him in combat. Tao Bai swore to employ the most merciless methods to eliminate the person before him. With a cold, ruthless gaze fixed on Mu Yang, Tao Bai's dark cheeks twitched as he licked his lips, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. Clenching his fist tightly, he spat with malice. You insolent brat. How dare you wound me? What manner of death do you wish to receive? As he spoke, his aura grew chaotic. Centered around him, a nauseating aura of murder spread outwards. Having been an assassin for many years, the souls that had perished at his hands numbered in the millions. Furrowing his brow, Mu Yang sensed the malevolent energy radiating from Tao Bai. His energy detector crackled to life, displaying a reading of 144, higher than before. This was what was referred to in Earth martial arts as explosive energy. Tao Bai's frenzy had significantly increased his power. Yet, compared to the 150 battle power he had achieved during his fight with Sun Wukong, it was still lacking. Although he could not perceive the readings of the detector, Mu Yang sensed the rising aura of his opponent. Contemplating the situation, he realized that if both were to exert their utmost, they might prove evenly matched. Yet it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. Should he proceed? Gritting his teeth, Mu Yang made his decision. This was a battle of life and death, not a mere martial arts contest. It was imperative to vanquish the adversary at all costs. Ha. Now you know fear, don't you? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the world's foremost assassin. Tao Bai contorted his grotesque visage, his body enduring immense pressure from the overwhelming energy he unleashed, every muscle quivering incessantly. At this, Mu Yang coldly scoffed, then proceeded to unleash his own aura to its fullest extent. a force that rivaled that of Tao Bai coiling around him. It was a gamble. He was determined to end Tao Bai's reign here and now. An endless torrent of terrifying energy enveloped them, a profound aura expanding, rendering the entire forest eerily silent. At this moment, both parties succumbed to a frenzy. And it was certain that one would fall in this fierce confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. The battle reignited, a series of intense clashes erupted, with sand and stones flying. The scene a blur of activity. Their speeds had reached the pinnacle. Any ordinary onlooker would only perceive two indistinct figures colliding and darting about. Unable to discern the intricate details of their engagement, as their velocity exceeded the limits of human observation. Thud. Muyang suddenly slammed his foot down. Causing the ground to fracture with serpentine cracks, and harnessing this force, he propelled himself skyward. Upon reaching a significant altitude, he clasped his fists and delivered a powerful strike towards Tao Bai. Boom. With a single blow, he sent Tao Bai plummeting from the heavens. A vast wave of energy trailing behind, forming a sonic boom as Tao Bai's contorted face hurtled towards the ground. In that instant, Muyang executed a series of swift, deceptive movements, arriving at the ground even faster than Tao Bai, his body slightly bent, knees flexed, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Tao Bai, battered yet resolute, endured the onslaught, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, while a maniacal grin crept across his lips. With remarkable resilience, he absorbed Muyang's strikes. Sliding forward, ding bi. A blood-red beam suddenly shot toward Muyang. Tianxin Qi Gong. A chill swept across Muyang's face as he launched a counterattack. In a similar fashion to a ray-like assault, a brilliant azure beam surged forth to meet the piercing wave unleashed by Tao Bai. The two forces collided mid-air, erupting into a cloud of fragmented, mist-like energy. Unbelievable. This technique bore a striking resemblance to the piercing wave. Tao Bai looked on in astonishment, taken aback. The piercing wave was an evolution derived from the key cannon of the legendary master Wu Tai Do, crafted by the hermit crane. It stood as one of the few legendary techniques capable of contending with the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Witnessing a youth barely in his prime executing a similar offensive maneuver left Tao Bai in disbelief. This is a legacy key technique of the Tianxin school. Fundamentally distinct from your piercing wave, Muyang gasped, seizing a moment to recuperate. The prior battle had drained him to his limits. Tao Bai fell silent. Each martial school possesses its own unique training methodologies, and the essence of ki varies greatly. Although Muyang's ki wave appeared to closely mimic the piercing wave, the difference in colors signified entirely divergent operational principles, almost contradictory. The Tianxin school, astonishingly, even had its own ki waves. At that moment, Tao Bai's mood plummeted. His gaunt cheeks twitched incessantly, and a sudden wave of helplessness washed over him. Let this final strike determine the victor. He bellowed maniacally, his energy reserves nearly depleted. Continuing to endure would only exacerbate his injuries. Thus, he resolved to unleash his most potent attack to settle the contest. In his heart, he had already prepared for a hasty retreat. Tao Bai valued his life dearly, having survived for centuries. Should his next move fail, he had no desire to prolong the confrontation. All notions of completing missions or the pride of a skilled warrior were rendered meaningless in the face of mortality, utterly worthless. A sound akin to a snapped string resonated, and in that instant, both Tao Bai and Muyang, whose energies had previously been wavering, surged anew. Their distorted visages revealed that they had truly reached their limits. Piercing wave, Tianxin Qi. The two streams of energy clashed once more in midair, resulting in an even more formidable explosion. The subsequent tempest obliterated trees within a 300-meter radius, accompanied by a resounding roar as a fiery red sphere of energy ascended, engulfing both Muyang and Tao Bai in its immense force. Moments later, the ground lay scorched and barren, the naked earth devoid of life, exuding warm, wispy smoke. Cough, cough. Do you think you can defeat me? Tao Bai shielded his chest with his hands, spitting blood as he struggled to maintain his stance. His complexion was ashen, his body marred with lacerations, and his garments reduced to ashes in the aftermath of the explosion. Opposite him, Muyang appeared equally disheveled. His martial uniform tattered into strips, with several sections ablaze. Even a mere cough sent waves of searing pain coursing through him. Muyang let out a muffled groan. His face contorted in pain as the injuries had now spread to his internal organs. He coughed violently, questioning why it could not be so. Muyang spoke in a subdued tone. Heh. Tao Bai let out a mocking laugh. Although his body was gravely injured, he could still manage to move. While his opponent was so incapacitated that even the slightest movement was a Herculean task, he could only await his demise and resignation. Was this not a testament to his victory? Indeed, in this world, no one could vanquish him. Tao Bai Bai reveled in his own thoughts. Little brat. To die at my hands is indeed a privilege. I shall remember you well. Fear not, in the afterlife, you shall not be lonely. For your fellow disciples will soon join you. Do you truly believe you have secured victory? Muyang retorted with an expression of indifference. Is it not so? Tao Bai Bai remained silent as Muyang, unbeknownst to him, produced a withered bean, struggling to place it in his mouth. Observing this, Tao Bai Bai nodded, thinking it rather pitiable that even at the brink of death, one would resort to consuming such a meager morsel. With a sigh, Muyang exhaled, the sound imbued with an air of melancholy, akin to a lament. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this sound reached Tao Bai Bai's ears, sending a chill coursing through him, as if an ominous event was about to unfold. In a typical struggle for life and death, it was highly likely that both would suffer grievously. However, your greatest disadvantage lies in the fact that you have encountered me. Your fortune pales in comparison to mine. As Muyang spoke to Tao Bai Bai, he bit down on the celestial bean nestled in his mouth, and a rich surge of primordial energy flooded his oral cavity. In that instant, the miraculous properties of the celestial bean were fully unleashed, instantly mending Muyang's injuries and propelling him back to his peak condition. What is happening? How could your injuries have healed so completely? Tao Bai Bai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the spectacle before him. The opponent's wounds had vanished in an instant. How could this be possible? At that moment, his emotions plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair, as he suddenly grasped the perilous situation he found himself in. The bean! It must be that shriveled bean from earlier. A bitter taste lingered in Tao Bai Bai's mouth. Could it truly be the effect of that bean? How could such a miraculous elixir exist in this world? He pondered in disbelief, a glimmer of greed igniting in his gaze. Yet, in the next breath, that greed dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of dread. I must flee. There is no way I can contend with this person in my current state. In an instant, Tao Bai Bai's complexion turned ashen, and a wave of fear surged within him. With a thud, he fell to his knees, bowing his head in submission. Young master, I was wrong. Please spare me, and I shall surely turn over a new leaf. He continued to bow fervently, beseeching mercy. Muyang gazed derisively, as if observing a mere buffoon. He certainly would not show any mercy at such a juncture. Today, without fail, he would not allow Tao Bai Bai to escape unscathed. Go ahead. Bow your head as many times as you wish. I shall not believe a single word you utter, not even a punctuation mark. After several bows with no reaction from the other party, Tao Bai Bai maintained a stoic expression, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, it seemed he too recognized that appeasement would not secure his survival, and his demeanor shifted to one of unyielding resolve. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, my elder brother, He Xianren, will not spare you. I am his only brother. Should you take my life, it would only bring peril to your own kin. Humph. Have you said enough? Muyang interrupted him disdainfully, saying, regardless of whether Master Crane is aware of today's events, even if he were, do you think I would fear him? Having resolved to become a formidable force within the cosmos, how could a mere Master Crane pose a threat to me? If he truly were to confront me, it would be his own undoing. In any case, Tao Bai Bai is destined to meet his end today. Then I shall send you to your demise. Tao Bai Bai bellowed, unexpectedly producing a grenade, pulling the pin, and hurling it towards Muyang. Upon witnessing the scene, Muyang's face flashed with intense murderous intent. This Tao Bai Bai truly remained steadfast in his nature for decades, resorting to such underhanded tactics in the end. However, now that Muyang had regained his full strength, he would not be struck by a mere grenade. With a graceful leap, he lightly touched the ground with his toes, sending the grenade hurtling back towards Tao Bai Bai. No! Tao Bai Bai screamed in a frenzied outburst. The explosion erupted with a thunderous roar, engulfing Tao Bai Bai in a massive inferno. For an ordinary person, such a tremendous blast would surely spell death. Yet, Tao Bai Bai, having lived for centuries, surely possessed some life-preserving stratagem. This grenade, rather than being intended for Muyang, was perhaps prepared for his own defense. Feigning weakness and employing deceit, Tao Bai Bai's act of feigned demise was executed with remarkable skill. Furthermore, as revealed in the original text, Tao Bai Bai had survived an explosion during his confrontation with Sun Wukong. Such trivial tricks might deceive Sun Wukong, but they would not escape Muyang's keen perception. Suddenly, Muyang's gaze shifted towards a direction within the forest. Ah, Tao Bai Bai, you intend to flee? With that thought, Mu Yang unleashed a wave of energy towards that very spot. With a whoosh, the all-pervading energy wave surged forth, obliterating the trees in its path. On the opposite side of the forest, a severely injured Tao Bai Bai leaned against a large tree, his eyelids drooping, blood streaming from his orifices. Just then, he sensed a terrifying energy approaching. Before he could react, a brilliant blue energy materialized before him. There was no escaping it. Tao Bai Bai's mind went blank. In a swift motion, a sharp energy beam pierced through his chest and emerged from his back, causing his consciousness to gradually fade. Impossible, he thought. I am the world's foremost assassin. How could I perish in such a manner? His mind spiraled into dizziness, and as his lips trembled, his words were laced with profound unwillingness. Mu Yang appeared before Tao Bai Bai, his cold gaze fixed upon him. You can only blame yourself for choosing the wrong opponent. Ha ha ha, it seems I was mistaken. I should not have accepted this task. Facing imminent death, can you now reveal who commissioned you for this mission? Coughing, Tao Bai Bai experienced a fleeting moment of clarity, a sinister expression crossing his face. Do not think for a moment that I will divulge that information. It is the Serpent Husband Legion, isn't it? Mu Yang leaned close to his ear and whispered, ultimately observing Tao Bai Bai's eyes widen in shock. He chuckled softly. All right, you needn't say more. Resign yourself to your fate. You. As Tao Bai Bai's consciousness began to fade, his voice gradually became inaudible. Dead. Mu Yang stepped forward to inspect, confirming that Tao Bai Bai had indeed succumbed. With a faint smile, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves upon the lifeless body, ensuring that it was reduced to ashes. To eradicate any remnants, he understood the adage, cutting grass without removing the roots allows it to sprout anew. Though the era lacked advanced robotics, Mu Yang took it upon himself to obliterate all traces of the mechanical Tao Bai Bai. Having completed this task, Mu Yang remained still for a moment, retrieving a fresh set of garments from the acceleration space before soaring upwards towards the headquarters of the Tianqin sect. Upon his return, the twilight had already deepened. Mu Yang arrived at Isaf's residence and recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing Mu Yang's account, Isaf was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his disciple, on a seemingly simple outing, would not only obliterate the headquarters of the Serpent Tamer Legion, but also eliminate the notorious assassin. Tao Bai Bai, en route. Tao Bai Bai was no ordinary individual. He ranked among the top 5 in the martial arts realm, his reputation instilling fear in the hearts of many. The very notion that such a figure could be vanquished by Mu Yang was astonishing. After taking a deep breath to compose himself, Isaf urged caution. You must keep this matter under wraps. I've heard that Tao Bai Bai had a close relationship with the Crane Immortal sect. Although your prowess may render you unafraid of them, you are still young. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble for now. He shook his head, lamenting, the martial arts world has significantly declined. It can no longer withstand turmoil. Rest assured, as long as the Crane Immortal sect does not provoke us, I shall refrain from taking action against them. Mu Yang replied earnestly. Isaf smiled at this, relieved. It is fortunate that you returned in time. Had Tao Bai Bai found his way here, the consequences would have been dire. Mu Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing the inherent weakness of the Tianqin sect's overall strength. In the face of Tao Bai Bai, they possessed no means of resistance. The encounter with Tao Bai Bai, culminating in his demise, was entirely serendipitous. He had never contemplated that he would cross paths with the world's foremost assassin. Although it was inevitable that he would engage with notable figures in martial arts as he progressed, directly eliminating Tao Bai Bai was somewhat excessive. Should this incident be publicized, it would undoubtedly provoke a significant uproar. This was all the fault of the Serpent Husband Legion. Fortunately, with Tao Bai Bai deceased and the Serpent Husband Legion eradicated, the matter had, for the time being, become a headless enigma. As for whether the assassin organization would trace their steps back, Mu Yang deemed it a possibility. After all, this mission was commissioned by the Serpent Husband Legion, and those with ulterior motives could indeed uncover the destination of this task. Yet, for Mu Yang, this was manageable. He was resolute in his decision to deny any involvement. Ultimately, Tao Bai Bai never reached Dakingshan, and there were no battles fought on this side. Given Tao Bai Bai's countless enemies, it was hardly surprising that he might have encountered adversaries along the way. Alas, those foes were utterly despicable. Having slain Tao Bai Bai and nearly tarnished the reputation of Tianqin sect, Mu Yang's dinner was served at the residence of his teacher, Isaf. In the kitchen, Mrs. Alice prepared an exquisite array of dishes, which she then brought to the table alongside April. There were a total of 6 dishes, complemented by a bowl of soup. showcasing a delightful balance of meat and vegetables and a remarkable variety of flavors. Do eat more, Muyang, Mrs. Alice urged, as she, embodying a maternal figure, continually offered him more food. With a warm smile, Muyang handed over a bowl filled with rice, saying, "Thank you, Master's wife." Icifer let out a hearty laugh as he uncorked a long-preserved fine wine, filling everyone's glasses. Come, come, let us all savor the flavor of this exquisite bottle. I have cherished it for so long, and today, I shall finally taste it. Master, I want a drink, little April declared, lifting her small glass. She took a sip, only to quickly stick out her tongue in surprise. Oh dear, what is this? It tastes awful. I don't like it. Ha ha ha. April cannot handle her drink. She should eat more vegetables. Icifer chuckled heartily. April pouted, her little face turning crimson after just one sip, her head feeling a bit dizzy. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Alice reproached Icifer, "You shouldn't give her alcohol if she can't drink. Look at her now." She then stood up, fetched a glass of water from the kitchen, and handed it to April, saying, "Here, rinse your mouth with some water." Feeling parched, April gulped down the water and then lowered her head to eat her vegetables, swearing to herself that she would never touch alcohol again. Icifer chuckled, slapping his forehead in amusement. After dinner, the master and disciple began to engage in a leisurely conversation. He turned to Muyang and said, "Muyang, your strength has already surpassed mine. The path ahead is one that I can no longer guide you on. It is up to you to comprehend it for yourself. In the village beneath the Great Qing Mountain, we have a martial arts hall where April often practices. I believe you can retreat there for a while and also offer guidance to your fellow disciples. At your level of martial arts, a period of reflection will be beneficial." In the realm of cultivation, Icifer had long since fallen behind Muyang and could scarcely fathom the heights Muyang had reached. Henceforth, Muyang's journey would be solely his own. Muyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, he felt the need to consolidate his cultivation. The Tianqin Martial Arts Hall was an excellent place for this purpose. In addition to his own training, he could also offer guidance to the disciples there. "Will you be staying with me at the martial arts hall, brother?" April inquired, her sparkling blue eyes glimmering like azure crystals. With a smile, Muyang affectionately tousled April's brown hair and replied, "Yes, I will supervise your training. Although you aspire to become a scientist when you grow up. It is well known that scientists are often frail. A robust physique will certainly enhance your research endeavors." April giggled, "I understand." That evening, after the family banquet concluded, April settled into Isaf's home. The following day, she and her little companion, the blue dragon Xiao Ka, appeared bright and early at Muyang's residence. Brother, we are heading down the mountain," rang out their melodious voices from outside the house. As Muyang opened the door, he beheld April and the little dragon flapping its wings. April's belongings were all wrapped in cloth bags, hanging around the neck of the small blue dragon. At that moment, the dragon's adorably naive head kept nudging against Muyang's abdomen, emitting sounds akin to ka, Muyang smiled gently and said to them, "Please wait a moment while I gather my belongings." Upon returning to the house, he carefully placed all the necessary items into the acceleration space. He then clapped his hands and took April's small hand, saying, "Come, let us descend the mountain." As they journeyed, April repeatedly tilted her head, gazing intently at Muyang, seemingly puzzled as to why his hands were empty. "Brother, where are your things?" April could not help but inquire. "I have stored them away," he replied. "Oh, I didn't see that. Quickly, take them out so that little Ka can carry them." Muyang smiled lightly and said, "I have stored it away using a unique method. So naturally, you cannot see it." "Oh, is that so?" April blinked her eyes. "Ha ha." Muyang erupted into hearty laughter. Opting not to elaborate further to April on the whereabouts of his belongings, lest the inquisitive girl delve deeper into the matter, their journey was filled with jovial exchanges, while the stunning scenery gracefully receded on either side. Before long, they veered from the winding path onto a broader road, arriving at a village nestled at the foot of the majestic Qing Mountain. This region boasted approximately a dozen villages, and the one they entered was comparatively larger, housing over 300 households and nearly 2,000 residents. The Tianqin Martial Arts Academy was situated in the western part of the village, its location reasonably accessible. With the presence of the academy, this locale gradually evolved into a bustling marketplace for the neighboring villages, particularly vibrant during the academy's public training and teaching sessions. As Muyang and April traversed the village path, the villagers greeted them with amicable nods, and even the sight of the small blue dragon accompanying them elicited no signs of trepidation. "Wow, what an adorable dragon. Its head is so big," exclaimed a few children as they frolicked down the street, pointing excitedly at the blue dragon. Ow! The little blue dragon raised its head, letting out a mighty roar, embodying an air of regal authority. Muyang smiled at April and said, "Little Card is quite popular here." April responded with joy, "Of course. Little Card is so well-behaved that everyone adores it." Muyang nodded. This village, home to 2,000 inhabitants, boasts a lifestyle steeped in antiquity, characterized by wooden, low-rise structures. In addition to farming, the villagers sustain themselves through hunting. Thus, during their leisure hours, many villagers frequent the Tianxin Martial Arts Academy to acquire combat skills. April and Blue Dragon, having resided in the academy for several days, have become well acquainted with many of the villagers. They continued their journey to the academy and, after 10 minutes, arrived at the western edge of the village. The Tianxin Martial Arts Academy is modest in size, consisting of 6 or 7 interconnected indoor training halls. Beyond the main building, a few simple outdoor training areas are fenced off, intended for the local villagers to practice and learn. The students of the Tianxin school can be broadly categorized into 3 groups. The first consists of direct disciples like April, who have entered the school and can study all the martial arts it offers. The second group comprises martial arts enthusiasts or gifted youths from nearby villages who, upon paying a fee, become students of the academy and learn its combat techniques. The third group includes villagers who merely observe. The instructors do not provide them with specific guidance, relying instead on their own understanding. Of course, through a selection process. The academy also recruits a number of individuals to serve as permanent instructors, responsible for imparting foundational martial arts knowledge to everyone. At this moment, among those residing at the academy, the first category of students is the least numerous, as there are only a handful of direct disciples. Apart from a few who require training and reside at the academy, the rest are young children like April, who need to pursue cultural education in the village. As Muyang and April pushed open the door and entered the academy, they found several disciples already engaged in their training, most of whom were children from nearby villages. With the school not far from the academy, local parents are eager for their children to learn self-defense skills. If any of them show promise for further advancement, joining the academy as a student would be an excellent opportunity. Brother Muyang is here. Brother Muyang is here. As soon as they stepped inside, the disciples erupted in enthusiastic shouts, and soon 3 or 5 youths rushed over. They appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, official disciples of the Tianxin school, accompanied by some older martial arts enthusiasts training at the academy. Brother Muyang, we heard you won the championship at the National Martial Arts Competition. Can you tell us about it? Yes, please do share with us. The younger disciples chattered excitedly, and even the other students studying in the academy gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Muyang wore a smile upon his face. Previously, there were but a few within the Tianxin sect who were aware of the existence of the World Martial Arts Championship. However, ever since Muyang claimed victory in this year's competition, such a glorious event has been fervently publicized by Icifer and his companions. Consequently, news of this achievement has spread to the surrounding villages and towns, making it known far and wide. The students at the Tianxin Martial Arts Academy have also increased in number. Just listen to that name, the World Martial Arts Championship. How noble and distinguished it sounds. Since Brother Muyang has secured the championship of this competition, could he not be regarded as the foremost expert in the realm? While such an understanding may contain some inaccuracies, in truth, with Muyang's current prowess, he is indeed qualified to claim the title of the world's greatest. Very well. I shall share more with you shortly. Muyang nodded with a smile. Brother Muyang, what brings you to the Martial Arts Academy? Has the teacher entrusted you with something? Inquired one of Muyang's junior disciples, named Nisi, who serves as one of the temporary instructors at the academy. Muyang nodded and said, Indeed, I will be residing here at the dojo for a while. If any of you have questions regarding your training, feel free to approach me. Really? That's wonderful. We have so many queries that need addressing, the disciples exclaimed in excitement. The instructors often mentioned that Muyang's prowess had surpassed theirs. As the floodgates of conversation opened, the disciples expressed their exhilaration at having Muyang stay at the Martial Arts Academy. For a long time, Muyang had been the most skilled among all the disciples, and the teacher's frequent remarks following the World Martial Arts Championship had further bolstered their confidence in his abilities. They all hoped to learn something valuable from him. Similarly, the other students in the dojo wore expressions of excitement upon hearing Muyang's words. Most of them lacked exceptional martial talent, yet they fervently aspired to become martial artists. The presence of a champion from the World Martial Arts Championship offering guidance was indeed a tremendous honor. They resolved to study diligently and believed that even acquiring a fraction of his knowledge would serve them well throughout their lives. At that moment, April tugged at a senior disciple beside her and inquired, "Hey, Aya, what is the World Martial Arts Championship?" The disciple named Aya glanced at April and replied, "The World Martial Arts Championship is a grand event where martial artists from around the globe participate. It is said to be held once every 5 years." "Once every 5 years," April exclaimed, counting on her fingers and quickly realizing how astonishing that was, considering she herself was just over 5 years old. With that thought, the significance of the World Martial Arts Championship began to resonate with her. Aya proudly continued, "Yes, it is a grand event featuring the world's elite. The most recent one took place 6 months ago, during which brother Mu Yang competed and defeated all his opponents to claim the championship title." "April, isn't that impressive?" "Yes, indeed, very impressive," April responded, nodding her head enthusiastically like a little chick pecking at grain, almost like an enamored fan. Suddenly, she recalled the moment her brother had saved her, showcasing his incredible strength as he descended from the sky and swiftly defeated the band of villains. Her brother was undoubtedly the strongest in the world. As Mu Yang observed the excitement radiating from everyone, he raised his hand to quell the fervor. "All right, continue your training. I will accompany April to stow our luggage. Should any questions arise later, feel free to ask me." A junior disciple stepped forward, volunteering to escort Mu Yang and April to their room. The Tianjin Martial Arts Academy, at the front, boasted 6 or 7 indoor training halls, while the rear featured a spacious courtyard with 8 or 9 rooms designated for the accommodation of disciples and instructors. After Mu Yang and April departed, the students within the academy gradually returned to their senses, resuming their training under the guidance of their instructors, executing punches and kicks with precision. The academy imparted fundamental martial techniques, yet mastery of these basics could forge them into formidable combatants. On this particular day, the atmosphere within the martial arts academy was imbued with a distinct energy due to Mu Yang's presence. The students exerted themselves with fervor, their grunts of effort resonating through the air, while the resident instructors adopted a notably serious demeanor, imparting their teachings with unwavering dedication. A palpable drive surged within the students, fueling their determination. On the eastern side of the academy, groups of students practiced basic moves under the instructor's supervision. This was the foundational training of the Tianjin Martial Arts Academy, a routine they repeated several times daily. Yet, within this seemingly mundane exercise, they emanated an impressive vigor. In a small corner, April, clad in martial attire and cinched at the waist under the tutelage of her senior, Miss, earnestly practiced her punches and kicks, demonstrating commendable technique. Nearby, a small blue dragon napped peacefully. Meanwhile, on the western side of the academy, slightly older students engaged in one-on-one sparring, which had escalated to a full-fledged combat scenario. The 2 older students grappled with one another, employing Tianjin techniques in their defensive and offensive maneuvers. It was evident that they had honed their fundamentals well. Their exchanges revealed a profound understanding of combat dynamics, making for a captivating display. At that moment, Mu Yang suddenly called for a halt. The 2 students looked at him, bewildered. "Please stop. Have you 2 previously trained in other martial arts?" They nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we both learned from a combat master before resorting to our own experimentation." Mu Yang remarked, "It is no wonder that this is the case. After all, fighters and martial artists are distinct entities. I observed your movements just now, and each strike exhibited a certain abruptness, a fierce intensity that conveyed sharpness. However, there was a noticeable lack of coordination, resulting in insufficient follow-through. This stems from your failure to grasp the rhythm and power of your punches. I urge you to attempt it once more." Combat emphasizes ferocity and aggression, aiming to incapacitate opponents while providing an aesthetically pleasing spectacle that stimulates the secretion of hormones and evokes explosive emotions. Yet, when compared to the practice of martial arts, it lacks the control of internal energy and overall coordination, appearing rather forced and mechanical. Mu Yang approached the 2 trainees, deftly pointing out the muscles in their bodies as they threw punches. Here, lower the arms slightly, elevate the legs, yes, just like that." He emphasized the importance of a unified effort in their strikes, which he referred to as momentum. However, he cautioned them not to exhaust all their strength, advising them to retain some energy for unforeseen circumstances. As the trainees practiced, Mu Yang consistently corrected their mistakes. With his keen insight and understanding, his guidance was always incisive. His seemingly light remarks resonated in the ears of the trainees like thunder, imparting invaluable wisdom. Senior brother Mu Yang, I have some questions. A younger disciple named Asu approached. Despite being only 14 years old and possessing a small stature, Asu was a temporary instructor at the dojo, demonstrating considerable talent akin to that of Nisi. Mu Yang gazed at his junior disciple and extended his hand, beckoning him to initiate an attack. It is only through genuine combat that one can better identify and rectify issues. Junior disciple Asu nodded earnestly, his expression serious as he regarded Mu Yang. In that moment, he had already entered a state of readiness for battle, exhibiting a commendable demeanor. Mu Yang chuckled softly, acknowledging that at his current level, he could grasp the essence of many things with a mere glance. Particularly with martial arts of a lesser tier, he could discern the flaws in his opponent's initial stance. Senior brother, I am coming. Mu Yang nodded. Let us commence. Indeed. Over here, Aso bellowed, launching an assault towards Mu Yang with deliberate strides. It was evident that Aso's movements were exceptionally fierce. The sound of his footsteps was crisp and unblemished, a testament to the years of rigorous training required to achieve such precision. Mu Yang subtly nodded, his body gradually beginning to move. Aso's attacks were remarkably decisive, each strike executed with precision and devoid of any hesitation. Yet, inexplicably, each punch seemed to land as if against a sponge, imparting an elusive sensation of striking nothingness. After several exchanges, Aso found himself not only failing to make contact with Mu Yang, but also exhausting a considerable portion of his stamina. Do not exert all your strength. Excessive movements abound. Reflect on what your teacher has imparted to you, the essence of the Tianxin style. While physical prowess is indeed paramount, avoid unnecessary depletion of energy. The gentle voice of Mu Yang resonated in Aso's ears, and a flash of insight illuminated his mind, as if he had grasped an essential truth. His movements subsequently elongated. Maintaining this newfound state, his breathing began to steady. After a few minutes, Mu Yang observed that Aso had met the training criteria and instructed him to halt. That will suffice for today. Reflect deeply upon this and adjust your condition accordingly. Thank you, senior brother, Aso replied reverently, profoundly moved by the earlier discourse. Mu Yang waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for formality among brothers. Shortly thereafter, Aso emerged from the martial arts arena and retreated to a quiet corner to engage in deep contemplation, observing the substantial progress made by his fellow disciples. The remaining few could no longer contain their eagerness. Aya, who had previously conversed with April, approached with a solemn expression and addressed Mu Yang. Senior brother Mu Yang, I wish to engage you in a genuine battle. Mu Yang gazed with a smile that was neither entirely joyful nor sorrowful. Are you certain? The outcome may prove quite disheartening. Aya replied earnestly. Teacher Clarissa often remarks that I place too much emphasis on victory and defeat. However, I believe that only by experiencing failure firsthand can one truly comprehend the disparity. Senior brother, please do not hold back. Allow me to witness the difference between us, so that I may strive with unwavering determination. Mu Yang reined in his smile and addressed Aya. It is commendable that you possess such awareness. Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm that separates us from true masters. With that, the smile vanished from Mu Yang's face, and an inexplicable aura emanated from him, akin to a surging torrent of overwhelming force that pressed down upon all present. The faces of the onlookers paled, as if burdened by a weight of 1,000 pounds. The imposing presence of brother Mu Yang was astonishingly potent, rivaling that of Master Isaf. In fact, he seemed even more formidable. How many moves could brother Aya withstand against such strength? The students whispered among themselves, while Mu Yang's younger disciples stared wide-eyed in earnest observation, except for April, who remained oblivious, blinking in confusion. Begin. Aya sprang forward, lowering his stance slightly, charging at Mu Yang like a rampaging porcupine. Unbeknownst to him, his every move had been anticipated by Mu Yang. A swift shift of his body rendered Aya's attack futile. What is that? Someone shouted, pointing at the shadows in the martial arts arena. The others turned to look, only to be taken aback as they beheld several afterimages where Aya had just attacked. Faintly discernible yet unmistakably the likeness of Mu Yang. Numerous Mu Yangs appeared, each seemingly real. This technique, known as the shadow fist, allows the practitioner to leave behind images in their wake after executing high-speed movements. Although these phantoms lack offensive capability, they serve excellently to bewilder adversaries. Mu Yang stood to the side, elucidating the technique, and in an instant, accelerated again, generating over a dozen more similar afterimages within the confined arena. Unlike the previous shadows, these were even more lifelike. To put it in modern terms, their pixelation was significantly refined, akin to 1080p resolution. Now, with 18 afterimages before you, Aya, can you discern which one is the true me? Identifying the genuine figure amidst the illusions required exceptional visual acuity and discernment, a challenging task for an ordinary martial artist. Of course, if one could sense the aura, distinguishing between the real and the false would be feasible. However, even Mu Yang had yet to master this skill. Let alone Aya. Faced with his senior's perplexing maneuver, Aya could only manage a wry smile, now fully aware of the disparity between them. His expression grew serious. Since his eyes could not discern the true form, he would have to rely on brute force. With a series of rapid punches, Aya unleashed a flurry of strikes. His speed so remarkable that the dozens of students and observing villagers struggled to track his movements. As he shattered the 17th afterimage, a flicker of joy crossed his face, and he clenched his fist, aiming a decisive blow at the final shadow. Whoosh! He swung and found only emptiness, his fist slicing through the last afterimage. However, the outcome was the same as before. The fist passed directly through the chest of the afterimage, striking nothing but air. This too was a mere illusion, Aya exclaimed inwardly, suddenly sensing a twinge of foreboding. At that moment, Mu Yang's figure unexpectedly materialized behind Aya, raising his hand in a swift motion aimed at his neck. Lastly, I must impart this wisdom. As adversaries, do not place your trust in a single word spoken by your opponent. When I say there is one among the 18 afterimages who is truly me, do you genuinely believe it? Aya's eyes rolled back as Mu Yang's strike landed on his neck, the sudden impact causing him to feel dizzy and collapse to the ground. Azur, take Aya away. Mu Yang beckoned to Azur. Once Azur had escorted Aya out, Mu Yang turned to survey the others and declared, "What I just said applies to all of you as well. When venturing outside, remain vigilant and do not believe everything you hear." "We understand, senior brother," came the unified response. Indeed, everyone, having just undergone a profound lesson, nodded in agreement. This was particularly true for those seasoned martial artists who had braved the world beyond, understanding that it was far from the ideal paradise. Good, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his words had resonated with them. Had it been Meixia, the response might have been less obedient. After exchanging a few words with the group, Mu Yang departed from the martial arts hall and strolled alone through the streets. Not long after Mu Yang's departure, Aya regained consciousness. Upon hearing his peers recount Mu Yang's words, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems we have a considerable gap between us and senior brother." "Indeed, senior brother Mu Yang knocked you out with a single strike," Nisi chuckled, covering her mouth. Aya shot her an annoyed glance, retorting, "If it were you all, you wouldn't fare much better." Azur commented nonchalantly, "Senior brother Mu Yang's strength is undoubtedly on par with several of our instructors, and he may indeed have surpassed everyone in the Tianqin lineage, just as our teacher suggested." Perhaps, the others fell into contemplative silence, with only April holding an unwavering belief in Mu Yang's prowess. However, having trained in martial arts for only a few days, she found herself puzzled by the conversation among her senior brothers and sisters. On the not particularly bustling street, villagers herded cattle and sheep along either side, flanked by blacksmiths and general stores. Further ahead stood an inn, a rare place of leisure in the vicinity. Upon entering the inn, Mu Yang casually selected a seat by the window. When the server approached, he ordered a dish of stir-fried beans and several servings of meat. The stir-fried beans, having been fried in oil, were crispy and fragrant, while the meat, prepared with special techniques, was deliciously savory without being greasy, accompanied by a bowl of light sake. The low alcohol content made for a delightful experience. At that moment, Mu Yang was savoring the pleasures of the moment. "Mu Yang, it has been quite a while since you last visited." A melodious female voice resonated as a girl, clad in a waitress's attire, approached with a platter of delicacies. Her hair was a deep shade of blue, marking her as the daughter of the establishment's proprietor, having frequently accompanied Meixia on excursions to the mountains. This restaurant had become a familiar haunt for them. Over time, a sense of camaraderie had blossomed between her and the girl before him. "Marilyn, I have come to check on your business," Muqiang said with a light chuckle, gesturing towards the seat across from him. Marilyn promptly took her place, smiling as she remarked, "It has been a while since we last met. What have you been up to?" "I went out for some training." "Goodness, your reputation has soared. Everyone in the village knows of you now," Marilyn exclaimed, referring to Muqiang's triumph as the champion of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. For their modest village, Such news was indeed a rarity. Mukiyang nodded with pride, saying, "During my travels, I also had a chance to meet Meixia. She has been feeling quite homesick. It has been over 3 years since Meixia left. When will she return? I miss her dearly." A hint of nostalgia crossed Marilyn's face as she thought of the younger girl. "I don't know. We may have to wait until she completes her studies, which could take several more years." The two conversed amiably, like siblings, sharing snippets of their lives until the restaurant began to fill with patrons. Marilyn eventually excused herself to assist in the kitchen. As she departed, she suddenly remarked, "By the way, when little Mei Xiao returns, have you considered marrying her? You two seem quite well suited for one another." Leaning closer, she whispered, "I have heard that several sisters from nearby villages have been inquiring about you." Muyang was taken aback for a moment and replied, "There is no need for you to trouble yourself with this matter, dear sister. It would be better for you to seek an heir for your family's restaurant first." With a playful giggle, she added, "Oh, feeling shy, are we? But truth be told, I have already found someone suitable." "Is that so?" Marlene said with pride. "Then I truly extend my congratulations. When shall we celebrate with some sweets?" Muyang inquired. "Soon." "Indeed. You must come and grace us with your presence." "Certainly." Muyang nodded thoughtfully. After Marlene departed, he remained seated by the window, savoring his wine and meat. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Marlene's recent words seemed to take root in his heart, stirring gentle ripples within. As for the prospect of marriage, he realized that he had been in this world for nearly 5 years, with many more years ahead. Thus it was time to contemplate such matters. Indeed, he had achieved a modest degree of success, alleviating any concerns on that front. Meixia appeared to be an excellent choice. She had a solid foundation from a young age. And the last time he saw her, he noticed she had blossomed into even greater beauty. In truth, Muyang harbored few preconceived notions about a future partner. Companionship, he believed, should begin with mutual attraction, followed by a sense of comfort in each other's presence, free from entanglements and constraints, where neither party is a burden to the other. Beyond that, if both individuals find each other acceptable, that is truly sufficient. Passionate love often lacks longevity. Eventually, the fervor wanes, leading to the mundane realities of daily life. If, in such simplicity, one still feels an innate familiarity, as if her scent mirrors his own, then it signifies having chosen the right person. The line between love and familial affection is delicate, yet familial bonds tend to endure far longer. At this moment, the image of that agile figure floated into his mind, Meixia. Muyang smiled gently before furrowing his brow, pondering the youth of his age. After resting for a while in the tavern, he gazed through the window at the passers-by, who bore various agricultural tools and drove ox carts and horse-drawn vehicles. Some were local farmers, while others were transient merchants. Setting down his wine cup with a clink, Muyang rose and approached the counter to settle his bill. With his newfound wealth, financial concerns had become a mere trifle. Indeed, for any martial artist, the avenues to wealth are plentiful. One need only seek out treasures, eradicate bandits, or, at the very least, establish a school to impart knowledge, or even take on mercenary work to uphold justice in the world, all of which could yield substantial income, rendering monetary woes virtually non-existent. Thus, he found himself bemused by the perpetual poverty of figures like Sun Wukong and Krillin. Continuing his solitary stroll down the street, Muyang entered an ironware shop, the very establishment where his training weights had been crafted. "Ah, young Sir Muyang, do come in. Is there anything you require?" The ironware proprietor greeted him warmly. "You carry on with your tasks, dear sir. I shall peruse at my leisure," Muyang replied. Muyang nodded at him and then began to wander around the shop. The ironware store was filled with agricultural tools, along with kitchen utensils such as cleavers and iron woks. In one corner hung several broadswords, and there were also a few sets of weighted gear for training. Muyang glanced at the owner, surprised to see that he had cleverly put up for sale the items he had once commissioned him to forge. It seemed that the ironware proprietor had capitalized on the wave of martial arts enthusiasm sparked by Muyang's victory at the Grand Martial Arts Championship, earning himself a tidy profit. After perusing the shop, Muyang shook his head. These ordinary metal weights no longer served any purpose for him. "Do you have any small, heavy metals here?" he inquired. The owner shook his head apologetically. "I'm afraid we don't have such metals in this small town. You will need to seek them in the larger cities." Muyang nodded, exchanged some pleasantries with the owner, and then made his way towards the martial arts hall. Upon returning to the dojo, he found that the students had already finished their lunch and were now relaxing in the backyard. Practitioners of martial arts must judiciously arrange their training schedules. Relentless training alone is not sufficient. Thus, after lunch, the dojo allocates 2 hours for rest. Brother, came the delicate and melodious voice of April. Mu Yang turned around and beheld April squatting in the shade of a tree in the corner of the dojo, waving at him, while a little blue dragon lay beside her, dozing peacefully. April, what are you reading? Mu Yang inquired, noticing the book she cradled in her hands. April opened the book and replied, Brother, I am studying arithmetic. Mu Yang chuckled, these matters can be learned in class. After a tiring morning, you ought to rest well like those senior brothers and sisters. I can't sleep, April pouted. Mu Yang smiled gently, affectionately ruffling April's hair. The exuberance of children is boundless. Whether it stems from an ignorance of fatigue or some other reason, they are constantly bustling about. In comparison, April has become notably more composed, displaying an early awareness of the importance of study. By the way, how does it feel to practice martial arts? April grimaced, it's exhausting. Mu Yang chuckled. Feeling tired is only natural. Diligent practice will undoubtedly enhance your physical prowess. April murmured softly, then turned her focus to the book in her hands. Reclining against the gentle form of the little blue dragon, seeking a comfortable position. Seeing this, Mu Yang smiled softly and then stood up to walk towards his fellow disciples. After Mu Yang's guidance earlier in the day, the learners in the dojo appeared to have discovered a certain sense of understanding. However, regrettably, their grasp remained superficial, shrouded as it was in a thin veil of mist. Thus, as Mu Yang approached them, they all eagerly gathered around, hoping to receive the answers they yearned for from him. Mu Yang, undoubtedly a fountain of knowledge, patiently elucidated the queries of his junior disciples. Once he had satisfied their curiosities, he retreated to his chamber to commence his own cultivation. In a swift motion, Mu Yang entered the acceleration space, where, upon shattering the first barrier of his physical limitations, the flow of time had transformed to a ratio of 4:1. Moreover, as his prowess ascended, the duration of his access to this space was significantly enhanced. He could now sustain its activation for 5 hours, equivalent to 20 hours within. In this vast, ethereal expanse, a thin layer of energy permeated a radius of 1,000 meters, and Mu Yang inhaled the invigorating essence of the atmosphere. Instantly, he felt a rejuvenating surge coursing through his body, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. Positioned within this boundless realm, Mu Yang initiated his training. Suddenly, he moved with remarkable speed, momentarily creating an illusion of himself, which manifested as a residual shadow of his shadow fist technique. Heavenly Heart Qigong, Sky Dance Technique, Shadow Fist. A myriad of techniques unfolded, as cerulean brilliance wove through the space, transforming the acceleration realm into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Beyond these few techniques, Mu Yang had not delved deeply into the application of Qigong. Although the Heavenly Heart lineage contained profound secrets, they were largely theoretical. Even Isaf had not fully grasped them, and thus refrained from imparting them to Mu Yang. Now, however, Mu Yang's abilities had far surpassed those of Isaf, who, not long ago, had entrusted all his teachings to him, grooming Mu Yang as the next leader of their sect. According to Isaf, the ancient legacy of the Heavenly Heart lineage possibly originated from a divine temple, prompting Mu Yang to prepare for an in-depth study of the techniques therein. Time swiftly passed, and half a year flew by. During this period, aside from mentoring his juniors and April at the martial arts hall, Mu Yang dedicated himself to unraveling the intricacies of the Heavenly Heart lineage within the acceleration space. Of course, he also took the time to attend the wedding of Marlene, the innkeeper's daughter, who was marrying a hunter from the village, a man of commendable skill who had trained at the martial arts hall. Subsequently, he journeyed to the southern region to visit Meixia, his betrothed, for it was imperative to safeguard her from rival suitors. A declaration of his claim was indeed necessary. Notably, on this visit, he received the support of Isaf and his wife, who perhaps deemed Mu Yang the most suitable match for their daughter, despite her tender age of 14 or 15. Having addressed these trifles, Mu Yang devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. The Heavenly Heart lineage, being the quintessence of divine wisdom, had allowed him to grasp but a fraction of its depth within the brief span of 6 months, even with the enhancements provided by the acceleration space. Nevertheless, it has proven to be immensely beneficial for him. Presently, Mu Yang's combat prowess has surged to an impressive 150 points, far surpassing that of Master Rashi. It is roughly comparable to the strength of Sun Wukong at the moment he vanquished Tao Bai Bai. Over the past 6 months, Not only has Mu Yang experienced remarkable advancements in his own capabilities, but his fellow disciples have also made significant progress, with their combat power reaching around 40 to 50 points. While this may not rival Mu Yang's prowess, it is nonetheless commendable, placing them at the level of the promising newcomers from major sections. Additionally, the students residing in the Martial Arts Academy have also benefited greatly under Mu Yang's guidance. Their abilities have been steadily increasing. One day, after a period of intense cultivation, Mu Yang resolved to embark on another journey of training. Unlike Sun Wukong, who possesses a unique bloodline allowing him to exploit extraordinary advantages, Mu Yang understands that he must travel extensively, absorbing the strengths of others to enrich his own martial arts comprehension and maintain his vitality. After confiding in Ah and the others, Mu Yang meticulously packed his belongings in preparation for departure. Brother Mu Yang, may you have a safe journey. Also and the others bid him farewell at the entrance of the academy. Master, when you return, I shall ensure you are astonished, his junior disciple Ah earnestly proclaimed. Nis and April, equally reluctant to part ways, waved farewell to Mu Yang, with Nis saying, Brother, remember to visit often. Mu Yang nearly tumbled, the remark sounding somewhat peculiar, as if he had married far away. However, practitioners of martial arts often embark on extended journeys, and time can be elusive, perhaps slipping by in the blink of an eye, akin to a daughter returning home after a protracted absence. Rest assured, focus on your own cultivation. Waving to everyone with a serene smile, Mu Yang leapt into the air, employing the technique of soaring through the skies, swiftly vanishing into the vast expanse of clouds. Beneath the cerulean sky, Mu Yang traversed layer upon layer of delicate mist, advancing against the moist air that clung to his hair, quickly coalescing into droplets. There remain numerous ancient schools of cultivation on Earth. While their prowess may not rival that of Mu Yang, the exchange of insights could prove beneficial. Mu Yang's first destination was determined to be the Dolan Temple. Upon exiting the Great Qing Mountain, he swiftly altered his course and set off towards the temple. Nestled in the southern hemisphere, Dolan Temple boasts an ancient lineage akin to that of the Maple Leaf Stream, also located in the same hemisphere. Legend has it that Dolan Temple was established anew upon the ruins of the once great Shaolin Temple, though Mu Yang remained indifferent to the veracity of such tales. Undoubtedly, Dolan Temple stands as one of the few formidable sects on Earth, with Master Xiao Lin being a paragon of martial arts prowess. Its renown is partially attributed to its association with Krillin, the Dragon Ball warrior, who once graced its halls. However, among the Dragon Ball aficionados, the temple's reputation is generally less than favorable. This disdain is largely rooted in the aversion towards the clowns, as several of Krillin's senior brothers depicted in the original narrative resemble mere decorative pillows, easily bested in combat, thus casting a shadow over the temple's esteem. Yet, having participated in the martial arts tournament hosted by Maple Leaf Island, Mu Yang recognized that Dolan Temple was far from ordinary, housing numerous adept practitioners. The cold wind howled, heralding the changing of the seasons. A figure streaked across the sky, while the distant horizon took on a curvilinear shape. At this moment, Mu Yang had arrived not far from the residence of Duolin Temple, with the tranquil mountain forest now within sight. Perched precariously upon steep heights, Duolin Temple is situated in a remote location, often frequented by wild beasts, surrounded by sparse human habitation, countless perilous peaks, and exceedingly inconvenient transportation. The mountain path leading to Duolin Temple is paved with stone slabs, winding along the fissured rock formations, meandering endlessly into the horizon. At the summit, an ancient and towering temple stands majestically. Tian Xin Lu, Mu Yang, come forth to pay your respects. A resounding voice reverberated throughout the mountain, echoing in waves. After a brief wait outside, the tightly shut doors swung open. A monk clad in a yellow robe emerged, revealing himself to be Wu Ting, who had previously crossed blades with Mu Yang during the martial arts assembly. Ha ha ha, Mu Yang, what brings you here? Please come in. Wu Ting, with his robust physique, stepped forward to greet Mu Yang warmly. Mu Yang smiled faintly. As a paragon of ancient heritage, Duolin Temple has always maintained a low profile. My visit today is not only to pay my respects to Master Xiao Lin, but also to seek some enlightenment in my practice. Wu Ting was momentarily taken aback, but welcomed Mu Yang into the temple and summoned a monk with a few instructions. After a year apart, Wu Ting realized that the gap in strength between him and Mu Yang had not only persisted but had, in fact, widened. He addressed Mu Yang, saying, The master is currently engaged in a discussion on martial arts insights with several elders. You may need to wait for a while. In the meantime, Allow me to show you around the temple. I appreciate your kindness. Mu Yang nodded gently, offering no objections, and thus began to stroll through the Dueling Temple under Wu Ting's guidance. Although the temple was nestled amidst towering mountains in a secluded corner, its expanse was surprisingly ample. Besides the halls designated for disciples' worship, there lay vast open spaces where monks practiced martial arts. As Wu Ting led Mu Yang through, they observed numerous monks lined up, honing their skills under the supervision of martial instructors. This place is quite grand, Mu Yang remarked, gesturing towards the distant monks. That array of martial monks stood in perfect alignment, each brimming with vigor and vitality. There were certainly no fewer than 100, far surpassing the numbers of the Tianqin sect. Wu Ting chuckled softly, replying, "These are merely the novice disciples. Please follow me this way." Assuming the role of a tour guide, Wu Ting led Mu Yang around, prompting him, "How have you cultivated your skills? I feel increasingly unable to fathom your depth." Previously, the gap between them had not seemed vast, but after a year apart, he found it impossible to gauge Mu Yang's true capabilities. "If you ventured out to gain experience, you could attain skills akin to mine," Mu Yang stated as he observed his surroundings. "This is the result of my training at the Kailan Sacred Land." Kailan Sacred Land? Wu Ting expressed surprise, committing the name to memory. Before long, Mu Yang had completed a general tour of Dueling Temple, and at that moment, Master Xiaolin emerged from the inner hall. Upon seeing Mu Yang, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged towards him. Master Xiaolin sensed this presence, and a glimmer of astonishment flashed in his eyes, his usually placid visage revealing a hint of disbelief. How has this young man cultivated himself? Compared to their last encounter during the martial arts conference, the youth before him exuded an entirely different aura, embodying the essence of a master. Master Xiaolin felt compelled to approach without delay. "Master Xiaolin," Mu Yang uttered in a calm tone. In their previous meeting, the other had been the senior, but now their roles had reversed. With Master Xiaolin's combat prowess rated at 105, he now appeared merely competent in Mu Yang's eyes. Master Xiaolin, however, showed no sign of offense at Mu Yang's composed demeanor. Instead, he smiled warmly, promptly inviting, "Please, young brother, do come in." The respect accorded to the strong is an immutable truth throughout time. Even though Mu Yang appeared quite youthful, his martial prowess had already placed him ahead of the rest. No matter how aloof he might seem, such demeanor was merely a reflection of a strong individual's dignity, deserving of admiration rather than reproach. Mu Yang only lingered at Dueling Temple for a single day before departing the next morning, surrounded by Wu Ting and Master Xiaolin. In that brief span, Mu Yang engaged in profound discourse with Master Xiaolin, wielding extraordinary power that left all in awe. Within the entire Dueling Temple, no one could stand against him. So youthful, yet his prowess surpassed that of all, as if a brand new legend was gradually taking shape. Dueling Temple was merely a waypoint on his journey. As he gazed at Mu Yang's receding figure amidst the mountains and forests, Wu Ting was filled with profound emotion. Not long ago, the two had been equals. Yet now he could only look up in admiration. "Master, I believe it is time for me to venture forth and gain experience," Wu Ting declared with resolute determination. Master Xiaolin inquired, "Have you decided where to go?" Wu Ting fell into contemplation, recalling Mu Yang's previous words. "Indeed, I intend to visit the Kailan Sacred Land." Upon hearing this, Master Xiaolin nodded. "Ah, the Kailan Sacred Land is the cradle of martial arts. A visit would be beneficial. There is a Kailan Tower there. You might attempt to challenge it. In my youth, I failed to ascend the Kailan Tower. I hope you find success." In his youth, Master Xiaolin had also attempted to conquer the Kailan Tower, but had faltered midway due to exhaustion and subsequently faced repeated failures, ultimately relinquishing the endeavor and returning to Dueling Temple to oversee its affairs. Now, he placed his hopes upon Wu Ting. "Yes, I shall remember," Wu Ting replied, clasping his hands together in a silent bow. "Indeed," Master Xiaolin remarked, observing Wu Ting's resolute expression, reminiscent of his own youth, and smiled softly while gazing at the mist-shrouded mountains in the distance, lost in thought. Meanwhile, after leaving Dueling Temple, Mu Yang continued his journey according to his plans, visiting various sections. The task of assimilating the strengths of diverse schools was no simple feat, and Mu Yang was prepared for a long and arduous endeavor. His next stop was the Cross-Fist sect, which bore a resemblance to the Tianqin sect and had numerous dojos locally. Mu Yang approached directly, this time refraining from revealing his identity, and instead challenged them with brute force, compelling his opponents to give their utmost. While this method might offend some, the rewards were evidently substantial. Mu Yang, unperturbed by the prospect of offending others, proceeded to confront various sects with a straightforward and forceful approach, seeking to experience their unique martial arts firsthand. Consequently, a rumor began to circulate within the martial arts community. Whispers spoke of a certain audacious individual relentlessly challenging esteemed schools, with several notable sects having already succumbed to his prowess, remaining tight-lipped about his true identity. Initially, many dismissed this reckless challenger as overconfident, aspiring to achieve fame through sheer combat. However, as the number of defeated masters continued to rise, even legendary figures found themselves vanquished by this enigmatic opponent. It was only then that they began to realize that this could indeed be the dawn of a legend. The relentless challenges posed by Mu Yang have instilled a sense of trepidation among various sects, prompting them to hastily close their mountain gates, fearing they may become the next target. Simultaneously, many have begun to realize that something is amiss. If this individual truly sought fame, why would he conceal his identity? It seems that rumors are ultimately unreliable. Nevertheless, regardless of the truth, it is prudent to avoid wading into these murky waters. One day, upon a sandy beach, the white waves crash against the shore, splintering into delicate droplets. Mu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he harmonized the energy within his body, concentrating it in the palm of his hand. With a resonant sound, a luminous orb materialized above his palm, its dazzling, flawless hue reminiscent of a luminous pearl, exuding an ethereal brilliance. This diminutive sphere of energy, however, harbored the majority of Mu Yang's internal power. After enduring extensive training, he had finally perfected this energy orb. Observing the pulsating sphere, which emitted a cacophony of buzzing sounds, a smile graced Mu Yang's lips. Suddenly, with a vigorous tremor of his arm, he thrust his hand forward, proclaiming heaven's heart slash. A surge of force erupted from his waist, causing the radiant energy orb to quiver violently, transforming into a crescent shape. It then accelerated to its zenith, slicing through the air above the sea with remarkable swiftness. The ocean erupted in a tumultuous roar, splitting in two along the trajectory of the heaven's heart slash. The delicate splashes of water, akin to being ignited by intense heat, vaporized instantly under the immense energy. Accompanied by a soaring fireball that ascended skyward, its blinding white light entwined with a tempestuous whirlwind, radiating outward in all directions. Mu Yang stood at the eye of the storm, allowing the hurricane to batter against him. This energy attack, though seemingly trivial in the vast cosmos, was akin to a casual strike from an ordinary martial combat type extraterrestrial. However, at this stage on Earth, its formidable power could rival that of the legendary Wutai Do's Qigong cannon or the astounding Wan Guo's sky-shattering palm. Satisfied as the splashes upon the sea began to subside, Mu Yang took a brief respite, preparing to depart. At that moment, a small boat drifted towards him, bearing a figure who shouted, "Hey, was that Qigong wave you just unleashed? What technique was that? Could you show me again?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yang halted his departure, casting his gaze towards the small vessel. The figure was an unremarkable young man, seemingly in his 20s, his appearance akin to Mu Yang's, with a cloth bag slung over his shoulder, dressed for a long journey. Yet, upon closer inspection, Mu Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual about this individual. Intriguingly, this person's strength appeared to be considerable as well. A hint of astonishment flickered across Mu Yang's face. As the small boat drew nearer, the individual leaped onto the shore before Mu Yang, and without waiting for consent, launched an immediate attack, attacking without any inquiry or hesitation. A glimmer of cold light flashed across Mu Yang's face as he let out a derisive laugh. With remarkable speed, he extended his hand to seize the opponent's incoming fist. Then, with a vigorous motion, he hurled both the person and their belongings away. In an instant, he deftly sidestepped, positioning himself before the individual before they even touched the ground. Lowering his body and bending his arms, he unleashed a thunderous iron fist. "What?" The person cried out in desperation, their scream momentarily suspending them in midair. "Turtle School energy wave," the young man exclaimed, bringing his palms together as a brilliant beam of deep blue energy surged towards Mu Yang. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Yang's eyes, yet his movements remained unperturbed. Confronted with the oncoming wave of energy, he swiftly summoned his own power, extending his fingers forward as a delicate radiance began to shimmer. Heavenly Heart Energy Technique. The two streams of energy collided midair, generating a terrifying aura that reverberated through the atmosphere, the residual force transforming into a fierce whirlwind that spread outward. In that moment, Mu Yang had gleaned a rough understanding of his opponent's identity from the nature of the attack, and when combined with the current historical context, the conclusion became even clearer. There was no need for further elaboration. This individual before him was undoubtedly Sun Wukong's esteemed disciple, Sun Gohan. However, the fact that his adversary launched an unprovoked attack left Mu Yang feeling quite irked. To put it nicely, it was a display of forthrightness, to phrase it less favorably. It was an indication of a lack of discernment, a bit foolish, truly believing that an assault upon first meeting could be considered sparring. Such an exchange required mutual willingness. Consequently, Mu Yang resolved to impart a lesson. As the wave of energy dissipated, he executed a series of rapid steps, advancing swiftly towards Sun Gohan. Once Mu Yang became earnest in his intentions, Sun Gohan found himself at a disadvantage. His previously buoyant form, having expended energy on the Kamehameha, could no longer maintain its equilibrium. As Mu Yang's assaults intensified, Gohan staggered, becoming increasingly disheveled and inelegant. Bang! Bang! The waves of the ocean were cleaved apart. And Sun Gohan's astonishment was palpable, his complexion beginning to pale. With an impassive expression, Mu Yang engaged in a fierce exchange with Sun Wukong. Soaring into the skies one moment and plunging into the depths of the sea the next, creating a tumultuous upheaval upon the surface of the water. After a considerable duration, Sun Wukong lay sprawled on the sandy ground, gasping for breath, his face marred with bruises and his clothing reduced to mere tatters. On the other hand, Mu Yang appeared relatively better, though his complexion was somewhat pale, yet his demeanor remained far more composed. Hey, I merely intended to greet you. Was such severity truly necessary? Sun Wukong lamented, his face reflecting his misfortune. With a frosty demeanor, Mu Yang questioned the manner of greeting, wondering how one could initiate an attack without seeking clarification. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, explaining that his hand had simply itched after witnessing Mu Yang unleash his Kamehameha, unable to restrain himself. He remarked on Mu Yang's impressive skills, declaring him the first, apart from his master, to engage him in such a prolonged bout and ultimately emerge victorious. Humph, Mu Yang scoffed, retrieving an energy detector to scan Sun Wukong, only to be astonished by a reading of 143. Remarkably, this was already superior to the turtle hermit decades hence, though still slightly inferior to his own prowess. Sun Wukong was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. In the original narrative, even the formidable Goku struggled against him. Despite Goku's own battle prowess surpassing 150, albeit in his elder years. At present, Sun Wukong retained his youth, suggesting that he was not far from achieving his golden phase. Noticing Mu Yang's indifference, Sun Wukong awkwardly introduced himself. I am Sun Wukong, a disciple of the Turtle School. I am Mu Yang, hailing from the Heavenly Heart School, came Mu Yang's calm reply. Ah, you are Mu Yang, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament? Sun Wukong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in agreement. Your strength is indeed formidable. It is only natural that you claim the championship. Regrettably, my master deemed it unnecessary for me to participate in the previous tournament. Otherwise, I could have encountered you sooner. Mu Yang silently mused that it was fortunate for him that Sun Wukong had not competed last year, for he would have stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. His strength had only surged after ascending the Korin Tower, as he had possessed a mere fighting power of over 80 just a year prior, making him no match for Sun Wukong. Being utterly defeated would have been far from pleasant. Hey, your Kamehameha was incredible. Is it called Heavenly Heart Kamehameha? Might I request another demonstration? Sun Wukong's chatter seemed incessant, buzzing around Mu Yang's ears relentlessly. Mu Yang cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you still wish to provoke a beating? Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly and promptly sealed his lips. By the way, as a disciple of the Turtle Hermit, why are you not training alongside your master? What brings you out here? Mu Yang inquired. Sun Wukong replied. Oh, my master believes I am ready to venture forth on my own, so he sent me out to hone my skills. However, shortly after setting sail, I noticed the energy wave you unleashed, prompting me to row over. Ah, Mu Yang nodded, realizing that it was his own presence that had drawn Sun Wukong near. The fact that he had just embarked on his journey indicated that he had no intention of settling down on Baozi Mountain just yet. Where do you plan to go? He asked. Sun Wukong scratched his head and candidly admitted, I haven't quite figured that out yet. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with keen interest, he proposed. But I just thought of a splendid place. Would you care to join me in exploring it? What place? Mu Yang inquired. The arena of the fortune-telling old woman. Sun Wukong exclaimed. I once heard my master mention that he has a sister residing in the desert. The fortune-telling old woman is knowledgeable about many things in the world, and she is accompanied by 5 formidable masters. I believe we could challenge them. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang felt a stir within his heart. It is said that the oracle, an elderly woman, possesses an omniscient awareness of the affairs on earth, as well as the ability to communicate with the realms beyond, making her a sought-after figure for divination. Thus, Muyang was somewhat intrigued by Sun Wukong's proposal. However, he pondered whether the practitioners at the oracle's abode were truly formidable. "Are you certain that the experts there are exceptionally skilled?" he inquired. Sun Wukong, somewhat perplexed, responded that he had heard tales of a myriad of beings from various races congregating there, including even those from the netherworld, suggesting that they must indeed possess considerable prowess. "Very well, it may be worth our while to pay a visit," Muyang conceded. Initially, he had no intention of going, but upon reflection, he realized that aside from the sacred temple, there seemed to be no other places on earth that would augment his strength. Therefore, a visit to the oracle's palace could yield unexpected gains. Thus, the two of them reached a consensus and decided to journey to the oracle. The oracle's residence was situated atop a parched riverbed, which had once flourished as an oasis. However, due to climatic shifts, the surrounding area had succumbed to a vast expanse of desert. As Muyang and Sun Wukong approached the arid terrain, a scorching wave of heat enveloped them, causing the temperature to soar to over 40 degrees Celsius. They pressed onward, guided by the map, and soon beheld a verdant oasis ahead. In the center lay a crystalline lake, with the oracle's palace gracefully perched upon its shores, encircled by a few palm trees. The moment they stepped into the oracle's domain, the oppressive heat outside seemed to vanish as if by enchantment, replaced by a gentle breeze that caressed them, reminiscent of the refreshing embrace of springtime. Muyang couldn't help but marvel. Judging by the changes in the surrounding environment, it was evident that the fortune-teller possessed remarkable skills. Oh, as he officially stepped into the realm of the fortune-teller, both Muyang and Sun Wukong distinctly sensed an enigmatic power permeating the air, one they had never encountered before. Unlike anything found on Earth, unconsciously, Muyang began to regard the fortune-teller with newfound respect. She appeared to be more than just a fortunate soul who had consumed an elixir of immortality to extend her years. Everyone formed an orderly queue, urging one another not to jostle. Failure to adhere to the rules would result in disqualification. A ghostly figure floated in the air, adorned with a pointed hat, directing the crowd at the entrance. "Look, that seems to be a specter," Sun Wukong whispered. Upon closer inspection, Muyang realized that what seemed to be mere illusion was, in fact, a specter. The fortune-teller possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse the realms of the living and the dead, enlisting spirits to assist her, a truly remarkable skill. As they spoke, Muyang and Sun Wukong found themselves at the rear of the throng, patiently forming a queue. The majority of those who had gathered at the fortune-teller's palace were affluent individuals from various regions, drawn either by the allure of treasures or the promise of precious artifacts, seeking the wisdom of the seer. Yet, regardless of their local power and influence, they were compelled to wait in line with utmost decorum. "Look at those two," scoffed a wealthy man carrying a leather suitcase, chuckling as he addressed his fellow queuemates. "They come empty-handed, utterly lacking in etiquette. Indeed, how audacious to arrive without wealth." It was certain they would soon be expelled by the fortune-teller's attendants. Others, filled with self-importance, exchanged disdainful smirks, straightening their postures to project an image of success. For the fortune-teller charged a handsome fee for each reading, making this an arena unsuitable for the impoverished. The individuals in line were impeccably attired in tailored suits and polished shoes, many accompanied by more than one bodyguard. "Perhaps you should hold your tongues. They might be intending to challenge the fortune-teller and waive their fees," remarked a slender, affluent man leaning on a cane, a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Ha. As if their spindly limbs could ever succeed in a challenge. I doubt anyone could triumph in the fortune-teller's contest. It merely serves to provide the impoverished with a fleeting illusion of hope. Last time I visited, I witnessed a towering brute, over 2 meters tall, attempt to challenge the fortune-teller's warrior. Guess what happened? What happened? He was toppled in the very first round." Laughter erupted among the wealthy, their camaraderie evident as they reveled in their shared disdain for the less fortunate, believing that mocking the impoverished elevated their own status. "This bunch of scoundrels." Sun Wukong's face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists, ready to confront them with force. Muyang observed with a detached gaze, gently shaking his head. "Do not act impulsively. Why stoop to the level of these ineffectual beings? After all, some individuals possess wealth, yet lack the will to live." "Sun Wukong, what are you saying?" The corpulent wealthy man, incensed, summoned his bodyguards, who swiftly surrounded him. "Humph." Muyang's eye swept across the scene, and his cold snort resonated like thunder in the air, causing the wealthy man's face to drain of color, as if he were under a spell. "What are you all doing? Hurry and teach them a lesson." The wealthy man bellowed in a fit of rage and humiliation. Yet, as he regained his composure, he was suddenly met with the sound of thuds. All his bodyguards had collapsed to the ground. Ah, what do you want? Stay back. This is the domain of the fortune teller. The wealthy man, gripped by fear as Mu Yang advanced, fell to the ground in terror. Mu Yang approached him, casting a scornful glance. Did you not hear what I just said? Some individuals possess wealth but lack the courage to spend it. I am referring to you. You intend to kill me? The wealthy man, realizing the gravity of the situation, wore a visage of terror. You brought this upon yourself. The wealthy man opened his mouth, rendered speechless. What now? Nothing. He glanced at the fallen bodyguard and the other wealthy individuals who were retreating in fear of trouble, feeling utterly despondent. This suitcase is quite impressive. Mu Yang suddenly diverted his gaze and pointed at the leather case on the ground. Sir, since you admire this suitcase, I would be delighted to gift it to you. Is that appropriate? Mu Yang regarded him with a hint of difficulty. Wealth is but a trifle. Your appreciation of it is my honor. The wealthy man, feigning righteousness, could not conceal the beads of nervous sweat forming on his forehead. If that is the case, I shall reluctantly accept. He lifted the suitcase from the ground and returned to Sun Wukong's side, saying, Look, just moments ago, someone claimed we were empty-handed. Behold, with a little stretch, we have acquired everything we need. He chuckled. It is rather heavy. He shook the suitcase in his hand. Beads of sweat emerged on Sun Wukong's forehead. You just told me not to act impulsively. Why did you leap into action first? Fool. I meant for you to refrain from acting rashly, fearing you might rush forward and deliver a flurry of blows without retrieving anything in return. Imagine that. Wouldn't you truly be at a disadvantage? One must contemplate before acting. Impulsiveness does not resolve issues. Sun Wukong suddenly understood, slapping his forehead. So that's it. I have learned a valuable lesson. Straightforward boy, came a weary sigh. Could you all refrain from quarreling at my doorstep? An elderly woman clad in black, which attire floated over atop a crystal ball, her wrinkled face drooping, resembling a ghost from afar. Fortune teller, please assist me. These two disrespectful ruffians are challenging the rules you have established, and they have stolen the gift I intended to honor you with. Upon seeing the fortune teller, the wealthy man appeared as though he had found his savior and hurriedly approached her. The fortune teller ignored his pleas, waving her hand to summon a group of guards. Come, take him away. This man is unwelcome here. Along with those beside him, cast them out. Fortune teller, I have not violated any rules. Please spare me. The faces of the previously mocking wealthy men turned pale as they began to plead for mercy. However, the guards paid them no heed, seizing them and unceremoniously tossing them outside the desert. The scorching sand burned their feet, causing them to weep and flee in utter disgrace. At this moment, Mu Yang gazed intently at the elderly woman, or more specifically, at the large crystal orb beneath her. Such an orb also resided atop Kylan Tower. She was none other than the sister of the turtle hermit, the Oracle Granny. Flashes of a colossal figure known as Lord Zuno surfaced in his mind. While Lord Zuno possessed knowledge of all cosmic matters, the Oracle Granny was privy to all earthly affairs. You two rascals, flouting the rules, You are the disciple of that turtle hermit, the Oracle Granny remarked, immediately discerning much about Mu Yang and Sun Wukong. Oh well, come along with me. Seemingly aware of their intentions, she asked no further questions and turned to walk towards the palace. Exchanging glances, Mu Yang and Sun Wukong followed suit. Phew. Thankfully, we refrained from speaking too much earlier. Otherwise, we might have faced disqualification, just like those unfortunate souls from before. That would have been quite the loss, Mu Yang expressed. Relieved. After the earlier group vanished, the other affluent individuals in line shook their heads in trepidation, grateful they had not spoken as freely. Those who came here sought either wealth or opportunities for advancement, and none wished to forfeit their chances. Indeed, if disqualified, I would lose the chance to uncover the underground gold mine. Nilius has suffered greatly. The mine under his control remains uncharted and surely belongs to me now. As the onlookers engaged in hushed discussions, the Oracle Granny led Mu Yang and Sun Wukong to a platform situated at the center of the lake. You two intend to challenge my warriors, do you? Heh, it is rare to find earthlings of your caliber, but I have just the match for you. The Oracle Granny chuckled, her rasping voice somewhat unsettling. Should you manage to defeat my two warriors, I shall grant each of you a complimentary divination. Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Are we not meant to defeat 5 individuals? The fortune teller, casting him an irritable glance, replied, There are only 2 here. I do not possess an abundance of skilled fighters. These 2 are the result of my considerable efforts. For you, even if 2 or 3 more skilled individuals were to join, it would bear no significance. This statement held a certain truth, and Mu Yang nodded in agreement. It was previously established that, regardless of the success of your challenge, I shall only grant you a single fortune-telling. Do not presume that I will continue to provide such services based on this challenge. The fortune-teller had set the rules for the challenge merely to infuse a modicum of amusement, never intending to offer free divination. Truly, she was a miserly individual. Upon hearing the fortune-teller's words, Mu Yang gained a clearer understanding of her avaricious nature. She and the turtle sage were indeed peculiar siblings, one greedy, the other lecherous. Additionally, the crane hermit brothers were also oddities. One was treacherous while the other was ruthless. Among these four long-lived beings, not a single one was normal. Grandmother. The guests have arrived. At that moment, a ghostly figure approached the fortune-teller. The fortune-teller nodded, remarking, "My guests are here. Do not be startled." Following this, she glanced toward the entrance leading to the palace, from which two silhouettes emerged. They were two elderly men, their hair a silvery white, clad in white martial arts attire. One was of modest stature, sporting a grizzled beard, and notably, a red character for martial emblazoned upon his chest. The other appeared frail and decrepit, yet emanated a peculiar aura that rendered his features indistinct. These were the skilled fighters the fortune-teller had alluded to. How could they be merely two old men? Sun Wukong, upon recognizing the two, was genuinely concerned that he might inadvertently harm them. Do not underestimate them. It may very well lead to our defeat today. Mu Yang's expression turned grave as the two individuals emerged. Sun Wukong, astonished, responded, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that we cannot defeat them?" Mu Yang nodded and remarked, "Do you see the halo above their heads? It signifies those who hail from the netherworld." Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment. "Are you implying that those two gentlemen have already departed from this realm?" Indeed. Mu Yang's gaze swept over the two individuals, one of whom bore the red character for martial and whose identity he had already deduced. It must be the legendary Wu-Tai-Do, the one who sealed the fearsome Demon King Piccolo over 250 years ago. As for the other figure, he remained shrouded in mystery, leaving Mu Yang unable to ascertain his identity at that moment. In his youth, the Demon King Piccolo possessed a combat power of nearly 260, and Wu-Tai-Do was not a match for him. It was only through his arduous training with the Demon Seal Wave that he managed to confine him. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Wu-Tai-Do's combat prowess at that time exceeded 200. His contribution to saving the Earth was monumental, even after descending to the underworld. He retained his physical form, allowing him to continue his training. After 250 years of rigorous cultivation in a realm teeming with powerful beings, Mu Yang could only speculate on the extent of Wu-Tai-Do's strength. The forthcoming battle promised to be extraordinarily thrilling, and the thought alone sent a surge of excitement coursing through Mu Yang's veins. "Haha, it seems someone has recognized our identities, Wu-Tai-Do," remarked the elderly figure standing beside him. Wu-Tai-Do smiled as he observed the two young men not far away, noting that one of them was indeed Mu Yang, who possessed a keen eye for detail. At that moment, the fortune-teller, seated before her crystal ball, floated toward them. "Master Wu-Tai-Do, Master Noah. These are the two individuals before you." "Thank you," Wu-Tai-Do replied softly. Not at all, not at all," the fortune-teller responded with a polite wave. This elder was the mentor of her younger brother, the turtle sage, and thus could be considered her teacher as well. Furthermore, the fortune-teller had a close relationship with Wu-Tai-Do's daughter, Wu Fangfang. In every sense, Wu-Tai-Do was her elder. "Young man, you are a disciple of the turtle school, and your opponent is none other than Master Wu-Tai-Do. Perform well and do not disappoint," the fortune-teller advised as she floated back to the center of the arena, addressing Sun Wukong. "Wu-Tai-Do?" Sun Wukong echoed in confusion, the name ringing a bell. Suddenly recalling the identity of the figure before him, he pointed with trembling fingers. "You are the Master Wu-Tai-Do who sealed the Demon King Piccolo." "Indeed. You are a disciple of Wu Tian. Quite remarkable. While your temperament is more composed than his, your strength has already surpassed his. Even I, at your age, was not as formidable as you." Wu-Tai-Do chuckled softly, clearly pleased with Sun Wukong's abilities. As a young man, Sun Wukong felt a surge of pride at Wu-Tai-Do's praise, his entire being stiffening as he stammered, "Master, you flatter me." Wu-Tai-Do waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Do you not wish to challenge the warriors here? I shall be your opponent. Unleash your full power. Do not worry about injuring me. I can handle your strength." "Yes, yes." Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly, exclaiming his agreement. The opponent was the legendary Master Wu-Tai, and the outcome had become inconsequential. This battle promised to be a profound learning experience. Old fortune-teller, is it not a remarkable coincidence that the esteemed Master Wu-Tai, a figure from over 2 centuries ago, is here today? Did you perhaps foresee our arrival? As Sun Wukong prepared to engage in combat with Master Wu Tai, Mu Yang approached the old fortune teller. The souls from the netherworld only returned to the mortal realm for a single day. And Mu Yang mused that no amount of luck could align perfectly with the day Master Wu Tai returned to Earth. The only plausible explanation was that this had been orchestrated by the old fortune teller, akin to the original tale where Sun Wukong encountered Sun Wufan at her abode. The old fortune teller chuckled softly, her wrinkled skin gathering ominously. There were few secrets on this planet that the elderly woman was unaware of. Was it not your desire to confront a formidable opponent? Was this truly your design? Mu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Do you doubt the abilities of the fortune teller? He inquired. I am also aware that you personally took the life of Tao Bai 6 months ago. Rest assured, I shall keep it to myself. Those two brothers, he Xianren, do not sit well with me either. The fortune teller curled her lip in disdain. Mu Yang nodded. As long as this matter remained undisclosed, it would not attract the attention of that rogue, he Xianren. At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Glancing at the elder beside him, he pondered whether this venerable figure was perhaps a senior from the Tianqin school. Given that Master Wu Taidu was a relative of Sun Wukong. Coincidentally, the elder's gaze met his, prompting Mu Yang to quickly don a smile. With the emergence of this curiosity, Mu Yang's perception of the elder shifted entirely. What he had previously overlooked now appeared imbued with a sense of familiarity. Could it be that this elder truly was a senior from the Tianqin school? Mu Yang mused. While he recognized that this was by no means a negative development, the thought of inadvertently confronting the ancestor of a sect, especially one who had already passed, left him somewhat bewildered. Never mind that, he decided. His attention shifted to the martial arts stage, where Sun Wukong was now standing parallel to Wu Taidu. In that instant, the atmosphere became palpably tense. A faint crackling filled the air, yet neither party on the stage made a move, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Boom. Like the resonant sound of a great bell. In a moment of daze, it seemed as though an invisible vortex swirled around the two, rendering their forms ethereal. Mu Yang observed as Sun Wukong's body began to shift incessantly, seemingly in search of an advantageous angle for attack. However, after a considerable span of time, no movement was witnessed. Truly, the martial arts master exhibited an unmatched composure. Sweat trickled down Sun Wukong's forehead, each time he met the seemingly amused gaze of his opponent. A sense of unease enveloped him, as if his every intention was laid bare before the other. Opposite him, the martial arts master maintained a serene smile. Even before the battle commenced, Sun Wukong found himself ensnared in a predicament. The disparity between their strengths was vast. Mu Yang's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the scene. Although he could not perceive the intensity of the Master's aura, the unfolding events clearly indicated that the Master's prowess far surpassed Sun Wukong's, rendering this confrontation a formidable challenge for him. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong, after a brief stalemate, resolved to launch an attack. Concurrently, the martial arts master began to move as Sun Wukong's assault approached. In an instant, both vanished from sight, followed by the resounding cacophony of intense combat. The ground beneath them shattered, sending small stones scattering in all directions. Crack, crack. The two flashes of light collided and then veered apart, each pause erupting in a powerful cyclone that sent waves rippling across the nearby lake. This was a battle of a higher caliber. Ordinary martial artists could scarcely discern their movements. Fortunately, those present were not mere onlookers. Mu Yang's eyes darted, tracking the swift exchanges between Sun Wukong and the martial arts master from various angles. Sun Wukong commenced with a strong opening, yet the subsequent developments were decidedly unfavorable. Mu Yang remained focused. On the martial arts platform, Sun Wukong exerted all his effort, unleashing an array of peculiar techniques. Yet, against each of Sun Wukong's strikes, the martial arts master appeared to have anticipated them, effortlessly evading while countering with Sun Wukong's own momentum. The entire exchange unfolded with an air of tranquility, evoking an indescribable sense of enjoyment. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of strikes and clashes alternated rhythmically, akin to a symphonic performance. In that moment, time seemed to lose its significance. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Brilliant flashes intermittently illuminated the ground and the air, as if countless fists intertwined in a mesmerizing display. The fortune teller chuckled. It has been many years since I have witnessed such an exhilarating battle. Today is indeed exceptional. The young man named Sun Wukong shows great promise, but alas, he is still somewhat inexperienced. Against the martial arts master, such power alone is insufficient. The elder named Noah lifted his head and spoke slowly. Mu Yang's expression was grave as he observed Sun Wukong, who had evidently succumbed to the rhythm set by Wu Tai-do. This was a significant faux pas in combat. Once one loses their grasp on the tempo, they readily fall into a situation advantageous to their opponent. Both mental and physical stamina would deplete rapidly, and should one fail to extricate themselves and regain control, defeat would be imminent. With a heavy sigh, Mu Yang lamented the inevitable outcome. In a comparison with Wu Tai-do, Sun Wukong was woefully lacking in both experience and strength. He pondered how he would fare in such a scenario. The answer was unmistakable. He would lose. This realization rendered Mu Yang profoundly silent. Despite years of honing his skills, his prowess was only marginally superior to that of Sun Wukong. To speak candidly, he had never encountered such a high-caliber battle. Thus, should he face Wu Tai-do, he would inevitably find himself in a similar predicament. Alas, the legendary master Wu Tai-do continued to refine his abilities, even in the afterlife. On the martial arts platform, both combatants unleashed their ultimate techniques. In an instant, Sun Wukong bellowed, Kamehameha, and propelled the energy wave from his hands. Wu Tai-do, momentarily taken aback, maintained a smile in the face of the oncoming Kamehameha, as if he had yet to unleash his true strength. He took a step back, placed his hands gently before him, and called out, Energy Cannon. In response, a surge of energy soared skyward, far surpassing the Kamehameha. Before the terrifying energy cannon, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha appeared as a frail child, utterly consumed as the powerful force advanced relentlessly towards him. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong's face turned pale, and gritting his teeth, he summoned his ultimate move once more, shouting, Heaven-shattering palm. In a flash, brilliant golden light enveloped his palm as he directed it towards the energy cannon. Yet, Wu Tai-do's hand traced a graceful arc in the air, pushing forward, thereby amplifying the energy cannon's might several-fold. A sharp pain pierced Sun Wukong's chest as the energy from his heaven-shattering palm dissipated, propelling him backward. He tumbled through the air, landing in a disheveled heap. However, Wu Tai-do appeared behind him. Sun Wukong had lost. Observing this, Mu Yang shook his head in disappointment yet felt exhilarated within. From the outset, he had known the conclusion of this contest was predetermined, yet the unfolding events had still stirred his blood. Wu Tai-do, hands behind his back, smiled and remarked, Kid, you've even mastered the heaven-shattering palm. That energy wave you unleashed was a technique conceived by Wu Tian, wasn't it? Quite commendable, though regrettably low in energy. Sun Wukong offered a wry smile, replying, Master, I concede my defeat. I am no match for you. Haha, do not belittle yourself. I have merely trained for a few hundred more years than you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong realized that if he were to train for several centuries, he too could reach such a formidable level. A renewed sense of confidence washed over his face as he politely bowed to Master Wu Tai. Very well. Master Wu Tai emerges victorious in this contest. Sun Wukong, please step aside, declared the fortune-telling elder, shifting her gaze towards Mu Yang. At that moment, an elder named Noah nodded, indicating that it was their turn to take the stage. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang felt a surge of seriousness within him and promptly nodded. Leaping onto the martial arts platform, he dared not underestimate the enigmatic elder, so from the instant he stepped onto the stage, he summoned every ounce of his focus. A swirling tempest suddenly arose, encircling his body. However, in the face of Mu Yang's fierce battle intent, the elder Noah stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a serene smile gracing his features. Impressive, Mu Yang thought as he cast a fleeting glance at his opponent. His pupils constricted sharply. The elder's calm demeanor exuded the confidence characteristic of a true martial artist. With his brow slightly furrowed, Mu Yang contemplated the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, he leaned forward, his toe muscles quivering as he unleashed his power. With a resounding crack, the azure stone tiles beneath him shattered, sending shards flying in a radiating pattern. Utilizing this momentum, Mu Yang launched himself at high speed towards Noah. Like a bolt of lightning, he shot forward, leaving a long, lingering afterimage in his wake. His fist poised to collide with the air, producing a muffled thud. In response to Mu Yang's fierce assault, Noah deftly shifted his position, vanishing in an instant just as the attack descended, reappearing beside Mu Yang with a hand that seemed to eclipse the sky as it surged forward. Such incredible speed! Mu Yang was taken aback, his pupils sparkling with intensity, as he swiftly altered his stance to defend against the impending assault. The restraint in his offensive was deliberately reserved for such pivotal moments. Noah offered a brief smile, his arms, remarkably youthful for one of his age, extended forward. In an instant, it was as if he had cast a spell, Mu Yang was horrified to find himself involuntarily drawn towards Noah's grasp. With a sudden strike, Mu Yang was caught off guard, receiving a blow to his chest that resonated with a resounding thud, causing a sharp pain to radiate through him. Consequently, his body traced a graceful arc through the air. In that fleeting moment of suspension, Mu Yang quickly spread his arms wide, and with a powerful surge coursing through him, he halted midair, then propelled himself downward, landing deftly back onto the arena. Young man, your perception still leaves much to be desired. You must train harder. As soon as the words left his lips, Noah vanished once more. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped Mu Yang, and his fist, imbued with a formidable energy, surged towards a target. With a dull thud, his fist was intercepted by a palm. Haha, not bad. You've made some progress, but it remains insufficient. The elder named Noah commended, before launching into a series of even more ferocious attacks. Mu Yang deftly evaded Noah's relentless onslaught, his movements a blur. Though Noah appeared gaunt and aged, his demeanor in battle belied his years, revealing a ferocity akin to that of a wild beast. Waves of attacks surged forth, each more ferocious than the last, accompanied by a cacophony of roars and growls. After several rapid dodges, beads of sweat began to form on Mu Yang's brow. He retreated, inching back several dozen meters, yet Noah pursued him with unyielding tenacity, affording him no respite. Heaven's heart slash. With a darkened expression, Mu Yang let out a low growl. And in an instant, a crescent-shaped wave of energy surged forth, its thin, glimmering blades of air slicing through the atmosphere as they hurtled toward Noah. Upon witnessing this, Noah furrowed his brow and responded with a similar assault. Heavenly heart energy. A beam of light pierced through the void, colliding head-on with Mu Yang's heavenly heart slash. Instantly, the air above them began to boil, and a tempest of wild winds spread out in all directions. It was indeed the technique of the Heavenly Heart School. Mu Yang instinctively narrowed his eyes, but there was no time to dwell on that now. With a series of rapid clashes, the two combatants soon became engulfed in a whirlwind of conflict once more, their fleeting silhouettes colliding on the martial arts platform, accompanied by a series of resonating drumbeats that reverberated through the spirit. Mu Yang's expression was grave, his eyes darting swiftly to track his opponent's movements, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. One punch, two punches, three punches, bang, 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 swish. His fists collided with the martial arts platform, sending dust and debris flying, as the once smooth surface became riddled with enormous craters. Astonishing. Sun Wukong swallowed hard, unable to discern what was truly unfolding on the stage. This was indeed the manifestation of Mu Yang's true prowess he had held back until now. Who was that formidable opponent? Such that even Mu Yang was not a match for him? Sun Wukong spoke in a tone of disbelief, his voice trembling with astonishment. When he had first encountered Mu Yang by the seaside, he had assumed Mu Yang was merely slightly more powerful than himself. However, witnessing the current battle revealed the vast chasm between them. Mu Yang's energy might only exceed his by a fraction, but in terms of combat technique and timing, Mu Yang was leagues ahead. Perhaps, if he were to engage Mu Yang in battle, he would be swiftly overwhelmed in mere exchanges. Sun Wukong swallowed again, feeling a shiver run down his spine. How had this opponent honed his skills? That young man named Mu Yang has truly grasped the essence of Master Karen's teachings. Given time, he will surely surpass me, mused Wu-Tai-Do, standing nearby. Sun Wukong inquired, Master, are you referring to the Karen who resides atop the Karen Tower? Are you suggesting that Mu Yang has received guidance from Master Karen? Wu-Tai-Do nodded, indeed. If you have the opportunity, you should also visit the Karen Tower. It would benefit you greatly. As he spoke, Wu-Tai-Do seemed to reminisce, perhaps recalling his own arduous training with the moffing wave atop the Karen Tower. Sun Wukong nodded, committing Wu-Tai-Do's words to memory, and redirected his focus back to the martial arts platform. At that moment, Noah had discerned Mu Yang's true potential and nodded. That's sufficient. I have gauged your strength. To achieve such a level at your age is indeed commendable. You have met my expectations. Taking the opportunity, Mu Yang inquired, are you a senior of the Tianxin school? Although he had harbored doubts from the outset regarding whether this elderly gentleman might be an elder from his own sect, it was not until the other party unleashed the Tianxin Qi Gong that he was utterly convinced that this Noah was indeed a predecessor of the Tianxin school. A senior of the Tianxin school, one might say. However, I would prefer that you refer to it as the Tianxin school. Noah replied with a smile. Mu Yang was taken aback. The divine flow? Indeed, it was the divine flow. As Mu Yang pondered this, Noah shook his head, indicating that the reason behind this appellation would soon be revealed. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true chasm that exists between you and the formidable, he proclaimed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Noah's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He ceased any playful banter, and in an instant, his figure vanished from Mu Yang's sight. Disappeared? Outside the ring, Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Master Noah was finally ready to make his move. Wu Taidu's expression grew grave. Even he referred to Noah as master, underscoring the latter's immense significance. Quickly, he scanned the surroundings, searching for any trace of his opponent. However, it was as if Noah had completely vanished from existence. No matter how diligently Mu Yang sought, he could not uncover his whereabouts. It was inconceivable that the elder Noah had left the arena. He must still be near the martial arts stage. Mu Yang remained on high alert. With no sign of Noah on the ground, Mu Yang's thoughts turned skyward. As this notion crossed his mind, he swiftly directed his gaze towards the heavens. Nothing. The clear sky held only a few white clouds, devoid of Noah's presence. Where could he have gone? Mu Yang's mind raced. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in his ear. Little one, I am here. The air shimmered, and Noah's figure abruptly materialized. Mu Yang was taken aback, realizing that the elder had not truly disappeared. He had merely remained in place all along. Although he stood right before Mu Yang, an air of profound mystery enveloped him, causing others to inadvertently overlook his existence. At that moment, Mu Yang recalled the esoteric teachings of the heavenly heart flow that Isaf had bestowed upon him, and a flicker of understanding ignited within him. This was the application of mental prowess unique to the heavenly heart flow, distinguishing it from conventional practices. Martial arts on Earth emphasized the cultivation of qi. Other schools merely focused on the rudimentary practice of this vital energy. While the turtle hermit and crane hermit styles, having inherited Wu Taidu's martial arts, included some elementary mental training, it was still rather superficial. In contrast, the heavenly heart flow offered an entirely different comprehension of qi, placing greater emphasis on mental cultivation alongside the physical. Previously, he had harbored doubts, questioning whether the heavenly heart flow's excessive focus on spirit, energy, and essence led to an overanalysis of qi, trapping practitioners in a narrow alley of meticulousness. However, it now appeared that he had been rather naive. The heavenly heart flow had not strayed onto a misguided path, but rather was shrouded in obscurity, misunderstood by those who could not grasp its profundity. Mu Yang suddenly smiled, realizing that the manipulation of mental energy could be utilized in such a manner. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that his adeptness in navigating the accelerated space stemmed from his training in the heavenly heart flow. Coming to this understanding, a flicker of excitement appeared on Mu Yang's face, which soon settled into a calm demeanor as he put his knowledge into practice, swiftly darting towards Noah. Noah, with a smile, shook his head and extended a finger to lightly flick the air, resulting in a resounding thud, but there was no physical contact. Mu Yang was sent hurtling backward. As he landed, Mu Yang rubbed his forehead where he had been struck and immediately plunged into another acceleration. Once more, Noah traced an arc, and this time, Mu Yang was unable to withstand it, being propelled outside the martial arts platform. As he tumbled outside the arena, Mu Yang inexplicably recalled Bobo from the temple. The technique employed by the person before him bore a striking resemblance to Bobo's, both effortlessly sending opponents flying. In the original Dragon Ball series, Bobo is perhaps the most overlooked supporting character. All right, let us conclude here, Noah declared, nodding towards the fortune-telling elder. The elder understood the cue and floated to the center of the martial arts stage with her crystal ball. Oh dear, Mu Yang, son, go on. Both of you have failed your challenges. It seems the elder cannot provide you with a reading. Mu Yang leapt up from beneath the martial arts platform and inquired. Divination matriarch, may I ask about them? Indeed, these two are your esteemed predecessors. It goes without saying that Master Wu Taidu is the mentor of that young man. Wu Tian. As for this venerable Master Noah, the divination matriarch cast a respectful glance at the silver-haired Noah. He is the founder of your sect, and also the previous celestial deity. The founder of the Heavenly Heart sect? The former celestial deity? The words of the divination matriarch struck Mu Yang's heart like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tremendous waves within. The revelation that the founder of the Heavenly Heart sect was the former celestial deity left him utterly astonished. Throughout the unfolding narrative, information regarding the former celestial deity had been scant. It was only through the fragmented words of the current celestial deity that there had been any mention at all. It was said that the former celestial deity discerned a malevolent thought within the son of the Namekian, Kadax. ultimately leading to the emergence of the formidable demon King Piccolo and the ensuing calamity over 250 years ago. However, to associate the former celestial deity with his own sect was a leap Muyang dared not entertain, while he had long known that a predecessor from his sect had once resided within the divine temple, possibly as a disciple of the celestial deity or having held the title himself. He had always leaned towards the notion that it was merely the former who ascended to the temple and received training from the celestial deity. In the realm of martial arts on Earth, that alone was a legendary tale. This interpretation aligned more closely with common logic. For who would dare to aspire to the celestial deity's throne? Yet, the weight of the news now presented to him was undeniably staggering, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Muyang, astonished, inquired, "Are you the founder of the Heavenly Heart School?" Noah, the previous celestial deity, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I established the Heavenly Heart School to select the next celestial god. Regrettably, none have met my expectations." It is no wonder he refers to it as the Celestial God School, given that his intent was to identify a successor for the divine office. Such a revelation is hard to fathom, Muyang thought, shaking his head in disbelief. At that moment, Sun Wukong was left speechless and turned to Wu Taidu, asking, "Master, are celestial gods truly real?" Wu Taidu replied, "Yes, indeed. Above the Kalen Tower lies an even more sacred place, the Celestial Temple, where you may train in the future." "Proceed." The former celestial deity Noah exclaimed, tossing an object towards Muyang and Sun Wukong. With a reflexive motion, Muyang caught the flying item and upon opening it, discovered a delicate string of bells. Noah remarked, "I am aware that you have passed Kalen's trial. This serves as your token to the Celestial Temple. Present it to Kalen, and you shall be granted passage. As for your companion, young Sun Wukong, he may temporarily train at the Kalen Tower. Am I truly qualified to enter the temple?" Muyang blurted out. Previously, he had received a promise from the immortal that he would be permitted to train at the temple when the time was right, and now, with Noah's endorsement, he could ascend to the temple at any moment. Could this be the advantage of having a powerful backer? His master, the former celestial deity, was indeed paving a way for him. A smile graced the aged visage of Noah. "You are indeed qualified. Only through training at the temple can you truly develop. The universe is vast. Earth is but a mere speck in the ocean. The potential of we Earthlings is limited, and the future of this world rests upon your shoulders." Muyang deeply resonated with this notion. Within the vast cosmos, the physique of Earthlings could only be described as frail. Even with the aid of the acceleration space, an advantage akin to cheating, he felt as though he walked on thin ice, fearing that his strength might stagnate at any moment. "Master, and esteemed celestial beings, did you descend to the mortal realm merely to test us?" asked Sun Wukong, attempting to ease the shock that had settled within him. "Indeed. As far as I am aware, souls from the underworld cannot easily traverse to the realm of the living, even if they do. Their time is limited to but a single day," Muyang replied, casting his gaze towards the fortune-telling matriarch. He had previously learned that the ability of Wu Taidu and the Noah celestial being to arrive in the mortal realm was indeed due to her influence. Thus, were they sent here specifically to assess the capabilities of their juniors? At that moment, the fortune-telling matriarch chimed in, "Heh. All of this is the result of my efforts. I brought them here." Sun Wukong, puzzled, inquired, "Matriarch, why would you do such a thing?" "Oh, it is a prophecy." The matriarch leapt down from her crystal orb. "Lately, I have been plagued by strange dreams, which may portend ill tidings. Hence, I ventured to the underworld, the Yellow Springs, in search of answers. It was then that I encountered Master Wu Taidu and his companions, and I invited them to accompany me to the realm of the living." The matriarch's ability to traverse between realms was indeed a form of legacy. She was well respected in the underworld and frequently acted as a guide for others. Legends spoke of her powers being connected to the Taishang Laojun of the Five Elements Mountain, the location closest to the Yellow Springs. And it was said that even her crystal orb might have originated from that sacred place. "Matriarch, what exactly did you mean by that ominous premonition you mentioned earlier?" Muyang reminisced about the details from the original work, recalling that the only calamity on Earth prior to the commencement of the narrative was the reign of the formidable demon King Piccolo. However, that event transpired over 250 years ago, a distant memory now. Thus, it stands to reason that no other disasters occurred before the unfolding of the plot. The fortune-teller shook her head, saying, "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is merely a figment of my imagination." Muyang gently nodded, refraining from further inquiries. At that moment, the deity Noah took over the words of the divination matron. stating that both he and Wu-Tai-Do had not returned to the mortal realm for several centuries and had contemplated returning to observe their surroundings. Thus, when the divination matron extended her invitation to us, we readily acquiesced, even requesting her to perform a divination specifically selecting the day of your arrival. Very well. Our time is limited to a single day. As your ancestral masters, it is imperative that we impart some wisdom unto you, which you must diligently remember. Saying this, the deity Noah exchanged a glance with Wu-Tai-Do. The divination matron smiled, and with the assistance of her ethereal servant, returned to the grand hall. Leaving the time to the deity Noah and his companions. Gohan, come with me, Wu-Tai-Do beckoned to Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly stepped forward with utmost respect. Yes, Master Wu-Tai-Do. Following this, Wu-Tai-Do guided Son Gohan to the shade of a coconut tree beside the arena, where he began to impart his martial insights, leaving the arena to the deity Noah and Mu Yang. After Wu-Tai-Do departed, the deity Noah fell into a moment of silence before beginning to brief Mu Yang on the fundamental circumstances of the universe. Within this vast cosmos, countless races exist, and we Earthlings represent merely a feeble faction, inherently fragile. Consequently, our potential cannot be compared to that of other races, a disparity rooted in our very nature. The Tianqing flow is a cultivation method I established following my ascension to divinity. Its purpose, beyond selecting a new deity, is to enhance the physical constitution of Earthlings. However, it is fraught with limitations. Compared to the prevalent cultivation methods in the world, its shortcomings are numerous. Thus it has only been disseminated on a small scale. Mu Yang listened attentively, which perhaps elucidates why only a select few from the Tianqing sect of the Great Qing Mountain practice such esoteric methods. Subsequently, the deity Noah meticulously unraveled the intricacies of the Tianqing sect, imparting a novel approach to cultivation. In an instant, Mu Yang felt an enlightening clarity wash over him, allowing him to comprehend many previously perplexing concepts. The practice of Tianqing flow, in comparison to the methods of Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit, places greater emphasis on the cultivation of the body. Its core philosophy revolves around nurturing the physique and replenishing vital energy, while combat prowess seems to take a back seat. It is only now that Mu Yang understands that this system of cultivation was devised by the former celestial god, Noah, in an effort to enhance the physical constitution of Earthlings. In the cosmos, races are categorized based on their innate abilities into inferior, intermediate, and superior races. Earthlings are merely a diminutive and inferior race. The classification of races correlates with the combat strength of individuals post-maturity, as well as the tier of the planets they inhabit. According to the cosmic classification of planets, those with a maximum combat power below 1,000 are deemed inferior planets, while those ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 are classified as intermediate planets, and those exceeding 10,000 are recognized as superior planets. Naturally, inferior races reside on inferior planets, where the maximum combat strength of their members, upon reaching adulthood, does not surpass 1,000. However, Earthlings, with their combat power often in single digits, evoke a poignant sense of pity. Certainly, inferior planets and races constitute the majority in the universe, with intermediate and superior races being relatively scarce, almost to the point of being rare. This may reflect a kind of intrinsic balance within the cosmos, wherein races with extremely low combat strength often possess a numerical advantage, numbering in the billions or even hundreds of billions. Noah once encountered a race in the netherworld with a combat power of merely 1, their population reaching a staggering and terrifying scale of trillions. Conversely, races with higher combat capabilities tend to have dwindling populations, such as the Scionts, whose entire clan is scarcely numerous, or the Frieza race, which teeters on the brink of extinction. In comparison to those terrifying races endowed with world-destroying powers from birth, the individual strength of Earthlings appears exceedingly insignificant. Since entering the Celestial Kingdom, Noah's horizons have broadened considerably. Upon witnessing the myriad powerful races of the universe, he reflects upon his own Earthlings, who, throughout their lives, typically oscillate within the confines of single-digit energy values, leaving him feeling deeply ashamed. The Tianqing flow, despite its evolution over the years, remains imperfect. In the centuries since my entrance into the Celestial Kingdom, I have endeavored to refine it, yet the results have been limited. At this juncture, a hint of helplessness etched itself onto Noah's aged visage. Although the Tianqing flow has undergone his enhancements, it still fails to fundamentally strengthen the constitution of Earthlings. In his estimation, even if the brand new Tianqing flow cultivation method were to be disseminated, It would merely elevate the energy levels of the Earth's inhabitants from a pitiable sub-5 to a commendable 20, which would represent the utmost achievement. The deity Noah gazed upon Mu Yang and remarked, "You are the heir of the Tianxin flow, perhaps the most exceptional one in many years. I hope you will continue to advance this practice. And I aspire to witness its eventual evolution into the Tianxin flow. My hope is to see the energy of the Earth's populace surpass the monumental threshold of 100. Although this would still not liberate them from the label of a primitive race, it would nonetheless signify a remarkable advancement compared to the past." Upon hearing these words, Mu Yang sighed. "I shall do my utmost." He could not offer a promise, nor did he harbor such lofty ambitions in his heart. He was merely an ordinary mortal, content to manage his own affairs. It sufficed for him to provide a measure of protection to his fellow earthlings while embracing his own strength. Such awareness was inherent to any inhabitant of the earth. However, to expect him to sacrifice his own interests and embark on a collective journey with all of humanity was beyond his capabilities, and he possessed no such noble ideals. The impoverished tend to their own well-being, while the affluent assist the world. Mu Yang always believed he would remain among the former. Seemingly perceiving Mu Yang's thoughts, the deity Noah let out a sigh. This was indeed a formidable task, and he would not impose undue pressure. "Do your best. Once you reach the temple, kindly extend my regards to Bobo, the guardian of the temple who has served several generations of deities. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to consult him. He is likely to resolve most issues," Noah instructed. As time gradually slipped away, the sun soon dipped below the horizon of the desert, painting the skyline with hues of crimson. "This is where we part. I have imparted all I can teach you. The rest depends on your own endeavors," Noah declared, casting a glance toward Tato, who had concluded his guidance of Sun Wukong, due to the inappropriateness of the denizens of the underworld interfering with affairs of the living. Both Noah and Tato could only linger in the mortal realm for a single day. "Thank you for your teachings, esteemed master," Mu Yang expressed his gratitude. A smile graced the aged visage of the deity Noah as he waved his hand. "Remember, the path of a warrior has no end. Stay true to your heart. Forge ahead with courage and diligently enhance your strength. The forthcoming era belongs to you. We, the old bones, should return to the heavens to enjoy our peace. Rest assured." "Esteemed master, I know what must be done." Mu Yang nodded knowingly, his gaze revealing a hint of determination. The divine being, Noah, smiled with a sense of satisfaction. Even deities possess emotions. The notion of a strictly black and white existence is a fallacy. A truly desireless and unambitious God does not exist. Mu Yang's commendable character, even with a trace of gray lurking in the depths of his heart, serves as a driving force for his aspirations, harmless in essence. In fact, a lack of desire and ambition might hinder progress. Reflecting on the scene from centuries past, when the son of the Namekian Katas knelt before him, Noah pondered his past decisions. Was the emergence of the formidable villain, King Piccolo, a consequence of the absence of that inner desire, thus stifling his potential on the path of cultivation? The past is but a wisp of smoke, and Noah sighed, lamenting the rarity of true innocence in the world. He realized he had been overly demanding of himself. Rewinding time to a few hours prior, while Noah was providing special instruction to Mu Yang, Do was simultaneously imparting his centuries of wisdom to Sun Wukong. Beneath the coconut tree, Sun Wukong stood face to face with Do. "I just assessed your skills, and it appears that Wutai has provided you with a comprehensive education, upholding his reputation as the god of martial arts. Due to time constraints today, I shall refrain from reiterating the finer details. I observed that aside from executing the move known as Kamehameha, you also possessed the universal shocking palm. Truly impressive. Today, I shall teach you 2 additional techniques. Please, master, guide me." Sun Wukong's expression transformed with excitement at the prospect of learning new moves. It is well known that both Kamehameha and Universal Shocking Palm are signature techniques. Thus, the new techniques Do was about to share would undoubtedly be equally formidable. This thought deepened his admiration for Do. "The techniques I will teach you are called Key Cannon and Demon Sealing Wave. Unlike your Universal Shocking Palm, both Key Cannon and Demon Sealing Wave possess immense power but are exceedingly taxing on one's energy. Use them wisely," Do stated with gravity. Do's 2 ultimate techniques are the Universal Shocking Palm and Key Cannon. In the past, he had imparted these skills to Master Rashi and Master Crane, who subsequently evolved them into Kamehameha and Dodon Ray. However, compared to Kamehameha and Dodon Ray, the Universal Shocking Palm and Key Cannon are far more domineering and depleting, particularly the Key Cannon, which, if overused, could lead to exhaustion akin to the demon sealing wave. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, his eyes glimmering with fervent determination. He had heard his teacher, Master Roshi, speak of these two techniques. Legend had it that the demon sealing wave was a formidable sealing technique. Once ensnared, even a being with vastly superior energy would be powerless to break free. Master Roshi himself possessed this technique but refrained from teaching it due to its steep price. As for the key cannon, it is the pinnacle of the Crane School's teachings. Even the venerable Master Roshi has never mastered such techniques. Their power undoubtedly rivals the formidable universal shock palm. Now, the esteemed Master Wutai is prepared to personally impart these two moves. The thought of their immense power fills Gohan with great excitement. After a while, once the techniques have been taught and demonstrated, Master Wutai expresses his satisfaction with Gohan's innate talent. It seems that the Turtle School will indeed have a worthy successor. Gohan, your potential is remarkable. Whenever you have the opportunity, visit the hyperbolic time chamber. It will further enhance your prowess. Master Wutai casts a glance toward the god of Noah, who has paused to engage in conversation, signaling that the lesson is nearing its conclusion. He offers Gohan a final piece of advice. Gohan nods earnestly, gazing at Master Wutai. At that moment, the Oracle Granny approaches and states, "Gentlemen, your time has come. Please follow me back to the afterlife." Master Wutai chuckles heartily, joining the god of Noah with an air of nonchalance. Ah, how swiftly a day has passed. Earth, oh Earth, it is time for us to part. With a sense of nostalgia, Master Wutai and the god of Noah reflect as they follow the Oracle Granny toward the entrance to the underworld. Farewell, esteemed masters, travel well. Mu Yang and Sun Wukong stood at the back to see them off, until the figures of Wutai Do and Noah, the heavenly god, gradually faded into obscurity. Only then did they exhale a long sigh of relief. Mu Yang remarked, "I never anticipated that today's journey would grant me the opportunity to encounter our esteemed ancestor." Indeed, who could have foreseen it? Sun Wukong took a moment to compose himself before inquiring, "Mu Yang, where do you intend to go next? And what of you?" Mu Yang countered. Sun Wukong replied, "I plan to heed the counsel of Master Wutai and proceed to the Kalen Tower." Mu Yang chuckled, "Then we shall travel together." I too am bound for that destination. To be precise, Mu Yang's objective was the temple atop the Kalen Tower. He had received a token from the deity Noah, a delicate string of small bells that served both as a talisman and a pass. Without this string of bells, even with knowledge of the temple's suspension above the Kalen Tower, one would be repelled by the mysterious forces surrounding it. Unless one possessed the power akin to that of a super scion or obtained another form of authorization, entry into the temple would remain an impossibility. Sun Wukong remarked, "It seems we are indeed on the same path. Shall we proceed there now? Let us go." With that, Mu Yang bid farewell to the fortune teller, and his form levitated, swiftly darting towards the Kalen sanctuary. Sun Wukong stood momentarily bewildered, lamenting, "How could you fly off so quickly? How am I to keep up with such speed? What happened to traveling together? Why did he leave alone?" As a disciple of the Turtle School, he was utterly incapable of flight. With a wry smile, he watched Mu Yang's figure gradually vanish into the clouds. Regaining his composure, he began to sprint. Instantly, a plume of yellow dust surged into the air as Sun Wukong hastened toward the Kalen Sanctuary. The Kalen Sanctuary. After a 6-month absence, Mu Yang once again stepped within its bounds. This time, he did not linger at the base of the tower. Instead, he altered his course as soon as the Kalen Tower came into view, propelling himself directly toward its summit. With a whoosh, a powerful whirlwind trailed behind him, buffeting against the ivory tower of Kalen. Ascending in a straight line, the tumultuous winds dispersed the clouds that floated around the tower, revealing a vast expanse of azure sky. Before long, the bulbous apex of the Kalen Tower appeared before him. "I have arrived. I never imagined that in just over 6 months, I would return once more." Mu Yang let out a soft murmur, a faint smile gracing his lips, and then slowed his pace as he entered the second floor of the Kalen Tower. On the first floor, the immortal was tending to a stove, skillfully preparing fresh seafood, occasionally flipping the fish and brushing it with sauce. Ever since Mu Yang had delivered 100 tons of seafood to him, the immortal's days had become quite lavish, significantly enhancing his quality of life. He now delighted in crafting various dishes every day, reveling in the pleasures of culinary creativity. Suddenly, the immortal sensed someone ascending the Kalen Tower. Pondering the unusual frequency of visitors recently, he squinted to discern the identity of the newcomer, only to realize it was Mu Yang. "What brings you here, Mu Yang? Do you think you have finally met my expectations? Ah, your aura has indeed grown considerably." The immortal squinted, noting that it had been just over half a year since their last encounter, and he was surprised to see Mu Yang's energy had surged significantly. Remarkable. It seems I was right to have faith in you. Your talent is indeed commendable, he thought to himself, stroking his beard with quiet satisfaction. Mu Yang smiled gently and presented the string of bells bestowed upon him by the god Noah. Oh, how did you come to possess such an artifact? The immortal's eyes widened in surprise as he stepped closer to take the bells from Mu Yang's hands, scrutinizing them intently. The mysterious energy enveloping the surface of the bells confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it was the divine power of the god. The immortal immediately reached a conclusion. He possessed a similar string of bells, which served as a token leading to the divine temple. The bells contained the essence of divine power, making imitation utterly impossible. It was peculiar. How had this young man come by such a treasure? Could it be that there were still forgotten bells in the mortal realm, fortuitously discovered by him? This was given to me by the god Noah, Mu Yang replied. The immortal murmured, his eyes suddenly widening in realization. Are you referring to the god Noah? The one with white hair and a white beard? That fellow is not already deceased? Mu Yang. I encountered him at the fortune tellers. Thus, Mu Yang recounted the events that transpired at the fortune tellers. Upon hearing this, the immortal exclaimed, Ah, so it was at the fortune tellers. That poses no problem. That old woman is indeed remarkable and holds considerable influence in the underworld. It is surprising that even the deity Noah could not restrain himself and ventured into the mortal realm, having lived for over 8 centuries. The immortal had witnessed several generations of deities and possessed some understanding of why Noah would descend to the earthly domain. Since you have received a token from the deity Noah, the gates of the temple will naturally open for you. By the way, the temple hovers above the Kylan Tower. And now you are deemed worthy to enter, the immortal remarked, gazing at Mu Yang. But how shall I gain entry into the temple? Mu Yang understood that there were only 2 ways to ascend to the divine temple. The first was to employ the formidable art of aerial movement to reach the temple. And the second was to harness the power of the Rui staff to ascend. However, regardless of the method chosen, the journey of ascent would inevitably be met with a trial of thunder and lightning. Mu Yang believed that his current mastery of the art of aerial maneuvering did not yet meet the standards required to enter the divine temple. This necessitates the use of an object known as the Rui stick, which, when placed atop the Kylan Tower, would transport one to the temple. Suddenly, the immortal paused, a look of realization crossing his face as he slapped his forehead. Oh dear. I completely forgot that I had given that Rui stick to Master Rashi. Thus, I regret to inform you that you must procure the Rui stick yourself. I knew it would come to this. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. Kylan, please provide me with Master Rashi's address. Indeed, Master Rashi has always resided in the East Sea, in a humble abode known as the Kame House. Situated over 100 kilometers from the mainland, the immortal replied, licking his palm as he divulged Master Rashi's location to Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded gently, committing the address to memory. However, instead of immediately making his way to the East Sea, he gravitated towards the glowing embers of the charcoal fire and seized a skewer of grilled fish that the immortal had placed there, indulging in its savory delight. Observing his culinary creation being consumed by Mu Yang, the immortal, filled with exasperation, stepped forward and exclaimed, Hey, why are you feasting on my grilled fish when you should be seeking the turtle sage for the Rui Bang? Mu Yang spoke softly, There is no need to rush. If I were to seek out Master Rashi alone, he would hardly believe me. What if he refuses to grant me the Rui Bang? Therefore, I must wait for someone. The sage's ears perked up. Who are you waiting for? You shall soon find out, Mu Yang replied. He should be arriving at the Korin sacred land shortly. He understood that approaching Master Rashi alone would not yield favorable results. Given the old man's disposition, he would be reluctant to part with the Rui Bang. If he were to demand a collection of beautiful women's photographs or albums as a condition, that would pose a significant dilemma. The champion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament collecting such albums would be a source of embarrassment should word reach the martial arts community or, even worse, the ears of Misha. Thus, he decided to enlist Sun Wukong to accompany him. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who had just arrived at the Korin sacred land, remained oblivious to Mu Yang's presence atop the Korin tower, gazing in awe at the towering structure before him. Swallowing hard, he steeled himself and began his ascent of the Korin tower, quickly disappearing into the clouds. Half an hour later, the sage stood before a water tank, observing the scene within. This lad is the one you were waiting for? He is far more formidable than when you first arrived, the sage remarked, astonished by the prowess displayed by Sun Wukong during his climb of the Korin tower. Even Master Rashi and the Mu Yang of your would pale in comparison to him. This was the result of the guidance provided by the great master. Mu Yang stood before the water tank, gazing at the image of Sun Wukong with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. How remarkable! Within just a day, such progress had been made. As the disciple of Master Rashi, having him accompany me would surely ensure the acquisition of the Rui Bang. Do as you wish. But it seems this lad has encountered a stroke of bad luck by meeting you. The immortal yawned, clearly indicating that he was setting the boy up for mischief. He then waved his hand dismissively, expressing that as long as Mu Yang refrained from tormenting his sea fish, he had no desire to intervene. Mu Yang smiled faintly, offering no reply. Another half-hour passed, and Sun Wukong finally exhaustedly climbed to the top of Korin Tower. Upon reaching the summit, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, at which point Mu Yang's cheerful face appeared before him. Ah, quite impressive, you managed to ascend so swiftly. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, panting. You are truly ungrateful, leaving me behind to fend for myself like that. Mu Yang laughed heartily, reassuring, rest assured, I shall not abandon you. Accompany me to the Kame house. What? I have only just ascended, and now you want me to descend again? Sun Gohan exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at Mu Yang, his fingers trembling slightly as he pointed. What could this fellow's words possibly mean? Mu Yang observed Sun Wukong's reaction and chuckled heartily. I happen to be heading to Master Rashi to retrieve an item and would like you to accompany me. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Kalen. Moreover, think of this as a form of training. One must endure hardship to rise above others. A martial artist cannot be vanquished by a mere setback. I trust you comprehend this principle. Sun Wukong's complexion turned ashen, nearly spilling blood in disbelief. How could such audacity exist in the world? Meanwhile, the sage beside him nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Mu Yang's perspective. Climbing the Kalen Tower repeatedly is indeed a form of training. The sage, well versed in such wisdom, would not have cast Sun Wukong's 4-star ball from the tower in the original narrative, compelling him to leap down to retrieve it. Although Mu Yang's insistence on having Sun Wukong descend with him seemed somewhat mischievous, the underlying rationale held merit and would benefit Sun Wukong's training. Unfazed by Sun Wukong's resistance, Mu Yang completely disregarded his pleas and guided him to the edge of the Kalen Tower. Hey, what are you doing? This is perilous, Sun Wukong exclaimed. I assure you, jumping down is much faster than climbing back up. You'll reach the bottom in mere minutes. With a light-hearted laugh, Mu Yang positioned Sun Wukong at the tower's edge and gave him a gentle push on the shoulder. Ah! Came the piercing cry as Sun Wukong plummeted from the tower's summit. I'm going to die, Mu Yang. I can't fly. The rapid descent contorted Sun Wukong's expression. And in that moment, he vowed to keep his distance from Mu Yang in the future. This fellow was far too treacherous. Reflecting on the misfortunes he had encountered since meeting him, he couldn't help but lament. As Sun Wukong gradually disappeared into the mist, Mu Yang turned to the sage and flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. What do you think of this fellow? Not bad. He possesses far more resilience than you, the sage replied, tapping his cane thoughtfully and speaking candidly. Mu Yang chuckled lightly. When he returns, you should train him well. This fellow is quite remarkable. Perhaps he could become a master in the future. The immortal cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, training warriors is inherently my duty. Do I need your prompting? It seems I have overstepped my bounds. Mu Yang smiled faintly and leaped from the towering structure. The immortal, gazing at the spot where Mu Yang had vanished, stood in a daze for a moment before returning to his grill, adding a handful of charcoal and placing fresh sea fish upon it. To be frank, he favored the art of culinary creation over training others. On the shores of the East Sea, the sea breeze was gentle and the song of seabirds filled the air. According to the original text, the distance from the turtle hermit's abode to the mainland was not particularly far. By the coastline, Sun Wukong held 2 shriveled beans in his hand, lost in thought. He carefully tucked them away. These so-called spiritual beans had been gifted to him by Mu Yang, and he possessed only 3 in total, having already used one. The turtle hermit's residence was situated over 100 kilometers to the east, surrounded by numerous small islands. Due to the ocean floor being strewn with hidden reefs, larger vessels could not navigate the waters, necessitating the use of speedboats. However, that seemed overly complicated. I could simply fly there. At this juncture, engaging in long-distance running or repetitive, unweighted physical training held little significance for my cultivation. The use of the void dance technique itself served as an exercise in mastering Qi, emphasizing that different stages required different focal points. Sun Wukong, Momentarily speechless, sighed despondently. But the problem is, I do not know the void dance technique. I need to find a boat. Mu Yang regarded him with disdain, remarking, "What ship do you need? A mere plank will suffice. Look at that. I believe it is quite suitable." Following the direction of Mu Yang's finger, Sun Wukong beheld a coconut tree, stout as a thigh. His lips twitched as he sighed wearily. "Fine. If you say it will do, then so be it." Sun Wukong was no longer inclined to argue. After all, what was the absence of a ship? As long as there was a place to step, even a tree stump could navigate the vast ocean. With that thought, he unleashed a wave of energy, dragging a segment of the coconut tree trunk into the water to serve as a makeshift raft. "Let us go," he exclaimed, confirming Master Roshi's location before soaring towards the turtle hermit's abode. Soon, a spray of water erupted as Sun Wukong leapt into the depths, the two of them venturing further into the ocean. Before long, a dark shape emerged upon the water's surface, a solitary island. Sun Wukong pointed towards the island and said, "Do you see that little island ahead? That is the turtle hermit's home. Master Roshi resides there. At last, we have arrived." Mu Yang followed the direction indicated by Sun Wukong, his keen eyesight allowing him to discern the outline of a small island. It was a charming isle, swaying gently upon the ocean, roughly 300 to 400 square meters in size. Besides a quaint little house adorned in shades of pink, only a handful of coconut trees dotted its landscape. Once we land on the island, I wish to discuss the matter of Master Wu Tai with the teacher. You may address the matter of the Rui Bang yourself, Sun Wukong stated in advance. Mu Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Fine, you need only to verify my identity." Sun Wukong, with a slight pout, fell silent. The two swiftly approached within a kilometer of the Kame house, where everything on the island became vividly apparent. On the golden sandy beach, waves lapped gently against the shore. In a shaded area, Master Roshi lay comfortably on a small bed, a rather questionable book resting atop his head, lost in a deep slumber. "Master Roshi! Master Roshi!" Several voices called out, rousing him from his dreams. He rubbed his eyes and focused on the two figures before him. "Ah, it's Gohan. Didn't you just leave? What brings you back?" Gohan glanced at Mu Yang, his expression revealing his unease. The bright and cheerful Mu Yang exclaimed, "You must be the legendary Master Wu Tian. I am Mu Yang, a disciple from the Tianqin school." "The Tianqin school, you say?" The turtle hermit smacked his lips, clearly familiar with the name, having heard it mentioned centuries ago during his time with Master Wu Tai. Glancing at the young man standing beside his disciple, the turtle hermit rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Ah, this young man is quite extraordinary." From Mu Yang's stance and the subtle regulation of his energy, the turtle hermit sensed an air of profundity. It was a spiritual resonance, an extraordinary sensation as if the person before him were a mere figment of imagination. The murky depths of the turtle hermit's eyes suddenly cleared, and he gazed at Mu Yang with a solemn expression. "You possess an incredible ability to perfectly conceal your aura," he remarked in astonishment. Mu Yang smiled faintly and remarked, "This is the result of the training conducted by the immortal Kylan." "You ascended the Kylan Tower?" The turtle hermit expressed surprise. "Not only I, but Son Gohan also climbed it. We are here to borrow the Rui Bang." Mu Yang briefly recounted the events that transpired atop the Kylan Tower, while Son Gohan supplemented the tale with details from their encounter with the fortune teller. As Gohan spoke of their meeting with Master Mateto, the turtle hermit interrupted him. "Wait a moment, Gohan. Did you just say you met Master Mateto? Please, elaborate." "Indeed," Gohan replied, then proceeded to narrate in detail. While Gohan recounted his experiences to the turtle hermit, Mu Yang scrutinized the old man closely. The elderly figure hunched forward, his white beard somewhat disheveled, and his aura appeared exceedingly faint, giving the impression of a man on the brink of passing. His body seemed frail. Yet, Mu Yang understood that these were merely superficial manifestations. The turtle hermit, having practiced for nearly 2 centuries, had refined his internal energy to an extraordinary level. The reason for his seemingly weak presence was due to his almost complete withdrawal of energy. Suddenly, Mu Yang's gaze caught a glimpse of a Dragon Ball hanging from the turtle hermit's neck, a 3-star Dragon Ball. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Mu Yang's eyes. This marked the second occasion he had encountered a Dragon Ball, coupled with the 6-star Dragon Ball held by Meisha. He had already discerned the whereabouts of 2 of these coveted orbs. With a subtle glance, Mu Yang remained composed. It was not that he lacked desire for the powers of the 7 Dragon Balls. He too yearned to gather them and make a wish. However, in this era, the pursuit of all 7 Dragon Balls proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. Initially, He had harbored hope of assembling the seven by leveraging the abilities of the fortune-telling elder, yet she had explicitly declared her unwillingness to assist him in divination, leaving him at an impasse. It appeared that the quest for the Dragon Balls would have to wait until the future arrival of Bulma, or until he could locate Dr. Briefs to develop a Dragon Ball radar. Muyang shook his head, dismissing the thought of seeking the Dragon Balls. At that moment, the conversation between Master Roshi and son Gohan had concluded. With a serious expression, Master Roshi addressed Muyang, stating, "I comprehend your intentions. Although I am uncertain of the purpose behind your desire to utilize the Rui Bang, it is, after all, an item belonging to Korin. And if you wish to take it, it shall be returned to its rightful owner. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it for you." With that, Master Roshi leaned on his wooden staff and made his way towards the Kame house. Despite his usual carefree demeanor and lecherous appearance, when confronted with serious matters, Master Roshi transformed into a figure of great gravity, exuding the essence of a martial artist. Compared to the now-defeated Tao Pai Pai, they were as different as heaven and earth. Such a presence truly befits the title of God of Martial Arts bestowed upon Master Wu Tian. Muyang marveled as he engaged in conversation with son Ryukong on the beach. After a while, Master Roshi emerged, cradling a crimson staff. "Here, take this. It is the Rui Jingu Bang. I have safeguarded it for over 2 centuries, yet it has served little purpose." Accepting the staff from Master Roshi, Muyang nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Master Wu Tian." Master Roshi waved his hand dismissively. "Just call me Master Roshi." Muyang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Very well, Master Roshi. We shall take our leave." "Wait a moment," Master Roshi called out. Muyang looked at Master Roshi with a sense of perplexity. Master Roshi remarked, "You're also a martial artist. I can discern that your abilities surpass those of Gohan. To be candid, I once believed Gohan to be the most exceptional martial artist I had ever encountered, yet it appears that there exists a higher peak. And you are indeed a prodigy of this world. In my earlier days, while training under Master Wu, I had the opportunity to visit your Tianqin school. Your methods of cultivation are unlike those of ordinary practitioners, possessing an air of profound mystery. In my youth, I was unable to grasp the intricacies of your approach. Might you, therefore, release your aura, allowing me to perceive it?" "Of course," Muyang readily agreed. As Master Roshi aged, he gradually became aware of the inherent limitations of his earthly existence. Encountering Muyang evoked memories of years gone by and rekindled his thoughts of the Tianqin school. After Muyang agreed, he waited silently for a moment before abruptly releasing his control over the aura. Suddenly, an intensely sharp energy radiated from Muyang, enveloping the surroundings with a unique pressure that transcended the ordinary. This formidable presence swept over those present, with Master Roshi and Gohan at the forefront. Engulfed by this overwhelming force, Gohan, having previously encountered Muyang's might, felt little unease, yet Master Roshi was profoundly affected. At over 250 years of age, his wealth of experience was unparalleled. Although he could not sense Tian's movements with the same ease as he did during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Muyang's extraordinary aura still imposed a significant strain upon him. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever encountered, fundamentally distinct from the martial arts known in the world. It was profound and extensive. Though sharp, it bore no waste, as if every aspect was under an exquisite control. This was the martial path most suitable for humanity. As he absorbed the immense aura emanating from Muyang, Master Roshi murmured to himself, reflecting on the notion that had he practiced such methods in his youth, perhaps his achievements would have soared even higher. However, it was too late for such musings now, having consumed the elixir of immortality. Transcending his current limitations was not a simple task. The profound impact of Muyang's aura upon Master Roshi was not solely due to its raw power, but was also attributed to its unique mental effects. The Tianqin style of Qigong primarily nourished the body, intertwining physical cultivation with mental strength, a practice typically accessible only after reaching the divine realm. Moreover, Muyang employed a newly refined version of the Tianqin Qigong, modified by the god of Noah, making it far more arcane than its predecessors. To refer to it as divine flow would not be an exaggeration. After a while, Muyang gradually reigned in his energy. Master Roshi and Gohan remained entranced by the recent experience. Eventually, Master Roshi exhaled deeply, expressing, "I can now perceive the distinctiveness of your Tianqin style. If this entire system of Qigong could be disseminated widely, perhaps the martial world could return to its former glory." In Master Roshi's mind, the martial realm had only reached its peak 250 years ago. As for the present, He regarded all martial artists merely as catfish floundering in shallow waters. Mu Yang nodded noncommittally, yet he found it difficult to agree entirely. If the novel cultivation technique of the heavenly heart flow that he practiced merely led martial artists back to the era of world.The, it would be a gross underestimation of the efforts made by the god of Noah over the past few centuries. A method capable of elevating the average combat prowess of Earthlings from below 5 to 20 points should not be dismissed lightly, if disseminated effectively. Transcending the martial arts realm of 250 years ago would pose no insurmountable challenge. Of course, even the most exceptional training methods cannot guarantee that every individual will become a remarkable warrior. Talent remains an insurmountable barrier. The ability to endure hardship is an essential prerequisite for initial training. Achieving modest gains is certainly feasible. However, the distance one can truly traverse depends on whether an individual is suited for this path. Some are born warriors, others are natural scientists, and still others are destined to be chefs. Forcing a warrior to become a chef, or a chef to become a scientist, or even a scientist to practice martial arts may ultimately yield nothing but disappointment, rendering all three endeavors futile. Though he harbored such thoughts, Mu Yang had no intention of voicing them, nor did he feel inclined to correct Master Roshi's misjudgment. Having concluded their business, he graciously yet respectfully bid farewell to Master Roshi. Master Roshi, I shall take the Rui Bang with me. I have matters to attend to with Gohan, so I must take my leave. Master Roshi nodded and turned to son Gohan, who stood nearby. When you go to the Kalen Tower, be sure to heed the guidance of Kalen. He is far more formidable than I am. Yes, Master Wu Tian, son Gohan replied respectfully. Soon after, Master Roshi watched as Mu Yang and son Gohan departed from the Kame house. Once the two had vanished into the horizon, mere black dots against the backdrop of sky and sea, Master Roshi sighed, his expression shifting to one of lewd delight as he picked up his little book filled with indescribable illustrations and drifted into slumber beneath it. That old man is beyond redemption. When Mu Yang and son Gohan returned to the summit of Kalen Tower, only a day had elapsed since their departure. The sage took the Rui Bang from Mu Yang's hands and scrutinized it carefully. After a moment, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is the item. Gohan, you stay on the first floor for now. I must escort Mu Yang to the entrance of the temple. With that, he proceeded directly to the second floor, prompting Mu Yang to hastily follow suit. Although Gohan was curious, he understood that he had no role to play there and chose to sit down and rest. On the second floor of Kalen Tower, this was not Mu Yang's first visit, yet he still found the space to be excessively vast. The area was expansive, offering a clear view, with no walls to confine it. Only 12 intricately carved stone pillars supported the structure between the upper and lower levels. Covering over 100 square meters, the only furnishings were a stone platform in the center holding the super holy water and a hovering crystal ball above, which stabilized the Kalen Tower, leaving no other superfluous decor in sight. Mu Yang inquired of the immortal, how shall we ascend to the pinnacle of the Kalen Tower? It is quite simple, replied the immortal. Do you not possess the art of aerial movement? Follow me. With that, the immortal advanced ahead, arriving at the edge of the second level's railing. Extending his wooden staff outward with a deft flick, the immortal effortlessly leaped onto the exterior of the tower, which was adorned with graceful, sweeping curves. He then inclined his body and proceeded to ascend towards the summit as if traversing level ground. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yang employed the floating technique to follow suit. Kylan the Immortal, he inquired casually while hovering at the exterior of the curved pinnacle of the tower. Considering the degree of curvature in the tower's structure, the uppermost level appears to be as solid as the first. Is there indeed another space within? The Immortal responded nonchalantly. Indeed, there exists a third level within, which connects to the internal space of the crystal sphere. It is here that I cultivate the celestial beings. An entry requires the use of the crystal sphere. Mu Yang nodded, as if unraveling a perplexity that had lingered in his heart. At last, they had arrived at this very place. The celestial being halted at the pinnacle of the tower, atop a golden, curved protrusion resembling a diminutive spire, which bore a small aperture at its center, a designated spot for inserting the Rui staff. By simply inserting one end of the staff into this tiny orifice and vociferously commanding it to elongate, one could be transported to the realm of the temple, albeit after enduring the trials of thunder and lightning along the way. The celestial being paused momentarily before continuing. Remember to wear your string of bells. It serves as your token. Only upon seeing this will the guardians of the temple permit your presence. Otherwise, you shall be regarded as an intruder and cast down. I understand, Mu Yang replied, having already noted these crucial points while perusing the comics. The celestial being's reiteration merely served to reinforce his memory. He then inserted the Rui staff into the vacant spot at the tower's summit. Once securely in place, he gripped the staff firmly, reciting the incantation aloud, Rui staff, elongate. No sooner had the words left his lips than the staff radiated a brilliant red light, indeed stretching forth with increasing velocity, whisking Mu Yang away into the azure expanse of the sky. Gazing at the indistinct figure now lost among the clouds, the celestial being washed his face with a paw. Musing to himself, this fellow should be capable of passing the trial. Oh well, it's best not to dwell on it, he want to perish. Yet, he considered that the disciple of the turtle hermit could use some honing. With that, the celestial being ambled leisurely toward the first floor of the Kylan Tower. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered above. As the Rui staff propelled Mu Yang higher and higher, he found himself nearly beyond the confines of the atmosphere. Strangely, however, the surrounding air did not dissipate. Instead, it thickened with a multitude of storm clouds. A tremendous crack of thunder echoed as a brilliant bolt of lightning struck him, causing him to shudder and nearly release his grip on the Rui staff. This space felt peculiar. It was likely no longer on Earth. With a grimace, Mu Yang noted that his martial arts garb had been rent asunder by the earlier lightning strike. He had long been aware that the path to the temple was fraught with challenges, mentally preparing himself for such trials. Now, all he could do was persevere, waiting to traverse this otherworldly realm before entering the dimension of the temple. Time passed slowly, and Mu Yang lost count of how many times he had been struck by lightning. Each strike resonated through his body like popping beans, leaving him in a state of both discomfort and an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Finally, this ordeal reached its conclusion as the tumultuous space, laden with thick clouds, abruptly ceased, revealing a breathtaking azure vista once more. He was almost there. As Mu Yang's heart surged with excitement, he could already discern a crimson dot emerging within his line of sight. The elevated space was vast and ethereal, situated in a realm that neither belonged to Earth nor the outer cosmos. There, a hemispherical temple, resplendent in its fiery hue, floated timelessly in place. In truth, the temple was capable of movement. However, it had remained steadfastly in its location for countless years. With a soft pop, the other end of the Rui staff seamlessly fitted into the base of the temple. Mu Yang turned over and ascended a staircase along the edge of the temple. At last, he had arrived at the temple itself. Climbing onto the temple platform, Mu Yang took a deep breath, filled with anticipation as he prepared to survey his surroundings when, suddenly, a dark figure materialized silently before him. Greetings. Opposite him stood a figure clad in deep black, resembling an Arab attire, who greeted him with a wave. The two were mere inches apart, and the sudden appearance of the dark face startled Mu Yang. Ah, he exclaimed, instinctively stepping back, only to realize that the figure was none other than Bobo. It made sense, aside from the celestial beings. Bobo was the only one present in the temple. Yet, Bobo's arrival was remarkably swift. Mu Yang had just ascended, and he had already appeared without a trace. Could this be the true essence of a heart as calm as still water? It was unsettlingly serene, a state Mu Yang could not hope to attain. Regaining his composure after the initial shock, Mu Yang responded respectfully, "Hello, this is my token." Mu Yang understood that Bobo, who had lived in the temple for an extended period, might possess strength surpassing even that of the celestial deities. To avert any potential complications, he had prudently presented his token early on. "Oh, this item," Bobo remarked, examining the string of bells with a scrutinizing gaze, as if discerning their authenticity, which caused an inexplicable unease to wash over Mu Yang. Could it be that he was unfamiliar with the string of bells? "I know you are a disciple of the Heavenly Heart sect," Bobo finally greeted after a prolonged silence. Mu Yang's heart was consumed by his own being. However, this should be the bell of the previous celestial deity. Have you encountered him? Bobo's eyes, devoid of expression and hollow, yet perceptive of everything around him. Mu Yang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the god Noah has returned from the realm of the dead to the realm of the living. He has entrusted me to convey his regards to you. Now, please follow me. We shall meet the deity." Perhaps due to the fact that Mu Yang held the token of the previous god, Bobo did not assess Mu Yang's strength, but rather led him directly to the presence of the divine being. As Mu Yang regained his composure, he followed Bobo towards the entrance of the palace adjacent to the temple. As he walked, he observed the temple's arrangement. It mirrored the depictions found in comics, exuding an expansive aura within the celestial realm. Aside from a few rows of trees and the resplendent golden palace, There was not a trace of life to be found. This desolation stemmed from the fact that the entire temple hovered in an alternate dimension, enveloped in serene silence. Without permission, one could not gain entry unless through forceful intrusion. Just as Mu Yang kept pace with Bobo, the latter suddenly remarked, "Your name is Mu Yang, is it not?" Mu Yang nodded affirmatively, acknowledging, "Indeed. You must learn to walk in a more composed manner. Your steps are far too erratic, and your mind is restless, which is counterproductive," Bobo imparted. His tone calm yet somewhat dazed. Although Mu Yang had already acquired the ability to control his breath during his time in Kylan Tower, he was still a considerable distance from achieving a state of tranquil serenity akin to the vastness of the sky. "Thank you for your guidance," Mu Yang replied, adjusting his stride. It is worth noting that even Sun Wukong, who had triumphed over the great demon King Piccolo, was thoroughly chastised by Bobo upon his initial arrival at the Divine Temple. Mu Yang's cultivation was inferior to that of Sun Wukong at that time, rendering him, in Bobo's eyes, somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, Mu Yang was keenly aware of this and diligently adhered to Bobo's instructions, quickly discovering the essence of the technique. As Bobo led the way without glancing back, he sensed the rhythm of Mu Yang's footsteps, which had begun to stabilize, allowing them to proceed further. Eventually, they halted before the entrance of a grand hall. "This is the abode of the celestial deity," Bobo stated. "The celestial deity is a magnificent being. You must show him the utmost respect." Upon receiving Mu Yang's nod of understanding, Bobo pushed open the grand doors. "Celestial deity, I have brought the young man," Bobo announced. A weathered voice responded with a simple hum as a green figure emerged from the hall, the celestial deity, a Namekian who had fled to Earth during a calamitous climatic upheaval on his home planet. The celestial deity approached Mu Yang, gazing at the young man before him, seemingly reminiscent of his own youth. With a nod of reflection, he remarked, "It has been many years. You are the first mortal from the lower realms to set foot in this temple. Bobo, please make arrangements for him to reside here, and let his training be under your guidance." "Understood," Bobo replied. The celestial deity then addressed Mu Yang. "The training within the temple is no easy feat. I hope you can diligently follow Bobo and achieve further advancement." A smile graced the celestial deity's face as he admired Mu Yang's youthful countenance. "I will strive to do my best," Mu Yang declared, radiating confidence and optimism. "Excellent." The celestial deity was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised. He had anticipated that Mu Yang might stubbornly wish to be his disciple, but instead, he accepted Bobo's training without hesitation, which kindled a sense of expectation within the celestial deity regarding Mu Yang's future. Had Mu Yang been privy to the celestial deity's thoughts, he would have surely exclaimed in misunderstanding, for he had known from the outset that Bobo would be his instructor. Having served several generations of celestial deities and possessing strength surpassing theirs, Bobo's training filled Mu Yang with eager anticipation. Thus, Mu Yang and Bobo departed from the celestial deity's palace, returning once more to the open square outside. The high altitude rendered the air even thinner than at the pinnacle of Kylan Tower, necessitating careful consideration for any movement, as vigorous exertion was ill-advised. "Young man, now attack me," Bobo commanded as they reached the center of the square, initiating the training without any preamble. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Bobo's forthrightness in addressing the topic resonated with his preferences, for he was not one to indulge in frivolous chatter. He proclaimed loudly, "Mr. Bobo, be cautious, for I am about to launch my attack. You may simply call me Bobo." "Very well, Bobo, here I come." As Mu Yang's voice faded, all attention converged upon Bobo. With a swift motion, he left behind a fleeting series of afterimages, and in the next moment, he began to seek the angle of attack. However, determining where to commence his assault posed a considerable challenge for Mu Yang. Despite Bobo merely standing there casually, without any defensive posture, Mu Yang soon realized that what appeared to be vulnerabilities all over Bobo's form were, upon closer inspection, imbued with an undeniable aura of invincibility. It seemed as though any attack he initiated would be rendered futile. This sensation was reminiscent of his encounter with the god of Noah, yet with Bobo. It exuded an essence of simplicity that transcended complexity. It was not that Bobo surpassed the god of Noah. Rather, he had honed his foundational skills to an extraordinary degree. Was this the realm of Bobo? Did his composure stem from a vast disparity in strength? Mu Yang's expression grew solemn. Suddenly, Mu Yang made his move. The flickering afterimages momentarily paused as he crouched low, and then propelled himself upward like a bolt of lightning, launching an assault aimed directly at Bobo's form. "A tad slow," Bobo remarked. Just as Mu Yang's fist was about to connect with Bobo, the latter shifted. With his hands clasped behind his back and an impassive demeanor, he seemed to glide effortlessly from one position to another. Mu Yang's attack grazed past Bobo's chest, clearly missing its target. To land a hit on me, one must find tranquility and grasp the speed akin to that of lightning. Bobo's voice echoed in Mu Yang's ears, the first half resonating in his right ear, while the latter half seemingly traveled to his left. This strange auditory transition underscored the swiftness of Bobo's movements. Mu Yang was taken aback, greatly impressed by Bobo's remarkable abilities. With just this one display, he had already delivered a formidable warning. Here it comes. A sudden, inexplicable sense of alertness surged within him. Before Mu Yang could react, in the next instant, Bobo materialized directly in front of him, lifting his toes to deliver a swift kick to Mu Yang's abdomen. Instantly, a tremendous force propelled Mu Yang through the air, tracing an arc against the sky. Just as he was about to descend, Bobo appeared again with an uncanny swiftness. Right here, Mu Yang twisted his body and launched an attack. Smack! A hand seized Mu Yang's leg, and Bobo gazed at him with an expressionless face before flinging him away once more. With a stumble, Mu Yang fell to the ground, but quickly sprang back to his feet. I'll try again. You're still far from it, Bobo replied, shaking his head with a dull expression, his fingers curling as he sent Mu Yang flying once more. Ouch, that hurts, Mu Yang cried out. Do not become overly confident. Your realm is still lacking. Achieving a tranquil heart is not as simple as you envision. It would be wiser for you to commence your cultivation from the basics, Bobo said languidly, then began to instruct Mu Yang on the methods of cultivation. Bobo's approach to guidance differed from that of the celestial beings. While celestial beings preferred to allow their students to discern the essence of cultivation through action, Bobo's method was straightforward and incisive, directly identifying the crux of the issues at hand. This difference stemmed from the fact that celestial beings typically addressed martial artists at relatively lower levels of cultivation, where the key points were not profoundly intricate, allowing for personal insights through careful contemplation. More importantly, this practical experience was designed to cultivate the learning abilities of martial artists, leading them into the grand realm of cultivation. In contrast, Bobo resided within the temple, a realm of elevated standards where, without direct guidance, one could spend decades grasping merely the surface of understanding, a pursuit that would yield little more than frustration. This scenario is akin to the different stages of education. In elementary school, teachers emphasized instilling values and teaching students how to learn independently, focusing on methods of learning. Whereas in middle school, particularly in university, the emphasis shifts towards imparting specific knowledge, with little instruction on how to study. This is because, through the process of natural selection, those who are unfit or lack the ability to learn have already been eliminated, leaving behind the winners who readily assimilate existing knowledge. Thus, under Bobo's guidance, Mu Yang embarked on his cultivation journey within the temple. In the vast and ethereal void, a solitary, hemispherical structure, resplendent in crimson and reminiscent of Incan culture, floated amidst gentle clouds and thin air. On the expansive plaza, Mu Yang sat serenely upon a stone slab, his eyes closed, an expression of tranquility gracing his features, devoid of any turbulence. Beside him, Bobo stood quietly, his steady gaze unblinking. You have already learned to restrain your aura with Kai Lin. Next, you must master the sensitivity of your essence. Simply sit in stillness to begin, focusing on mental fortitude. When you grasp the concept of as swift as lightning, as serene as the sky, your speed and movements will transform, and your aura will be minimized to its essence. Thump, thump, thump. The gentle vibrations resonated as Mu Yang closed his eyes, seemingly able to hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart. Following Bobo's guidance, he immersed himself in the essence imparted by his mentor. Instantly, the sensations surrounding him shifted dramatically, and he felt as if he were soaring into the sky. He seemed to be suspended above a tranquil lake, its surface pristine and flawless, akin to a mirror reflecting the scenery in its entirety. In this serene ambience, he beheld the ethereal beauty of the lake's shimmering reflections. In its clarity, every detail was captured, revealing the splendor of nature. Everything was imbued with an exquisite tranquility and peace. He could distinctly sense his body undergoing a profound transformation, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. Yet, in reality, there was no increase in energy. It was merely a psychological phenomenon, a manifestation of his evolving spirit. Indeed, this was the case. Immerse yourself in your third perspective as you continue to sit in stillness. I shall elaborate further on the essence of martial arts. Bobo spoke slowly, elucidating that the perception of energy is not merely about standing before someone, engaging their energy intensity. That is the most rudimentary form of awareness. When an opponent's energy reaches a certain threshold, even a novice martial artist can roughly discern their strength. True perception of energy involves closing one's eyes and predicting the opponent's movements, even integrating with nature to sense all surrounding phenomena. The capacity for reaction through the naked eye pales in comparison to that of the spirit. Hence, utilizing spiritual awareness as one's vision can more effectively manifest power. Moreover, the limitations of the naked eye, be it too bright or too dim, can impair a martial artist's judgment. Thus, transcending the reliance on sight to perceive movements through energy represents a significant advancement. This method proves exceptionally effective for many races within the universe. Bobo produced a silk ribbon and instructed Mu Yang to blindfold himself. Next, in total darkness, he was to attempt to locate Bobo's position. First, try to sense the energy I am emanating, Bobo articulated, gesturing with his fingers before Mu Yang, whose fingertips intermittently released bursts of energy. Bobo's control over his energy was nearly flawless. When not released, it was as if it did not exist, yet when unleashed, it cascaded like a waterfall, formidable in its presence. Instantly, the serene surface of his inner lake stirred with ripples, and Mu Yang keenly sensed that the once unblemished reflections beneath his feet now bore subtle distortions. The exquisite tableau of nature suddenly appeared marred with imperfections. You should be able to sense it now, Bobo continued. You can discern my presence through sound, airflow, and vibrations, ultimately leading to an understanding of how to perceive through energy. Bobo's voice remained as unassuming as ever, seemingly detached from the mundane world. Nevertheless, Mu Yang could still perceive the underlying goodwill in Bobo's guidance, which was offered with the utmost sincerity. Mu Yang listened intently, committing every word spoken by Bobo to memory. Bobo's understanding of Qi and the nuances of the mind transcended that of mere mortals, each gesture and utterance imbued with profound insights. Thus, as time gradually flowed by, Mu Yang diligently practiced within the sacred temple, his perceptive abilities steadily enhancing. In a remote village in the lower realm, dense forests and towering mountains enveloped the landscape. Clop, clop, clop. The coachman urged his horse along the winding mountain path. Suddenly, a stone dislodged from the trail, soaring into the abyss below, quickly vanishing without a trace. Beneath the cliffs nestled between the mountains, a gray-white stone door quivered slightly, shedding a cascade of debris. This door, adorned with bizarre carvings and bearing signs of age, appeared to have stood in this valley for countless years. Abruptly, with a resounding bang, the door trembled once more, revealing a fissure between its tightly shut panels, which began to part slowly. A green creature with pointed ears cautiously emerged from the crack, gazing up at the blazing sun suspended in the sky. Upon being bathed in sunlight, it emitted a startled hiss and quickly retreated back into the narrow opening. After a while, several similar beings, emboldened, cautiously ventured out into the open. Instantly, the small valley buzzed with life. At the temple, as the door swung open, the ancient deity stood at the edge, his expression shifting unexpectedly. Has something occurred in the lower realm? Bobo inquired anxiously. With a sigh, the deity nodded. A portal connecting to a minor demonic realm has been opened, but fortunately, no formidable demons are nearby. Earth is a truly wondrous place, serving as a conduit to the underworld, the demon realm, and various other enigmatic domains. In ancient times, humans on Earth were plagued by disturbances from other races, which led to the evolution of martial arts. Although these portals were sealed one by one through the efforts of ancient ancestors, pathways occasionally reopened over the long passage of time. The minor demon realm is tethered to Earth, an auxiliary space of the demonic domain. Do you require my assistance in closing the door? Mu Yang asked. The deity shook his head. No need. They are merely minor demons, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. By the way, how is Mu Yang's training progressing? The deity dismissed the minor demons from his mind, instead focusing on Mu Yang's development. He has begun to grasp the essence of Qi, truly worthy of being the descendant of the Noah deity. Nurture him well, for the lower realm needs a powerful warrior. Indeed, I shall train him diligently. By the way, the deity informed me that Kalen has sent a message. There is another exceptionally talented martial artist there, and he has requested to send that individual to the temple in due time. At this moment, Bobo recounted the matter concerning Kylenta. Recently, a celestial being had sent him a request to escort Sun Wukong to the temple. Oh, let it bring him here, he mused. For many talented individuals have emerged of late. The deity, leaning on his staff, revealed a smile upon his aged, wrinkled visage. For over 250 years, no one had qualified to ascend to the temple, yet now two candidates had suddenly appeared. The temple had remained tranquil for centuries. The last time such liveliness occurred was during his contest with another for the position of the supreme deity. In that contest, the god Noah ultimately chose him as his successor. Reflecting on the calamity that ensued from his ambition to become the deity, a sense of guilt washed over the old god's face. Had it not been for his aspirations, the demon king Piccolo would not have wreaked havoc upon the mortal realm, leading to a significant decline in martial arts, events that were directly tied to him. Over 2 centuries had swiftly passed. Perhaps it was time for him to seek a successor. Time in the mountains is timeless, and the years are oblivious to their passage. At this juncture, Muyang had been cultivating in the temple for a full year. During this period, under Bobo's tutelage, he had grasped the swiftness of lightning and the tranquility of the sky, learning to harness his breath to perceive the movements of others. To facilitate this training, Bobo guided Muyang to a small chamber within the temple, where a machine transported him to a unique training environment. This space was not of earth, but rather a realm conjured by the machine, where everything resembled an illusion, manipulable at Bobo's discretion. This marked the transition from theoretical knowledge to practical application. Within that illusion, Muyang found himself fishing in a serene valley, accompanied by birds. The calm surface of the lake mirrored his inner peace, allowing him to comprehend the essence of tranquility, leading to profound understanding. Upon completing this mental cultivation, he transitioned into another illusion to endure the onslaught of lightning, striving to achieve speeds akin to that of a bolt. Naturally, his actual speed was not on par with lightning. On this day, after concluding his training, Muyang luxuriated in a comforting hot spring. The waters of these springs were no ordinary spring water. They had been purified by the temple's divine powers. Immersing in this sacred water not only washed away his fatigue, but also nourished his body, promoting its vitality. Coupled with his cultivation of the heavenly heart flow martial arts, it was a perfect synergy. The delicate water cascaded over him as he rose from the spring, droplets clinging to his damp hair. He wiped a fogged mirror, revealing a fresh-faced, dashing young man with flowing black hair, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, radiating an aura of authority. Unbeknownst to him, his combat prowess had surpassed 200. Muyang chuckled softly. During this period, his greatest achievement was not merely the enhancement of his combat strength, but rather a comprehensive elevation of his overall character. Having undergone various forms of training within the temple, he had cultivated a composure capable of meeting any challenge with grace. Upon the earth, he has essentially attained an invincible state. This remarkable rate of progress fills him with immense satisfaction. However, the mere thought that even the minions under Frieza possess combat powers exceeding 1,000 instills within him a profound sense of urgency, relentlessly pursuing him. As he arrives at the temple square, a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform is abruptly sent flying, landing right before Muyang. Muyang instinctively lifted his leg, delivering a decisive kick that sent his opponent sprawling. A cry of anguish escaped the lips of Sun Wukong. "Ah? Oh, Sun Wukong. You appear rather disheveled. Muyang, not only did you fail to catch me, but you also had the audacity to kick me." With indignation coursing through him, Sun Wukong rose from the ground. He had only just ascended to the temple, enduring the same rigorous training under Bobo as Muyang had a year prior. Each day was a relentless struggle, and to make matters worse, the only person he recognized in this place turned out to be his tormentor. Muyang disdainfully remarked, "This is the most fundamental aspect of cultivation. I am merely assisting you. I mastered these concepts quite swiftly in my own time." Bobo added, "Indeed. Sun Wukong's progress pales in comparison to Muyang's." Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words, muttering, "Regardless, I simply cannot grasp it." The notion of comprehending various realms was entirely foreign to him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "Muyang, have you completed all your cultivation at this stage?" Bobo inquired casually. "I have largely attained mastery," Muyang replied. The words of Muyang exuded confidence. Bobo nodded and said, "From tomorrow onward, we shall commence a new regimen of training. I will endeavor to transform you into competent warriors in the shortest time possible. And you, Sun Wukong, must also strive hard. Do not fall too far behind." "Oh," Sun Wukong replied, slightly disheartened. "A new training program, was it?" There was a flicker of anticipation in Muyang's smile as he looked forward to the upcoming exercises. As day turned to night and time slipped away, the following day arrived. Bobo guided Muyang down the winding corridor of the temple, descending continuously. Mu Yang had traversed this corridor numerous times. With each turn, every 4 or 5 meters, a grand door would appear. Behind these doors lay independent chambers, specifically designed for the trials of practitioners. One could only imagine the immense effort expended by the great architects who constructed this temple. Mu Yang followed closely behind for quite some time, yet there was no sign of Bo intending to halt. Bo, if we proceed any further, we will reach the end. Mu Yang couldn't help but exclaim. We shall arrive shortly. Bo, with hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely ahead. This is a specially designated area for your cultivation. You must practice diligently within. If we continue, we shall reach the depths of the temple. Could it be that Bo intends to take me to the room of spirit and time? Mu Yang pondered silently, reasoning that the only place within the temple that matched Bo's description was indeed the room of spirit and time. The time flow within the room is several hundred times that of the outside world. One day outside equates to a year inside. Moreover, it is said that the air within is thin, with temperatures fluctuating between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, and the gravity is tenfold that of Earth. Such conditions would be deemed exceedingly harsh for any individual. To endure a year in an expansive and utterly desolate environment poses a formidable challenge to the spirit. Those with weak willpower or unfocused minds are prone to hallucinations. Especially concerning the sustenance within, it is a far cry from being described as palatable. Should Bo truly be leading him to the room of spirit and time, it could be anticipated that the forthcoming year would be more arduous than that of Sun Wukong. However, the room of spirit and time shares some overlapping functionalities with his acceleration space. How vexing. Nevertheless, Bo's subsequent actions reveal that all his speculations were unfounded. Their destination was not the room of spirit and time. Ah, we have arrived. This is the place. Bo came to a halt before a massive door, opening it to reveal an abyss of darkness within. Mu Yang paused, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What place is this?" "Step inside. This is your trial ground. It is fraught with peril, and you may only exit after vanquishing the mightiest foe within. Thus, you must tread carefully." Surprised to hear Bo describe the dangers with such grave terms, Mu Yang felt a shiver run through him, yet he resolutely stepped forward. Clang! The massive door slammed shut the moment Mu Yang crossed the threshold, sealing him within an isolated realm. Another trial space? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and darkness enveloped his vision, leaving him disoriented. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst an ancient forest. This was a densely canopied grove, where verdant trees flourished, and the air was refreshingly crisp. A thin mist lingered amid the lush foliage, while water cascaded over moss-covered stones beneath him. Occasionally, birds perched on branches, emitting a series of melodic calls. A mirage. Mu Yang furrowed his brow, instinctively recalling the training spaces Bo had conjured through machinery. Drawing from his previous experiences with illusory training, Mu Yang discerned that he was indeed ensconced within another illusion. However, unlike typical phantasms, the illusion crafted by the chamber of the temple bore an uncanny resemblance to the real world. At this moment, Mu Yang chose not to employ the technique of floating in the air, but instead walked down the mountain along the path, intent on unraveling the mysteries of this illusory realm. The challenge bestowed upon him by Bo was to vanquish the mightiest being in this world. In other words, there existed formidable adversaries within this illusionary domain that he could not yet overcome. Otherwise, it would not be deemed a trial. Bo's words echoed in his mind. You can only emerge after defeating the strongest within. Therefore, exercise caution. This admonition underscored that his opponent possessed considerable strength, surpassing his own. Contemplating this, a surge of fighting spirit ignited within Mu Yang's heart. Given his inherently exceptional qualities, his training over the past few years had been remarkably smooth. Particularly after unlocking the acceleration space, a veritable boon, he had scarcely faced any setbacks, with the most challenging encounter being his initial confrontation with Tao Bai. Ultimately, he triumphed, bolstered by the power of the. It could be said that, until today, the level of martial artists on Earth had failed to keep pace with Mu Yang's progress. Nonetheless, he had not genuinely encountered adversity, gradually fostering a sense of invincibility akin to that of a solitary warrior seeking defeat. He yearned for a battle where both sides were evenly matched, not out of a masochistic inclination, but rather to assess the fruits of his training. Engaging in combat with an adversary, after all, differed significantly from training against Bo, and was far more likely to awaken Mu Yang's latent potential. As he traversed the mountain path and exited the forest, Mu Yang arrived at a modest town, where the hurried townsfolk, burdened with their belongings, appeared to be fleeing from some unseen calamity. Mu Yang grasped the hand of one of the villagers and asked, "My fellow townsman, what has transpired here? Where is everyone fleeing to?" The man, panic-stricken, urgently warned Mu Yang, "Flee. The demon is coming. If you do not leave now, it will be too late." Releasing the man's hand, Mu Yang observed the figure stumbling away, deep in thought. A demon? Could this be my trial? With that thought, he closed his eyes, sensing an unmistakable aura of malevolence in the air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination shining within. He muttered to himself, "It has arrived." Indeed, from the other end of the town came the heart-rending cries and the wails of children. In a flash, Mu Yang appeared at the opposite end of the town. Before him loomed a creature of emerald green, covered in scales, a monster that bore the features of both a dinosaur and a grotesque bird, exuding an aura of evil. Is this the demon? Its combat power is roughly around 100, Mu Yang assessed, gauging the creature's strength. Just as he arrived, he witnessed the demon committing its atrocities. With a chilling roar, the dinosaur-like creature opened its gaping maw and devoured a human whole, chewing briefly before unleashing a torrent of flames that ignited several nearby thatched-roof houses. "Ah, this is exhilarating. Oh, how splendid it is to fulfill the orders of the Great Lord. Foolish humans, how delightful it would be if you simply obeyed." The demon raised its head, spewing forth searing flames, transforming a corner of the town into a hellish inferno, where countless screams echoed through the air. "Help! Is there anyone who can save me? I do not wish to die. Mother, I am afraid." The heat was unbearable, the pain excruciating. Many were ignited by the flames, writhing on the ground in desperate agony. Witnessing this, the fleeing townsfolk were gripped by even greater terror. Some abandoned their belongings, while others disregarded their wives and children in their haste to escape. "Damn it!" A commanding voice rang out, and Mu Yang's figure appeared before the crowd. He swiftly kicked away the cowards who had forsaken their families. Then he approached the dinosaur demon, his gaze hardening as he beheld the plight of the wounded. Fury igniting within him. With a sudden surge of energy, he unleashed a ki blast with such velocity that the arrogant demon was momentarily caught off guard. The ki blast surged into the demon's chest. Its grotesque head wore an expression of disbelief as its eyes gradually dulled. "How could I perish at the hands of a mere human? The Great Lord will not forgive you." "Humph!" Mu Yang scoffed, unleashing another barrage of ki blasts, their radiant light illuminating the scene. The demon's head disintegrated into a cloud of smoke amidst the azure energy. The Great Lord is the superior of this demon? It was not difficult to deduce that the world he had been thrust into is one ravaged by demonic forces. In this place, where human lives are as insignificant as weeds, it is a realm rife with malevolent beings. And the great demon lord is most likely the very adversary he seeks to vanquish. "Hero, we express our gratitude for vanquishing the fiend and rescuing us all. You must be the legendary martial artist, for only a master of martial arts possesses the strength to slay demons." The townsfolk, who had fled in panic, approached in droves upon witnessing the demise of the demon, showering him with sycophantic praise, the obsequiousness of their faces causing Mu Yang to frown in discontent. Especially those who had previously abandoned their wives and children in their flight for survival, now humbling themselves before him, only heightened Mu Yang's displeasure. He barked, "Silence. Now, enlighten me on what transpired here." Mu Yang casually designated a villager. The villager appeared somewhat dazed, uncertain whether his bewilderment stemmed from being chosen by Mu Yang or from the perplexing ignorance displayed by the adult before him. However, he dared not make any presumptuous conjectures, fearing to provoke the esteemed figure standing before him. Thus, he cautiously replied, "My lord, the entire world is now under the dominion of the demonic race. These fiends are merciless and bloodthirsty, finding delight in the slaughter of humanity. Although the martial artists have united in their efforts, they remain no match for the demons. Presently, there is no sanctuary to be found anywhere in the world. We can only endure in a state of despair, fleeing to wherever we might find a semblance of safety." Upon hearing those words, Mu Yang nodded, not believing that the villagers would deceive him regarding this matter, as there was truly no need for such deception. Simultaneously, he comprehended that humanity in this world might indeed be on the brink of utter despair. The recent demon, possessing around 100 combat prowess, was but a fraction of the countless demons that existed. Even if humanity were to muster all its strength, they would still fall short against the demon race. "Please continue." The villagers swallowed hard, having regarded Mu Yang as a reclusive ascetic, long withdrawn from worldly affairs. The numbers of these demons were seemingly infinite, and in their battles, martial artists had been consistently pushed back, with countless masters perishing on the battlefield, particularly against the formidable Demon King Bick, who was utterly unmatched. Wait, did you mention the Demon King Bick? Upon hearing this familiar name, Mu Yang's expression momentarily faltered. Indeed, the villager responded anxiously. The name of the Demon King Bick resonated deeply with Mu Yang. Thus, upon hearing it from the villager's lips, he was suddenly enlightened, realizing the nature of the world to which Bobo had transported him. This realm was, astonishingly, constructed from the cataclysm that occurred over 250 years ago. Recalling the scene from the animation where Sun Wukong was transported by Bobo's machine to meet with Taido hundreds of years prior, Mu Yang understood that he was in a similar predicament. I see now. Mu Yang waved his hand at the villagers before him, his heart already filled with understanding. Subsequently, he ceased all negotiations with them and soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards the Kalen Tower of this realm. If this world is indeed a phantasm constructed upon the dominion of the formidable Demon King Piccolo, then it must still be Earth, with the presence of Kalen Tower and the Immortals. As for the existence of the temple, he remained uncertain. However, due to his trust in the extraordinary nature of the temple's chambers, he believed that this realm should unfold according to historical truths. Now, a pressing concern arose. The current Piccolo was in his prime, possessing an impressive combat power of at least 260, making Mu Yang no match for him. Thus, he needed to seek some allies. Bobo, you've certainly presented me with a formidable challenge. The strength of the Demon King Piccolo is something I cannot hope to rival at this moment. Bobo had informed him that the condition for his return was to defeat the strongest being within this illusion, and aside from the uncertain existence of the temple, the most formidable entity here was undoubtedly Piccolo himself. With a swift motion, a brilliant line sliced through the void, revealing scenes of catastrophic devastation along its path. Black smoke billowed, flames soared into the sky, and countless lives were enduring the massacre wrought by the demon race. The air was thick with a palpable sense of malevolence. Mu Yang furrowed his brow gently, a curious thought flashing through his mind. How peculiar. The cataclysms of history do not seem to be as brutal as the scene before me. According to his understanding of the narrative, the most formidable figure during the era of King Piccolo was none other than Piccolo himself, who alone instilled terror across the world. Yet, his minions did not appear to be as numerous as the multitude of demons presented in his current view. It seemed as though the number of demons in this realm had been adjusted, multiplied several times over. However, pondering such matters now is futile. Mu Yang focused his mind and began to accelerate, soon finding himself before the Kalen Tower. Ascending along the tower's structure, he reached its pinnacle. At that moment, aside from the immortal, there was another figure present, a man with a white beard clad in a white martial arts uniform, the renowned Master Wu, who was studying the demon's sealing wave atop the tower. Who are you? The immortal was startled by Mu Yang's sudden appearance, his plump figure betraying a sense of vigilance. Kalen Immortal and Master Wu. Mu Yang leaped into the training ground, his gaze fixed upon the two. Compared to the immortal and Master Wu he was acquainted with, these two exhibited the same aura and energy attributes, as if this illusory world had captured a fragment of genuine history and cloned it. Do you recognize us? After a brief moment of bewilderment, the immortal detected the human essence emanating from Mu Yang, his expression calming. To a certain extent, your reputations precede you. I possess a modicum of knowledge about you. Mu Yang responded non-committally, reflecting on the earlier side of the immortal's terror. He wondered if such a display had ever occurred in history. The immortal squinted, gazing at Mu Yang with astonishment, exclaiming, I never anticipated that there exists a youth as formidable as you in this world. It truly exceeds my expectations. Perhaps only you can stand as a rival to the Demon King Piccolo and another monster. Another monster? Is it not solely the Demon King Piccolo? Mu Yang inquired in confusion. Oh, are you unaware? There are, in fact, two monsters wreaking havoc in this realm. After listening, Mu Yang was filled with astonishment. Besides the great Demon King Piccolo, there was yet another monster. How could this be possible? Was the history I knew merely a fabrication? Wait a moment. Suddenly, Mu Yang realized that perhaps the current world was not merely a faithful reproduction of historical facts, but rather had undergone a peculiar transformation. The words of the immortal had all but confirmed this suspicion. It was evident that all of this was the result of Bobo's efforts. Indeed, in society, Bobo was formidable, his words few yet impactful. His innocent heart might very well be as dark and translucent as his skin, leaving Mu Yang at a loss as to how to reciprocate his trust. One demon king, the great Bick, had already left him feeling overwhelmed, and now there was another. At that moment, Wu-Tai-Do approached, noticing Mu Yang's bewilderment, and explained, "There are two demon kings causing havoc in the lower realm. In addition to the Great Bick, there lies another known as Melikuhuo, whose minions emerged after he opened the gates of the demon realm." Ah. It became clear why there were so many demons. It was impossible for just the Great Bick alone to spawn such a multitude. As there was indeed another ruler of the demon clan, realization dawned upon Mu Yang, swiftly followed by a sense of trepidation. Confronting the Great Bick alone was already beyond his capability, and now with the emergence of another demon clan, he felt inclined to pack his belongings and depart. "Young man, I hope you will join me in rescuing this world," Wu-Tai-Do earnestly invited. Mu Yang gazed thoughtfully, refraining from impulsively agreeing. Instead, he inquired, "In light of such grave events occurring in the lower realm, did the deities of the temple remain indifferent?" In the original narrative, the gods refrained from intervening due to the connection between King Piccolo and the deities, compounded by King Piccolo's inability to annihilate the entire world. However, with another demon now involved, humanity teeters on the brink of extinction. Can the temple truly stand by and do nothing? What perplexed Mu Yang, however, was the bewildered expressions on the faces of both the immortal and Wu-Tai-Do after he spoke. "Young man, what is this temple you speak of?" "Oh." Mu Yang's lips twitched as he comprehended the layout of this world. It turned out that there was no temple here at all. No, it was nothing. Shaking his head, Mu Yang ceased to dwell on the issue of the temple and turned his gaze towards Wu-Tai-Do. "Do you intend to research the sealing techniques to confront the Demon King Piccolo?" "I do have such an intention, however. The technique I am studying can only be employed against Piccolo himself. There is no one who can contend with Miruku. The release of the demon sealing wave demands an immense expenditure of stamina, a technique that is almost a life-for-life trade-off." Before Mu Yang's arrival, he had nearly succumbed to despair regarding the future of this world. Fortunately, at a critical moment, another formidable warrior emerged among humanity, ensuring that he would not sacrifice himself without anyone to confront Miruku. "May I learn it?" "Of course," Wu-Tai-Do replied, his eyes lighting up as he cautiously added, "The technique I am attempting to create is called the Demon Sealing Wave. However, it possesses a fatal flaw. Once the practitioner unleashes the Demon Sealing Wave, they are nearly guaranteed to perish alongside the sealed entity." "You articulate this quite clearly," Mu Yang remarked, casting an unexpected glance at him. "In matters of life and death, clarity is paramount." Upon hearing this, Mu Yang displayed a hint of contemplation on his face. To be candid, if the situation were reversed, he might have never disclosed such a clandestine matter. In such a comparison, it seems that only a noble martial artist like Wu-Tai-Do, with his elevated character, would be deserving of ascending to the celestial realm after death. Now, regarding the immortal Chiron, what is the true extent of the powers possessed by the demon known as Miruku? How does he measure up against the formidable King Piccolo? The combat prowess of King Piccolo is estimated to be around 260. Given that Miruku is capable of wreaking havoc alongside King Piccolo and inflicting such significant devastation, his strength must indeed be formidable, potentially surpassing that of King Piccolo. With a bitter expression, the immortal remarked, "To my knowledge, King Piccolo and Miruku have had brief encounters, after which their factions became distinctly divided yet maintained a certain tacit understanding. However, if we consider the sheer size of their territories, Miruku's dominion is slightly larger, encompassing about 60%. This indicates that Miruku's strength is certainly greater than that of King Piccolo, albeit not by a vast margin. Otherwise, such a tacit agreement would be untenable." Indeed, the immortal concurred with Mu Yang's assessment. Mu Yang nodded slightly, beginning to organize his thoughts. The request from Bobo was to vanquish the strongest entity in this realm. This notion of defeat surely transcended mere sealing. It implied the necessity of a dignified and definitive kill. Otherwise, this so-called trial would lose its significance. Certainly, Mu Yang still needed to learn the art of demon sealing wave, along with the world-shattering palm and key cannon. The wisdom of others can serve as a cornerstone for one's own success. These techniques possess formidable power and will provide a reference for Mu Yang's future development. The pressing matter at hand was to diligently cultivate his abilities, as every moment in the lower realm was fraught with violence, leaving them little time to waste. Wu-Tai-Do stroked his beard, his expression filled with urgency. Although the path of cultivation cannot be completed instantaneously, they truly could not afford to delay any longer. Indeed, they must hasten their research into countering the two demon lords. The immortal, having regained his composure, ceased engaging Mu Yang in fruitless discussions and refrained from probing into his origins. In his eyes, as long as Mu Yang was human, that was sufficient. The aura of tranquility surrounding him signified that he was a force for humanity's aid. Observing the immortal and Wu Taidu as they resumed their discourse on the research of the demon sealing wave, Mu Yang stood quietly to the side, empathetically grasping their sentiments. Despite reminding himself that all of this was merely an illusion, and that the two individuals before him were nothing more than uniquely crafted NPCs, the authenticity of sensations, breathing, fear, hunger, fatigue, and even pain could not be simply categorized as mere illusions. This was, in essence, an alternative reality. Yet, it remained uncertain whether suffering injuries or meeting death in this realm would equate to real harm or demise. Given his current strength, even facing the formidable King Piccolo alone would be insurmountable, let alone contending with the even more powerful Maracujo. Under the stimulation of various sensory nerves, Mu Yang felt a shiver of genuine urgency. Perhaps this situation marked the greatest challenge he had ever encountered. Nevertheless, he harbored no fear. If it was indeed a challenge, then let it come with even greater ferocity. A flame of determination ignited in his eyes. In the days that followed, Mu Yang stayed atop the Kylin Tower, cultivating alongside Wu Taidu. Although his strength had surpassed both Wu Taidu and the Immortal, he could still glean invaluable lessons from them. Particularly, the accumulation of experience in developing new techniques bore no direct correlation to one's inherent power. Each night, Mu Yang would activate the acceleration space, continuing his training within. As the dense spiritual energy enveloped his body, replenishing the energy expended during the day. At this juncture, his ability to activate the acceleration space had significantly intensified. With a fourfold time enhancement, Mu Yang effectively gained an entire extra day for cultivation compared to others. Demon Sealing Wave. Without warning, a dark green spiral of ki materialized in the training grounds of the Kylin Tower, swirling above as if distorting the very fabric of space. However, it lasted but a fleeting moment, as that verdant energy dissipated like a dream or a fleeting illusion, transforming into a wisp of mist. "Cough, cough," exclaimed Wu Taidu. Drenched in sweat, his complexion turning pale. Upon witnessing the situation, Mu Yang hastily presented half a celestial bean to aid in his recovery. "Quickly consume it." "Thank you," Wu Taidu expressed as he accepted the celestial bean. After ingesting it, he swiftly regained his strength and sighed, "It still lacks a degree of potency. Such a level of magical sealing wave cannot yet confine the likes of Demon King Piccolo or Maracu. Fear not, we can proceed. I have faith that you will perfect the magical sealing wave," Mu Yang assured, reminiscent of the original narrative where Wu Taidu ultimately succeeded in his research. However, this illusory realm had undergone significant transformations compared to the original world, rendering his memories here somewhat unreliable. Wu Taidu smiled, fully rejuvenated. "I owe it all to your celestial being. It has granted me the opportunity to truly manifest the magical sealing wave. Otherwise, the pace of my research would not have been so swift. I never anticipated such wondrous things existed in this world." The celestial being nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this phenomenon known as celestial being is truly remarkable. I wonder where you acquired it." Mu Yang smiled enigmatically, exuding an air of profundity. "In truth, the celestial beings originated from Kylinta, albeit from the Kylinta of the real world. Within this trial space, devoid of any temples, the celestial beings were conspicuously absent." Mu Yang lamented the missed opportunity, as he could have scavenged for additional celestial beings. Yet, he pondered whether using celestial beings on those trapped in the illusion would yield a possibility of reclamation later. "Mu Yang, you have mastered the heavenly palm of the 10,000 nations and the Qi Canon. Your strength must have surged significantly, has it not?" The celestial being diverted the conversation, fixating its earnest gaze upon Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded and remarked, "Indeed, my energy has seen an enhancement. Yet I am still no match for the likes of the Demon King Piccolo." At this juncture, Mu Yang abruptly closed his mouth. His gaze fixated in a particular direction, and his countenance grew somber. "What is it?" The Immortal, noticing Mu Yang's sudden silence, inquired softly. However, shortly thereafter, the Immortal also turned to observe the same direction, his brow furrowed with concern. "A formidable aura is approaching us," Mu Yang stated. "Hiss, it is the energy of Maracujo." "Damn, how did he discover Kylinta?" The Immortal gasped, his entire being shivering with trepidation, his voice quavering. "Kylinta lies within the dominion of Maracujo, who is now advancing towards them. Undoubtedly, their presence has been compromised." "Kylin, are you implying that Maracujo is on his way here?" Wu Taidu, unable to sense Maracujo's energy himself, gleaned the underlying meaning from the conversation between the immortal and Mu Yang. Indeed, Mariko is coming. What shall we do? The barrier of Kailinta cannot withstand him. The immortal, in a state of frantic agitation, paced restlessly. The marvel of Kailinta lies in its ability to intercept all climbers who utilize external powers, preventing them from ever reaching the summit. However, for someone as powerful as Marikuo, this trial is but a mere illusion. There is no time for deliberation. We must hasten our departure. Mu Yang's mind was exceptionally quick at this moment. None of them stood a chance against Melu Kuho. Engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly be an unwise choice, for Mu Yang was not a person of rigid thinking. Before securing a victory, the most prudent course of action was to retreat swiftly. Indeed, they should leave at once. At that moment, the immortal shed any pretense of decorum, hastily rummaging through various items to gather useful belongings. He then summoned a golden nimbus cloud, tossing the items onto it. Hurry, the further we escape, the better. The immortal piloted the nimbus cloud at the forefront, while Mu Yang and Wu Taidu exchanged glances before closely following suit. However, after a short flight, they sensed that the malevolent aura behind them had not diminished. Rather, it was drawing closer. This is bad. Melu Kuho is pursuing us. The immortal's hair was tousled by the wind as he frequently glanced back in apprehension. Suddenly, a dark figure surged forth from behind, quickly closing the distance to Mu Yang and the others. With blood-red hair and a greenish complexion, adorned with bizarre tattoo-like patterns, his green eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty intensity. With a swift motion, Melu Kuho interposed himself before Mu Yang and his companions. This is terrible, the immortal exclaimed, his face contorted in despair. Is this fiend truly Melu Kuho? Mu Yang displayed little emotion, subtly releasing his aura for a test, yet the response was an enveloping chill. What a terrifying individual! Sensing the waves of cold emanating from his opponent, Mu Yang shivered, his muscles feeling as though they had been frozen solid. And a heaviness settled in his heart. It appeared that a fierce battle lay ahead. Ah, you are the last remnants of martial artists on Earth. You have made my search rather convenient. Melu Kuho licked his lips, his icy words imbued with murderous intent. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Mu Yang, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes as he perceived that this young man was the strongest among the trio. It was astonishing to find such prowess among Earthlings, even though he still fell significantly short compared to himself and that demon named Pick. Nevertheless, among the generally feeble humans, Mu Yang's combat power, exceeding 200, was nothing short of extraordinary. Young man, would you be interested in serving me? I can grant you your life. Melu Kuho forced a smile, regarding Mu Yang with an ostensible warmth, extending an invitation. Absolutely not. Is that so? What a pity, Melu Kuho lamented, a look of genuine regret crossing his face. Yet, in an instant, his demeanor shifted. Darkness radiated from him, exuding a nauseating aura. The space around them rippled subtly, and in the shimmering waves akin to a disturbed water surface, his body suddenly vanished. Before Mu Yang and the others could fully comprehend the situation, Melu had already approached them, his azure visage almost brushing against theirs. Perish, he uttered with a chilling voice reminiscent of a nightmare. One hand extended forward, slowly rising with an unhurried grace, accompanied by a brilliant luminescence that ascended, as resplendent energy cascaded towards Mu Yang and his companions. What? Boom. Before they could react, a torrent of energy surged from all directions, overwhelming in its intensity and force. Soon, the three were engulfed in a vortex of energy. Observing the impending danger, Mu Yang bellowed, spreading his arms to shield himself. Heavenly Heart Slash! Countless crescent-shaped energy blades erupted forth, slicing through the swirling energy, annihilating it. After executing this maneuver, Mu Yang and Wu Taidu drew closer together, warily watching Melu. Melu cast a surprised glance, yet his expression remained unchanged. In his eyes, the resistance of Mu Yang and the others seemed as ludicrous as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. With a swift motion, Melu accelerated, his speed now even more pronounced. Mu Yang's eyes darted, trying to capture the movements of his adversary. However, the disparity in their strengths became glaringly evident. Mu Yang could only perceive a blur of light that flickered in and out of existence, unable to discern the precise trajectory. Suddenly, a green flash appeared before him, revealing a grotesquely magnified face that sent shivers down his spine. In Mu Yang's eyes, a flash of horror crossed as his body bore the brunt of a violent blow. It felt as if a colossal boulder had struck him, instantly injuring his internal organs. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. At that moment, My Huo surged towards Do and the Immortal. With a whoosh, blood splattered like raindrops cascading from the heights. My Huo's assault was both swift and ferocious, leaving Do and the Immortal no time to react as the terrifying energy pierced through their bodies. Haha, 2 down, 1 left. His green eyes were devoid of emotion. Taking lives had become a mundane affair for him. You bastard. Witnessing Do and the Immortal perish at the hands of my Huo ignited Mu Yang's fury to its zenith. Heavenly Heart Qigong. World-shattering palm. Qigong cannon. Heavenly Heart slash. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed every technique he knew. Waves of blue, gold, and white energy surged forth, each imbued with Mu Yang's wrath, intertwining to form an intricate net aimed at my Huo. Confronted with such overwhelming energy, a flicker of surprise crossed my Huo's gaze. He then let out a derisive laugh, a mocking expression creeping onto his face. Did this pitiful earthling truly believe that such feeble energy could harm the great my Huo? With a casual gesture, he conjured a black energy sphere in his palm and lightly pushed it toward the amalgamated energy. The black sphere detonated upon contact, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The deafening roar reverberated through the heavens as a terrifying sphere of light rapidly expanded in the void. The chaotic energies reacted violently, akin to a cataclysmic storm that obliterated everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The dreadful energy waves continued to propagate, occurring high in the sky. These waves spread far and wide, reaching various corners of the world. Gradually, the brilliance faded, leaving only a faint haze. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of the sky, only my Huo remained. Mu Yang's figure had long since vanished. Humph, he actually escaped. My Huo stared blankly at the empty sky, his expression darkening to a near inky hue. He had anticipated that the opponent would seek vengeance for his fallen comrades, only to realize it was merely a diversion. With a furious roar, he sneered. Did that human boy truly believe he could slip from my grasp? With that, my Huo snorted, releasing a plume of inky smoke from his hand. As the smoke materialized, it dissipated into wisps, and with his emerald eyes wide open, he turned and vanished into the azure sky. 100 kilometers away, on a desolate plain, the disheveled figure of Mu Yang emerged from behind a rocky wall, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood, his complexion turning ashen. He sighed, reflecting on the formidable strength of my Huo, who had managed to vanquish both Vegeta and the Immortal. The true battle had yet to commence. Yet they had already suffered the loss of 2 comrades, casting a heavy pall over Mu Yang's spirit. Defeating the likes of the Demon King Bic and my Huo seemed an arduous task ahead. To Mu Yang, my Huo exuded an aura of unyielding strength. Although he had not faced the Demon King Bic directly, his instincts told him that my Huo was far more powerful. The reason they could still maintain a tacit understanding, with their distinct boundaries clear, eluded him. Setting aside these concerns, it was imperative to restore his strength. With this thought, Mu Yang calmed his mind. Instead of consuming a healing bean, he activated a portal to enter the acceleration space. Within this mist-laden realm of heightened time, Mu Yang found himself on solid ground. As he materialized, delicate tendrils of energy surged toward him, enveloping his being. Here, he could devote himself entirely to recuperation without the fear of detection. Gradually, as the vital energy coursed into his body, a healthy flush returned to his face. Mu Yang was merely an earthling, devoid of the scion's innate ability to grow stronger ceaselessly. Thus, the sacred beans served primarily as a life-saving treasure rather than a means to transcend limits. Consequently, he endeavored to conserve the sacred beans unless confronted with life-threatening situations or insurmountable predicaments. During moments of injury, he would enter the acceleration space, utilizing the vital energy within to recuperate. To some extent, this practice also served to enhance the resilience of his bodily cells. After spending 20 hours within the acceleration space, a mere 5 hours had elapsed in the external world. By then, Mu Yang's body had completely healed, and as he stood, a symphony of cracking bones resonated, suggesting a slight increase in his internal energy. With his body restored, Mu Yang now had the opportunity to contemplate the matters that lay ahead. Through a singular encounter with Huo, although subjected to the latter's overwhelming prowess, Mu Yang had discerned the stark disparity between their strengths. Huo's power undoubtedly surpassed that of a youthful Majin Buu, whose combat strength was recorded at 260. Huo, on the other hand, was estimated to possess a power level exceeding 280, nearing 300. In contrast, Mu Yang's own combat strength lingered just above 200, revealing a staggering chasm between them. Mu Yang possessed the confidence to challenge the formidable King Piccolo, whose battle prowess stood at an impressive 260. Even if he could not vanquish this opponent, retreating with composure would pose little difficulty. However, when faced with Moroku, he found himself compelled to resort to deceitful tactics. His inadequacy in strength was glaring. Unless he hastened to bolster his abilities, he would be unable to complete this trial. Acknowledging the disparity in power, Mu Yang resolved to seek a secluded place for rigorous training. It is essential to recognize that both King Piccolo and Moroku existed at a level tantamount to mere cannon fodder in the vast universe. If he could not triumph over them, perhaps it would be prudent to abandon his aspirations in this perilous Dragon Ball world and pursue a career as a chef instead. Upon emerging from the acceleration space, Mu Yang surveyed his surroundings. The desolate plain was devoid of life, and he soon chose a direction to traverse, quickly finding himself amidst a stone forest. The arid landscape resembled a desert, with several stone columns resembling bamboo shoots interconnected, while between these stalagmites lay cavities that could serve as shelter from the elements. Such peculiar rock formations were commonplace in the Dragon Ball universe on Earth. He resolved to begin his training here. Although the true sanctum for his practice lay within the acceleration space, this locale would merely serve as a temporary refuge. Once his mental fortitude was replenished, Mu Yang swiftly returned to the acceleration space. Under the influence of time acceleration, he embarked on an intense period of seclusion. Whenever his mental energy waned, he would emerge from the acceleration space, repeating this cycle day after day, gradually sensing a slow but steady enhancement of his strength. One day, within the luminous confines of the space, a unique microcosm emerged, encompassing a radius of 1,000 meters. In the central position, Mu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, assumed a stance, and bellowed towards a specific direction, Qigong Cannon. A resonating hum echoed as a brilliant beam of energy erupted from his clasped hands, sweeping majestically forward with an awe-inspiring momentum. Following the release of the Qigong Cannon, Mu Yang swiftly flashed to the trajectory of the energy blast, adopting a defensive posture. Heavenly Heart Slash. The crescent-shaped blade of energy shimmered like a silver moon, gracefully hovering in midair, and suddenly unleashed a terrifying brilliance beneath its enchanting silver glow. With a thunderous roar, two formidable waves of energy collided midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The dreadful detonation cast forth visible shockwaves, reminiscent of collapsing stars. As the smoke dissipated, Mu Yang lifted his gaze towards the tumultuous sky, which was still churning with residual waves, and brushed off the ashes from his chest. A sudden glimmer ignited in his eyes, and he summoned a surge of energy. Creak! Golden arcs of electricity enveloped his palms, dancing between them. 10,000 nations shocking palm. Waves of distortion rippled through the void, as the golden hand surged with intense electrical brilliance, carving a path of terror through the air. Once the chaos subsided, Mu Yang took a moment to recuperate, subsequently employing an energy detector to scan himself. The device emitted a series of beeps, ultimately revealing a battle power reading of 246. Mu Yang nodded, acknowledging that the data was now remarkably close to that of the great demon King Bick and his companions. At that moment, a wave of lethargy washed over him, signaling the end of the acceleration phase. Upon exiting this accelerated realm, he beheld a full moon suspended in the night sky, casting its luminous glow. The moon shone like a disk, radiating brilliance, while countless stars twinkled around it. A Milky Way stretched from the northeast to the southwest, adorning the nocturnal canvas like a delicate veil. He retrieved a fierce beast he had hunted during the day, gathered some wood to construct a fire pit, and ignited the timber with his energy wave. After indulging in a sumptuous dinner, rich in nutritional value, he reclined on a piece of beast hide and drifted into slumber. The following day, the sun ascended high into the sky. Mu Yang commenced yet another day of his cultivation, practicing the martial arts that had nearly become second nature to him, with a tranquil mind. Suddenly, an aura of malevolence pierced through his senses, moving with great swiftness, and materialized above the desolate wasteland. Has it arrived? A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he raised his gaze. Indeed, a striking crimson figure emerged within his line of sight. Blood-red hair and azure skin. It was Melikahuo, the demon. Battle power, 285. Heh, Earthling. I have finally located you. Melikahuo narrowed his eyes, exuding an ominous intent. Mu Yang gazed calmly at Melikahuo, secretly mobilizing the energy within him, prepared to launch an attack at any moment. After a period of intense training, Mu Yang felt he had acquired the strength to contend with his opponent. As a denizen of Earth, you dare to call me a mere Earthling? Are you not a creature of this planet yourself? Mu Yang inquired, furrowing his brow. Earth connects to numerous peculiar realms, most of which are merely adjuncts to its own space. Even the demon realm, in the vicinity of Earth, is so distantly removed from its core that the majority of its inhabitants are creatures originating from Earth. Haha, my Luca bellowed, descending from the air to stand a mere 3 meters from Mu Yang. How laughable! How could I, a king, be a life form from such a primitive planet as Earth? I hail from the planet Tucumand, a realm far superior to Earth, which is merely fit to be a colonial star under my dominion. His words dripped with disdain for Earth, as if only Tucumand were worthy of exaltation. Tucumand? Mu Yang shook his head. He had never heard of such a planet, yet judging by my Luku's battle power of 285, it hardly seemed superior to Earth. By universal standards, it was still a lowly planet. What was there to boast about? How did you arrive on Earth? Were you alone? It matters not to divulge. Had it not been for the malfunction of my spacecraft, I would never have descended upon this backward place. My Luca spoke nonchalantly, entirely unconcerned with revealing the truth. Since you are an extraterrestrial, how did you become a demon? Well, my Luca was about to respond when his expression suddenly shifted, a flicker of wariness crossing his features. Why do you ask such questions, boy? Regardless, I cannot escape now, so what do you have to fear? Mu Yang regarded my Luca calmly. Out of consideration for the effort I have expended in searching for you, I shall share this. The reason I became a demon is... A cold smile curled at the corners of my Luca's mouth as he reminisced about the past, just as he was about to explain his transformation into a demon. A brilliant light surged toward him in a sudden onslaught. Taking advantage of the moment, Mu Yang launched a decisive attack. Qigong Cannon, with no reservations. A fierce assault swept forth. After unleashing the Qigong Cannon, Mu Yang struck down the water dog and launched several more rounds of attacks. With thunderous booms resonating through the sky and terrifying tornadoes piercing from the heavens to the earth below. My Lukahu let out a chilling and furious roar. A blood-red energy forming a protective shield to deflect Mu Yang's onslaught. Enveloped in pitch-black energy, my Lukahu appeared disheveled, his face contorted with rage as he coldly uttered, "You have truly enraged Lord Malukahu. I shall tear you to shreds." The response was silence, accompanied by increasingly frenzied attacks. Disregarding Malukahu's threat, Mu Yang remained unfazed. He understood the importance of maintaining momentum, having no intention of replying. He was solely focused on defeating his opponent, or at the very least, inflicting severe damage. Swiftly traversing through the void, his surroundings blurred like flowing water as Mu Yang extended his palm, releasing yet another attack. 10,000 Nations, Shocking Palm. This was a domain-level attack, accompanied by a burst of golden lightning illuminating the sky. With a cold smirk, Mu Yang continued his offensive after landing a successful hit. Blood spewed from my Lukahu's mouth as he was propelled away by Mu Yang's strike. In terms of combat strength, Mu Yang was at 246, while my Lukahu boasted 285. However, in terms of realm, Mu Yang surpassed my Lukahu by a significant margin. The two forces counterbalanced each other, resulting in an evenly matched confrontation. Although Mu Yang still fell short, he no longer appeared as hopelessly outclassed as during their first encounter. Damn it! My Lukahu, regaining his composure, wore a sinister expression, despite being initially caught off guard. He gradually regained his footing in the battle. With a thunderous boom, the two figures flickered rapidly in the sky, both moving with incredible speed. With bolts of lightning streaking past, Mu Yang lunged towards my Lukahu, a pale blue arc of Qigong energy diving down, striking precisely above his adversary, igniting a spark of fury in my Lukahu's eyes. Crack! Crack! With his hair flowing wildly, my Lukahu grinned malevolently, enduring Mu Yang's attack before turning to retaliate. His palm slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Cough! Mu Yang's expression shifted dramatically as a wave of pressure gripped his throat. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bang! All defenses shattered, and the Qigong in Mu Yang's hand dissipated in an instant. Like a falling meteor radiating a brilliant array of colors. Heh. Wretched human, perish. Marikuhuo laughed arrogantly, his laughter unleashing a torrent of dark energy that spread outward. With a swift motion of his toes, he propelled himself forward, racing towards the spot where Mu Yang had fallen. However, at that moment, a smirk appeared on Mu Yang's face. With a soft crack resembling a breaking bean, he discreetly crushed the celestial bean he had held in his mouth. Instantly, under the influence of the celestial bean, Mu Yang's vitality surged back to its peak. As Marikuhuo dove towards him, Mu Yang clenched his fist tightly, all his energy converging at the center of his palm, radiating a brilliant white light. The one destined to perish is you. With a thunderous roar, Mu Yang materialized before Malukaho, channeling every ounce of his energy into a devastating strike aimed at his adversary. Malukahu's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed the seemingly lifeless foe resurrect before him, launching an all-out assault. In that moment, he had no time for contemplation. Hastily crossing his arms over his chest, sensing a trace of fear emanating from the incoming fist, a resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a deafening crack of thunder that pierced the air as a new sun ascended in the sky. A crystalline fissure emerged from Malukahu's chest, and his body was propelled like a cannonball, soaring over 1,000 meters before crashing into the ground, sliding for hundreds of meters, ultimately embedding itself deep within the rocky terrain. The surface bore witness to a colossal impact scar, several meters wide and extending 100 meters in length. Cough, cough. Earthling, you truly have garnered my admiration. However, to think you could slay me in such a manner is naive. Even the formidable King Piccolo would not dare to act so recklessly before me. How could I possibly fall to your hands? Malukaho hunched over, blood staining the corner of his mouth, while the sound of crackling echoed throughout his body, his appearance having undergone a dramatic transformation. Crimson light clung to the fissures in his form, resembling enigmatic incantations that evoked unease. He sneered, I am curious to see just how many times you can recover. With that, disregarding his injuries, Malukahu sprang from the impact crater, charging at Mu Yang with the swiftness of lightning. As Malukahu launched another assault, Mu Yang's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated the resilience of Malukahu's flesh. After enduring such a tremendous blow, he still managed to rise. Moreover, he had unleashed a peculiar technique akin to an explosive surge of energy. The crimson light repaired the fissures on his body, bestowing upon him a renewed form, and the stamina that had waned was fully restored to its prime. This ability bore resemblance to the regeneration exhibited by King Piccolo and the Namekians. The only difference being that while the Namekians consumed energy, one could only wonder what price Malukahu paid for such a feat. 30 years of ebb and flow. And it felt as though everything had reverted to its origin. The scene was reminiscent of the effects of a Senza bean, leaving Mu Yang no time for hesitation. He inhaled deeply, preparing to respond to Malukahu's impending attack. Bring it on, he bellowed. The earth-shattering sound reverberated across the sky as waves of energy clashed, their shock waves radiating outward, bathing the heavens in a brilliant glow. The battle raged on for half an hour, with each side's assaults entwined in a relentless sequence. Each strike seamlessly followed by another, each blow executed with ruthless precision, leaving no respite for either combatant. Mu Yang understood the gravity of the situation. He could not allow Mariko to employ that peculiar explosive technique, which might be a form of secret art capable of restoring him to his prime. Although there could be consequences following its use, the prospect of facing the rejuvenated Marikuhuo was daunting. Marikuhuo, too, was acutely aware that Mu Yang possessed a formidable healing tool. Familiar with his own capabilities, he recognized the undeniable flaws inherent in his secret art. In such circumstances, he could not permit his opponent to repeatedly leverage this healing ability. He had to eliminate him. This young man could not be spared. Kill. Both men, sharing the same relentless determination, launched their assaults almost simultaneously, their bodies transforming into streaks of lightning as they clashed in the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged countless blows. Mu Yang's garments were incinerated during the fray. He stood bare-chested, his muscles taut and trembling. His breathing grew labored, and after several bouts of intense exertion, his stamina had dwindled significantly, the rhythm of his movements faltering slightly. Yet, thanks to his own cultivation and meticulous technique, his depletion was considerably less than that of Marikuhuo. At this moment, Marikuhuo's condition was equally dire. After enduring several rounds of Mu Yang's fierce onslaught, despite possessing a higher overall energy level, he found himself unable to counter the slippery tactics of his opponent, who evaded his strikes with the grace of an eel. He was perilously close to exhaustion. Moreover, compared to Mu Yang, Mariko was in an even more desperate predicament. His previous rejuvenation had not truly restored him to his prime, but merely to about 90% of his capacity. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Cursed be the Earthling. How could I possibly lose to you? After a barrage of relentless attacks, Mariko's expression darkened as he realized that his convictions were beginning to crumble, even questioning the accuracy of his assumptions. Could it be that his opponent possessed greater strength? He could not continue. Pressing on would only lead him to a dead end. With this thought, Mariko's demeanor shifted to one of grim determination. Was it truly the case that the great Marikuhuo had no choice but to flee? His face contorted with turmoil, He loathed the prospect of taking such a shameful step, but with a steely resolve, he recognized that this was the only path left to him. Oh, what a painful choice this is. Marakuhuo howled to the heavens, resembling a figure possessed. Observing his frenzied outburst, Mu Yang felt a tightening in his chest and readied himself for defense. Suddenly, Marakuhuo unleashed a wave of energy towards him, only to pivot and flee. Mu Yang was taken aback. One could simply flee. Yet the commotion was so grand that an onlooker might believe one was risking their life. Truly an act worthy of an acclaimed actor. As he watched the diminutive black dot steadily retreat into the distance, shrinking in size, he refrained from pursuing it. Instead, he paused to catch his breath, preparing to regain his strength. This battle may have been lost, but there would be future opportunities for him. There was no need to exhaust all efforts in a single encounter. Time was on his side. However, after a short while, Mu Yang sensed something amiss. The distant black, which had appeared to diminish, was inexplicably enlarging once more. Was my Lukahuo returning? What was the meaning of this? Would he be granted no respite? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed my Lukahuo making his re-entrance. Impossible. How could my Lukahuo, a formidable opponent, so easily succumb to another's hand? The my Lukahuo before him wore a rigid expression, his gaze vacant as he stared at Mu Yang. Mu Yang exclaimed, "Huh?" Just then, my Lukahuo finished speaking, and his expression suddenly contorted as his body began to swell ominously. To hell with it. Let us all perish together. Those slain by the demon clan will find no peace even in the afterlife. My Lukahuo spoke mechanically. As he uttered these words, his form continued to expand, and the crimson cracks on his body glowed ever more intensely. This is bad. Observing the resolute and malevolent look upon my Lukahuo's face, Mu Yang inexplicably felt a chill. Quickly realizing the other's intentions, this fool, unable to win, was contemplating self-detonation. Even in death, he sought to take someone down with him. What madness had overtaken my Lukahuo? Having already fled, he returned to seek mutual destruction with Mu Yang. This was not the outcome Mu Yang desired. The reckless fearlessness of the desperate was daunting. He instinctively thought of retreating. However, it was too late. My Lukahuo's body had already swelled to a critical point. In the next instant, a terrifying energy capable of obliterating a 10-kilometer radius erupted. Damn it! The energy that surged from behind enveloped Mu Yang, altering his expression drastically. He had no time to escape and was overwhelmed by the explosion of my Lukahuo's self-destruction. The searing pain assaulted his brain like a meat grinder. And for a moment, his thoughts seemed to cease. Moments later, the explosion subsided. Yet, with Mu Yang's demise, the entire world appeared to plunge into a peculiar stasis. A whirlwind of chaos ensued, as everything faded like a dream or a fleeting illusion. It seemed the world was beginning to reassemble. After an indeterminate amount of time, Mu Yang's fingers twitched. As he rose, he suddenly recognized the familiar scenery surrounding him. Verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters, a lush forest with babbling streams, and birds occasionally perching on trees, emitting their melodious calls. This was the very place where he had previously entered the illusory realm. How had he returned here? Right? He had died, slaughtered by the energy of my Lukahuo's explosion. Mu Yang rubbed his head, recalling the events that transpired, finding the last moments somewhat hazy. Moreover, my Lukahuo's return was indeed perplexing. Never mind, he thought, looking around with a hint of confusion. This was undoubtedly the place of his arrival. Clenching his fist, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy that was palpably real. His strength had not diminished. It remained at the same intensity as when he battled my Lukahuo. Emerging from the forest along a mountain path, Mu Yang entered a modest town that was not particularly bustling. The people on the street hurried past, carrying various bags, seemingly in a state of panic. Mu Yang furrowed his brow at the sight of a village besieged by demonic forces. Indeed, it mirrored the earlier calamities he had encountered. A creature, its body adorned with scaly armor, unleashed flames from its maw as it mercilessly slaughtered the villagers. Could this be the true essence of the trial grounds? The notion that as long as one failed to vanquish the designated adversary of the trial, even death would not be the end, and the entire world would revert to its inception repeatedly? Was this not akin to an endless prison of time? However, for a resolute martial artist, this might not necessarily be a misfortune. Perhaps it was the very sanctum for cultivation they had yearned for. As Mu Yang made his way toward the monstrous creature within the village, he disregarded the villagers' urgent shouts and pleas for caution. Standing before the beast, he was met with a derisive laugh. A human foolishly walking into my trap, the scaly creature exclaimed, preparing to devour him with its gaping maw. However, As it lunged forward, Mu Yang effortlessly raised his palm, and in an instant, a flash of lightning cleaved through the air, severing the creature's head in two, which then fell apart, leaving it in a state of shock as darkness enveloped its consciousness. History repeats itself, Mu Yang remarked with indifference. Having discerned that this illusory realm posed no genuine threat to his existence, he embraced the surreal experience fully, pondering that perhaps this was the true essence of such a dreamlike world. Ignoring the astonished and reverent gazes of those around him, Mu Yang leapt into the air. This time, he did not ascend towards the Kalen Tower, but instead followed another distinct aura that lingered in the atmosphere, heading southward. There lay the lair of the great demon king Bic. He had previously encountered Melakuhuo, and now Mu Yang intended to confront Bic directly. Concerning Melakuhuo, he had gleaned sufficient information. The being claimed to hail from the planet to command. Although the reasoning behind an extraterrestrial transforming into a demon upon arriving on Earth remained a mystery, the life forms within this illusionary world were shaped by history dating back over 250 years. This implied that Melakuhuo must have existed in the true historical narrative. Recalling Melakuhuo's mention of a malfunctioning spacecraft, Mu Yang's thoughts immediately turned to the wreckage that had plummeted into the valleys of the primitive mountain range. The energy detector in Mu Yang's possession was unearthed from the remnants of a wreckage. It was somewhat peculiar that no corpses were found aboard the spacecraft, leading him to speculate that the extraterrestrial visitor did not perish on the spot but rather survived on Earth, likely being Melakuhuo. As for the absence of Melakuhuo in later historical records, he surmised that it might be due to the individual becoming part of the demon race, subsequently dealt with by the celestial gods or Bobo. Unlike the demon king Piccolo, Melakuhuo warranted intervention from the celestial gods or Bobo. In this world, devoid of temples, celestial gods, and Bobo, a chaotic reign of the two demon kings ensued. In a southern town, every human had already perished, revealing a desolate and bleak landscape. In the northwestern corner of the town stood a mountain, surrounded by withered flora, with crows cawing ominously amidst scattered bones. There, a palace constructed of white bones towered. As night descended, a chilling wind howled, creating an atmosphere of dread. Suddenly, a flash streaked across the sky. Mu Yang was drawn to the malevolent aura of the demon king Piccolo. Upon landing at the entrance of the Bone Palace, he was immediately detected by the demon guards. Minions created by Piccolo, each adorned with green skin and covered in scales. "Who goes there?" bellowed a demon guard as he approached. Yet, what greeted them was a dazzling energy wave. Boom, boom. The brilliant energy erupted at the palace entrance, overwhelming the demon guards, whose combat power barely exceeded 100. In an instant, countless demons succumbed to the explosion of the energy wave, and a breach was blasted open in the palace's grand door, allowing Mu Yang to enter with an air of authority. Inside the palace, the light was dim, with hazy bonfires flickering on either side, and the corridor was permeated with the acrid scent of kerosene. Mu Yang furrowed his brow as he made his way to the innermost part of the palace. In a spacious hall, he beheld the formidable King Piccolo seated upon his throne, with green skin, black eyes, and dark red muscle patterns tracing his arms and abdomen. He bore two antenna-like appendages atop his head. This was the youthful King Piccolo, whose true identity was that of an Namekian. At that moment, King Piccolo had his eyes half closed, resting his hands upon the skeletal throne. Upon noticing Mu Yang's entrance, he opened his eyes, his expression indifferent, and remarked, "Ignorant human. How many have come to seek their demise this time? Yet, this is fortuitous. Relentless warfare only diminishes the thrill. Watching you all march to your doom provides me with some much-needed entertainment." Humph. Mu Yang responded with a cold snort. Did this King Piccolo truly consider himself a world-ending demon? Little did he realize that such fairy-tale villains ultimately meet their end at the hands of heroes. King Piccolo, with few words, felt Mu Yang unleash his aura. Suddenly, a force that could obscure the heavens filled the palace, causing King Piccolo to widen his eyes in astonishment, his countenance darkening. The existence of such a powerful human was shocking. A flicker of killing intent flashed in King Piccolo's eyes. "Come, let us battle." In the face of a true adversary, it would be unwise for Mu Yang to reveal his trump cards prematurely. However, in this illusory realm, death merely meant starting anew, and King Piccolo's overall strength might not surpass his own. Recognizing this as an excellent opportunity for trial, he aimed to enhance his combat capabilities continually and identify his shortcomings. "You seek your own demise," King Piccolo coldly declared, releasing a chilling aura that swiftly countered Mu Yang's imposing presence. Rising from his throne, the true battle had finally commenced. The world spun, and the illusionary realm rebooted once more. In the encounter with King Piccolo, Mu Yang ultimately faced defeat. King Piccolo, having split from the original deity of the heavens. The Namekian possessed an innate racial talent that rendered his combat skills terrifyingly high. At least from Mu Yang's perspective, he now comprehended why Marikahawk, despite possessing greater combat prowess than King Piccolo, hesitated to act against him. It must be said that without clearing external obstacles, a confrontation between the two demons resulting in mutual destruction was highly inadvisable. One misstep could allow a human expert, such as Wu Taidu, to seize the opportunity. It would be wiser to eliminate all the formidable humans before engaging in a duel between the demons. Of course, with a combat power of merely 260, Mu Yang remained confident that he would not be easily vanquished by King Piccolo. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that the King Piccolo before him was far beyond the 260 he had previously estimated, but rather at least over 300. This was a grave misjudgment. Although Mu Yang had managed to contend with the formidable Bik the Demon King for quite some time, he ultimately met his demise within the confines of the Bone Palace. Following several reboots, Mu Yang, as if invigorated by a stimulant, incessantly challenged Bik the Demon King and Marikuhuo. After enduring 7 consecutive failures, Mu Yang finally grasped a crucial insight. Each reboot of the illusion would amplify the target's capabilities to some degree. This enhancement could manifest in strength or skills. In other words, if he failed to achieve progress within a single illusion, the circumstances he would face in the subsequent illusion would become increasingly complex and arduous. Moreover, each illusion permitted only 2 attempts to challenge the same adversary, as was the case in Mu Yang's previous encounter with Marikuhuo. Despite having a tangible victory over his opponent, he failed to eliminate him, thereby forfeiting the opportunity to initiate a third battle. Consequently, the illusion intervened, causing Marikuhuo to return and reenact the illusion through self-detonation. Through several experiences in the illusions, Mu Yang steadily fortified himself amidst increasingly powerful foes, ultimately acquiring the strength to vanquish both Bik the Demon King and Marikuhuo. However, during the 8th reboot, an unexpected turn of events transpired. He found himself besieged by a combined assault from Bik the Demon King and Marikuhuo, culminating in a bitter defeat. Regrettably, this unforeseen alliance had never been encountered in the prior attempts. Just before consciousness faded into darkness, Mu Yang reflected on the situation. It seemed that as his strength grew, the realm of the illusion was also undergoing a transformation. At that moment, his combat prowess had reached approximately 290, nearing 300. Alone, neither the enhanced Bik the Demon King nor Marikuhuo stood a chance against him. Logically, he should have been able to effortlessly accomplish the task entrusted to him by Bobo. In the 9th reboot, the illusionary space reverted to its original form. Yet, unlike previous instances, Mu Yang did not return to the forest where he had earlier descended. Instead, he found himself near a hot spring. The gentle sound of flowing water echoed in the distance, and a veil of mist rose from the spring. As Mu Yang approached, he noticed a woman's garments hanging from a tree. Someone was bathing. With this thought in mind, Mu Yang decided to retreat along the path he had come. Mu Yang is an ordinary man, harboring desires for women. However, he considers himself a paragon of virtue and would never stoop to acts of voyeurism. If he wished to indulge such desires, he would rather engage in an earnest discussion with Mei Xia, perhaps finding that there would be no need for clandestine glances. As he stepped back, he noticed a shadowy figure stealthily climbing up a tree trunk, subsequently concealing itself in a corner, motionless. The individual, clad in purple attire and donning sunglasses, was salivating as they peered surreptitiously, brazenly spying on a woman bathing. Mu Yang shook his head, instantly filled with disdain. He casually picked up a pebble and tossed it towards the hot spring. He couldn't help but want to thwart this individual who shamelessly peered at women bathing. With a splash, the stone fell into the water, startling everyone present. Soon, a woman's voice rang out, "Who is there?" "Miss, I have caught a voyeur." Mu Yang silently appeared behind the peeping man and seized him. "What? Someone is spying." The woman in the hot spring was taken aback and hastily began to dress herself. Meanwhile, the voyeur struggled incessantly, pleading, "Hey, let me go. We can discuss this." "I cannot decide that. Wait until the rightful owner arrives." Mu Yang replied with a shake of his head, embodying righteousness. The man instantly looked despondent, his face a mask of despair. "No, please. If you wait, it will be too late. That is not my concern." Just then, the woman emerged from behind the hot spring, her light purple hair glistening with droplets of water. Clearly flustered by the sudden turn of events, she displayed a flash of anger upon seeing the voyeur. "Ah, Wu Tian, It truly is you lecture. Just wait until I tell father. Fong, I was wrong. Please don't tell the teacher, or I will be expelled from the school. The man, addressed as Wu Tian, immediately pleaded, his head bowed in despair. Wu Tian, Fong. Upon hearing these names, Mu Yang was taken aback. Fong was a rather common name, lacking distinctiveness, belonging to several individuals in the Dragon Ball universe, the most famous of whom was, of course, Sun Wukong's granddaughter. However, the young girl before him was clearly not her, so he paid little mind to it. What captured his attention was the name Wu Tian. The one who dared to spy on others was indeed Wu Tian. This was the future martial arts deity, known as Master Roshi. The thought of the young woman he had a crush on in his youth crossed his mind. Could this man before him be the youthful Master Roshi? A closer look revealed faint traces of Master Roshi's features, confirming his identity. Curiously, the girl named Fong, with her light purple hair, bore some resemblance to the fortune teller's crimson locks. So, this indicated that there was still a considerable time before the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo? Sir, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to this lecture, the girl named Fong said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Mu Yang waved his hand with a gentle smile, saying, no need for thanks, I merely cannot tolerate certain behaviors. Hey, how can you speak like that? Wu Tian shouted in discontent. Wu Tian, if you shout again, I shall inform father that you were spying on me, Wu Fong retorted, her eyes narrowing in displeasure. Under the formidable gaze of Wu Fong, Wu Tian immediately fell silent, his demeanor wilting like a withered plant, crestfallen and no longer speaking. In his life, Wu Tian feared two individuals above all, his teacher, Wu Taidu, and Wu Fong. Even his elder sister did not inspire such trepidation. However, alongside his fear of Wu Fong, there existed a deeper affection. Thus, he often found himself unable to resist engaging in antics to capture her attention. Observing the playful banter between Wu Tian and Wu Fong, Mu Yang chuckled and inquired, might I ask where Mr. Wu Taidu's dojo is located? Are you here to learn martial arts? Wu Fong exclaimed, her face alight with surprise, and she promptly took the lead towards Wu Taidu's training hall. With a smile, Mu Yang followed Wu Fong towards the dojo, all the while under the envious and resentful gaze of Wu Tian. Listen, I am a direct disciple of Master Wu Taidu. If you wish to learn, you must first pass my test. Do you realize you almost jeopardized my plans just now? Wu Tian whispered to Mu Yang as he squeezed closer. Mu Yang nodded noncommittally. Yet he was aware that the turtle sage had similarly exhibited such demeanor in his youth. The group traversed through the woods and soon arrived at the entrance of a martial arts dojo. This was indeed his father's dojo. Wu Fong pointed towards the dojo's grand door and remarked that Wu Taidu's establishment was not particularly large, housing only a few dozen students, which paled in comparison to the Tianqin school. However, this did not diminish Wu Taidu's reputation as a martial arts master, renowned far and wide. The young man, Wu Taidu, donned in a white martial arts uniform, sat upon the floor. Upon noticing his daughter and her companion approaching, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he scrutinized the young man accompanying her. An overwhelming aura of intimidation emanated from Mu Yang, causing Wu Taidu's expression to shift dramatically, his eyes reflecting a profound disbelief. Master Wu Taidu, Mu Yang greeted with respectful composure, neither subservient nor arrogant. The Wu Taidu before him was merely a figment within this illusion, distinct from the Wu Taidu encountered by the fortune teller. Wu Taidu promptly rose and offered a slight bow to Mu Yang. You are the true elder here. Simply call me Mu Yang, the young man replied. Very well. Wu Taidu acknowledged with a nod. Father, Wu Fong was bewildered by the unfolding scene, perplexed as to why her father referred to this young man as an elder. Was it possible that he was a concealed master? Yet, the age seemed incongruent. Fong, Wu Tian, I have matters of great importance to discuss with Mr. Mu Yang. You may step outside for now. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in their minds, Wu Fong and Wu Tian felt compelled to obey Wu Taidu's request. With astonished glances cast towards Mu Yang, they exited together. Once the two had departed, Wu Taidu inquired, Mr. Mu Yang, I sensed a remarkably natural essence in your steps. May I ask to which school you belonged? Mu Yang smiled gently and said, Heavenly Heart Flow. Wu Taidu inhaled sharply, filled with admiration. So it is a divine transmission sect. No wonder you possess such formidable strength. Although Wu Taidu had yet to reach the level of discerning individuals with closed eyes, he could still sense the fundamental disparities in power. The moment he laid eyes on Mu Yang, he instinctively understood that he was no match for him. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Mr. Mu Yang? Mu Yang's expression grew serious. Indeed, it is a grave matter. In the near future, this world will witness the emergence of two exceedingly formidable demon lords. One is named Bik the Great Demon King, and the other is Mariko the Demon King. Their arrival will plunge the entire world into a hellish nightmare. I share this with you to urge you to prepare in advance. For there is no one in existence who can stand against them, not even Mr. Lien. Wu Taidu paused slightly, his countenance turning grave. Indeed not. In truth, Mu Yang possessed the strength sufficient to vanquish both Bik the Great Demon King and Mariko. However, in order to encourage Wu Taidu to develop the demon sealing wave, Mu Yang intentionally chose to withhold this information. The response from Mu Yang left Wu Taidu in silence. What course of action should we take now? Ascend the Kalen Tower and devise a method to seal the demon race. Wu Taidu nodded, harboring no doubts regarding Mu Yang's words. In the days that followed, Mu Yang took residence in Wu Taidu's dojo, during which they engaged in several sparring sessions. However, without exception, Wu Taidu fell to Mu Yang in mere moves. It was not until Mu Yang adjusted his energy to match Wu Taidu's intensity that they were able to contend evenly. Remembering Mu Yang's assertion that even he was no match for the Great Demon King, Wu Taidu felt an increasing sense of urgency. At last, one day, Wu Taidu closed the dojo, packed his belongings, and prepared to embark on his journey to the Kalen Tower. Behind him, the young turtle hermit, Crane Hermit, and Wu Fangfang stood at the entrance to bid him farewell. Master, wish you a safe journey, and may you discover a way to save this world. Wait for my return. Wu Taidu nodded resolutely and set forth on his quest. At the pinnacle of the Kalen Tower, Wu Taidu pondered deeply. And under the guidance of the immortals, he devised a specialized technique for sealing the demon race, known as the demon sealing wave. During this time, Mu Yang was not idle, while Wu Taidu researched the demon sealing wave. He also recreated several highly effective techniques based on his knowledge from his previous life in the Dragon Ball universe, such as the Solar Flare, Keyblade, and Keyball. As long as the accumulation of energy reached a certain level, these techniques could be effortlessly conjured. Gradually, time slipped away until one day, a tremendous sound echoed from the lower realm as an alien spacecraft crashed onto Earth. On top of the Kalen Tower, Mu Yang and the others noted this occurrence. It has arrived. Malukaho has come to Earth. Mu Yang opened his eyes and sensed a formidable energy manifesting on the planet. Is this the Great Demon King you mentioned? The immortal's throat tightened at the overwhelming and aggressive aura. Though the nature of the energy differed, it was undoubtedly Malukaho. Mu Yang confirmed with a nod. At this moment, Malukaho was still merely a Tukamand alien. Although the reason for his transformation into a demon upon arriving on Earth remained unclear, he was undoubtedly the enemy. Wu Taidu then spoke gravely. If this is the opponent we face, my demon sealing wave may not suffice to seal him. Mu Yang remarked. Leave this fellow to me, Wu Taidu. You should continue your research on the magic sealing wave. We still have some time before the emergence of the Demon King Bik. You must refine your techniques as swiftly as possible. Understood. I shall expedite my efforts. After sensing the aura of Mariko, Wu Taidu became increasingly attentive to the Demon King Bik. Noticing Wu Taidu's nod of agreement, Mu Yang smiled, waved his hand to them, and leapt directly from the edge of the Kalen Tower. A flash of light streaked across the sky, heading toward the location where Mariko descended. Ah, I hope Mu Yang can triumph over that extraterrestrial being, the sage mused, leaning on his wooden staff as he gazed at the mist-shrouded expanse. Indeed. Wu Taidu sighed, his eyes filled with concern as he watched the clouds where Mu Yang had vanished. He quickly gathered his resolve. All he could do now was to expedite the research on the magic sealing wave. More than 2 centuries ago, the primordial mountains remained unchanged. And in this vast and tumultuous forest, the passage of time appeared to have little effect. Within the dense woods, a certain area was engulfed in thick smoke, where violent impacts had altered the terrain, unearthing layers of earth and stone that had been buried for countless ages, forming a crescent-shaped depression. At that moment, the red-haired Mariko crawled out from the wreckage of his spacecraft, a sullen expression etched on his face as he surveyed the primitive surroundings. Cursing under his breath, he lamented. Damn it, those fools at the aerospace center sold me a defective craft. I shall have their skins when I return. He then scrutinized his surroundings, utilizing his portable energy detector. Beep, beep. Numerous single-digit readings appeared on the display screen, with few reaching double digits. The data system of the Tukamandians operated in hexadecimal, with 16 parameters for the single digits. Humph, what a primitive planet. I hope to find a way back to the cosmos. Turning off the energy detector, Mariko disdainfully curled his lip. Although the Tukamandians were not a particularly powerful race in the universe, their individual combat strength exceeded 100, and Maruka was among the more distinguished, boasting a combat power surpassing 250. Thus, upon detecting that the energy levels on Earth were merely single-digit, a natural sense of superiority and disdain welled up within him. Following a thorough search of the primordial mountains, the results of his exploration left Maruku profoundly disheartened. He discovered that this planet's technology was still in the nascent stages of harnessing electrical energy, utterly incapable of constructing spacecraft. His expression darkened even further. Damn it! This planet's technology is far too backward. It lacks the ability to repair a spacecraft. He tapped the detector affixed to his ear, only to find it was still the low-grade model devoid of cosmic communication capabilities. Swindlers, those charlatans, selling subpar goods and deceiving the masses. In other words, Melakuhuo found himself ensnared on this backward planet. How could such a fate be tolerated? Melakuhuo, an aggressively ambitious Tukamandian, harbored aspirations of ruling over other worlds and could not acquiesce to being confined on this insignificant sphere. No, he must devise a means of escape. Melakuhuo would not resign himself to squander the remainder of his days in this place. Just as he began to contemplate alternative strategies, fate intervened, and a shadowy figure soared from the distance, reaching Melakuhuo's zenith in the blink of an eye. Muyang arrived at the location of Melakuhuo, confirming the figure below. With red hair and azure skin, though devoid of the patterns that signify a demon, Muyang was certain it was indeed Melakuhuo. Recalling the encounters with Melakuhuo from the previous 8 resets, a flicker of murderous intent shone in Muyang's eyes. Without further contemplation, he summoned a sphere of energy and hurled it downward. Chi Yuan slash. A disk of swirling energy surged forth, slicing through the air with a soft hiss. This technique, originally a masterpiece of Qin's research, was emulated by Muyang using his own insights. Although its potency was slightly diminished compared to the original, it sufficed to deal with Melakuhuo. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Melakuhuo momentarily faltered. Yet, in a dire moment, his instincts compelled him to sidestep, resulting in a sickening sound of flesh being torn apart as azure blood splattered the ground. Melakuhuo let out a pained wail, one of his arms severed by the Chi Yuan slash. He had narrowly evaded a fatal blow. Muyang sighed inwardly, twisting his palm to redirect the Chi Yuan slash, sending it once more towards Melakuhuo. Who on earth are you? Melakuhuo bellowed in fury, his heart racing as he faced the incoming energy disk. With a wild surge, he unleashed a crimson energy to counter the Chi Yuan slash. A thunderous explosion erupted in the canopy above, massive trees either bowing to the ground or snapping in half under the blast's force. In the vicinity closest to the epicenter, the ground was instantly reduced to charred remnants. Dense smoke billowed outward, painting a harrowing aftermath of battle. After several exchanges of energy, the Chi Yuan slash and the crimson energy finally extinguished each other in a brilliant flash. At this moment, Melakuhuo finally had the opportunity to scrutinize his assailant. In the sky, a figure clad in a flowing white martial arts robe danced with the wind, a young man with cold, piercing eyes fixated on him. My dear sir, it appears I have not wronged you, have I? Melakuhuo snarled, desperately suppressing the fury raging within him. However, the rising and falling of his chest betrayed the extent of his wrath. Muyang gazed quietly, offering no response. The figure before him, Melakuhuo, had yet to transform into a demon, and his power was far inferior to those Muyang had previously encountered. Nonetheless, the brutality emanating from him suggested that, given time, Melakuhuo would inevitably tread the path of enslaving humanity. Muyang had never entertained the notion of mercy towards his adversaries. Even when faced with a weaker foe, he believed in rooting out the threat entirely, leaving no trace behind. Noticing the prolonged silence from his opponent, Melakuhuo found himself ensnared by Muyang's piercing black gaze. An inexplicable chill coursed through him. Just as he was about to utter a word, Muyang made his move, cutting through the air with a blur of motion, swiftly appearing before Melakuhuo. Such speed! How could there exist such a formidable master on this planet? Melakuhuo's green pupils constricted in horror, instinctively attempting to retreat. However, Muyang's assault had already commenced with the overwhelming technique known as the heavenly palm of all nations. His pale gold hand glided gracefully through the void, akin to a dancer as arcs of electricity crackled with a piercing sound. Under Melakuhuo's astonished gaze, the electrified hand descended upon him, accompanied by a torrent of golden light that bore down with the force of a tempest. Melakuhuo attempted to move, only to find himself utterly immobilized within the grasp of the technique's formidable aura. What kind of technique is this? Fear flashed in his eyes. He felt an icy sensation piercing through him, as if he were trapped in a hellish realm, rendering him speechless. With a resounding crash, the currents from the heavenly palm of all nations surged through Melikuhuo's entire body, propelling him away while simultaneously paralyzing him. For the foreseeable future, he would be bereft of the ability to resist. At this moment, Melikuhuo was genuinely frightened. The opponent's strength was unfathomable, and he was no match for him. The disdain and lofty ambitions he had harbored towards this planet evaporated into nothingness, leaving behind an abyss of terror. What manner of hidden talent lies within this planet? He deeply suspected that the merchant who sold him the energy detector had not merely provided substandard goods. Perhaps they had sold him defective devices altogether. Cunning merchants. Those vile traders had condemned Lord Melikuhuo. Had he known the true peril of this planet, he would have rather crashed into a star than have descended here. Melikuhuo was now at a loss, overwhelmed by despair. Though he had not yet transformed into a demon, Mu Yang's mission was clear: to defeat them. For now, while Bick had yet to appear, Melikuhuo would have to embark on his journey alone. A faint chill permeated his voice as Mu Yang materialized beside Melikuhuo, resting a hand upon his shoulder. This gesture startled Melikuhuo, causing him to break out in a cold sweat as he grasped the stark disparity between them. "My lord, is there some misunderstanding? Surely, we harbor no enmity towards one another," he inquired, his countenance grim, disinterested in addressing Melikuhuo's confusion. Mu Yang abruptly yanked off the latter's other arm with a sharp crack. "Ah!" Melikuhuo emitted a pained scream as he once again lost an arm. "Why is this happening? I have wronged you not." He collapsed to the ground, anguish etched on his face as he gazed at his severed limb, his expression evasive. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. An arm may regenerate, but a life lost is irretrievable. Do not ask further. I shall not explain myself to a corpse. Embrace your demise peacefully. At least you have not yet transformed into a demon, affording you the chance to enter the afterlife. Assuming such a realm exists, came the indifferent reply. As these words fell, it seemed as though the entire world fell into silence. Mu Yang offered Melikuhuo no further clarity. Instead, a brilliant azure energy descended from the heavens. In an instant, Melikuhuo's mind froze, sensing the encroaching breath of death. Boom! The azure energy erupted in a blinding white light, a colossal mushroom cloud ascending from the primordial mountains. When the chaos subsided, a gaping chasm nearly 100 meters deep remained in the ground. Having vanquished one foe, Mu Yang mused that he had accomplished half of his mission. He sensed Melikuhuo's aura, confirming that his opponent had perished from his energy wave. In terms of individual combat prowess, after enduring several rounds of resurrection, Mu Yang's strength had surpassed that of both Melikuhuo and the Demon King Piccolo. His previous misstep had stemmed from their unexpected alliance that caught him off guard. This time, the illusionary realm offered no opportunity for them to unite, and Mu Yang felt assured of his impending victory. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered within him. He had failed to discern the reason behind Melikuhuo's transformation into a demon. Could it be that denizens from the demon realm had ventured to Earth? Of course, by the demon realm, he did not refer to the fringed realm adjacent to Earth, but rather the true domain of the Demon King. He recalled that the egg sealing the Demon Buu had once resided on Earth, and it was said that the king of the demon realm, Dabura, had previously sent emissaries to investigate Earth. Might Melikuhuo's metamorphosis be related to Dabura's agents? However, pondering such matters proved futile. After all, this was merely a reenactment of a dream, and all history had indeed concluded. With this thought, Mu Yang shook his head and leapt into the sky, soaring once more towards the direction of the Korin Tower. Next, all he needed to do was assist Tedu in vanquishing the Demon King Piccolo to complete the trial and escape this realm. At the Korin Tower, the Immortal and Tedu gazed in astonishment at Mu Yang's performance. They had witnessed the events unfolding in the lower realm clearly through the water tank. The Immortal, with a look of disbelief, remarked that Mu Yang possesses such formidable strength. There is likely no one in this world who can rival him. Tedu nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "I am significantly inferior in comparison to him." The Immortal, perplexed, inquired, "If he is so powerful, why do you need to study the demon sealing wave?" Tedu too appeared bewildered, contemplating that perhaps this was simply an eccentricity of a master. Perhaps, the Immortal conceded, recognizing that this world is populated by individuals of all temperaments. It is possible that Mu Yang prefers to observe from a distance rather than engage directly. Unbeknownst to the Immortal, Mu Yang's request for Taidu to research the demon sealing wave was driven by a desire to grasp the theoretical principles behind the technique. The prowess of Taidu was evident in his mastery of the demon sealing wave and the universal shock wave, solidifying his reputation as a master of his generation. If he could uncover the developmental principles of the demon sealing wave through this illusion, it might serve as a foundation for him to create his own commanding technique in the future. While Son Gohan in the real world could also perform the demon sealing wave, he was not its original developer. He understood the technique but lacked the depth of knowledge possessed by its creator. Thus, it was prudent to allow Taidu in the illusionary realm to conduct his researches, enabling Mu Yang to learn from established techniques. As time passed quietly alongside their training, Taidu dedicated himself to the development of the demon sealing wave, pondering deeply for a full 6 months atop Korin Tower. Half a year after Mu Yang had defeated Malukahuo, the Demon King Piccolo finally made his appearance. Upon his arrival, he immediately revealed his ruthless nature. Within a single day and night, over 100 towns were obliterated, and millions perished at the hands of the demon's minions. In an instant, the fearsome reputation of the Demon King Piccolo spread throughout the world. However, compared to the tragic devastation wrought by the 2 previous Demon Kings, this world was fortunate to experience a situation more aligned with historical accuracy. Mu Yang, please act swiftly to stop the Demon King Piccolo. Witnessing the suffering in the lower realm, the immortal anxiously turned to Mu Yang for assistance. Mu Yang gazed at Wu Taidu and inquired, "Have you completed the research on the demon sealing wave?" Wu Taidu nodded solemnly. "The fundamental principles have been established, but only through rigorous testing against the demon race can we ascertain its true efficacy." Mu Yang waved his hand, indicating that the theoretical aspect was sufficient and that the testing could be omitted. He instructed that the concepts of the magic sealing wave be compiled into a booklet, leaving the formidable Demon King Piccolo in his capable hands. What Piccolo sought was solely the theoretical principles behind the magic sealing wave. Everything else was of little concern to him. Observing Wu Taidu's nod of agreement, Mu Yang diligently recorded the key points of the magic sealing wave in the booklet. After glancing through the manual, he noted the distinctiveness of the original author's training guide, which meticulously detailed every essential aspect and creative thought behind the technique. A smile graced Mu Yang's face. The mere possession of this booklet made his journey worthwhile, and the rewards were indeed substantial. In high spirits, he greeted the others and proceeded directly towards the lair of the formidable King Piccolo. This desolate and dilapidated town reeked of a metallic scent. The once fertile farmlands and homes now lay in ruins, with collapsed structures exuding an indescribable aura of despair. The sky was overcast, seemingly pressing down upon the earth, while a biting, frigid wind swept across the barren ground, permeating the atmosphere with an air of malevolence. Observing the town, ravaged by the Dark Lord's hand, Mu Yang furrowed his brow slightly, his expression indifferent as he traversed the narrow path, swiftly arriving at King Piccolo's palace. Lowly demons still guarded this place. To be born in the Dragon Ball world and align oneself with the forces of evil sealed their tragic fate. With a swift flick of his hand, Mu Yang unleashed several energy waves, entering the palace unimpeded. How audacious to intrude upon the king's domain. A winged dinosaur man stood at the entrance, blocking Mu Yang's path. Unlike the minions with power levels in the tens, this demon warrior boasted a combat strength exceeding 100, marking him as one of King Piccolo's elite subordinates. Yet, for Mu Yang, whose power had already reached 300, this foe was far from formidable. In the realm of Dragon Ball, if the combat power disparity between 2 opponents is within 30, the difference is considered minor, allowing for skill to bridge the gap and the weaker to triumph over the stronger. A difference of 50, however, often necessitates extraordinary abilities, such as heightened perception of energy or extraordinary mastery of techniques. Otherwise, while a battle may be waged, the outcome is often inevitable defeat, leading to a hasty retreat. Typically, those capable of overcoming a 50-point disparity do so by maximizing a particular strength to its fullest potential. A gap of over 100 in combat power, however, signifies a monumental difference. In such cases, a single strike from the opponent could spell instant annihilation. Though exceptions exist, the principle generally holds true. At present, Mu Yang's combat prowess was more than 3 times that of the winged dinosaur man. Casting a calm glance at his adversary, a faint sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he declared, seeking death. As soon as his words fell, Mu Yang vanished in an instant, only to reappear beside the winged dinosaur man with a swift motion, unleashing an energy wave that reduced him to ashes. After dispatching the demon at the entrance, Mu Yang pushed open the grand doors of the main hall, where he beheld King Piccolo seated at the center of the palace. As before, the Dark Lord maintained an air of supreme authority, merely opening his eyes slightly at Mu Yang's arrival. "Human, who are you?" King Piccolo's voice was frigid, laced with a hint of malice. "Once again, we meet, King Piccolo." Mu Yang advanced step by step, a faint smile gracing his features. "We have met before?" King Piccolo inquired, a hint of confusion marring his otherwise stoic demeanor. Mu Yang shook his head, having never encountered such a thing, yet deemed it inconsequential. As King Piccolo rested his chin on his hand, anticipating further revelations from Mu Yang, he was abruptly met with silence. The expression on King Piccolo's face shifted dramatically. In that moment, a flash of brilliance erupted, and an electric surge approached him, Mu Yang. Just as he prepared to respond, a formidable fist struck him with tremendous force. The resounding impact echoed as steel met the ground. King Piccolo's body collided intimately with Mu Yang's iron fist, his chest caving in under the immense blow. The skeletal throne beneath him shattered into countless fragments with a sharp crack. King Piccolo, unaccustomed to such provocation, felt a surge of fury or perhaps pain, as his eyes reddened and emitted a fierce roar. "How dare you, human? You have inflicted injury upon me." An aura of chilling malevolence enveloped him. King Piccolo retracted his earlier disdain, the intensity of his power escalating, causing the very palace to tremble in response. Mu Yang observed coldly, yet refrained from granting his adversary any further opportunities for enhancement. With a sudden strike, he unleashed a formidable punch, the overwhelming force slicing through the air like a knife, shattering the energy aura that the Demon King Piccolo had attempted to amplify. A resounding boom reverberated as an even more potent presence soared into the sky, shattering the calm and inducing a chilling sweat even upon the brow of the Demon King, who involuntarily succumbed to a sense of dread. With Mu Yang's current strength, dealing with Piccolo alone posed no challenge. How could this be? The Demon King Piccolo bellowed in astonishment, his expression one of sheer horror as he realized that Mu Yang's power eclipsed his own. The existence of such a formidable opponent on Earth thwarted his ambitions of world domination. Flee. The thought surged within Piccolo's mind. If he did not escape now, it would be too late. Once this notion took root, it became increasingly difficult to suppress. There was no shame in retreat, for the sake of his aspirations. He had no choice but to accept this outcome. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Perceiving Piccolo's intentions, Mu Yang thrust his palm forward, executing a slow but deliberate attack known as Heavenly Heart Slash. In an instant, a flawless energy sphere, transparent as a luminous pearl, erupted forth, accompanied by a dazzling brilliance that transformed the small orb into a piercing arc of light. Suddenly, the once tranquil space erupted into chaos as a violent surge of energy roared towards the Demon King, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply, and he screamed in madness, "Impossible! No one can kill me." "Enough of your noise," Mu Yang retorted coldly, intensifying the power in his grasp as the starlit energy morphed into crescent-shaped blades. The Demon King was struck by Mu Yang's onslaught, the raging energy compressing and igniting incessantly. Even his iron-like physique could not withstand the relentless assault, leading to his inevitable disintegration. With a thunderous explosion, the once mighty Demon King Piccolo met his end without even a semblance of a counterattack. Finally, he had fulfilled the task assigned by Bobo. Mu Yang pondered, reflecting on his thoughts. Although Bobo had indicated that he could return upon defeating the strongest foe within, he had not provided specifics on the means of returning. Could he simply stand still to go back? He attempted this, but there was no response. How was he to return? This question, which he had not contemplated before, now perplexed Mu Yang, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. Fortunately, he was not one to dwell excessively on trivial matters. As the saying goes, the bridge will naturally be built when the boat arrives. Would he truly allow this dilemma to confound him? Casting a glance around the desolate surroundings, he noted the once cold palace had collapsed, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Mu Yang pinched his nose as he exited the palace of the great Demon King Piccolo. With a sudden rush, he soared into the sky, ascending to a considerable height, from which he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy upon the world below. A radiant beam of energy cascaded down, shaking the very earth, until the palace of the great Demon King vanished entirely from the surface of the planet. Having accomplished this feat, Mu Yang felt a slight alleviation in his spirits, before abruptly accelerating and transforming into a mere black dot, disappearing from sight. Upon returning to the Kalen Tower, he found himself at a temporary impasse regarding his return. Thus, he retrieved a booklet detailing the principles behind the creation of the magic sealing wave, which he had acquired from world.The, and ventured alone to the second level of the Kalen Tower to delve into his studies. The magic sealing wave is a formidable sealing technique, particularly effective against demonic entities. Furthermore, it proves advantageous even against non-demonic targets, provided their strength does not surpass that of the user by several levels. Hence, Mu Yang was deeply intrigued by the principles of this technique, aspiring to draw inspiration from it to forge his own unique, cohesive skill. On this day, the sun shone brightly against the vibrant blue sky. Mu Yang continued to refine his techniques, having spent many days atop the Kalen Tower. Yet, he had yet to discover a means to depart, leading him to ponder whether there existed beings more formidable than my Lukahuo and the Demon King Bick in this world. Had he truly not fulfilled the task assigned by Bobo? While he was lost in thought, an elder approached, leaning on a cane, with a rotund figure. He settled beside Mu Yang. Mu Yang, you have been here for quite some time. It is thanks to you that this world has been saved, the elder remarked. Has world.The already left? Mu Yang inquired, lifting his gaze to the elder. Typically, at this hour, the elder and world.The would engage in discussions regarding martial arts insights, but they seldom ascended to the second floor, now commandeered by Mu Yang. He has departed. He has his own martial arts hall and disciples, and cannot remain atop the Kalen Tower indefinitely, the elder replied, casting a glance at Mu Yang. You seem troubled by something. Yes, Mu Yang nodded, voicing his inner doubts. I am contemplating whether there are individuals on Earth stronger than my Lukahuo or the Demon King Bick. Surely, there must be. What do you think of your own strength? The elder asked, regarding him intently. My strength is decent, I suppose, at the very least. Countless individuals aspire to reach the level I currently possess, Mu Yang admitted with a sigh. However, when I gaze into the cosmos, traversing the vast universe, these accomplishments pale in comparison. There are likely countless beings capable of effortlessly defeating me. Indeed, knowledge is boundless, and one must always maintain a humble heart. This quality of yours is commendable. After speaking, the elder fell silent, yet he produced a delicate golden bell from seemingly nowhere. Mu Yang, although I am unaware of who you truly are or why you possess such remarkable strength in light of your salvation of the entire world, I suggest you ascend to the top of the Kalen Tower. It may hold the answers you seek. A bell, Mu Yang exclaimed, surprise flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the exquisite bell in the elder's hand. Does a temple truly exist in this world? The elder looked at Mu Yang with astonishment. You know of the temple? It seems you have a story to tell. Indeed, there is a temple atop the Kalen Tower. In that moment, Mu Yang experienced a sudden realization. This ninth illusion was indeed different from the previous ones. It became evident that during the 8th iteration, his strength had already surpassed that of the Demon King Bick. It was merely the combined onslaught of the two that had led to his defeat at that time he had, in fact, accomplished his task then. The ninth illusion was designed to create an avenue for his departure. Oh, Bobo, why did you not clarify this from the beginning? Had the elder not presented his bell, who knows how long I would have waited to leave. With this newfound understanding, a warm smile spread across Mu Yang's face. Thank you. Receiving the bell from the immortal's hand, Mu Yang ascended effortlessly using the art of air dance. This time, he was entirely familiar with the process, not even employing the Rui staff. In no time, he soared past the lightning-laden space of thunder strikes, entering a higher dimension. As Mu Yang ascended the divine temple, the familiar palace emerged before his eyes. At that moment, a figure clad in traditional Arab attire materialized in front of him. The figure's ebony skin resembled that of ink, and upon seeing the silhouette, a smile graced Mu Yang's face. Ah, Bobo, he greeted. The one addressed as Bobo exhibited no change in expression upon hearing the voice. His eyes were devoid of luster, resembling a mere puppet. Please, follow me, he intoned, before turning to lead the way towards the palace entrance. Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed, guided by Bobo as he traversed the winding corridor, returning to the entrance of the trial chamber. Unlike before, this time, Mu Yang did not observe any other doors flanking the corridor. Throughout the journey, only this singular door appeared before him, and Bobo remained silent. Perhaps it was due to the nature of this illusionary realm that both Bobo and the temple were mere figments of imagination. Bobo opened the golden door, revealing an abyss of darkness within the illusion. Enter. You have completed the trial. All right. Casting a deep gaze into the illusory world, Mu Yang's expression turned solemn as he stepped through the threshold. Upon entering, the scenery transformed instantaneously. The dark veil vanished, and a whirlwind ensued, seemingly inverting the entire world. Suddenly, as he opened his eyes, Mu Yang found himself back in the lengthy corridor, with a golden door behind him. Am I back? He pondered, scrutinizing his surroundings. When he finally discerned the multitude of doors lining the corridor, he felt reassured that he had indeed returned from the trial. This trial had proven to be exceptionally arduous. He had perished 8 times within, nearly unable to return. However, his gains were substantial. Not only had he uncovered the principles behind the release of the magical seal, but his energy had also surged to 310. On Earth, apart from Bobo and the celestial being, he was among the mightiest. Oh, Mu Yang, you have returned. Upon reaching the plaza of the temple, Bobo approached with hands clasped behind his back, his coin-like eyes devoid of any luster. Bobo, it's all your fault for not being clear. I nearly couldn't return, Mu Yang retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Each time he died, the strength of the adversaries within escalated, creating a relentless cycle. If not for the completion of the trial, he could have risked being eternally trapped within. This was also a facet of the trial. It was not solely a test of strength, but also of character and discernment. Furthermore, even if one could not find a way back, after 3 years, the illusionary realm would automatically return them. Bobo spoke calmly and methodically. I was in the illusionary realm for so long. How much time has passed outside? Exactly 1 year. 1 year, you say. This implied that time within and outside the realm was synchronized. Realizing that only a year had elapsed in the real world, Mu Yang understood that the time within the illusionary space aligned with that of the external world, lacking the accelerated temporal properties akin to the room of spirit and time. Nevertheless, this was fitting, as the illusionary realm was indeed designed for trials. If the capability of time acceleration were to exist, it would indeed be extraordinary. Such an imbalance in the fabric of space could likely only be orchestrated by a cosmic deity of immense power. Considering the realm of illusions, the temporal house of mind. In the previous training spaces that facilitated the comprehension of lightning-like speed and serene tranquility, there are indeed many peculiar rooms within the temple. One wonders which divine ancestor of Earth was bold enough to construct such wondrous palaces in the sky. During the years spent traversing the Dragon Ball universe, Mu Yang has discerned that this world is not merely the comic realm he initially perceived. It is a self-consistent and logically coherent universe, with the comic merely portraying a minute aspect of its entirety. Take, for instance, the character Marakuhio who fell to Earth. Had he not discovered the remnants of a spaceship in the primitive mountain and gleaned past events in the realm of illusions, such figures might have been lost to the annals of time, unbeknownst to anyone. The deeper he delves into the mysteries of this world, the more Mu Yang feels that he has only skimmed the surface of an ocean. Whether beneath it lies a tumultuous whirlpool or a bountiful treasure of life can only be revealed through personal exploration. Until he possesses a robust physique, it is prudent for him to remain discreet. What stage has Son Gohan reached in his training? Mu Yang inquired of Bobo, turning his gaze back. Son Gohan's potential was already commendable, and a year of training in the temple would surely have strengthened him further. Since the moment he vanquished Tao Pai Pai, the memories in his mind have served only as a reference, not a definitive guide. Moreover, the fact that Son Gohan, a character originally doomed to perish at the hands of the great ape transformation of Son Goku, has ascended to the temple only adds to the uncertainty of the future. Bobo replied, Son Gohan is training diligently. Although he lags behind you from a year ago, I believe he will soon surpass that. Oh, Mu Yang nodded slightly. In the original narrative, Son Gohan achieved results surpassing those of Master Roshi, indicating that his innate understanding is quite remarkable. What he lacks is a suitable environment. Shallow waters cannot nurture a great dragon. Had it been during the latter part of the Dragon Ball era, Son Gohan might have outshone Krillin and Tien Shinhan. The temple training presents him with the opportunity to soar to new heights. Concluding his conversation with Bobo, Mu Yang approached the area where Son Gohan was training. Observing Son Gohan in deep meditation, refining his mental state, Mu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. At this juncture, Son Gohan's energy intensity had reached a combat power of 180, comparable to Tien Shinhan at his first appearance. Without disturbing Son Gohan's training, Mu Yang found a spot to commence his own cultivation. Emerging from the realm of illusions, not only had his combat power seen significant enhancement, but also his battle awareness and techniques had improved substantially. Indeed, the honing of skills was no exaggeration. More importantly, he had grasped the principles behind the release of the Demon Seal Wave, providing a foundational reference for developing his own techniques. He took some time to meticulously study the principles of the magic sealing wave. Days later, Mu Yang finally grasped its essence. At that moment, He stood at the edge of the temple, gazing down at the realm below. White clouds floated gracefully, seemingly unfettered, and Mu Yang found himself lost in thought. Momentarily absorbed in the serene beauty, appearing somewhat idle. Such a scene, carefree and untroubled, was indeed quite pleasant. Suddenly, the image of a young girl's smiling face flashed in his mind. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth evoked a sense of fondness, stirring ripples of longing within him. Meixia. Mu Yang shook his head, surprised that she had crossed his thoughts. It had been over 2 years since they last met. Their previous encounter had been a fleeting visit before he embarked on his journey to the temple. He had anticipated that their next meeting would occur in a year or so, yet here he was, 2 years later. Long-distance relationships are challenging. Although Meixia was a simple girl, steadfast in her affections, prolonged silence could easily lead to misunderstandings. Nonetheless, he was grateful to be in a world with such wholesome values. Having grown up in a martial arts dojo, the nurturing from Isaf and Alice had instilled in Meixia a profound respect for martial artists. Otherwise, one might find themselves in a precarious situation if they neglected their girlfriend for years, regardless of their prowess in martial arts. Of course, Mu Yang's own appearance was quite appealing. Combined with his exceptional skills, he was a formidable presence. Anyone attempting to woo her away would find it a futile endeavor. Now that his training at the temple was complete, Mu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of freedom and decided to pay her a visit to deepen their bond. After all, she was his chosen partner for the future, and he needed to cherish her. With that thought, his longing surged once more, prompting Mu Yang to leap from the temple. In the southern region of Earth, at the Superpower Academy, a congregation of individuals with extraordinary abilities gathered. These students hailed from various corners of the world, shaped by the Academy's teachings, forming a distinct group separate from martial artists. In the advanced training area, Meixia, with her flowing dark green hair, floated mid-air, supporting herself with her knee. A loose black robe hung from her frame, its hem swirling like the wind. Surrounding her were hundreds of fist-sized stones, rotating incessantly. The stones hummed with energy, emitting a brilliant green glow. Suddenly, Meixia opened her flawless azure eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of green light illuminated her surroundings as her powers surged forth, affecting the floating stones. Crack, crack. The speed of the stone's rotation intensified, collapsing together and instantly shattering into dust. The scattered particles enveloped a 100-meter radius, casting a hazy veil over the training ground, eliciting gasps of astonishment from numerous advanced students. How remarkable Meixia was, capable of simultaneously shattering so many stones. If wielded in combat, the sheer force would be terrifying to contemplate if directed at a human. In just 6 years, she had surpassed even the seasoned students. Meixia had ascended to the advanced class of the Superpower Academy within a mere 6 years, already rivaling the instructors within the institution. Regarding Meixia's extraordinary talent, the senior students can only feel a sense of inadequacy. If it weren't for the Academy's minimum 8-year study requirement, she might have graduated early. It remains uncertain whether she would choose to stay on as a teacher after graduation. Alas, not only is senior Meixia strikingly beautiful, but her powers are also among the finest. I am quite fond of her. Although she possesses a somewhat aloof demeanor and does not appear particularly close to that boy. Rumor has it that she remains single to this day. The younger students gaze at her with admiration, unabashedly expressing their infatuation with the senior. Don't get your hopes up. How could senior Meixia ever notice you? A classmate beside them scoffed. I recall hearing from previous seniors that senior Meixia seems to have a fiancé, a childhood friend with whom she shares an exceptionally close bond, which explains her indifference towards other boys. I refuse to believe it. Senior Meixia is our goddess. Indeed, my senior does not have a fiancé. Fool, don't be so self-deluded. The allure of Meixia draws countless younger students vying for her affection. Yet many among them are acutely aware that Meixia will never belong to them. At that moment, her verdant eyes glanced in their direction, and a surge of mental energy enveloped them, rendering several students stiff and immobilized. Do not let me overhear such words again. I do not appreciate them. Her cool yet melodious voice resonated. Senior, we were wrong, they chorused an apology. Meixia regarded them with a hint of indifference, imparting a lesson before releasing them from her grip. Just now, our senior spoke to us. It felt so gentle, one submissive student sighed dreamily. I wish to receive another dose of her affectionate reprimand. Just joking. It can be a bit terrifying when she takes action. Just then, a young woman approached from outside the training grounds, Meixia's close friend, Shabella. She walked directly up to Meixia, her expression shrouded in mystery. Meixia, I knew you would be here. You know, Someone is looking for you outside. Mei Xiao paused. Who is it? A man. Xiaobella teased, her eyes twinkling with mischief. She had seen Mei Xiao's photo album, recognizing the man in a picture that Mei Xiao had prominently displayed on her desk. Oh dear, why are you still standing there? Hurry and go see. Noticing Mei Xiao frowning in contemplation, Xiaobella grasped her shoulders, urging her toward the exit of the training ground. Ah, something wonderful might happen. Who could it be that seeks me? As Xiaobella propelled her out of the training area, Mei Xiao felt quite perplexed. Xiaobella was her roommate. They had entered the academy around the same time and later enrolled in the same superpower department. Due to their similar personalities, the two quickly forged a friendship. However, today, Xiaobella's behavior seemed rather peculiar, uncharacteristic of her usual self. As for the man who sought out Mei Xiao, it dawned on her that apart from her father and a few elders from the Tianqin sect, there was only one other possibility. After all, she had spent most of her time within the academy, and her acquaintances outside were limited. Was he perhaps quite young and exceptionally handsome? Indeed, he was a striking figure. Introducing himself as Mu Yang. Yet before Xiaobella could finish her thought, a soft green luminescence suddenly swirled around her, rising skyward in a whirlwind, leaving no trace of Mei Xiao in her vicinity. Where did she go? Xiaobella exclaimed in surprise, then, with a smile gracing her lips, she hastily made her way towards the academy's entrance. A crowd of onlookers was left in bewilderment. What had just transpired? Why did the goddess leave in such a hurry? Ambus, with his ability to discern sounds, hesitated before responding. It seems a man came to visit Senior Mei Xiao, but please, don't attribute this to me. Who could this man visiting Mei Xiao possibly be? One wondered aloud. Isn't it obvious? Just look at how invested the goddess appears. He must be someone she fancies. The previous few male admirers, with faces drawn in despair, lamented, I cannot believe it. The aloof Mei Xiao would never frivolously develop an interest in another man. Shall we follow and investigate? While the boys, smitten by Mei Xiao, wallowed in their heartbreak and plotted to uncover the truth. Mei Xiao herself was filled with delight upon learning of Mu Yang's visit. Harnessing her supernatural abilities, she joyfully soared toward the academy's exit. From afar, she caught sight of Mu Yang, tall with medium-length hair and dressed casually, looking even more dashing than he had 2 years prior. With unbridled enthusiasm, she flew towards him, unperturbed by any notions of propriety between the genders. Mu Yang also caught sight of a green-haired woman soaring towards him. In the fleeting moment, their gazes met. He observed her doe-like eyes widening in surprise, shimmering with delight and an indescribable emotion. As ever, she was as spirited and fervent as before. Mu Yang smiled lightly and opened his arms, poised to embrace the other's form as he had done in the past. However, when the green-haired woman was but 5 meters away, she abruptly halted. Then with a flick of her hand, a boulder weighing over 10 tons swiftly detached from the ground, hurtling towards Mu Yang. Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Today's encounter was indeed refreshingly unique. Were he an ordinary individual, he would likely have been reduced to mere pulp. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was far from ordinary, a sentiment shared by Mei Xiao. In the sky above, colossal boulders plummeted like falling stars. When one approached within a meter of Mu Yang, he extended his right hand forward and pointed. With a sharp sound akin to a chime, a brilliant light flickered at his fingertips. In the next instant, the rock shattered into countless fine fragments as if sliced by a knife, its edges as smooth as tofu. However, this was evidently not the end. At that moment, Mei Xiao's green hair danced in the air, and the shattered stones were suddenly seized by an unseen force, hurtling towards Mu Yang once more. With a series of resounding impacts, numerous dazzling waves of energy erupted, and without even blinking, Mu Yang obliterated the oncoming projectiles. Just then, a larger boulder ascended from behind him, hurtling down with great force. A thunderous crash resonated at the entrance of the Superpower Academy, as earth and stone erupted, with half of the boulders sinking into the ground. The arriving Sabella and other students from the academy stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, they swallowed hard, pondering that while the man was undeniably powerful, their goddess was evidently the more ferocious of the two. It was safe to say that he had likely met his demise beneath the rubble. Is this how you welcome your senior brother? Suddenly, Mu Yang's voice resonated beside Mei Xiao. Before she could respond, she found herself embraced from behind by 2 hands. The softness of her figure pressed against him brought forth an unprecedented sensation. Her flowing green hair and crystal-clear, lake-like eyes rendered her irresistibly enchanting. Gazing upon Mei Xiao's delicate visage, Mu Yang couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. In the blink of an eye, she had blossomed into a young woman. Though her stature remained petite, she exuded an allure far surpassing her former self. At 18, by the standards of his past life, she was considered an adult. In Mu Yang's embrace, Mei Xia playfully struggled for a moment before tilting her head to look at her senior, pouting. You haven't visited me in over 2 years. You promised to come often, yet you've broken your word. Her tone was laced with a hint of resentment. I apologize, Mu Yang quickly replied, recognizing that his rigorous training at the temple had indeed caused him to neglect his promise. Humph. Mei Xia turned her head away, visibly displeased. Oh dear, is she truly angry? Mu Yang pondered, feeling utterly unprepared on how to win a girl's favor. Approaching 30 in his previous life, he had never experienced a genuine romance, and this predicament left him quite perplexed. The air around them was thick with an unspoken tension, tinged with a rosy hue. Below, Mei Xia's classmates, particularly the male students, arrived belatedly. Upon witnessing their goddess ensconced in another's embrace, well, it seemed more like she was being held without resistance. An overwhelming sense of melancholy washed over them. Their goddess had seemingly succumbed. If only they could challenge the man holding Mei Xia to a duel. How infuriatingly handsome he was. It was nothing short of romantic. That man was indeed Mei Xia's beloved. Shabella felt as if she had stumbled upon a fairy tale, envisioning a prince and princess, hands clasped. Her eyes sparkling with delight. Did you miss me? After a moment of uncertainty on how to soothe her, Mu Yang finally blurted out a dry remark. I did. Mei Xia replied, the corners of her mouth lifting ever so slightly, her gem-like eyes brimming with affection. Ha! Mu Yang's spirits soared. Indeed, she was his treasure. As they descended to the ground, he grasped Mei Xia's small hand and led her outside. His purpose for visiting was to cultivate their relationship. And with their feelings so evidently mutual, words became unnecessary. Contrary to his expectations of an entitled interloper disrupting their moment, no inconsiderate senior emerged to oppose this union. Instead, he noticed the glimmer of envy in some girls' eyes, and, while the boys felt regret, they couldn't help but retract their necks, casting admiring glances in his direction. Oh, life, devoid of spontaneity, is truly dull. Without delving into subsequent events, Mu Yang had already secured an extended leave from the teachers at the Superpower Academy. Determined to rekindle the warmth of his relationship with Mei Xia during this precious time, the teachers of the academy displayed a remarkable understanding. Seemingly aware of Mu Yang's true identity, and with a flourish of their pens, granted them an entire month of respite. Mu Yang and Mei Xia were undoubtedly elated. Their hands intertwined in joyous camaraderie. Following Mu Yang's suggestion, he escorted Mei Xia to a quaint nearby town. This town, in proximity to the southern capital, was a burgeoning settlement, boasting newly constructed amenities throughout. Mu Yang took Mei Xia's hand as they entered an amusement park, filled with a circus and various entertainment facilities. At that moment, they forgot all their worries and indulged in merriment. When fatigue set in, they sat on the grass of the park, gazing together at the shimmering surface of the distant lake. Brother, so you have been training in the temple for the past 2 years? Mei Xia leaned against Mu Yang, quietly listening as he recounted his experiences over the past 2 years. The aura that emanated from him provided her with immense comfort. Mu Yang, indeed. The training at the temple is quite rigorous. Sigh, my senior brother's strength has always surpassed mine, and now he must certainly leave me even further behind. Mu Yang embraced the girl in his arms, sensing her aura, which subtly hinted at a combat power of around 100. However, Mei Xia's strength primarily stemmed from her supernatural abilities, rendering Mu Yang's perception insufficient to accurately gauge her prowess. Mei Xia, you must be nearing graduation, are you not? She blinked her eyes and replied, I still have 2 years until graduation, but I am already quite formidable. Many of the teachers at the academy are no match for me. With a sudden motion, Mu Yang playfully slapped her lower back, eliciting a moment of annoyance from Mei Xia. Just as she was about to roll her eyes at him, Mu Yang proposed. Shall we find a place to test your abilities? I am eager to ascertain the extent of your powers. Let us unleash our full potential this time. The earlier greeting was merely an opportunity for Mei Xia to enhance his reputation, and he could discern the girl's intentions. It was, in essence, a chance for her to showcase her strength and assert her dominance. Such endeavors need not be pursued with overt intent, yet it was evident that the results were commendable. At least regarding Mu Yang's existence, both the male and female students at the academy accepted him quite naturally, with minimal dissent. Conversely, was this not an opportunity for Mei Xia to flaunt her abilities as well? Indeed, My senior could never withstand my supernatural powers, the cunning girl recalled her childhood when. Upon using her abilities, Mu Yang was no match for her, a smug expression gracing her features. Brilliant green light shimmered around her as Mei Xia gracefully floated in midair, her black skirt billowing elegantly into several segments. However, I shall not strike you without a reason. If I lose, I shall impose a punishment upon you. Mu Yang, with a playful smile, kept his gaze fixed on Mei Xia's petite frame. Blushing, she defiantly declared, I am not afraid of you. Ha ha ha. You are certain to lose. He teased. Mu Yang laughed heartily, and soon the two ascended into the air, discovering a coastline strewn with fragmented stones. This shall suffice, Mu Yang declared as he descended. Now let us begin. Watch me, senior brother. Mei Xia stood gracefully in the void, her slender arms resting behind her, without any visible movement, yet she radiated a dazzling brilliance. As Mei Xia's extraordinary powers intensified, a spherical green protective shield materialized beside her. In the next moment, the heavens shifted in hue, a ferocious tornado connecting the sea and sky. As the winds howled fiercely, at that moment, Mei Xia resembled a goddess wielding dominion over the elements, commanding the very essence of nature. Mu Yang smiled faintly as he observed the formidable aura surrounding him. Just as he was about to shift his body, he found himself momentarily immobilized, ensnared by a surge of emerald energy that bound him tightly. At that moment, Mei Xia pointed her finger upward, causing the scattered stones on the ground to levitate, creating an impenetrable barrier that obscured his view. Mu Yang furrowed his brows, having witnessed Mei Xia's extraordinary abilities. Indeed, if he did not possess at least 200 units of combat energy within him, he would be unable to break free from Mei Xia's grasp. From this perspective, Mei Xia's powers were several tiers superior to that of Jiaozi. Observing Mei Xia's flowing skirt and her imposing demeanor, an image of a psychic named Little Tornado flashed through Mu Yang's mind, another master of telekinesis. If Mei Xia were to shrink in size just a little more, she would indeed resemble Little Tornado. However, at this moment, she could be likened to an immature blizzard. Senior brother, you must be unable to move now, right? A delicate voice escaped from Mei Xia's lips, exuding an air of audacious royalty. Mei Xia, you seem to be getting a bit carried away. Is it that senior brother cannot raise his hand to spank you? Or do you believe you have outgrown me? It appeared that a proper lesson was in order. Mu Yang chuckled lightly, yet his expression turned serious. In the next instant, a chilling aura erupted forth, crackling through the air, with each step he took. The sky reverberated with thunderous sounds. Mei Xia's countenance turned pale, her powers teetering on the brink of losing control. Recalling Mu Yang's earlier mention of punishment and discipline, Mei Xia's cheeks flushed crimson. She spread her arms wide, her hair dancing, and unleashed a burst of verdant light. The outcome of the contest between Mu Yang and Mei Xia was unmistakable. With Mu Yang's formidable combat strength of 310, even Mei Xia, possessing an exceptional aptitude for superpowers, could not avoid defeat, and what awaited her was Mu Yang's punishment. Senior brother, why have you brought me here? As the sun descended, Mu Yang and Mei Xia walked along the street, which was devoid of the night market, leaving the thoroughfare desolate. You lost the match, so naturally, I must impose a punishment upon you. What kind of punishment? Mei Xia inquired, her heart fluttering anxiously, sensing that something was amiss for the evening ahead. What do you think? Smiled triumphantly, pointing towards a quaint inn ahead. Leaning in close to Mei Xia's ear, his warm breath sent shivers through her. What do you think of that little inn? Quite secluded, isn't it? Suddenly, Mei Xia's body stiffened, and she hesitated. Isn't it a bit too early for that? Not at all. Mei Xia, you are nearly 18, an adult now, and you ought to understand a little more, he said, leaving no room for her protest as he took her hand and led her into the inn. Excuse me, one room please, he requested. Certainly, just a moment. The innkeeper replied, astonished by the striking couple before him. The handsome young man and the lovely young woman were indeed a perfect match. Efficiently checking them in, the innkeeper handed over the key, saying, Sir, here is your key. Please take care of it. He then gave a knowing thumbs up too, revealing a grin that only men could comprehend. Throughout this exchange, Mei Xia felt dazed, her mind still in a fog until ushered her into the room, her thoughts scattered. As the night unfolded, took advantage of the situation, fully consuming Mei Xia. Initially, he had merely intended to tease her with a playful jest. The notion of any serious intentions was but a jest, and the room was furnished with 2 beds. However, he overestimated his own self-control. It was evident that Mei Xia took his advances seriously. When she emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her coy demeanor ignited the primal instincts within him. At that moment, he dismissed any notions of propriety and, without hesitation, pulled Mei Xia onto the bed, crossing the final threshold. The following day, dawn broke with a soft, hazy light. Mu Yang rested one hand upon the pillow while the other tenderly embraced the slumbering girl in his arms. The girl lay on her side, one hand delicately resting by her lips, while the other arm encircled his chest, curled comfortably against him. A soft sigh escaped Mei Xia as her green lashes fluttered, adjusting her position uneasily. In that moment, she nestled fully onto Mu Yang, her silky hair cascading messily over his shoulder, the sheets slipping down to reveal her slender arms and skin as fair as porcelain. Was this not an invitation to temptation? Mu Yang swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. With a swift motion, he turned and gently pressed Mei Xia beneath him. "Brother, I feel utterly unwell and so sleepy," Mei Xia murmured, her brow furrowed in discomfort, as if doused with cold water. Instantly, Mu Yang's mind cleared, and gazing upon her delicate, weary face, he was filled with remorse and tenderness. The previous night had been tumultuous for Mei Xia, who at such a tender age had endured much, now utterly exhausted. Forgive me, I acted impulsively. You must be very tired. Please continue to rest while I prepare some breakfast for you. Mei Xia replied, her eyes still half closed. Gently, Mu Yang adjusted the sheets to cover her, smiling tenderly at her languid form before stepping out of the room to prepare her meal. From this day forth, Mei Xia would be his wife. The thought of her having just turned 18, with a few days still until her birthday, filled him with a sense of regret for his earlier roughness. Furthermore, he had yet to formally seek the hand of her father, Professor Isaf, and felt a twinge of guilt for having taken his daughter in such a clandestine manner. Although Isaf would surely support their union, Mu Yang believed that proper decorum must be observed. In 2 years' time, when Mei Xia graduated from the Academy of Superpowers, he would approach Professor Isaf to formally propose, ensuring their union could be celebrated. By then, Mei Xia would be of an appropriate age, and they could officially become husband and wife. Having crossed the final threshold of intimacy, the bond between Mu Yang and Mei Xia deepened profoundly, their affection for one another blossoming with each passing moment. As it is often said, the emotions between a man and a woman initially conceal themselves, yet once the barriers are stripped away and they share the same bed, there remain no secrets between them. Life is elevated in the throes of passion. While this statement may not hold entirely true for Mu Yang and Mei Xia, who had entered into such an ardent romance, it certainly warranted their lingering affection for one another for a long time to come. After all, such a remarkable leap in development inevitably necessitates filling in the gaps left behind. Fortunately, Mei Xia has a month of respite, allowing Mu Yang ample time to board the train and subsequently purchase his ticket, leading to a steady elevation in their relationship. During the day, they engage in martial arts practice, enhancing their skills. Mu Yang's prowess in martial arts far surpasses that of Mei Xia, while her extraordinary abilities are equally impressive. Each time she exerts her full strength, a radiant green light emanates from her, creating the sensation of the world transforming around them. As night falls, they share the same pillow, confiding in one another and engaging in profound conversations, followed by the inevitable delightful occurrences that ensue, being young and in love. After their initial exploration of intimacy, they find it difficult to restrain themselves, often composing a harmonious symphony of life's miracles almost every evening. The Navi in Mei Xia consequently discovers various postures. Of course, being still young, they are not yet inclined to conceive a child. Thus they consciously avoid her physiological cycles during their intimate moments. Throughout this period, Mu Yang diligently prepares nutritious meals for Mei Xia, nurturing her vitality and health, gradually leaning towards the roles of a chef and a devoted homemaker. Mei Xia, do you still have that crystal ball you found earlier? On the sofa in their hotel room, Mei Xia lies languidly, her upper body bare, while Mu Yang skillfully applies pressure on her, producing a series of crisp sounds that signify the realignment of her body, eliciting soft, pleasurable sighs from her. What is this for? Asks her senior brother, as she lies half asleep on the sofa, her exposed waist so slender it seems almost boneless. Mu Yang said, hand it to me. Mei Xia turned over, pulling the bedsheet to cover herself. Then, she rummaged through a pile of clothes and extracted a satchel, from which she retrieved a bright orange glass orb. Within the orb, 6 pentagrams were meticulously arranged, a treasure Mei Xia had found by the streamside of the primitive mountains during her childhood. Senior brother, what exactly is this crystal orb? She inquired, draping her arms around Mu Yang's neck in a playful manner as she handed him the orb. This dragon orb had accompanied Mei Xia for many years, yet she had never truly understood its essence. Mu Yang had previously mentioned its significance, which was why she always kept it close. This object is known as the dragon orb. There are a total of 7. They are categorized from 1-star to 7-star dragon orbs based on the number of stars within. The one you hold contains 6 stars, thus it is a 6-star dragon orb. The dragon orbs are divine artifacts crafted by the deities of the temple. Legend has it that if one gathers all 7, they can summon the divine dragon, which is capable of granting any wish of the summoner. How astonishing! A glimmer of surprise flickered in Mei Xia's azure eyes, and she did not doubt Mu Yang's words. After all, her senior brother practiced in the temple and was well acquainted with such secrets. Yet, the prospect of summoning the divine dragon and having any wish fulfilled was indeed tantalizing. Mu Yang chuckled and said, "Indeed, the last person to gather all 7 Dragon Balls made a wish to become the king." Mei Xia replied, "Are you referring to the founder of the United Kingdom?" Mu Yang remarked, "It is highly likely. The United Kingdom was established over 50 years ago, which coincides roughly with the scattering of the Dragon Balls. Thus, it is probable that the founders of the United Kingdom were indeed the ones who gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Hey, senior brother, should we give it a try?" Mei Xia whispered excitedly in Mu Yang's ear. "It is not as simple as you imagine. Once a wish is made with the Dragon Balls, they scatter across the globe, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to collect them again. Therefore, I intend to use your 6-star Dragon Ball as a reference to see if we can create a radar for locating the Dragon Balls." Previously, when his strength was still weak, Mu Yang had devoted himself to cultivation. Now, having reached the pinnacle of power on Earth through training in the temple, he began to contemplate the matter of the Dragon Balls. Having traversed to the world of Dragon Balls, it was only natural to gather them. However, given the current technological level on Earth, manufacturing a Dragon Ball radar seems rather challenging. "I believe with your abilities, senior brother, it is certainly achievable," Mei Xia said, giving a thumbs up, her trust in Mu Yang unwavering. Feeling the warmth in her words, Mu Yang was touched. This young lady, not only beautiful, but also sweet-tongued. Setting aside the matter of the Dragon Balls, Mu Yang gently pushed aside Mei Xia's arms that were wrapped around his neck and pulled her into his embrace. "Mei Xia, I have just loosened your joints, and you have enjoyed it. According to our agreement, we should engage in deeper physical interaction." Mei Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement, undaunted. "Who fears whom? Ha." Mu Yang laughed heartily, lifting Mei Xia onto the bed as they began to share a deeper exchange of life, unlocking more intimate postures. Thus, one could almost rename Mu Yang as the victor of life, once again falling into a realm of tenderness, much to the reader's dismay. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, tranquility was far from the story. It had been quite some time since the last observation of the demon realm's gate being opened by the celestial beings. Fortunately, only minor demons had emerged from this gate. Although they caused considerable trouble for the local villagers, a group of martial artists passed through and swiftly vanquished these minor demons, even sealing the gate with the treasured sword. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the opening of this demon gate was merely the beginning. Over 2,000 kilometers from the valley lay a vast pasture situated in a highland region, formed by the collision of 2 tectonic plates. At this moment, in one corner of the pasture, near the mountains, a sound resembling a crow's caw echoed from the barren heights. Gradually, an ominous aura began to permeate the air. A herdsman, guiding his yaks, looked up at the sky in confusion, unaware of the impending turmoil. Suddenly, the yaks began to run, and the ground began to tremble beneath them. Crack, crack. The sudden earthquake shattered the tranquility of this highland region. The sound of stones shifting echoed sharply, and suddenly, several boulders tumbled down from the desolate, weathered mountain peak. The descent of the stones revealed winding fissures in the ground, from which dark, ominous gas seeped forth. An ancient gate emerged from the mountainside. The cracking of stone resonated, and after enduring countless ages, the gate exhibited numerous fine cracks, with the fissures multiplying, and fragments of rock cascading down, ultimately creating a large hole in the gate. The passage to Earth has finally been breached. Buddy, come with me to explore the outside world. A winged demon emerged from the gaping void of the demonic gate. Following closely was Buddy, the demon, who stepped out into the light. "Kunlu, I have heard that the ruler of this region of Earth is a fellow named Azura. After all these years, he still hasn't managed to conquer this place." Buddy surveyed the surroundings, sensing traces of human activity. Kunlu scoffed, his expression clearly one of disdain. "Do not mention that Azura to me. He is utterly worthless. a being of the demon realm, yet he remains confined to a minuscule territory by mere humans, and still dares to call himself a demon king. Humph, he has brought shame upon our kind. As he spoke, Conlu's contempt for Azura was palpable. However, it is wise to remain cautious. I have heard that this earth is no ordinary place. Buddy's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of concern. Conlu, with a carefree demeanor, clapped Buddy on the shoulder. Worry not. We have Lord Carrick backing us. He has long coveted this earth. With a chuckle, he added, now that the gate is open, we must report this news to him. He will surely be delighted. Indeed, if Lord Carrick learns of this, he will reward us handsomely, Buddy said. Momentarily swayed by the prospect of riches, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He then took a careful look at the environment outside, finding no formidable creatures, and began to settle down. With a whoosh, the two took to the air, gradually flying toward the places where signs of life could be seen. The owner of the ranch resided not far away when two demons, Conlu and Buddy, appeared in the temporary abode of the herdsman. In a cruel display, they slaughtered the herdsman's family and consumed their flesh and blood. As Conlu savored the essence of human life, he began to seek out useful information regarding Earth. Soon, they discovered that the technology on Earth had not yet reached an advanced stage, and martial artists were not as active as in ancient times. Conlu disdainfully remarked, this lowly planet can be easily trampled upon by dispatching a few demons. Setting aside that matter, we must promptly report the situation here, if others get there before us. Our losses will be significant. Buddy narrowed his eyes and urged Conlu. Upon hearing this, Conlu immediately nodded, and the two returned to the location of the portal to the demon realm. Buddy, go and inform Lord Carrick. I will guard this place. This achievement belongs solely to the two of us, Conlu stated at the entrance, firmly asserting that no other demons should claim their credit. And make sure no other demons discover this place, he added. Buddy nodded vigorously, and they proceeded with their tasks. In the temple, a strong demonic aura had already permeated the space. As the central authority managing the entirety of Earth, the temple possessed the capability to scrutinize various regions of the planet. At that moment, the celestial being was observing the lower realm when suddenly he was jolted, his expression turning grave. This is troubling. This unsettling aura indicates that the portal to the great demon realm has been compromised. Bobo inquired. How can there still be a gateway to the great demon realm on Earth? Was it sealed long ago? I'm uncertain. But the ominous energy undeniably originates from the great demon realm. We must expedite the repair of the portal. Unlike the previous portal to the demon realm, the newly emerged gateway led to the true great demon realm, an external region belonging to the dark demon realm, of which the celestial being was unaware. Therefore, he referred to this distinct area, separate from the Earth's demon realm, as the great demon realm. The great demon realm is home to numerous powerful beings, and any misstep could lead to calamity. Earth is a remarkable place, harboring several conduits to the outside world, with the Earth's demon realm being the closest to it. The Earth's demon realm is situated around the planet, characterized by perennial drought and harsh living conditions, rendering it a place looked down upon by many influential figures within the demon realm. Consequently, only those demons unable to thrive in the great demon realm would choose to inhabit this desolate land. Within the Earth's demon realm, a narrow passage leads to the great demon realm, where the environment is relatively more favorable and the demons there possess greater strength. As it lies on the outskirts of the dark demon realm, even the most obscure corner could unleash a demon whose might surpasses that which Earth can withstand. Generally, the portals on Earth connect to the Earth's demon realm, and the gateways to the great demon realm had been largely eradicated through the efforts of generations of celestial beings. The sudden appearance of this portal is likely a remnant that escaped notice. Bobo, you must immediately repair that portal. The expression on the celestial being's face was exceedingly grave. The immediate priority was to repair the gateway to the demon realm. He then stated, additionally, summon Mu Yang and Sun Wukong. The affairs of the great demon realm are exceedingly intricate and should not be undertaken lightly. However, I believe the Earth's demon realm may be relatively straightforward. Let them venture there to subtly investigate the circumstances. As Bobo attends to the restoration of the portal, allow Mu Yang and the others to enter the Earth's demon realm to gather intelligence on the great demon realm's situation. Only by knowing both ourselves and our adversaries can we adequately prepare. Should news of the damaged portal spread throughout the great demon realm, Earth would be in peril. Mu Yang is currently in the lower realm. Please fetch him, the celestial being urged earnestly. Understood, Bobo replied with a solemn nod. His eyes widening slightly like two copper coins, before setting off to locate Mu Yang and Sun Wukong. The small southern town was a newly established city, thriving due to its proximity to the southern capital. Its streets and alleys bustled with signs of prosperity. After a night of relentless effort, Mei Xia was nearly dehydrated, her dark green hair appearing listless and devoid of vitality. The shimmering green light flickered a few times, as if extinguished, leaving no further response. Mei Xia's mental energy had been completely depleted. "Senior brother, I am parched. I crave water." Mei Xia languidly reclined on the bed, her throat dry and tongue parched, a hint of overindulgence evident. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yang swiftly produced a celestial bean and placed it into Mei Xia's mouth. In the next instant, she radiated vitality, her gaze towards Mu Yang now brimming with defiance. With a bemused shake of his head, Mu Yang assisted Mei Xia in rising and donning her attire. "Get up. Today I shall take you out for a stroll." Utilizing the celestial bean as a form of remedy, Mu Yang's approach was indeed unconventional. Had the Dragon Ball warriors of the future been aware of his extravagant usage, they would surely cast him a look of profound reproach. Nevertheless, one must concede that the efficacy of the celestial bean was remarkable. Even in matters of intimacy, its effects were immediate and strikingly effective. On the bustling streets, the rejuvenated Mei Xia grasped Mu Yang's hand, chattering incessantly with an exuberance reminiscent of a child, entirely shedding the aloof demeanor she had exhibited at the Superpower Academy. If her junior peers were to witness this transformation, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. "Senior brother, what do you think of this dress?" Mei Xia inquired, trying on a sleek black bodycon dress. "It suits you perfectly." Mu Yang's eyes brightened. Mei Xia was not particularly short. Yet, if she were to grow a tad taller and trim her hair, she would undoubtedly resemble a hell blizzard. Nevertheless, there lingered a sense that something was amiss. Mu Yang stroked his chin, gazing at Mei Xia, whose beauty was unparalleled. She was the most exquisite girl he had ever encountered, especially under the nurturing embrace of love. She appeared even more delicate and radiant. At that moment, he noticed a white woolen coat hanging on a nearby rack. Its plush texture exuded an air of opulence. Draping it over Mei Xia's shoulders, her graceful figure instantly radiated a serene elegance. Perfection was achieved. Mu Yang stepped back a few paces, nodding in satisfaction. Mei Xia, with her brows arched, felt a surge of joy. "Boss, I'll take these garments," she declared, as Mu Yang and Mei Xia leisurely relished their time together. A dark speck appeared in the sky, drawing closer and closer, revealing itself to be a vibrantly colored flying carpet. Mu Yang, engrossed in his outing with Mei Xia, suddenly directed his gaze upwards. "What is the matter?" Mei Xia inquired, following his line of sight. "Bobo?" Mu Yang exclaimed in surprise as Bobo descended from the flying carpet. "Mu Yang, you must come with me to the temple at once," Bobo stated calmly. "Is something amiss?" Mu Yang inquired with astonishment. Mei Xia whispered into Mu Yang's ear. "Senior brother, who is this person?" Bobo cast a glance at Mei Xia, his expression betraying no emotion. Bobo was a servant of the celestial being, sent on a mission from the divine. Mei Xia paused for a moment, recalling what Mu Yang had mentioned about the temple. So, he was indeed Bobo, whose darkness was beyond description. According to her senior brother, his heart was equally dark yet crystal clear. Today, they received the notification that the Sanjiang recommendations would commence next week. For an author, this was exceptionally good news. Being selected for the Sanjiang recommendations not only meant greater exposure for the work and the potential to attract more readers, but it also indicated that the path to publication was now open, bringing the book closer to its release. Gratitude is owed to the editor Rui, chief editor Eldo, and all the supportive readers along the way. The competition for this session of Sanjiang was indeed fierce. Thus, the book was prepared to endure a few more weeks of waiting. The news of passing was truly fortunate. Consequently, the situation regarding the release became clearer. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the book is scheduled to be published on October 12th, Friday, at noon, promising an explosive debut. The specific release time will be announced later. It is worth noting that the Dragon Ball genre has become quite desolate on the platform, with perhaps only 2 or 3 titles currently being updated, certainly not exceeding 5. The lack of popularity fails to attract readers, and consequently, collections and subscriptions cannot rise significantly. In contrast, the neighboring Marvel series, which benefits from its name, enjoys a natural influx of traffic, with collections rising enviably. While this book's collections might increase by 100 or 200, others see increases of 300 or 400. Every new book on the platform must undergo a recommendation PK. After a book aligns with the editor's vision, it receives a small recommendation to gauge its performance. known as trial recommendations. Naturally, multiple titles partake in such trial recommendations, depending on their performance during the recommendation period. The number of collections gained will determine the victor of the PK. A select few of the winners will then advance to the next stage of recommendations. This book's journey thus far has been cautious, with approximately 40,000 words leading to the first recommendation, transitioning from new release to strong pushes in the secondary dimension. Appearing on the homepage's secondary dimension channel, frequency 6, and subsequently being featured in the secondary dimension imagery push, featured in the secondary dimension channel. Given the low traffic of Dragon Ball, encountering a high traffic work, such as a new release from a renowned author or a popular title like Marvel, raises the possibility of facing significant challenges in the PK. Once a PK fails, one must resign to fate. Perhaps when the word count reaches the threshold for publication. A consolation launch may occur, yielding a modest income of 600 for a month's full attendance and subscription shares. This explains why authors in the early stages of a new book are so fervently inclined to recommend each other, without the audacity to request recommendations. Failure in PK results in an unceremonious end. Naturally, from the arrival of a new book to the vigorous promotion in the second dimension. The homepage's second dimension channel, 6 frequencies, culminating in the second dimension image promotion, featured push in the second dimension channel. These 4 recommendations reflect a commendable trajectory. Successfully navigating this path is indeed an accomplishment, particularly with a previous work providing a solid foundation, instilling a degree of confidence. However, that confidence has its limits. The second dimension image promotion serves as a pivotal juncture. The works fortunate enough to reach this stage are already scarce, as many others have been eliminated in the PK process. The fate of the remaining works also hangs in the balance here, with the next step leading to the prestigious Sanjong recommendation. To illustrate metaphorically, the second dimension resembles an expansive harem, filled with various consorts, each more dazzling than the last, vying for rank, from attendants to concubines, and finally to the imperial consort, ascending through the tiers. Ultimately, within the vast array of books in the channel, only one has the opportunity each week to be selected for the Sanjong recommendation, achieving a splendid transformation. Securing a spot in Sanjong signifies standing out, at the very least. Future prospects will not be bleak, and one need not fear the disdain of the lesser ranks. Many readers express concerns about the slow updates, questioning why the author does not produce 10,000 words in a day. In truth, the pace is not sluggish. Updating 2 chapters daily far exceeds the typical output for new books. The word count impacts the publication process. Rapid updates lead to earlier launches. If one considers a target of 220,000 words for publication at a rate of 4,000 words per day, it would take approximately 55 days, or 8 weeks, accounting for the time spent on contract signing and mailing. The earliest recommendations typically commence from 40,000 to 50,000 words, with the actual recommendable time being 170,000 words, which translates to about 40 days or 6 weeks based on a weekly PK cycle. Accelerated updates imply a shorter window for recommendations, resulting in limited exposure and fewer readers, ultimately questioning the potential success of the publication. Only established authors can afford the confidence to update quickly and launch rapidly, as they possess a substantial readership and do not fear a smaller audience. Having already consumed the time for 4 recommendation slots, waiting for the Sanjong recommendation is not a matter of immediate arrangement. Previous works are vying for attention, while subsequent ones are in hot pursuit. Should luck be unfavorable, one may wait up to 3 weeks for a Sanjong slot, underscoring the advantages of a measured approach to updates. I recall my previous work, The Strongest Myth of Dragon Ball, which had hopes of securing a Sanjong recommendation. To achieve this, I updated daily for 3 consecutive weeks before finally securing a position. Once selected for the Sanjong recommendation, a significant weight is lifted. The transition from novice to established is nearly complete, with just the launch remaining. Update rules. 1. On the day of launch, a minimum of 15 chapters will be updated, with an increase in the word count of the official VIP chapters. 2. Subscription status. On the first day of release, if the average subscriptions exceed 1,200, an additional chapter will be added for every increase of 100 subscriptions. Thus, at 1,300 subscriptions, an extra chapter will be added. At 1,400, yet another chapter will be added, with no upper limit. The high subscription rates on the first day, both in terms of single chapter highest subscriptions and average subscriptions over 24 hours, directly determine whether the book will continue to receive recommendations. A book with poor average subscriptions may be deprived of further recommendations. Therefore, I sincerely hope everyone will actively subscribe. Those who are nurturing the book should awaken to the fact that it has matured and is ready for harvest. Whether it can achieve the status of crown depends on your support. Now, regarding the plot, the storyline on Earth is nearing its conclusion, and the protagonist will no longer be confined within the constraints of low-tier combat capabilities. For further details, I encourage you to continue reading. Lastly, I must emphasize, remember to subscribe on the day of release. If you have recommendation tickets, please send them my way. This is exceedingly important. Attached is the reader group, 123266692, and for inquiries, the answer is Wu Tai Do. Upon the unexpected arrival of Bobo, Mu Yang felt a twinge of surprise. Generally, Bobo and the celestial beings reside in the temple and seldom descend to the mortal realm. Has something occurred? Glancing at Mei Xiao beside him, he smiled and introduced Bobo. This is Mei Xiao, my fiancée. Upon hearing the introduction, Mei Xiao inexplicably blushed but stepped forward to greet. Hello, Bobo. Hello, Mei Xiao. Bobo replied with a meticulous demeanor. Bobo, is there something amiss at the temple? Mu Yang inquired, returning to the main topic. It's not the temple, rather. A portal to the demon realm in the lower world has malfunctioned, and the situation is quite serious. The celestial beings have sent me to find you and Sun Wukong. As Bobo briefly outlined the situation and the origins of the demon portal, Mu Yang's expression grew serious. The demon portal is a matter of great significance. If mishandled, it could spell disaster for the entire Earth. What perplexed him was that, according to the original narrative, no significant calamities should have occurred around this time. Perhaps this disaster is subtle or has been successfully managed by the celestial beings and Bobo. Mu Yang's thoughts began to wander, but he quickly recognized that he might be overthinking. Senior brother, are you leaving now? Mei Xiao, having grasped the entire situation, understood that Mu Yang was about to depart. She bit her lip, feeling a sense of reluctance. Mu Yang let out a sigh. He certainly did not wish for his honeymoon with Mei Xiao to be interrupted so abruptly. Although termed a honeymoon, it should not pose a problem, should it? However, circumstances compelled him to engage in this significant affair. I have disappointed you, Mei Xiao. It seems I can no longer accompany you, he expressed apologetically. If you are to venture into the demon realm, I shall accompany you, Mei Xiao declared. Her gaze fixed on Mu Yang, embodying a devoted partner. Do not be foolish, Mu Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening. Yet, he understood that Mei Xiao was concerned for his well-being. So he softened his tone, saying, the situation in the demon realm is uncertain. I will not allow you to take such risks. Remain here at the academy and await my return. But Mei Xiao bit her lip, hesitating momentarily before ultimately nodding. Then, once you have resolved your matters, you must come back to be with me. Mu Yang gazed upon her pitiful and aggrieved expression, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he reassured her, do not worry. I shall undoubtedly compensate you generously when the time comes. He then turned to Bobo and declared, let us be on our way. Opting not to utilize the sky dance technique, he instead ascended upon Bobo's magic carpet, relishing the rare experience of having a personal chauffeur. Mei Xiao silently observed until Mu Yang's figure vanished from her sight, then pouted and soared towards the direction of the Superpower Academy. The reason her senior did not permit her to accompany him was undoubtedly due to her insufficient strength. If she could enhance her superpowers, he would no longer be able to deter her. Mei Xiao resolutely vowed to exert herself more diligently in honing her abilities upon her return. In the temple, Mu Yang and Sun Wukong approached alongside Bobo heavenly deity they addressed. Mu Yang offered a greeting and then stood to the side. The celestial being nodded slightly and elaborated on the situation below. In conclusion, he stated, you are already aware that a portal to the demon realm has materialized on Earth. Shortly, I shall send Bobo to investigate this portal and see if it can be repaired. Furthermore, I wish for you to enter the earthly demon realm and explore its periphery to assess the circumstances within. Although the earthly demon realm connects to the great demon realm, it is sparsely populated with formidable beings, so you need not worry about encountering any significant danger. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang felt somewhat astonished. How could the gate of the demon realm open under normal circumstances? Moreover, the great demon realm, as inferred from Bobo and the deity's words, appeared to be a corner of the dark demon realm, controlled by the demon king Dapra. If this situation were mishandled and the demon race from the dark demon realm were to invade Earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Should we not venture directly into the great demon realm? Mu Yang inquired. The deity shook his head seriously, cautioning that the great demon realm harbors dangers. urging them to do their utmost without delving deeper. Understood. I comprehend. Mu Yang and the others shrugged in response, seeing their nods. The deity's aged face broke into a smile as he half squatted on the ground, placing his palm on the stone slab beneath him. A surge of power, inherited from the deities, began to manifest. In that moment, the entire sky fell into a profound silence, and the distant clouds appeared almost ethereal. Beneath the crimson edifice of the temple, the scepter connecting the Chiron Tower and the temple rapidly retracted. At that moment, Mu Yang and the others suddenly felt a tremor, followed by a force propelling them forward. The temple astonishingly functioned like an aerial mothership, swiftly navigating through the clouds. Whoosh! The temple glided effortlessly, reaching the expanse above two towering mountain ranges within the blink of an eye, revealing a vast expanse of golden pastures below. The deity steadied himself, his aged visage reflecting a serious demeanor. This is the place. The entrance to the great demon realm lies beneath us. Bobo, the task is now in your hands. Ensure that no denizens of the demon realm escape through the gate. If possible, endeavor to close the gate or obliterate it entirely. Understood. Bobo replied with a calm expression, casting a glance at Mu Yang and the others before leaping off the temple with his hands clasped behind his back. Simultaneously, a flying carpet hastily followed, carrying Bobo towards the entrance to the demon realm. Watching Bobo depart, the deity once again maneuvered the temple to change its position. Next, I shall escort you to another entrance. This one leads to the earthly demon realm. With that, the deity shifted the temple 2,000 kilometers away. And in the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. We have arrived. Mu Yang was astounded by the swiftness of the temple, which far surpassed that of the flying nimbus. Mu Yang, Gohan, the entrance to the demon realm on Earth lies within the valley below, recently sealed by someone. You may enter through that portal. Remember to prioritize your safety. Should you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, retreat immediately without delay. Understood? The celestial being, more concerned about their safe return than uncovering the mysteries within, recognized that Mu Yang and Son Gohan were the individuals he believed might surpass him. At that moment, Son Gohan stood at the edge of the temple, gazing at the white clouds floating below. The ethereal mist occasionally unfurled, yet the ground remained elusive, indicating their lofty position. Are we truly going to descend from here? Jumping straight down would surely result in injury, if not death, he pondered aloud. Do not dawdle, just leap down, Mu Yang urged, giving Son Gohan a firm push from behind. With a startled cry, "Ah!" Son Gohan plummeted from the temple. Ah, this sensation again. The haunting echoes of his voice